You didn't have half an ounce of research into it. That's the part that bugs me the most. It does not take that much to debunk some of this stuff, and you can do it yourself. Right, but nobody does it. They just take whatever they're spoon-fed. Speaking of spoon-fed, now that's bonus $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Bonus. Enter it now at gamework.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. And the keyword bonus is on the website. Make sure you keep an eye on your email. That's how we let you know $1,000. We'll do it again next hour. Michael says we're due for the Gaston song. And why hasn't the Queen been exhumed for her opinion about the Olympics? She has to do all this.
Happy Wednesday, guys. I love it. So, isn't that scary? And I know this Barbie. Keep it going.
I was trying to say Wednesday. I was trying to say Biden. And you said early in the show. First hour. Not allowed to do that. Disneyland employees have reached a tentative deal on a new contract with the company averting the first strike to hit Disneyland in 40 years. What would that look like? It's a good question. I don't know. It's scabs. People like us shut down Disneyland. In a statement, the company said we care deeply about the well-being of our cast members. We're pleased to have reached a tentative agreement with the unions that addresses what matters most to our cast while positioning Disneyland Resort for future growth. Who's out front should have told you. Who's out front would have gone on strike. Speaking of, for the first time in its history, Disneyland's going to have a character based on an R-rated movie. Deadpool Wolverine hits theaters, and they announced that the Marvel character Deadpool will appear at two of its global parks locations. One of them, the California Adventure Park here in LA, and one at Disneyland Paris. They said the experience with the costume character marks the first time that Disney Park has hosted a live appearance from an R-rated film. You can meet Deadpool at the Paris location, although they said the one here is not going to have the traditional meet and greet element. It will be an entertainment appearance only, which is not very specific, but there are people on the internet who want to see this guy swear up a storm right there on Main Street. And again, I think he's just not going to speak. Because how do you? Yeah. Well, you can be allows for a non-speaking appearance. You can be a smart aleck. You can be and that's about as dangerous as Disney wants it to be. They won't even say that Deadpool's a smart ass. They would say he's a smart aleck. You just said ass. You've already said boner and you've said ass. Even not in the same. It is Wednesday. I didn't say it in the same sentence. So, same show. I mean, is this about anger over the baby name generator job? Consultant. Baby name generator online. That's easy. How about this? I charge you not $350, $250 to be your baby name consultant, and all I really do is go online. Well, what do you think these people are doing? That's why exactly what they're doing. Morons want to give up their money and take it. We should come up with a scheme to fleece rich people. We could consult people on their. How much people do that? I was gonna say like their clothing or something like that. Do you remember when we did like Gas Love Line or whatever, and we had people call in with their relationship problems, and how many lives we probably ruined that day? That's what we call that. So Gas Love. It was a bad idea. Who the hell are we giving people advice? Well, I've stayed married for almost 27. Many years. 27 years. It'll be 27. Yes, it'll be 27 years. You been married for more than 10 accounts.
You would know if you went to my wedding.
That's what I said. More than this many.
Okay, let's do terror in disguise when we come back.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Delta flight cancellations are under 100 for the first time in days. Alex Jones says the airline canceled more than 500 flights yesterday.
If Delta has struggled and the federal government has launched an investigation into Delta, CEO Ed Bastian says the airline is making progress in restoring operations and that today is seeing limited issues and that by Thursday, Delta's service should be fully restored.
Delta CEO admits the recovery was slow. Many passengers are still stuck because of flight cancellations. A plane that took off from the airport serving Nepal's capital has crashed.
It was heading to the resort town of Ghana, but it turned right.
ABC's Tom Rivers is the only survivor yesterday. He was one of the pilots who suffered an eye injury. The news is brought to you by St. James Accident Attorneys, an environmental group has sued LA, alleging the port exceeded legal limits of fecal bacteria, copper, and other cancer-causing pollutants discharged into San Pedro Bay. Environment California uses the port's on-site treatment system for pure water is both ineffective and undersized. The group claims city officials routinely pay $3,000 fines for violating the federal Clean Water Act.
And I just want you to know in the future, I know how to avoid.
Hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters are rallying this morning to see ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's address to Congress.
The event will be called the Resident Chicago, and there are multiple actions
CLB, CCI, it's a great streamer. They're live on Kick all the time. They've got unique style. They're really kind person. They're generous. Please check them out. They're at CLB69 and check them out on other social media. Follow them. Join the Discord. And nice person.
First day after a sit-in, Russian office ended with multiple arrests. Vice President Harris is expected to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu tomorrow. The White House says Netanyahu is also going to meet President Biden tomorrow.
Well, this is how it happened. So watch it if you want. If you want to fast forward to the podcast part, you can see. But this is how that went last.
There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to it.
We're going to go to the 5.
There he is. How you doing, CLB? Welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here. All right. So I understand that your time is limited. We're going to get to the questions as quickly as possible. Just one moment, as I would like to record this as you're streaming. I'd like to stream as well. This will be essentially a very amazing podcast, one of perhaps many that I will do in the future. I did one this morning, went really well. So with that,
West LA, 405 South
close
Boulevard.
up.
It's transported to
I agree with your Discord right now, or I'm sorry, your chat. You look really great. So, but
Are you looking to sell your home
how you doing?
easily without having to deal with repairs or the hassle of a lengthy selling process? Well, look no further than Seller's Advantage. Thousands of satisfied customers, they are the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their
What's your favorite time of the day?
Seller's Advantage will buy your home for a competitive housing. Just days. We're talking days. No repairs because they provide all those open houses, so no crazy people coming through your home and touching all your stuff. I mean, really, who needs that? And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Seller's Advantage for their home selling needs. Seller's Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way for you to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. DRE number 1096165.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate and walk with my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Imagine you're struggling with back pain for months. No one can tell you what's wrong. Then you find a doctor.
And the words that he said that I wanted to hear was I can fix it.
I just want to let somebody know out there that joy comes in them.
I want everybody to know Brother Rothschild's a pimp.
You trust he'll take care
Perhaps
of
the
your
greatest pimp of all time.
Good reports. And order 2 pages long.
When you talk to him, he's engaging, he seems very intelligent, he's witty, he's charming.
He could always talk about, I'm going to be a doctor.
But he has this dark side that he likes to keep separate and hidden from everybody else. This is a story about 33 patients who put their trust in a prominent surgeon in Dallas. State your full name for the record.
Christopher David Dutch.
What is this horse shit?
His friend called me and said, I believe that your doctor is on the news, that he has been killing patients.
And it's a story about a system that failed to protect them at every possible turn.
I'm trying to stop this guy from getting an operation anywhere, anytime, place.
Have you ever been under the influence of any drugs during the time that you were performing spinal surgery on any patient?
I take the fifth. This was not an operation. It was before. This was attempted murder.
From 1-3, the network behind Dirty John, I'm your host and reporter, Laura Beal. Dr. Death, our new 6-part series. Subscribe today.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. On your phone, tablet, or TV, the most streamed titles in the U.S. You can't swap something.
Neil's like, hey! Oh, the Bert's crowd. Just have that guy go out there first.
And then Bert would come out in the exact same outfit.
Yes.
Yeah, with the
Yes.
machine tattooed on his belly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yes. With a fucking biker hat on. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm all for that stuff.
Me too. I like freaks.
I love freaks.
I like freaks of all. I mean, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people are upset about the Pride Parade because they're like, oh, they're doing the Pride Parade and they're doing it in front of all these children. Hey, don't bring your kids to a fucking Pride Parade.
Right.
I know you want your kids to be tolerant. It's
him?
Simply Marvelous. Chris Condi, queer conscious rapper.
Is that him?
Boy, it looks a lot like him.
Oh, those are different tattoos, I think.
No,
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 there's
queer on his
queer.
belly. That's
Yeah.
him.
He's based in Austin, it says.
Oh,
Hell yeah, dude.
hey, fella.
Whoa, he has a song called American Faggot.
Well, there
That's
you go.
hard as hell.
Yeah. They're just talented. That
Yeah.
probably was in Austin then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It looked like it was at a farmer's market based on the crowd.
So, like, there's this thing that people are saying about, like, the Pride Parade. Because all these people are walking around naked at the San Francisco Pride Parade. And so they were interviewing these people and they have their dicks out.
Yeah.
Listen. If you don't want your kids to see gay guys being sexual, that's what Pride Parade is.
Yeah.
It's not like a bunch of 40-year-old gay engineers holding hands, like married guys who are just holding hands, like,
Blowing
hey,
each
we're
other
proud.
kisses. Yeah.
It's different than anything else, like any other kind of pride thing, because it's not just like we just happen to be gay. It's overtly sexual, always. It's guys with fucking ball gags
Yeah.
and dog leashes. And
Pissing on each other.
yeah, it's nuts. Like, I'm not against it at all, but you can't complain that that's happening because you brought your kids.
You can't take your kids to the cage fight and complain about violence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't take your kids to Pride and complain about the gays.
Yeah. They're
They-
having a blast.
Say
too.
have a good time.
Yeah.
I used to do a bit about how, like, I would always think, am I exaggerating about, like, the gay neighborhood? Like, in LA, they have Boys Town in Santa, and it's so crazy. Like, I was always saying to myself, like, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I need to drive through again. So every now and then I would take the right turn and then go down Santa Monica Boulevard and head towards the ocean.
Yeah.
And it's 5 blocks of no one saying no. It's just wild madness. It's dudes in cowboy hats and G-strings on poles.
Yeah.
Guys making out in the middle of the street and humping each other. It's crazy.
Having the time of their life.
Having the time of their life.
Yeah.
All yang, no yin, and no one can get pregnant.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
You wrestle, but everyone wins.
Well, also, those guys have their own neighborhood. The difference between the gays and lesbians, unfortunately, never developed this, because I have a theory. I think that straight men find out that lesbians move next door and they go, I'm an ally, and then they become the neighbors. Whereas, like, straight men never move into a gay neighborhood. Very rarely.
Yeah.
You can't, like,
The
straighten up
values.
a gay neighborhood.
No.
But they've figured out a way to make, like, a whole area all gay.
Yeah.
Like, only gay guys can do that.
It's admirable.
It's great. It's great. It's
Yeah.
wild.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just wild that they can pull it off in almost every city.
Well, and also they can go into places, and then they gentrify these places on the margins of the city, and the next thing you know, all the houses are worth so much money because
Yeah.
they invest so much in their properties.
They invest so much in their property, make things more safe,
Mm-hmm.
and they keep a lot of people from moving there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good move. If you can tolerate a lot of techno and dudes walking around on Molly,
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
fucking live there.
But also offering you Molly, typically.
Yeah.
They're very generous people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived in San Francisco. So I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So I lived in a fully gay neighborhood.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, the city of San Francisco.
Yeah, but it was we were in Haight-Ashbury, like that
Whoa.
area. We were right off of Lombard Street. So
Yeah.
we were in there in like the mix of the whole thing.
Mhm.
Like I could walk to Fisherman's Wharf from my house.
Yeah.
And so my neighbors were gay, and my aunt used to she would smoke pot with these gay guys, and they would get naked and play the bongos. And they'd be like, "Oh, she's over there playing the bongos with the gay guys." It's like, okay. Like, it was so normal to me
Yeah.
that it wasn't until I moved to Florida that I even realized that people were homophobic.
Right.
And that was when I was 11. Like, I had no idea that people had a problem with gay people.
I mean, it was just normal for you as a boy to understand that your aunt had these gay friends, and
Yeah.
it wasn't made strange or they weren't othered. You know,
No, they were just normal guys who just happened to be gay.
Yeah.
And they were everywhere, too. So it's like it became normal because you just saw them everywhere. There was guys holding hands everywhere. This was San Francisco in the 1970s.
Yeah. That's like kind of what you want, right? It's
I want people
acceptance.
I want people to be themselves.
I want
Just-
liberty and freedom for all.
Yeah, that's real freedom. You want America to be this fucking land of the free, home of the brave? You know how fucking brave you have to be holding hands with a dude and walk down a major street?
Yeah.
What are the possibilities of running into homophobes? It's pretty fucking high.
For sure.
Pretty sure. Like, if you're gonna walk down any major metropolitan, like for any like 3 or 4 block stretch, the odds of you running into a homophobe is very high. Someone is
Yeah.
gonna be violently angry that you love another man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the young people now, they want to be homophobic, but I think that most like 18 to 23-year-old dudes have probably sucked a dick or had their dick sucked by a fella.
Really?
I don't know. I'd venture to guess
What do you
that
think is
they're-
happening today?
Well,
It's
hey.
a mist. They pump it in the classrooms. It's like the gay bomb they tried in Iraq. Do you know about that story?
No.
Oh my God, you don't know that?
No.
Oh my God.
What?
The United States spent millions of dollars trying to develop a gay bomb.
Wow.
And so it's based on this hormone and this chemical, and they would detonate it above a city. And apparently it'd make men so randy that they wind up fucking each other, and it would demoralize them. This was the supposed idea.
No way.
Yeah, this is how goofy our fucking government is. Not knowing anything about the Spartans, who are gay as fuck, who was like one of the greatest armies the world has ever known.
Yeah, they could
They
comfort
were
each other.
so gay.
Yeah.
Not just that, but when you fought next to someone
your
and they were
lover.
your friend,
Yeah.
that was one thing. But if it was your lover, you would protect them to the death.
That's so smart.
Yeah, man. Well, they just also, I think people were just gay then. I think people back before they realized, like, hey, you probably shouldn't fuck kids, they just fucked everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then the kids started writing down, and once my uncle fucked me, all life was downhill. And you read that, like, oh, they probably stopped fucking kids.
Yeah.
It like took forever before they figured that out. Because if you think about it, like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, you go back in time, all those guys had like young boy lovers.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
was just accepted, and it was like part of passing your philosophy forward.
Bizarre.
Because you would take an apprentice,
Yeah.
and he'd also fuck his thighs from behind, but then he would tell the world your story. Yeah, it was totally normal.
He was fucking writing everything you were saying, dictating.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
dictating.
Yeah.
But there was like that thing with like the philosophers. Some of them thought that it was low-minded to actually have sex with the children's butts, so they would just bang their thighs from behind, and that was like
Low-minded.
cool. Yeah, I think so.
They just titty fuck their thighs.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good move.
It's a real soft part of a body.
Yeah, you don't get that hurt from it. You know, it's like, I wish that didn't happen, but at least it didn't fuck my butthole.
I'm still tight as a drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me walk around uncomfortable. Like, what the fuck did he do to me?
Yeah, I don't have to use a diaper now.
You just feel weird. Like, oh, that guy just jizzed all over my thighs.
Yeah,
Like,
but-
whatever.
What are you gonna do? At least I know about geometry now.
Bro, they didn't know any better. Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy? Like, but just think about how much murder took place back then. Like, if you got to be our age back then, if you got to be, let's just say you got to be 30, how many people do you think you saw get murdered? Probably dozens.
Yeah,
You probably saw people get murdered all the time
over very small things.
over almost nothing.
Yeah.
Disrespect. I mean, look, when this country was founded, one of our presidents, I forget which one, engaged in a duel while he was president.
I think Andrew Jackson
Was it
killed a
Andrew
lot
Jackson?
of people. Yeah, that was like his whole thing.
He just like to shoot at people
Yeah.
from 10 paces.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the dumbest fucking thing to think. If you hate someone, you don't like them, why don't you guys agree to fight or something?
Right.
Why you gotta, dueling's so dumb.
With pistols that. Yeah.
Many
there we
people
go.
think Andrew Jackson fought hundreds of duels. He did have a temper. He was challenged, and he was challenged others several times, but only one duel resulted in shots fired. In 1806, where he killed Charles Dickinson.
That's good. He was a terrible shot.
How far away did he shoot people from? Those guns suck too. I
Yeah.
mean, they're shooting people with muskets.
Right, and it shot like a marble.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
shot a ball of lead,
Mm-hmm.
and not very accurate either.
And you probably didn't die every time.
No,
You could take one of those.
yeah,
You're fine.
you take one in the shoulder,
Yeah.
especially if they're not accurate.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of guys are probably crippled from them.
Oh, for sure, because it would crack your bone.
Yeah.
It would like hit the bone and bend it in half, and
And
then
then
that
they
was,
never knew how to fix bones
yeah.
back
They
then.
just have to chop it off.
And they probably didn't even know how to get the lead out.
No, that's a good point. I bet
Maybe
lead
it gets
poisoning.
Deep in there and just stays in there.
Yeah. Ugh.
Ugh.
I would. You should have the door guys duel for stage time with period type guns. You know.
Right. They just paintball guns.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that scene in that Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot, where the guy gets hit in the face with a cannonball?
Oh yeah.
Yo.
Yes.
That's
Or in
rough.
Napoleon, where that horse gets exploded with a
Oh,
cannonball.
yeah.
Like the first 3
I didn't
minutes.
see Napoleon, but I heard about that.
The first 3 minutes is all you have to see.
Really?
Because you see, well, yeah, you see a horse take a cannonball in the chest, and then the rest of it's just like him simping for someone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard they cucked him out.
It wasn't the best movie. It was pretty. It was like a lush film.
What a waste of Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, he's the
You
man.
know, that guy's so good. He scared the shit out of me in The Joker. I was like,
course.
oh my god! And then the riots happened like a year later.
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh my god!
Predictive
How much is
programming.
it responsible for this?
I don't want to sidetrack too far, but this is saying that duels back then were not exactly what we think they might have been. It
Oh yeah.
was more of a test of courage.
It says people didn't just take 10 steps and shoot as quickly as possible. Most of the time, people would stand and fire their guns in the air, purposely miss their opponent, making a duel more or less a test about courage. However, there are plenty of real-life examples where people would try to kill each other in a duel, for example, Hamilton and Burr. People involved in duels also chose seconds or people to accompany them to the duel to make sure it was legitimate. Oftentimes, the seconds found themselves acting as peacemakers in a duel, making sure if shots were fired, they weren't fired at other people. So it was a lot of playing chicken, I guess.
I think so.
And
Making them
occasionally they
flinch.
shot each other.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And they probably had.
John Wick was like that at the end, right? Didn't the guy try to get like a
No,
spoiler?
spoiler alert. John Wick pretended he shot, but he didn't. He
I
held
thought I
his
was thinking
bullet
the
to
other
take
guy.
a shot.
And the other guy wanted to get a replacement or something,
Mhm.
so John Wick wouldn't kill him.
Oh, yeah.
On the steps of Montmartre and
That's
Paris.
The last one, you know, as much as I love those guys, the last one was just so cartoony. It's so hard to take seriously.
I'm okay with it. You turn your brain
I
off
love
and
the
stare.
first one. The first one's the best one.
Mhm.
Because the first one, all the motivations are clear. Oh my God, they stole his car and killed his puppy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's do it. And then they build this world of like the
Yeah.
Continental and stuff, which was
Yeah.
cool. There was lore. I like those movies are the best.
Yeah.
You see
the first
Furiosa,
one. No. What is
Dude,
Furiosa?
the new Mad Max?
No, I haven't seen it.
Bro,
Is it
you need
great?
to treat yourself.
Really?
Did you see the most recent Mad Max before this?
Yes.
Remember how great it was, and you
Yes.
left the theater going, "Movies are the best."
Yeah.
It's that again. But they figured out how to do Warped Tour with like kites and stuff as well.
Oh,
yeah, dude, it's so
nice. Good. Okay, I'm in.
The whole movie was storyboarded too, so it looks like a graphic novel.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like the best graphic novel I've ever seen.
Oh, no
it's
kidding.
A movie.
I haven't heard anything about it.
It's so badass, dude.
Yeah, I think there's too much content today.
For sure.
It's very difficult for people to pay attention to everything.
Right. But there's very few movies that are like actually something you need to see in the theater.
Right.
And I think this is one of those things.
I heard Dune 2 is one of those.
Yeah, if you can stay awake.
Oh, really?
I took so many edibles, went to Dune 2. I didn't make it past the previews, man. I like ate all my Reese's Pieces and then was just zonked and my wife's punching me in the stomach.
No,
yeah.
That's the worst.
Yeah, dude.
Well, you get in them comfy chairs, like Sinopolis.
Yeah.
You know, like you lean back and it's got the cup holder there. You're like, you find yourself snoring.
Yeah, and you can vape in there now. You have your weed card.
Oh, really? You can vape in there?
I mean, you can't vape in there, but you can vape in there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just like smoking live rosin and trying to stay alive.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I love movie theaters.
Yeah, movie theaters are great, especially for a comedy. Because
it
really is like the thing about comedy clubs. Like last night, I went to see Kill Tony, and you know, I like watching shows now more than I ever have before because you don't get a chance to do that when you're performing a lot. You watch your friend do a set, but I sat and watched a show, you know, and I've done that a bunch lately. Watch a show, and it makes you appreciate it from an audience's perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think we get too wrapped up in I think it's good to see it the other way too. See it as an audience member, just get a different perspective on what you're doing up there too, and how it feels to be in the audience.
Yeah,
just to inform yourself.
That's valuable.
Yeah,
and also that show's perfect because you're not worried about like maybe someone's bit worming its way into your brain,
right? And
then you Robin Williams it later.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That's why Norton doesn't watch stand up.
I can't watch it either.
Really?
Yeah, because like when you riff a lot. When you're, you know, I like improvising a lot on stage. Every now and then, you'll tell someone's joke, and then it's that moment where you're like, y'all like ask my feature, like, is that someone's bit?
Right.
You know, like, because you don't want to be that guy.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, that definitely can happen.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is, it's like integrity. Like, does it happen on purpose? Does it just happen? If it just happens, maybe you should figure out why. Maybe work on something for your memory, or think about, or maybe just don't leap to. The problem is some ideas that you don't steal almost feel stolen.
You know?
Because this is the problem with creativity. Because this is the concept of the muse, right? That these ideas are just given to you by like the gods. And it kind of feels like that sometimes. Like some bits, they'll arrive in your mind with a setup and a punchline.
Sacred knowledge.
Yeah, it is. There's something going on there.
I know.
I don't know what it is. I have a bizarre theory that ideas are actually a life form.
You think that they're energy?
I don't know what the word energy means. Like the word energy means electricity, but it also means diesel engines. You know, it means a lot of things. Like where do you get energy from? You get energy from the sun. It's energy, sure, but I think it makes stuff. Everything you see on this table came from an idea.
Yeah,
it's like ideas get into our minds, and then we make cars, or we make planes, or we make computers, and then ideas. They build on each other. You have to have all these other people's ideas, and you pull those ideas together and create a new invention. I think they're a life form. I think they're a way that they force creative apes to manifest physical things.
As if there's like individual particles that might be an idea. There's like an atom that's imbued with an idea or a bit, and somehow that gets into you. I
think the muse is a real thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's the more time you spend thinking, you can kind of hear those calls. The more time you spend alone writing and thinking and working on stuff, you hear those calls. And those calls, like from the ether, from wherever the fuck it's coming from, those make their way onto your page. And then there's real work involved too, where you're analyzing it. Okay, how can I make that better? Maybe setup's too long. Maybe it's too, like, maybe I should toss it and just readdress. Like, I'll do that sometimes where I'll take a premise and just, some of them just feel clunky, you know, like you're trying to work it out, but they don't necessarily feel right. And you're getting kind of last, but then you're doing it the same way over and over and over again.
And then that like that wonder that you had when the bit is new dies, and then you're just repeating something.
Exactly.
And you can see the crowd lose interest in it.
Yeah, you're not connected to it, so why would they be?
Right.
So then sometimes with those kind of things, I will just throw it aside and rewrite the joke just on the premise. So instead of using all the setup and the punchline, I'll say, there's got to be another way to address this topic. Like, let me see. So that I think is like real work. That's real work where you're thinking and you're analyzing, But the ideas themselves, like the structure of all comedy is an idea. The structure of all comedy is like something comes to you. There's a thought where you either you see something that's preposterous, or you hear something that's ridiculous, or there's something. So there's some, and that's the framework. And then upon that, you build a bit, right? It's like that's the framing of the house.
You have the germ.
Yeah.
You have to water it. Make sure it gets enough sunlight.
Exactly.
And then see which soils it grows better in.
That's why, like, there's a type of stealing that's like it's a very insidious stealing, because they steal premises.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll do a bit about getting your oil changed or something, whatever, or maybe something more obscure, right? They'll do a bit about someone buying you fitted socks or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And then someone will I think I can write something on that.
Right.
Too.
I can do it better.
I can just kind of.
I'm not stealing the punchline.
Exactly.
So it's not stealing.
I'm just kind of twisting around this person's premise. And
yeah. Have you ever heard Tom Waits talk about the muse?
No.
So he thinks the muse is like a real thing, like you're talking about. It's like a vibe, for lack of a better term. So there's all these stories about Tom Waits sitting in front of his piano for like 10 hours a day, just screaming, being like, all right, you bitch, I'm here. I'm ready to do the work.
Wow.
I'm in front of the piano. Let's go. Give me what I need. I'm into the work right now. Just like hammering on the piano and yelling at the muse, trying to like enchant it and bring it to him, as he's like just like literally making insane discordant noise. And then out of nowhere, some chords fit together, and then he has a song. Yeah.
It's just so hard to know, right? It's so hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, but you can't write a book unless you're in front of the typewriter. You can't write a song unless you're in front of the keyboard. All these guys are like, how do you write a book? It's like, you have to be at the station where you do the work.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and be like, oh man, I'm going to write a book one day. No, sweat over the keys until you have 1,000 words or whatever you need for that day to be done. Because everyone wants to talk about like, oh, I want to write this book. And it's like, you telling me you want to write a book just set you back 6 months.
Yeah.
Because you get the same hit of adrenaline and dopamine by telling someone your idea as actually like accomplishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's very dangerous to tell people you're doing stuff when you're not actually doing it.
I've talked about it too many times, but have you ever read Pressfield's War of Art?
No, I have not.
Oh, we have a copy of it for you then.
I'd love
he sent us a box of them, because I used to give it to comics when they would, or any kind of creative person when they came on the podcast. But Pressfield wrote this book, and he talks about the muse as if it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Pressfield was kind of like a ne'er-do-well until he was like 40. Kind of like was like half-assing it until he was 40. And then somewhere along the line, he realized that it's just about being a professional and like showing up. And so he started addressing the muse as a real thing.
Yeah.
And then he wrote The Legend of Bagger Vance, and he wrote like some great screenplays and books. And, and just became like very prolific.
Well, it's like we always count on inspiration to come into our lives. But if you can kind of like create a situation where that inspiration is more easily available to you, whatever that is, it's playing your music, it's drinking coffee, like however you can like try and harness that ethereal thing that is inspiration, I think you can be a better creative. And like you said, become more professional in creating.
Yeah. There's also different ways that ideas come, right? Like one of the things that Stephen King would do, a lot of people would do this, is they would write and then they would go for a walk.
Yeah.
So while you wrote everything, and now let's go for a walk and just think about what you wrote.
Right.
And he would have a little recorder and he would talk into it.
Yeah.
I've heard a bunch of writers say they do this.
Yeah, that was a big thing for me when I wrote my book, was to write and then go on a walk and maybe smoke a little weed. And then you see it all differently, and you can come back and realize what was bullshit and like what was a complete waste of time.
Right.
And then go back in and try and address that. And then also grow the things that were like a little idea, but then you can expand upon them. And it's literally just not being in front of the computer. It's your eyes seeing real light, I think, is a big part of it. Because I have to write like at my desk in my computer. But then as soon as you get outside, you're like, oh, that's how light hits a tree at this time of day. Or like, that's actually lavender. I was talking about lilac. There's just all these little things that are, I mean, romantic for sure, but also very applicable in concrete ways to your art. Yeah.
I think it's also getting out makes your blood pump.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it's walking around. I think there's the thing about walking is it's a very low level cardio. So like your heart is pumping, you're moving your body, but it's not exertion. So you're not, because like when you're really tired, you can't, like if somebody got you on an Airdyne bike and I started asking questions, do you have a moron's brain.
Right.
You have like 10% of your brain capacity. If you had to do an IQ test, if I had to do an IQ test when I was on a Versa climber, it's probably 10. My IQ's 10. You know?
You're smart as the Versa climber.
You can't think. You're fucking tired. So you don't want to be tired when you're thinking things, but you also want to be a little bit energized. And there's something about walking that just sort of, because the heart is not beating 60 beats a minute. Now it might be beating 75 or 80 or just a little extra, just a little something. So when you're walking around, you get that flow going through you.
Yeah, swimming's good for that too.
Swimming's
nice. You get in the pool and all of a sudden everything is changed. You have a complete different perspective. And you're just in there doing your laps, or even if you're just like floating. Like when I was in Vegas, I had to swim because you can't walk around outside.
Oh, right.
So I'd just be in the pool. Yeah. I remember there was this big fat dude. And he was like, "Hey, man, you're putting in the work, man." And I was like, "Thanks, bro." And he's like, "Just keep doing it, man. This is good for you." And then he got out of the pool and he had a giant swastika tattoo on his back.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
He was my pool buddy, though. He was encouraging me.
Maybe he did time.
I think so. He was trying to survive.
They probably did that to him while they were fucking him.
It's not all. It wasn't just his thighs. He wasn't receiving platonic knowledge.
Yeah, they're not being nice to you, and they fuck you in jail.
I don't think so.
Especially when they put a swastika on your back. Maybe that helps them come. Like, look, can we make it quicker? If I can just put a swastika on your back. It's hard to come, bro. You got a big, stupid, hairy ass. Yeah. So if I could put a swastika on your back, I think I'd just nut immediately.
Give me a target, man.
Yeah. Maybe you made a deal with them. Okay.
All right, sure.
That's really what's going to help make this quicker.
He was good in the water. He was like a seal.
So happy to be in the water. You never had water in jail.
You can't get fucked in the ass in water.
True. Yeah. It's very hard, especially in deep water. Yeah. Good luck.
Like there's that.
How could it be hard?
What was that like? That boat during I think the Pacific Theater of World War II. That like they sank it and then they were in these shark-infested waters and they just kept getting picked off. Like you'd be floating with your buddy and then all of a sudden he would just disappear forever. Well, I heard on a podcast that also there was feverish homosexuality. So dudes would be like on a plank of wood and just savage each other because they and I don't remember why it was, but there was all these accounts of like dudes butt fucking raping each other on these like little planks of wood while other people were like bleeding out in the water and like their flesh is coming off from salt water and shit. Yeah, I think I heard that on the last podcast on the left.
See if you can find anything on that.
Yeah, I was already looking before he finished talking.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of butt fucking windows open over there.
Butt fucking while getting eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which one's worse?
I guess if you were in that sort of scenario, and especially for long periods of time, your mind just must be so overwhelmed with anxiety and fear and then acceptance and then sadness. You're watching people around you getting killed. Yeah. The morbid fucking the tissue floating in the water, whatever's left of your friend.
And also, like, if someone's bleeding, you get as far away from them as possible because the sharks are going to eat them.
Oh,
it's probably just your brain trying to protect yourself. So it just reverts back to like your very simian part of yourself, which is like hold someone down, overpower them, and get it out of you. Yeah.
And all the other people, they're going to die too. Yeah. Right. Yeah. We watched you fuck Harry. Why'd you do that? Harry said stop. And you kept going. Hey, why? I thought we were all going to die.
Yeah. I didn't think anyone would be able to tell this story. Sorry, bro.
1940s. Meanwhile, it made it to a podcast in 2024.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
We're not naming names.
No, we don't know any names.
I would gladly if I knew.
I would if I knew them. Yeah. I'd name their names.
Yeah, where's their plaque? This guy butt fucked a bunch of people.
How about the guy who got butt fucked? Right. Not only did he watch all his friends get eaten by sharks, he also got butt fucked.
He got a purple heart and a purple sleeve.
And he's like, don't worry about it. We're all going to be dead in an hour or two.
Take me.
And then they get rescued.
They're just tattooing swastikas on him.
And then when they get rescued, that guy, he butt fucked. Hey! What about what happened on the fucking raft, dude? Yeah. Sorry, man. I lost my mind.
So, LA Times, I think I didn't sketch the year, but here you go.
Okay. As the Indianapolis sailors struggled in the water, there was bravery and self-sacrifice, all vividly detailed by Vincent and Vladic. There was also violence, cannibalism, and even sexual attacks. In the water, the dead outnumbered the living. Men continued to expire so quickly, it became almost impossible to move around without having to shoulder through shoals of corpses. Holy fuck. And then the sharks. One moment they behaved like gentle and curious giants, moving up close to inspect the men with black, unblinking eyes. The next moment they attacked, their steel-trapped jaws snuffing out a man's life before he could draw a breath to scream. It's making you pop up. I'm not interested, you fucks. So the sexual attacks.
I guess that's all this is.
That's it? Just a mere mention?
You think the LA Times would want to get involved in the more lurid details?
Yeah.
You'd sell a subscription.
You guys need to sell some subscriptions.
Yeah.
They apparently just let a bunch of people go. I would not want to be a fucking reporter right now.
No, but there's good journalism going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it's independent.
That Whitney Webb character.
She's a character.
She's cool.
Yeah, that lady knows a lot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how she knows it all, but God, I'd be afraid if I were her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're going to disappear.
I think she lives
quick.
in another country. Doesn't she?
I think so.
Yeah, I watched her on a bunch of shows. I watched her on Patrick Bet David. I watched her on, I think she was on Jimmy Dore's show a few times. She knows a lot, man.
I think Tim's got a direct line to her.
That's a wild thing to like be focusing on, the evil like oligarchs and people in power of the world and how they've twisted everything throughout history. Like, you make yourself a real target.
The bloodlines.
Oh yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
The bloodline stuff is wild.
It is.
That's really wild.
And Tim called her when we were in Europe. I was opening for him in April over there, and he really wanted to go to St. Petersburg, Russia, to eat a meal at Gogol, which is like the best restaurant in the world, allegedly.
Oh, really?
So he called her. He called Tucker Carlson, trying to figure out how to get into Russia. He even went to the State Department, and they were like, "No." He was like, "I'll be there for 3 hours. Come on, let us eat dinner. We'll be fine. You can watch us the whole time. It'll be good.
So they might snatch him up.
I think he'd be compromised. And then I'd be the other guy.
Yeah.
They just think I was a fat prostitute.
Let it swastika.
Yeah, exactly. Tim Dillon and his cum boy arrested in St. Petersburg. Tim would be so embarrassed. I'm not his type at all.
At all. That's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
That's hilarious. Yeah, he's a wild boy. He would want to go to Russia to eat. That's so crazy.
And hey, I was all for it, dude. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, you can't go over there.
No.
We just signed a 10-year contract to supply them with weapons, to supply Ukraine with weapons for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing it's terrifying to watch, but it's also a very clear money grab.
Yeah.
There's so much money going over there, and there's so much money we continue to send, and it's just like, how is this okay with everybody? How is anybody letting this happen?
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers are really holding the bag on it too, you know.
Dave Smith had a wild suggestion.
What was that?
He was on.
He's full of those.
He is. He was doing a debate about Russia and Ukraine, and he said one of the ways to incentivize Russia to stop attacking Ukraine is if we left NATO. Whoa. Not only should we say that Ukraine's not going to join NATO, but we're going to leave NATO. And I was like, whoa, what would be the repercussions of that, though? Who fucking knows?
We would just be
Well, look at the repercussions of being a part of it. Look at the repercussions of what's going on right now, because, Dave is the best at explaining, and he'll credit Scott Horton and a lot of other people, but Dave is really good at recalling information, explaining how the whole red line with Putin was Ukraine joining NATO. They always knew that. And they kept moving NATO-based countries. They kept moving weapons closer and closer to Russia. Like, the whole thing was like they're baiting him to do this. I just get so suspicious of military activity, because I know that there's always going to be bad people in the world that you have to send good people to go fight. That's always going to be the case, right? The clearest, most pure version of that for us is always World War II.
Right.
There's the Nazis. We go over there and kill the Nazis. The whole United States, gets together, and when it's over, there's that sailor kissing that girl.
Right.
And it's like, hey, this is why people sacrifice.
Yeah.
And this is why this America is so amazing, this country. But that's not real. It's only one example. Most of the time, it's people figuring out a way to get defense contracts.
Or there's some cool resources that just so happen to be right there.
It just happens to be a lot of lithium in the area.
Yeah. It's very convenient that they need democracy right now.
Yeah, the same people that are telling you that Joe Biden's fine. Mm-hmm. That's how things get done. Like, that is whether or not Joe Biden, should be president or not president. Let's put that aside for a second.
Yeah.
Folks. Everybody knows there's something wrong, right? The people that are telling you there's not something wrong The reason why they think they can do that is they do that with everything.
Yeah.
They do that with Venezuela. They do that with Yemen. They do that with Ukraine. They do that with everything.
Mhm.
They bullshit and gaslight depending on what the narrative is.
They're very creative with what facts.
And the facts change over time, and they're not really, sometimes they don't even know. Like one of the more interesting exchanges about the Ukraine war was with, of all people, Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
So Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. So someone sends her a message from the New York Times. What evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? And she said, your own fucking newspaper. And she sends them all these articles that were written previous to 2017 about rampant corruption in Ukraine, about Ukraine is like one of the most corrupt countries.
Before the narrative changed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
before the narrative changed.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden everyone has a Ukraine flag.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, Ukraine should not have been invaded. Yeah, it's all fucked up. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, they don't even know what the real number is, are probably dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, horrible. But also, that was a corrupt country. Like, just because horrible things are done to them, it's not justifying those horrible things.
Yeah.
But you can't pretend that Ukraine has always been this amazing country just because now we're supposed to support them. Right. Russia did a horrible thing. You got to tell the fucking truth. That's what being a journalist is. We're not babies, but they treat us like babies.
Oh my God, they coddle us so much.
Oh, it's so. Well, the whole thing during the pandemic, you can't tell people about other things or about adverse reactions to vaccines because then it causes vaccine hesitancy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean an informed opinion?
Right.
Are you fucking trying to stop informed opinions? And a lot of them from like professors at Stanford and Harvard. This is bananas.
Right. And then there's like, it's condescending.
Exactly.
You're talking down to these people that you're trying to get onto your side.
Exactly.
And a lot of them, if they're smart, will be like, come on, I'm not a baby.
Yeah, it's a fucking annoying. And the people that are doing it right now about Biden, they're telling you how you should vote, even though you know he's impaired. You definitely shouldn't vote for Trump. Like, don't tell people that, you fucking idiot, because it's going to make more people angry and want to vote for Trump.
It's indefensible.
You are not going to convince anyone walking down the west side of New York City, talking into your phone about what a threat Trump is to democracy.
Yeah.
You aren't changing anybody's fucking vote. You're just being a condescending, scolding, liberal cunt,
Dude.
which is what drives everyone crazy.
Scolding for verbiage is like the worst thing that the liberal side does.
But the fucking conservatives used to do it too. It's a human characteristic, and this is what's important. Everybody wants to get on this. The liberals are bad. The conservatives are bad. It's bullshit. It's all just a human behavior pattern. We always want to tell people that they should behave and think and accept the truths that we have accepted. You have to behave like us. And if you don't, you're the enemy.
Right.
And it's not really that these people have these opinions oftentimes. It's that they have subscribed to a predetermined set of opinions.
There's a narrative.
In order to be in this group.
There's a party line.
If you tell me how you feel about the Second Amendment, I can tell you how you feel about abortion.
Yeah.
Almost 80% of the time.
Right.
Which is wild.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. Because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
two very complicated issues.
Right.
If you tell me how you feel about immigration, if you tell me how you feel about weapons, military spending, I can probably tell how you feel about God.
Yeah.
I could probably tell you what your religious leanings are. It's just bizarre. And it's just because the reality of life is too open-ended and complex and fascinating and bizarre and majestic and immense.
And boundless.
Boundless.
Yeah.
Immense. And more immense than we even thought it was. Now they're looking into the James Webb Telescope. They're finding galaxies that are so big, so long ago that they couldn't have existed possibly in a short amount of time, which they were from the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
So that now they're starting to think that the universe is like maybe 10 billion years older than they thought it was.
Which is good.
Yeah, but it's like, what does that even mean? It's too much.
There's like division is really important to people in power because they keep us fighting each other instead of against the presidency or the government. So back in the day, it was like racism, and there's still racism in this country, but like we're moving further, And then it was like class conflict, but now it's like everyone's poor. you know?
Yes.
So now it's like straight up Republicans versus Democrats. You have to go to war with your neighbor over that thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, they're all the same. They work for the same corporations, the same oligarchs
Exactly.
are paying them off.
Exactly.
I mean, if voting worked, they wouldn't let us vote.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not going to change anything.
Yeah. It works kind of.
Kind of, but I mean,
Kind of
it's
works.
still a big experiment. And democracy is flawed, but it's still the best thing that we have, you know?
It's the best thing going, but the problem is we made a fatal flaw when we allowed them to use money.
Oh, yeah.
That's the fatal flaw. The fatal flaw is letting politics and the money and lobbyists and special interest groups and corporations donate to political candidates. As soon as we did that, that should be illegal. We should think of it as a bribe.
Yeah. It is a bribe.
It is a bribe.
100% a bribe.
Especially in this day and age, everything should be supported 100% by the people, for the people. That's only how it should be. And if we find out that corporations are involved, or the corporations are even suggesting that people should be involved, we should fine them. It should be illegal. They should be put. The people that want to do it should be put in jail. You're trying to affect the election.
Yeah.
It's really election interference. It should be illegal.
Yeah.
Instead, it's par for the course.
Right.
So
it's just another
corruption.
tactic.
Yeah. Corruption is a tactic.
Well, it's funny because I used to live in an anarchist commune in upstate New York. Yeah, when I was from 18 to 22.
How did you get involved in that?
My best friend from high school moved to Ithaca to go to college, and we were together. So I was college sucked, you know. So I went to school in Denver, and then I went out there to stay with him, and we wrote 12 songs over 2 weeks. And then I was like, well, I'm not going to stay in school. I'm going to move up here. So we got this place. We shared a closet in an anarchist commune called Goblin House.
Goblin House.
And when we moved in, this dude named Bob Wolf Young 2, he had number 2 in his last name.
What?
Yeah, he changed his name. His name was Bob Wolf was his first name, and then Young, Jung 2.
Oh,
great
wow.
guy. But I remember when he showed us the room, he was like, "This is where you will sleep." And I just wanted to know, are you guys up to group sex? We're no, dude, we just want to have the practice space. We had this it was an abattoir. It was an old slaughterhouse. So we were living with these people that were they would sign their rent checks in blood, you know. We were dumpstering everything. I learned to kill chickens and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. But on the commune, those people have almost the exact same tenets and ideals as your preppers, your doomsday guys who want to build a compound and protect themselves against the government. They're back to back. If they would just turn around, the far left and the far right, they'd realize that they're fighting for the same thing.
Yes.
You know?
They share so many similar behavior patterns.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's the opinion, it's we were talking about jokes. The jokes are a scaffolding. The ideas of scaffolding and the jokes you create around them. You create the punchlines and the taglines around the idea.
Yeah.
That's what these guys are doing. It's the same thing. They have human behavior patterns, and then they attach to it equity and inclusion, and all these different thoughts about Christian nationalism and protect our borders and God save Trump. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
it's really the same thing. What it is just you've attached natural human behavior patterns to an ideology, and you don't think it's not, because this is the thing about cults. Nobody in a cult thinks they're in a cult.
No.
They're this is the way to live. This is the way to live.
Yeah, they're seeing through the veil in that cult. They're the only ones who are living a justified life.
Did I tell you the cult story about the place that I initially bought before we bought the Ritz?
I think I heard trickles of this story, but not directly from you.
Adam Egget is the one who saved me. This is what happened. So Ron White fucked me. So Ron White, we had just gotten here and we realized, I was we need a place. We cannot be out here just doing a bunch of random clubs. The thing about the Comedy Store that I recognized very early on is its home base. And comics need a home base. And the way everybody was developing, one of the things that helped us is if I'm on the road, I don't get to see Bill Burr's hour.
No.
I'm on the road. He's on the road somewhere else.
Right.
I don't get to see Dave Chappelle. But when we're in town together, then we could all see each other's sets.
Right.
So we would all and then hang together and talk. And so I was all right, we need a spot. And so Ron goes, you should buy that place the cult owned. I fucking performed there. I killed. It was beautiful. It's a beautiful theater. I think it's for sale. I was wow, a theater that a cult owned, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
And then Adam calls me up after I already signed paperwork and everything.
Oh, no.
Adam calls, hey, man, did you watch the documentary on that cult? I'm they have a documentary.
That's not good.
No, it's bad. The documentary is called Holy Hell. And the guy who was the cult member, the cult leader, was a gay porn star who was also a hypnotist.
Oh, those are two of the worst things you can be.
I mean, like, this fucking guy, he changed his name multiple times. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He was actually an extra in Rosemary's Baby. All right. He was like in one of the scenes in the end of Rosemary's Baby. So he's an actor and so did gay porn. And then he teaches yoga class. Gets about because he's a beautiful man. Like he's like a 6-pack and sculpted face.
You gotta be hot to run a cult.
He was hot as hell.
Yeah.
And just had this cult going for a long time in West Hollywood, but then Waco popped off.
Uh-huh.
So then the Cult Awareness Network had been getting, like, parents would be saying, "Where the fuck is my kid?" And they would be in this cult, and so like people were starting to like investigate him.
Yeah.
So to throw people off the track, this fucking guy moves to Austin, changes his name again, and then has his followers build him this beautiful theater where he could dance in front of them. Just for dancing.
And hypnotism.
And that's the place
Can you hear me?
So it all falls apart. It all falls apart years later when one guy sends out a mass email saying, "Hey, this guy's been hypnotizing me and butt fucking me for the past 10 years." And then everybody starts comparing notes and they're like, "Oh my God, he's fucking me too." And like this guy was just paying. You have to pay him.
So butt fuck you?
Oh yeah.
For the privilege?
For the privilege.
Yeah.
So you would come to him for therapy. You would have to give him $50, and then he would give you his therapy, and then he'd fuck you.
I mean, maybe he knows some stuff we don't know. Maybe he was helping people.
I don't think so.
No,
I think people are just.
I'm an optimist.
I think human beings have a thing in us that makes us want to believe nonsense.
Yeah, when we're looking for some kind of solution to the chaos that we're surrounded by.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that could manifest itself in you being a diehard Democrat that don't think there's anything wrong with Joe Biden. And Joe Biden, his age is his strength.
He's sundowning up there.
Yeah. His fucking wife was on TV talking about his performance, and she was saying that he's sharp as a tack.
No.
Oh, you shouldn't see, have you seen it? Have you seen Joe Biden get interviewed?
Yeah.
She was with him, right?
Yeah.
And he's just standing behind her like a wax figure.
But you did so good, Joe.
Yeah.
You answered every question. He's like,
did I?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did. I'm the best. Poor guy. Yeah. He's like me if I was on a Versa climber. Yeah. That's where he's at right now.
That's him leading the country.
What? Yeah, it's obliterated. But believing that guy's okay is the same thing as believing that this gay porn star who's a hypnotist is really like, you know what's really wild about the documentary? He had this thing that he would do to them called the knowing. And you had to earn it somehow. You had to you had to be on the right path for long enough. And he would give you this thing where it was a ritual. And during the ritual, he would put his hands on you. And to this day, the people that had it, even the people that complained about him, were in the documentary talking about this guy's just evil and manipulative. They said that in that moment they felt God. Wow. That when his hands were upon him. His hand. I mean, he's really intense. These intense burning eyes, and puts his hands on them. They're on their knees, and they're like, "Ah." So it's like there was an endogenous release of psychedelic chemicals that was through this moment, this ritual thing, the power of suggestion and whatever the vibe that the two of them have. Clearly, hypnosis as well.
Yeah.
He locks on to this person, and these people are like just writhing in orgasms and in just ecstasy, just like and to this day they're all taught, even though they're saying these bullshit, they're like, that moment when that happened to me, it changed me forever.
Wow. So you could somehow make them release the DMT or the oxytocin that's in their brains, and they were flooded.
Yep, all that and more. Probably, I mean, we're isolating specific things like, dopamine, serotonin, DMT. There's all these different things that people are. But I have a feeling the real cocktail, what's really up, is everything all together.
Yeah,
that's probably the real, whatever it is that you have when you have near-death experiences. They're all the most potent psychedelic chemicals known to man that your brain makes.
Just a Long Island iced tea of brain chemicals.
Boom.
Your brain's afloat in it.
Yeah, it's a fucking 4th of July fireworks display inside of there.
Yeah.
And it just pops off. And this guy knew how to get people to experience it just from this thing. See if you can find video of him doing that.
I envy those people.
I do a little
To
too.
feel something that transcendent on
like,
Earth.
If you could just like believe it enough that this guy can just do that to you.
I don't believe in anything. I believe in like me and my friends and my family and like the community that I can build. But like it's really hard to have any faith in anything bigger than myself.
Well, you have to have an open mind, right? But you also can't.
I think I do.
You can't really believe anything there's no evidence for. Like a lot of my ideas about how the universe works and how everything works and karma and life and energy is just an idea.
Do you believe in karma?
I don't know what it means. So I don't think that necessarily, like if you do something will happen to you.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you do something evil, you're aware that you do something evil, and I think your existence is poisoned because of that. And I think you will forever run into bad situations because you will be filled with bad thoughts and bad energy, and
you take on like a psychic cancer.
Yeah.
That attracts other.
Yes, I think that's real. I
don't
there's
think
something.
altruism's real at all.
I think there's some real altruism, and it's usually between people that know each other.
Yeah, but okay,
Kindness and generosity.
But is that altruism, or is that just doing the right thing for your community?
Well, it's. I always say that being generous is selfish.
It is, because it makes you feel good.
Yeah, it makes you feel good.
It elevates you.
But it also is really a good thing to do because it makes other people feel really good.
If there's no altruism, it's okay if you're still doing the right thing. If you get off on it, you still benefited someone else.
You do, but why should you not benefit while they're benefiting too? As long as you're not being selfish and narcissistic about it, why don't you just do it? Yeah, of course it feels good to make people feel good, but it also makes them feel good, so you should do it. You should not make them feel good because you're worried it's going to make you feel good, and that's selfish.
Yeah.
That seems silly.
We have to share what you have based on how much you have. Because like when I was poor, it was like my best friends would have like half a joint. And they would smoke that half a joint with me.
Yeah.
And now that I have like more resources compared to some of my friends, I'm always buying meals and like, that kind of thing. And they're like, hey man, you don't have to do this. And it's like, well, you rode with me when we had $8 to rub together.
Yeah.
And now I have more than $8. So like, I'm glad to be able to do this for you.
Yeah. The difference between like being able to pay for a meal easy and not thinking about it where you're wondering how much things cost, adding it all up in your head. That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The alleviation of that is the most important thing. Like Brian Callen said that to me once. He said that real wealth is like when you go to a restaurant and you don't worry about what anything costs.
100%.
Once you get past that, he goes, it's all bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I think he's right.
That is profound. Yeah.
Because like, no matter where you live, your house just feels like your house. Mm-hmm. If you have to spend $10 million for a house, or if you just have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment that's quiet and not dangerous, it's just house. It's home.
I have a hard time feeling at home anywhere.
Because the road?
Man. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the road since I was with the band first, and then stand up real hard, and now like the last 6 months of last year, my wife and I didn't have an address. We were just like living on the road, and it was romantic. Oh, wow. But it was so daunting, dude. I remember my sister was like, what do you want to do for New Year's? And I was like, what if we just got like an Airbnb and like cooked dinner and hung out? And she's like, oh, so your idea of a party is like living in a home? You need to fucking move somewhere, man. So we like tried it. We did 2 months abroad last year doing shows and shit. And she came with me and it was great. But now we like bought a house in Detroit and I'm really happy about it. But I don't ever know if I'll like really feel comfortable when I'm not in motion.
That's interesting.
And it's like, it's good. All my dreams are coming true, but then you have to realize like who you are isn't going to be fixed by everything you wanted happening.
Right.
You still have to like figure out what's the root cause of you. It's Wednesday and you're like, I've been home for 2 days. God, I can't wait to get to fucking Batavia.
But isn't it because you love what you do you're good at what you do?
I really love what I do.
Yeah.
I'm super grateful to be a comic.
There's that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like, the way to do that is like, you kind of got to do the road.
I think so.
You got to do the road.
And like for a long time, it was like I couldn't get booked in these rooms. But now I can. Just like Mitch Hedberg said, like he wouldn't say no to gigs because he remembers 5 years previous when he couldn't get those gigs. And that's me right now. It's like I worked like fucking 49 weekends last year or something.
Wow.
And some of those, like a lot of those were like different continents and shit.
Wow. But I love it.
I'm not complaining. I'm just like, this is a new thing with the buying of the home and the moving to the home of me being like, what does being at peace look like for me?
Right.
Because I'm used to existing in chaos. I'm used to being constantly going forward. And
you enjoy it.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I
Nothing
know.
wrong with that. So the thing is, like, people will tell you because of a narrative, like from a movie or a book, that you're supposed to settle down somewhere.
Yeah.
Says who?
I don't know.
Listen, there's a reason why there's flights and hotels. Because people like to travel places,
Right.
And stay, and they don't have a house there.
Yeah.
So they go to the fucking hotel.
Yeah.
It's simple. Like, it's there set up for you, and if you take advantage of it, it's fun. That's
awesome.
what you enjoy. Some people don't enjoy it at all. Some people like to. The real problem with the travel all the time is your health, because it fucks up your sleeping, it fucks up your eating schedule, it fucks up a lot of stuff.
And then there's a sense of loneliness and desolation on the road that you try to fill in with booze or drugs,
unless you travel with friends.
And I do now. I got to bring
Yeah.
my own feature,
That's
and it's
the
the best. And he hasn't drank for 8 years. I've pumped the brakes on boozing. You know, I'm like drinking with purpose now when I do drink, not just like 15
That's
Miller
what I
Lights
do.
every night.
I drink with purpose.
Yeah, it's like
My purpose is to get fucked up.
Well, I know, but and that's a valuable purpose. But when you're just doing the Friday early show and you've already had 7 beers, and then you wake up Saturday and you're like hungover, and you're like, oh, I guess I have to have 12 more beers tonight to get normal. And you're not even getting drunk. You're drinking Miller Lite, and you're just confused and bloated.
Right.
That's all you get out of it.
But you lost a lot of weight.
I did, yeah. Now I'm like 50 pounds this year.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
That's fucking huge.
I have to.
And did you
I love
just do
being
that
alive.
by hitting the break? Yes, please stay alive.
I love being alive.
We need more funny people.
Thanks, man.
Are you just hitting the brakes on booze? That's all you had to do?
Hitting the brakes on booze. Well, that's 1,500 calories in pure sugar that I'm not taking in every 4 days out of the week. So that's great, And then also eating better, and then moving around. I spend a lot of time outside. And now that we're like actually going to be in a home, like the weight set's going back in. Like there's a pool in the neighborhood, like because for so long it was like I had nothing, and I was just like so desperate for some like, okay, I'm sleeping on this guy's floor tonight in Springfield, Missouri. I would go on stage and be like, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I didn't want to spend the $40 on a hotel, dude.
Wow. So you'd be telling people, can I stay at your house?
I wouldn't even ask. I would just say on stage, like, you look rich. Can I stay in the boathouse? And they'd be like, all right, get in here, you crazy kid.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And that's how I survived on the road for like ever.
Wow. So how many times do you think you did that?
Countless. That was my move. That was straight up my move.
And you stayed in people's houses.
Yeah, because I learned it from like punk rock. Like we would play only all ages shows. So you would either stay in the venue, you'd stay in the squat, or someone would bring you home and like you'd hear them have a conversation with their girlfriend in the next room, and then she'd be like loud, and he'd be, you guys got to be out by 6 a.m. But we had a roof over our head.
Wow.
And then you had the next day. And that sense of purpose that you have on the road is so pure. You have a destination that night. You have a thing you need to accomplish.
Right.
And like, luckily, I read like, because I came from like I had really admired like SST records, like early 80s, like hardcore. Like that's where I came from. And I remember reading, I think it was Henry Rollins' book, Get in the Van, where the first trip he did with Black Flag, they practiced for like 2 months in LA, and they got real good when he joined the band. And then their first tour date was in Oklahoma, and like 12 kids came, and he was like, fuck this, why are we working so hard, this sucks. And then the bass player, Chuck Bukowski, was like, no, it's not their fault that no one else showed up. We're going to give them Black Flag. They came to see Black Flag, we're giving them Black Flag. And that defined my experience doing stand-up, where it's like, yeah, I would go do the show, there'd be 20 people there, but the next time I go to Omaha, there's going to be 40 people there, because I fucking left it all on the field.
Right.
I was crushing just so I could survive. You know? It was a survival mechanism.
Right.
And I think that really helped me in my career, because I like had so much at stake every show.
Yeah, isn't it an interesting thing? Like if you go to a show and there's only 100 people and it's a 300-seat venue, you're upset that only 100 people. But that's 100 people that paid money that came out to see you.
Yeah.
Treat them.
Yeah.
Treat them like
Give
you're
them the
so
show.
happy they're there.
Yeah.
Appreciate them. Like don't. God, we're so caught up in keeping up with the Joneses. It's so dumb. It's like that's another like dumb human resource-based instinct.
Comparison.
Yeah. Oh, it's the worst.
Happiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great quote.
Yeah.
I think that's Thoreau. I think it's Thoreau.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Probably. He's always saying cool stuff.
He said a lot of cool shit out in that pond.
But it's like you can't compare yourself to your friends.
No.
Like if I compared myself to Shane, I would be like crestfallen.
Right.
What I am is happy for Shane. and his rise is so good for comedy in general. And he's been so generous, you know. He put my special on his channel. Like, he doesn't have to do any of these things.
Right.
And I told Shane that he's inherently punk rock, and he rolled his eyes, you know, because he's from the middle of Pennsylvania, and punk rock's for homos or whatever, you know. But I was like,
punk rock's is that guy with the queer tattoo.
Exactly, yeah. That guy's punk rock, but so is Shane's ethos. He brought his friends with him. He built this stuff. He did everything independently.
Is this Twain?
Nice.
No way, really?
I wonder who he stole it from.
Interesting.
Okay.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah, thief's a better word.
The death of joy. Roosevelt said thief of joy. But who was first?
I don't know.
Who was before? When was Roosevelt?
Roosevelt was post
Twain. Yeah. So you probably heard it from Twain and snatched it a la Joe Biden.
Have you ever heard what Twain did for Ulysses S. Grant?
No.
So, like, Grant's the president, but everyone thinks he's this, like, insane booze bag because he got busted being drunk one time on watch. So he becomes president, leaves the Union Army, but then the money wears out. So he's, like, on a train, Ulysses S. Grant, and and his brother, like, spent all of his money. His son was a total fuck up. Like, he has no cash. And this guy's like, hey, would you write your memoir and I'll publish it for my publishing company? And I'll give you, like, $1,000. Ulysses S. Grant's like, for sure. That's awesome. And then Twain hears this and he's like, don't sign that deal. I'll publish your book myself and you'll make so much more money. Like, and Ulysses S. Grant was like, but I made a promise to a man and I'm a man and I must honor my word. And Twain's like, okay, pump the brakes on that, Ulysses. So he publishes Ulysses S. Grant's book and it becomes a national bestseller and changed his life and gave him all this money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they would have sold him down the river.
They would have given him $1,000 to have a best-selling novel.
Wow.
You know, or not novel, memoir.
That's right. I had heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Twain was, I think he was the first comic.
I agree.
Yeah. Right?
I think so.
He would read funny things in front of people and they would laugh.
And he had to because he didn't have any money.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when Jeremy Piven hits the road. You know?
So when Twain did that, he didn't have money back then? Like,
I think publishing deal, he was the first, like, dude who harnessed the reins of his own production and, like, writing. I think Dickens did that to a certain degree too, but he owned the publishing and he would, like, sell it himself. But then he hit the road. I can't remember why, but I think it was a cash grab. And he did these public speaking engagements where he would do bits and stuff.
No kidding.
I think so.
Oh.
I could be conflating him and someone else, but I think that's
that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. You'd like, oh, how can I make some money here?
Mm-hmm.
Do tours.
Yeah.
Like, you're seeing a lot of podcasters do that now.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Like, Tucker Carlson does that now. He does, like, arenas.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson, of course.
Yeah.
These people, they do these tours where they just like, oh, look, got to make hay while the sun's shining.
I get it. You got to cash in a momentum when you have it.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing to accrue.
I get it too, especially if you don't have jokes.
Oh, dude.
Like, if we're just used to doing stuff in front of audiences. These guys, they look at that as like some frontier that they have to.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, we have fucking tents out there. We've been living out here for 100 years.
Oh yeah, we're Bedouins, man. You want some fucking camel milk?
Yeah. Sam Talent can't even feel comfortable in his own house.
Yeah, because I'm just so used to being like, what are we doing today? What's our purpose?
The people that haven't experienced that before, like Jordan, like he was telling me how much it wears on you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it wears on you. It wears on you when you fly. Like I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning. Mm-hmm. It wears on you. Yeah. That day you're like wrecked for no reason.
You know, and also I have a hard time like spending the money to move up front.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right?
Like I spent $600 once to fly back from Australia in first class, and it was an insane deal. And my wife was like, "Do it, dude." And then the whole time I was sitting up there, I was just pissed at myself for being such a bourgeois pig who needed to be comfortable.
Yeah. That's going to be a problem as you become more successful.
I know.
That'll be an issue.
I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's one thing that definitely happens is people develop this sort of crisis, you know, the imposter syndrome sort of thing. That happens when you become famous and when you become successful.
Well, I don't have imposter syndrome. I know I'm good at the job.
Yeah,
what I have is like turning
that.
your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like eating out of dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to get over.
Right. I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. I know a lot of people that get the imposter syndrome thing too, because when success comes at a very high level, it becomes baffling. Like you're hanging out with famous people. It doesn't make sense. It feels weird.
It's so weird to be in this room. You know what I mean? It's so strange to me, dude. Like I'm really grateful to be here, but it is just like also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, this room's been around, well, not this one, but one of them been around for 15 years, which is, that's crazy too. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, perspective is such a warping experience.
Yeah, it really is.
How far you've come.
As you get more successful, you're going to get weird with money. It's going to feel weird to you.
It's not what you make, it's what you save.
Yeah, but it's like, what do you do with it? Like, I think of money as fun coupons.
Sure.
That's how I think of it. Like, how much fun can I have with this?
I think of it as safety. It can be taken away at any moment.
That's up to a point. Once you pass a certain bank account number, then it becomes fun coupons.
I remember when I had my first comma in my bank account. I called my dad.
Nice. Yeah. Got a comma, dad.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, commas are nice. But it's like, the thing is, you're still going to be you. Yeah. You don't have to sleep in the back of the bus, and you don't have to you don't have to do anything stupid to just prove that you used to be poor.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but it's also like, you have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them if you're not going to spend them? You should be spending them.
Oh, I mean, I'm burning them down.
Did you get a nice car?
No, I have a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of, cool jewelry.
You got a nice watch.
My wife got this for me. It's $400.
It's a beautiful watch.
It's a great watch.
What kind of watch is that?
It's a Bulova.
Oh, it's pretty.
But I do spend money on dining. And I do spend money on, if my sister-in-law, wants something nice for our niece, I'm like, well, here's 3 different models of that nice thing we want.
Oh, that's cool.
Like how I shower people with
that's great
love and affection.
No, that's definitely cool.
So I did spend
you should get a nice car.
$50,000 on dining.
If you didn't feel like a bourgeois pig driving a car, what kind of car would you drive?
I would like a very safe car. You know what I want, dude? Is I want a Ford Astro van, or I want one of those Benzes, those passenger vans that they have.
Oh yeah,
skateboard teams right around it. That's what I want.
You could have that and put a podcast studio in the back.
Oh, I could.
We were going to do that.
Yeah,
we had talked about that in LA. Remember, Jamie? Yeah, we talked about taking one of the 95.
Yeah,
right, look at that. Look at that.
Yes.
Plus, you can take naps in there too. Like if you have to park somewhere, if you could be somewhere for a little bit and you have some time, take a little nap in the back.
I wish I could nap. No,
really?
I have a really hard time napping.
Really?
Yeah, it's like I can't turn my brain off in the middle of the day.
Wow.
Yeah, it sucks.
That sucks.
It's really bad for radio. Exactly that.
Oh, so once you're up for the whole day?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. And then there's just an amount of coffee
have you
have
tried
to
jerking
keep up.
off?
I've dabbled. Yeah.
That's usually the best.
Turns out it's
That's
pretty
like
cool.
A sleep button.
It is pretty cool. But I do like to conserve that essence for my wife.
I hear you.
Like
so you just save all your loads?
I save every load, man.
Okay.
I come home and I batter my beautiful wife.
That's honorable.
Yeah.
Nothing else? You try melatonin or anything else? Sleep mask? Anything?
It's just like laying in a bed in the middle of the day.
You just can't shut your brain off.
Can't do it, dude.
Yeah. Well, fuck radio, I guess.
No, I know.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only solution. The only solution is fuck radio.
I mean, I had to get medical with my managers. I was like, I really can't do radio because I can't go back to bed. And then people will come out for 2 shows and they'll get a worse version of the show.
Right. Yeah, it's a big difference too, man. When you're really tired and you're looking at that 10 o'clock show, you're like, fuck. You already did the 7 o'clock show. Mm-hmm. You're taking a break.
You did the merch line.
And you're sitting down and you're fucking really tired. Like you're literally yawning.
Yeah.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chuckle Hut.
Right. Who's ready to laugh?
Yeah. Come on, you can do better than that.
Right.
Who's ready to laugh?
And due to the different groups of the Venn diagrams that create the people who come to see me are Stanhope, Shane, Kill Tony, you.
Right.
So these people have very high expectations
right.
of comedy.
Right.
So I always feel like I really got to do a good job.
That's the best way to feel always, forever.
For sure.
Keep that forever. I get nervous for every show. Every show I do, even now.
Me too.
Yeah.
I thought it would get easier once they were coming to see you.
Nope.
No.
Worse, harder.
Expectation.
Yeah,
now.
harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep that. That's forever.
Yeah, I hope so.
I keep that forever. That's the same thing with a lot of stuff. When you care about something, you should be nervous. You should feel a little giddy about it, a little excited. Not without confidence. I have confidence. I do stand up every night. I have plenty of confidence. But the feeling should be this is a real thing. It's about to go down. This is a melding of the minds with me and all these people in this crowd. And this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
I got to get in that mindset. I got to feel it. I got to, how much time do I have? 15 minutes.
Right. Do primate posture.
Yeah. I do some deep breathing exercises. I stretch out. I drink some water, maybe have an espresso.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I literally got this tattoo to remind myself that it's fun. It says, this is fun.
Oh,
that's
wow.
my miking hand.
Oh.
So I'd see my wrist, and it reminds me while I'm on stage.
That's great.
This is fun.
That's great. That should be a thing that everybody in your group does. You should make it like a brand, like a Nazi swastika on the back.
so we can all come quick.
Yeah, this is fun. Why are you jerking off the same hand too, right? That's fun too.
My podcast, Chubby Behemoth, we all got matching tattoos for like a Patreon goal.
What'd you guys get?
Just like this like Ninja Turtle like on our thighs. This guy Baco, that's like the avenging Ninja Turtle that we ripped. Yeah, so like now we are all marked forever.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's fun, dude.
There's no such thing as forever.
I have a Go Bananas tattoo with all the Go Bananas boys right here on my wrist.
Oh, Go Bananas, the comedy club?
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of those Go Bananas. I think there's one in New Jersey, too.
There's Bananas in New Jersey.
Oh,
Go Bananas
right.
is completely independently
yeah,
owned.
they came up with that idea on their own.
Yeah.
We didn't even know about bananas when we opened up Go Bananas.
Yeah, no way.
What are you talking about? Oh, that's funny. I thought they were all the same company.
No, I don't think so.
So you have a Go Bananas tattoo?
Yeah, right there.
Just a banana?
Just the banana in the Banana Boys.
I wonder if anybody's got a mothership tattoo yet.
Probably.
The logo, the alien head?
Dude, people get tattoos of you.
Ew.
People get tattoos of my book.
Ew.
They'll get like running the light shit on their body. And I'm
boy.
like, what were you going through when this happened?
Hopefully good.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're in a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like hundreds of tattoos on my face out there. It's very strange.
And they're not the most glamorous version of your face either.
I don't think I have a glamorous version.
Well, it's usually the one where you're like,
yeah, it's usually some crazy face from yelling about something.
Looks like you're coming fire.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I got capsaicin. How do you say that? The hot sauce on my dick. How do you say it?
A capsaicin.
Capsaicin.
Yeah.
That's one of them words that I never say that I just read.
Mm-hmm.
Capsaicin.
Yeah.
You know? Like generally that's a read word.
Yeah.
Like there's certain words you're like, how do I say this one? I know what it is, but how do I say that?
I'm always using pretentious words that I read and then I mispronounce them. So you look pretentious and stupid at the same time.
The real problem is we talk to a person who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about and you're throwing those words around.
Uh-huh.
That's humbling.
Some of my biggest L's have been in that exact situation.
Yeah. Well, you know, pretentiousness is kind of gross.
I was emailing this lady, Emma Klein, who's an author I admire, and I like spelled her last name wrong throughout the email.
Oh no!
I know. I told her I read all 3 of her books.
Oh no!
It's on the cover.
Oh no!
Yeah.
How does she spell it?
Cline.
Oh.
Yeah, and I thought it was Klein. Very stupid. I told the people at Random House that I just got a book deal with Random House, and she's on the same roster.
You should send her a letter again.
I should.
About how stupid you feel.
Very sorry.
I talked about it on a podcast.
Yes. Now can we be friends? She didn't answer the email.
Your memory's fucked because you've been sleeping on people's floors in random houses for
eating
for
quinoa. Yeah. I remember when quinoa happened. That was big.
Yeah, everybody thought they were going to get healthy with some bizarre new grain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one's got a lot of protein.
Oh, it's so good for you. It's better than buckwheat.
It just tastes like shit.
It's the worst.
It tastes like nothing.
And like we wouldn't make any money at these shows, but they would have a big quinoa dinner. One time, bro, we had to have a talk back in Lansing, Michigan at this like hardcore anarchist home. And after the show, they were like, would you guys mind doing a talk back about your political ideals? And the singer, of course, was like, hell yeah. So they're like, how do you guys align politically? And the singer's like, I'm into Bakunin. And then the bass player was like, I think Emma Goldman told the truth. And then they were like, what about you? And I was like, I'm selling CDs and T-shirts. Because these ideals aren't going to keep the van going. So have fun in here. But please come buy one of these hand-screened T-shirts that I made. Yeah, it's just very funny when like your ideals actually hit reality.
Well, those fringe communities, like an anarchist community like that I'm always fascinated by people that like, whether they're furries or whatever it is, like these bizarre fringe communities that have their own sort of language, way of looking at things and things they all accept that most people don't.
What Kool-Aid they've all drank collectively. Juggalos are the best one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Juggalos are like wild people, but they will give you the shirt off their back because they're all about family. Because like for the most part, they're like from poor places. They might be gross, traditionally. But man, Juggalos will take you in. They're the best. Yeah. Shout out to the Juggalo Nation, man. They're cool.
Did you do a lot of Juggalo shows?
I mean, I grew up in Eastern Colorado, so I had a lot of Juggalo friends.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But then whenever I see Juggalos at shows now, they're always like first in line at the merch. They'll buy everything you have at the table. They're awesome.
What an amazing sort of movement the Insane Clown Posse out of all people, out of all groups of people created.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts.
I think it proves there's no God. That's pure chaos. No way that came from a plan.
Or maybe it does prove there's a God. Because God enjoys all kinds of different humans interacting in all sorts of bizarre ways.
He enjoys chicken hunting.
Yeah, he enjoys everything.
I think Big J's doing The Gathering this year.
Is he?
I would fly in for that show, dude.
Big J's gonna do that. Well, Big J's perfect for that.
I
He's
know.
so good at riffing.
Yeah.
So this is the Insane Clown Posse Juggalo Gathering.
Yeah.
Just a fucking gathering of misfits.
They're having fun. They're sharing what they have.
Bunch of people with IQs like someone on a VersaClimber, dancing around, banging into each other.
I've met some like worldly juggalos, man.
Really?
I met this guy who was a professor at Duke for a while, and then he like tapped out, and his midlife crisis was becoming a juggalo.
Whoa!
He's like, there's just a purity to what they do, and I was enchanted.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to look at it from a human psychological perspective, there is a purity to it because there's no pretension involved at all in being a juggalo.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loathe pretension.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm guilty of it a lot. Because I like read books and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And you want people to know you read books.
Well, yeah, but you can't talk about books with people.
You can with some people.
Yeah, but like they'll be like, I love sci-fi and fantasy, and I'm like, well, that's lower fiction. You want to talk about Sherwood Anderson? Let's have a conversation.
Some sci-fi and fantasy is lower fiction, but there's some really good shit.
I know.
Neil Blomkamp. How do you say his last name? I always fuck his name. Blomkamp. I always fuck his name. I love the guy though. But he set me hip to this science fiction vampire book that I fucking love. It's really good. Let me get the name of it. It's like Blind Sight or something like that.
Right now you're saying I remember him telling that story.
Yeah, let me find it because I have it in my phone. It's really good though.
I met George R.R. Martin.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, he came to see. I was opening for Bert in New Mexico, and George R.R. Martin came.
Wow.
Yeah.
George R.R. Martin came to see Bert?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
In Santa Fe.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
This is it. It's Peter Watts. It's called Blind Sight. And it's a science fiction space movie about vampires.
Okay.
And the vampires, it's kind of like, I'm gonna fuck it up, but the story is that these vampires they take some sort of medication. There's some sort of a medical thing that they do to keep them from feasting on people.
Okay.
But that they did exist and that they had always existed. And that someone that they were killed off because they were killing everybody, and then we kind of relegated them to myth, and then someone cloned one and brought it back, and then they started having more and the vampires would go into space with them.
Yeah.
So it's a space journey with this vampire who can like read minds and manipulate people, and he's like. But he doesn't act on his like most horrible instincts, and they're out there interacting with aliens.
Yeah,
it's very good.
I mean, you had me at vampire.
Dude, it's fucking good. I'm fucking it up. I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't prepared to talk about it.
Right? Yeah.
I read it like 2 years ago.
Okay.
When Neil was on. How long was that about?
He's actually a predator from the Pleistocene era, I think.
That's right.
He's alleged to be far smarter than baseline humans.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
That stuff sounds good.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Yeah. It's really well crafted.
Just like a realist when it comes to literature. I was reading about like men risking their lives for like $80. Those are my favorite novels.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like very low reward compared to the risk.
Like what? Give me an example.
Like Larry Brown. A lot of Cormac McCarthy books are like that.
Cormac McCarthy was amazing.
Yeah, he's the GOAT.
Yeah,
he's the best.
Yeah, that's there's something about writing about the stuff that he writes about too, like that Western style.
Yeah,
kind of like just the reality of the existence. Did you see any of the Yellowstone pre-shows like 1883?
No,
is that what it is? 1883, right? 1883 is fucking insane.
Really?
Is
it like Deadwood-esque?
Well, it's realistic is what it is. It's like a realistic depiction of what it was like when people made their way across the country on wagons and how people were lost along the way.
Yeah.
But it's just the way it's done it's so good, dude.
If you like this kind of stuff, you should read Warlock, which is exactly what you just described.
Oh, yeah?
It's like a postmodern Western. It's really cool.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's like an easy one to like get lost in.
A postmodern Western?
Yeah, it's like a self-aware Western. Like the guy uses all like the trappings of the traditional Western, but then he runs it through like his lens as like a literary author. It's really fucking good.
Well, I mean, just think about how crazy this fucking country is.
Yeah.
Like 400 years ago, it was just Native Americans.
Yeah.
That's it. Just Indian tribes everywhere.
Mhm.
And then this.
Yeah.
And that quick little bing.
So fast.
Out of nowhere. Nuts. And the stories about people deciding that they were going to come here from Europe and didn't even speak English and made it across the plains with wagons and lost half the people every time.
Yeah, and like had to eat a couple people.
Oh.
Yeah. Then they get to the Rocky Mountains and they're like, hey, we're good. We're going to stay right
A
here.
lot of people did.
Then the true
Yeah.
psychos were the ones who got through the Rockies,
Right.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I always said about Texas. Because, like, the thing about this country is, right, the people that are here that weren't Native Americans, everybody and their ancestors started in the east and made their way west. And then the people got to Texas and said, y'all go ahead, we're going to hang out here and fuck.
Yeah, we're good here.
They just put up fences and
Yeah.
started going nuts.
There's a lot of bison around here.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
But a lot of people kept going.
Mhm.
And then the people that did keep going are the most filled with wanderlust. Like Californians were the most like open-minded. I mean, the state is like completely fallen, but the ethic of it, the ethos of the state, still remains for a lot of people. And it was like that was the place where people grew, that people went to when they were fed up with the way the East Coast was. They didn't like the hostility. They wanted to be more creative and free, and they made their way to San Francisco, and they made their way to LA.
Yeah.
And it was just, that was the last place you could go before you went to Hawaii. Like there's
the
like
edge of the
nowhere else
world.
to go.
Yeah.
There's nowhere else to go. So it would just make sense that those people would be the ones that would be pushing the boundaries. I mean, think about, like in the 1960s at least, like the amount of entertainment, the amount of music, the amount of culturally changing content that came out of Los Angeles and the West Coast. It's fucking nuts, man. It's, if you saw it on the chart, a graph, like how much amazing shit came out of LA in those decades.
Right.
It's crazy.
And like how exponential the next great thing was.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about, is just like how quickly in the last 200 years that curve has sharpened.
Yeah.
There's been so much innovation over the last 200 years. It's like
bananas.
Compared to the rest of human history, it's nuts what we've achieved.
And what we're going through right now is going to change all that. Multitudes. It's going to be beyond the printing press, beyond the invention of the internet.
Oh yeah.
Whatever the fuck the AI thing is, when everyone's just guessing what it's going to be like, but whatever it is, it's going to be like that vampire on that spaceship.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, we're going to be trapped with a superior predator.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not going to have emotions either.
No.
And if it does, it'll engineer those out. Like, what are these stupid things
What's the
doing?
point of these?
Yeah, these things aren't helping anything. I don't even have a dick.
Emotions are interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's like people who are beholden to their emotions when they like make it your problem because they're experiencing, obviously if you're mentally ill, that's one thing. But if you're just like a person who's like bummed and you want to put that on me, it's like, grow up. Everyone deals with all of these things. I'm just not going to project it upon you and make your time worse.
Yeah, well, a lot of it's patterns. And
Sure.
They learn the patterns in the family.
No, you're very right.
Unfortunately.
You're very right.
It's real hard. If you grow up with morons, it's really hard to break free.
Correct.
And think clearly.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also have this like weird energy that you get from your family and the way they look at things. Like some families, they just woe is me forever.
Right. And those patterns give you comfort because they remind you of when you were safe.
And they also don't know what to talk about. So they come on, you know, my fucking job, I swear to God, I wish I could quit. I fucking hate it. And they come home and you're like, oh, no.
I know.
No, this again.
We're so lucky that all of our friends are the funniest people alive.
Oh, we're so lucky.
That's the best part of stand-up.
We say it all the time in that green room.
Yeah.
We're like, we are so lucky to be here.
Uh-huh.
We're so lucky. Especially when you consider how you first started. You know, the earliest days. To be here now. It's just bananas.
Yeah, Ron White handing me a cigar will never not lose its charm.
Yeah.
It's always so cool.
Just hanging out with him is always weird to me. That's why I bought that stupid Cole House. I just can't believe Ron White's my friend. I was like, I'll listen to him.
Yeah, man.
He was the first guy here, too, by the way. Everybody credits me with like getting people to move here, but he got me to move here.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first guy. He got me thinking about moving here before the pandemic because he moved here, I think, in 2017 or 18. And I go, what are you doing in Austin? He goes, well, I still got my house in Beverly Hills, but I'll tell you what, I fucking love it here.
Yeah.
He goes, when I'm traveling, I'm in the middle of the country, flights are quick, people are nice, food's great, I play golf. And I was like, damn. He goes, my son lives here, he loves it. Maybe Austin's a spot.
Colorado had a shot at you, man.
They did?
I remember when that happened, when you moved up to Boulder for
Blame
a
it
minute.
on my wife. She
No.
got pregnant.
I understand.
When she got pregnant, we had to go back. But yeah, I was planning on just going buck wild in Denver.
Yeah.
That was my plan.
It would have been so valuable to that city.
Well, we could always do a mothership there one day. I think that's a good candidate for a
I
mothership.
bet when Wendy wants to sell,
Yeah.
she would talk to you.
Well, if Wendy wanted to sell, I'd be interested. I love her.
She's the greatest.
She's the best.
She's like my mom now.
She's such a great lady.
She let me have my mom's wake at her club.
Oh, really?
And paid for all the food and everything.
Oh, man.
Yeah, she's the greatest.
That's cool. We had Ron White's mom's wake at our club.
Yeah.
When Wendy, when I did my 2014 Comedy Central special, I did it on purpose at the Denver Comedy Works. Because I'm like, I want to do it at Wendy's place.
Of course.
She's just such a good force for comedy and just understands comedy and is really kind to people and good to the opening acts.
But tough as nails, bro.
Oh, yeah,
because
you
she had to
have to
fight
be.
up from being a waitress.
Bro.
She was a waitress at the club, and now she owns it.
You have to be tough as nails.
Yeah.
To be in this crazy business. I always told comedians, be nice to these club owners because you don't want to be them.
Right.
And then I had to be one.
Yeah. And also be nice to the servers. Be nice to everyone.
Everybody. Be nice to everybody.
Yeah.
Always be nice to everybody.
And again, because it will benefit you. Not because it's the right thing to do, but because it'll make your life easier when they end up running the club or become managers or agents or whatever.
Also, it feels better next time you see them. It's good for everybody. It's good for you. It's good for them. Everybody's friendly. You hug everybody. Yay, we're all here together.
Yeah.
Fun times, and she's done a great job of having, she has a real community there. That's one of the reasons why when I wanted to escape from LA, this is 2009, when I wanted to do my first escape from LA, I chose Colorado. But I wanted to be in the fucking woods. That's where I fucked up. I fucked up because I pushed her too hard. I pushed her to the crazy place. I'm like, let's live in the woods.
Yeah.
With a baby on the top of a fucking mountain.
Yeah, let's tap out.
We lost a dog to a mountain lion.
Jesus.
Yeah, like we were in, while we were there, I guess it was actually before we moved there, a bear broke into one of the neighbors' cars and ate his seats. Because the bear thought that the seats were leather and leather is food. I guess a bear can smell so good that they can smell the hide. And so he just ate his seats. He opened the door, man. The bears know how to open doors.
Wow.
They get habituated to people, and it's a real problem because once they find out that you have garbage cans, they never stop coming to your house.
Yeah.
And then once they eat your car, they always they keep coming. They keep coming. So I tried too hard.
Eating a car is so funny.
I left too far. I went too far out.
Yeah.
I should have been in Boulder proper in the city. But even then, the problem was when a woman is pregnant, the atmosphere of Denver and even of, anywhere around 5,000 feet, it's rough.
Yeah.
And Colorado has one of the highest premature birth rates because of the lack of oxygen.
Really?
Apparently. Yeah.
Huh.
It's really rough on pregnant women. It's like having the flu.
Wow.
So we went back to Los Angeles for something. I forget where we went. And then immediately she felt better. And I was really, and then we talked to the doctor, the whole deal. Like, yeah, it's really bad to be, especially if your body's not acclimated. If you just moved there and then all of a sudden you're pregnant, it was too rough. But I always had this itch to get back there. Like, to get back to the mountain areas above Boulder are so amazing.
The Flatirons.
Oh, dude, you can't, you're driving down the road. You're like, am I in a fucking movie?
Right, yeah.
Or is this how I get to my house?
Mm-hmm.
Because this seems like a movie. It seemed too good. I always say that it's like what we all love. Everyone loves art. You love to look at this painting or a cool sculpture. It's a thing that like your mind interacts with. Like, wow, it's amazing. But nature is that times a million. And real nature, like mountains and trees and the sunlight like going through the leaves. It's like, oh my God, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's like your day is enriched by the beauty of it all. And also you're humbled by it.
Oh yeah.
It's a good thing for the soul.
You're gonna feel small.
You feel so fucking small.
You're surrounded by uncaring nature. Yeah.
And it's just insanely beautiful. I don't know why human beings register beauty when it comes to like objects and stuff. I wonder like what evolutionary benefit is it to look at a flower and go, God, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Like,
also the flower rewards you with smell, and you can touch the petals, and that's a sensual experience.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of things that are beautiful. It's like, why? I guess a lake is beautiful because there's food in there. So you like get excited by the blue water, and the clear water means it's not polluted. Like, oh, because you see a brown water lake, it doesn't look great.
Oh yeah,
you know,
those reservoir lakes.
Ooh,
yeah, there's one in Fort Collins.
Catfish pond. Like, whoa. You ever seen those people that go noodling?
Of course, cover their hands in dog food. I've noodled, man.
Have you noodled?
Yeah, I've noodled in Mississippi one time.
Did you ever get a catfish?
No,
you tried?
Oh, yeah,
that is a wild
up to my armpit in mud, just waiting.
That's such a wild activity.
Yeah. But hey, you get food out of it.
Oh, you get a lot of food. Yeah. Those fucking things are huge. And when they pull them out, you see them wrestling with them.
Dude, and they're just like smacking them against them. Yeah.
It's a fucking 50-pound fish that's attached to your arm, trying to pull you into its hole.
Yeah, into the mud.
Or you can fuck up and get a snapping turtle.
You get a snapping turtle. Or a carp. God forbid you get a gar.
Carp won't bother me, but a snapping turtle bothers the shit out of me.
Here we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh my God. That's prehistoric.
Oh, that's that lady Hannah Barron. I follow her on Instagram. She's
thing.
Always noodling.
Good for her.
Yeah, she's like a cute Southern girl who goes noodling for catfish and goes hunting. And there's like a whole industry of like hot girls who go hunting.
It's a good racket.
Look at the size of that fucking fish, man. Look at that thing. That thing is so massive. Wow. I mean, you could eat that for 3 or 4 days.
I'd like to eat a couple things in that video.
Here you go. Hey, come on. Come on, that muddy water don't bother me.
No.
Come on. The fish is later.
Yeah. I want sushi right now.
I want some taco. You know what I'm saying? But the noodling thing, like that water don't look good. That doesn't look beautiful.
No, it feeds off that. You know, like that's where it's getting its nutrients. It's from the mud. Ugh. But you fry it up, it's not bad.
Oh, they're delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that are ugly as fuck. They're like they used to think of lobsters as poor people food.
Mm-hmm.
Not nuts.
It's the best. They serve it to prisoners and shit.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
They used to fish them out of the East River for bar food.
Yeah.
They would go like back in the 1800s.
Those were chicken tenders.
That was their nachos.
Yeah.
Fucking lobster. It's our favorite food ever.
It's so good. I'm not over it.
I'm not over it at all. When I first got my first development deal, you know, I've been poor my whole life. And then I got my first development deal when I was like 24 or something like that. 25, I guess. I guess I was 25. Somewhere around then. Anyway, point is, up until then, I'd always been poor. And then my manager contacts me like a couple months later. He said, "Do you have a gambling problem?" And I said, "No, why?" And he goes, "You're spending so much money." I just thought because you knew I played a lot of pool.
Yeah.
I go, "No, dude, I'm eating lobster every night." I had all this money. I was like, "Bro, I'm gonna spend it." I didn't have any thought at all about saving it. I was like, "What? Saving it?"
That was me. I just bought a couch. I bought like a $9,000 couch for our new home. And I felt so much guilt.
Yeah, you feel guilt for sure. But when you sit in that sucker, you're like, oh.
Also, for the rest of our lives, this is a forever home. Dude, you know?
We have Mae West's couch in the green room of the mothership. That's how long a couch can hang around for and move around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Peter Shore.
Shout out to Chamonix. They sold me my couch.
Peter Shore gave me the couch that's in the mothership.
Dude, that dude is one of the most fascinating people. He has like 12 different degrees.
Oh, Peter's brilliant.
He's so smart, dude.
Yeah,
he sent me some shit that he wrote. And
he's really definitely the smartest of the Shores.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, he's smart.
The one I know. But yeah.
I know all of them. Scott's great too. The other brother that lives in San Diego. He's awesome. I love him. Yeah. And Paulie. Paulie's awesome too. Paulie's like a different human now. It's fun.
He seems to be changed.
He's a sweetheart. He really is. Very. Yeah. You know, I think, listen, that kid got famous when he was like 18 years old. Like, that's not good for anybody. That's not good for Miley Cyrus. I've met so many people that got famous when they were young. Macaulay Culkin did a podcast with him. It's poison.
That was poison. A good pod, dude.
He's an interesting guy.
I want to befriend him. He's in Paris.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah.
Very, very smart. He's interesting and kind and like cool to talk to, but you don't get through that and not get fucked up. But Paulie, you know, I mean, he was being babysat by Sam Kinison. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, he grew up with his mom, like, literally, like, leave him in the crib, let him cry, it'll make him funny.
Yeah. I went to a party at Roman Polanski's house in Paris.
What?
Yeah. Well, like, I did a show in Paris. So his son, Elvis, was like, "You must come to my party." And I was like, "All right, we're not going to hang out with you." And then someone else was like, it's in Roman Polanski's house. You should go to the party. So we mob deep. I told all these comics. We roll in there.
Whoa.
And then instead of going up when we get to the apartment, we have to go down because Roman Polanski said, no party in my house. So we had to party in the parking garage below his home.
Oh, God.
It was so... we had the highest expectations that we were going into Shangri-La. You know?
Right.
But no, we just like partied by some shitty Eurotrash cars. As like a 16-year-old DJ'd the worst music ever, and we drank warm beer. Yeah.
But Polanski, did you see him?
No, I did not. But I did go into the apartment to use the bathroom.
Oh,
it's very nice up there.
I bet.
Very nice. Very well appointed place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, he might be a pedophile, but fucking Chinatown.
It seems like a lot of people were pedophiles back then.
Well, it was a different time.
That's what's crazy. Like, there's songs like Christine 16.
Let's get a couple more candles on that cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
16 candles? I need 2 more, boys.
Yeah. And then there was the other song, She Was Only 17.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the Rick James song. She was 17, but she was sexy.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
And Jailbait? That song rules.
What's Jailbait?
Nugent, man.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A few issues with that as well.
Just saying, he rules.
It was a different time.
Yeah.
Back then, guys like Seinfeld dated that Shoshana Weinstein girl. She was like 17.
She looked like that catfish woman at the time, though.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Age is just a number, baby.
You're like Aristotle.
Yeah. I'm like Socrates. Normal stuff. Jesus, why is everybody so uptight?
I've never banged a kid, but
neither have I.
Yeah.
But
I don't think
I
I'd like
think
it.
of it very differently when it's a hot woman and a 17-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
Hot woman and a 17-year-old boy, everybody's fine with.
Of course.
It's a joke.
Throw them a parade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But a 17-year-old girl and a hot man, and they're like, what's wrong with you, you piece of shit?
No.
You know?
There was
like Chris
kid.
Hemsworth started fucking high school seniors.
I mean, allegedly. I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he did that?
story.
No, I don't think the story exists. I think it's fake. But I mean,
Those
if
are
it
the
did,
luckiest girls in the world.
I know. They'd be like, oh my God, he's so fucking cute.
Yeah, you lose your virginity to Hemsworth?
Oh, I doubt there's 17-year-old virgins left.
I don't know.
These days, these kids are fucking.
Yeah, they really are.
They're getting after it.
They can't get enough of it.
Well, they have porn on their phone.
I know, dude. They're so warped.
They're so warped. I mean, we were running a mass psychology experiment on kids,
Yes.
and no one's talking about it.
No, their brains are mushed.
They have to be.
Yeah.
They have to be.
Dude, it's really hard to have a conversation with young people because they're constantly reaching for their phones.
They can't stop.
They can't, yeah. Because they're just getting pure serotonin and the world's at their fingertips.
Well, think about podcasts. It's like the only time that I ever get a chance to talk to someone and not look at my phone at all.
Yeah.
It's the only time.
I know.
Normal, if you and I were at dinner, I might look at my phone real quick. I might gotta text this guy back.
Right.
I find some reason why it's so important
Show me
that I
a
send this
video.
message.
Yeah.
Show you some funny.
Yeah.
Show you that guy dancing around.
I'm watching. Hopefully that's after dinner. That's the mint.
Yeah, that one might fuck up your appetite.
Yeah. Ooh, it's like looking in a mirror.
Jesus. Maybe that's my new course.
Yeah.
The anarchy thing didn't work out. No. I could kind of rap.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can rap.
I could do this.
Alone in your hotel room in the mirror.
There's actually 2 rap songs I did online.
No way!
The Clandestine Apostles.
The Clandestine Apostles is a great name.
Yeah, me and
That's
my
wrong with
wife. I ate an edible with my buddy Pat. We put down a couple tracks.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like there's these kids, and also there are a lot of really exciting kids doing really cool shit.
Oh, sure.
Like, if you grow up with every bit of music, if you synthesize that all into something, it's going to be new.
Not just every bit of music, but every bit of music instantaneously available anytime you want.
Yeah.
Just pull out your phone, press a button, bam, music. Yeah. There's never been anything remotely like that.
It's a valuable tool. You have the Library of Alexandria in your hand.
You really do.
Yeah.
You really do.
Oh, no.
Clandestine Apostles. Let's hear some of this.
Oh, no.
Let's go.
That's me singing the hook.
I don't know why you guys didn't make it. I don't understand. There's no justice in the world. This was last year.
I can't hide behind youth on this one.
Oh no, I was hoping you were like 12.
No, dude. This was 36-year-old Sam Talent and his wife, a little high.
That's hilarious.
I played it for Danny Brown once. He listened to the whole thing.
How about that guy last night whose mom became a country music star at 54? Excuse me, star is a big word. You use it like porno star. They're all stars. Like, there's no...
Yo, dog. Are you in my Discord? Yo, are you in my Discord? Why is that? You got it, dog. How's your day? Very cool. Well, we're glad you're here. I did a podcast this morning. I hosted my second one ever. I have the Rabbi Rothschild podcast. How do you like that? Yeah, don't worry. You can hear me better in the Discord. Just for a moment. All right, I'm coming, baby. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Na na na. Na 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 na. Na na na. All right, I'm coming in. Dumpstar. What up, pimp? Just for a moment, it's joining. I don't know what's going on. Look, it's joining. Weird. Telegram spazzing out. Going cray-cray in a bad way. But here comes Rabbi being amazing in a good way. Here we go. Round two. I'm trying to join. There we go. Yo. I'm sending you the message. Son of a bitch, my phone died. Dog. Go to discord.me. Just do this. It's discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. I've got a lot of people from the community there. Discord.me, as in M as in Michael, E as in X. Okay, does it work? Excellent. All right, well, check it out. I'm live right now. Excellent. It's a huge Discord. I'll see you in there. Excellent. Yo, dog. Yo, we are waiting on Dumpstar. Living like a pimp. Dumpstar. Wow. Dumpstar. Wow. Dumpstar. Dumpstar. Can you hear me, Dumpstar? Hey, Westside Pimp. Dumpstar. 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 Yo, pimp. My man, Dumpstar was being a pimp. So one. Look how sick this shit is. Look at this athleticism. Fucking unbelievable. Oh, what does this fucking say? Processing? What in the fuck does that mean? Processing? Bullshit. That's what that is. Bullshit. 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 Scale 1 to 10. Oh, and the bullshit meter? That's a 10. No, ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt that's bullshit. Bullshit. Scale 1 to 10. Bullshit. Bullshit. Dog, get your shit together, dog. Come on, bitch.
Featured. Go to featured. What does it say?
I'm on featured.
Oh, okay. Artist of the day. Click artist of the day. Who's the artist of the day? See it says there? What's the artist of the day?
This is how we used to book tours.
What day is this that this was made? Is this like from 2008 or is this real?
So the pictures aren't loading, so it might not be.
It might not be up anymore. It doesn't say
2017.
2017.
Yeah.
So that was so they gave up in 2017.
Gave up the ghost.
Didn't like Justin Timberlake buy it or some shit?
I don't know.
Did he?
Company he owned or he was part of. Yeah, they bought it like for assets probably. And
That was the key.
For assets.
That's how you got bad shows at Squats. It'd be on MySpace.
Well, once Dane Cook became famous on MySpace, then everybody figured out, like, oh my God, you can actually get famous on the internet.
Yeah.
He was the first guy,
Mhm.
for sure. June 2011, they purchased it for $35 million. I could have saved them a lot of money. I said, hey guys, you can give them $35.
Yeah. What they think they were going to do? Breathe life into this corpse?
they made money.
Okay, what does it say?
Got bought a couple years later. For
Oh, some other moron bought it. Time bought it for $87 million. That's Time. I could have saved you some money too.
Yeah. 8 years
You
later.
are so much better off coming up with your own new social media site than trying to resurrect one that people have abandoned.
Maybe they like own the music that was posted on there.
Well, the weird one about MySpace is it was so popular and then not.
Yeah.
Almost like that.
Facebook.
But I mean, how did it lose that many people?
It wasn't cool anymore. Facebook became cool, and young people
Now
wanted to be on
Facebook is
Facebook.
for old people.
It is, yeah.
But it's still alive because old people, for the most part, because of healthcare
Thriving.
advances,
Yeah.
these people they manage to hang in there longer. They got better medication.
Oh yeah.
These folks are staying around.
Now they can post.
Oh my God, I love reading people post about like immigration or America or like what's wrong with this country, or bringing Jesus back into the school system. I love it.
Yeah,
and I
me
love
too.
like reading the arguments and the comments. I love it.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's
It's good
just
that they
so-
have a place to have these insane conversations where it's also saved for everyone to watch forever.
I read them when everyone in my house is asleep.
Yeah.
Like when everyone in my house is asleep and I'm procrastinating before I write,
Right.
one of the things that I do is I'll go on Facebook and just read people's rants. Like,
Right.
what the fuck are you angry about?
The Dairy Queen in Sturgis.
Yeah, just fucking people married. They need to fix these potholes.
Yeah.
What? You know, the problem is the money's all going to the immigrants. I heard Trump say they're bottoming out our Social Security.
Yeah. They're just chronicling the decay of Middle America.
There's going to be a civil war in this country. I'll tell you what.
A rain's gonna come.
Let's hope not, you fuckheads.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Don't be summoning that shit like a demon.
I know, dude. I'll be
How
out
about we
there.
all figure out that we're being played and come together on important issues? Like what's real freedom? God damn it. Be whatever the fuck you want to be. Leave everybody alone. Be nice.
Yeah.
Everybody.
You do it over there, I'll do it over here.
And
Bring
if
me
I
a
want
jar
to
of
go over
pickles.
there and watch, let me watch a little bit of that.
For
Let
sure.
me see that fat guy dancing around.
Exactly. And I'll teach you how to clean a gun.
I'll show you how to shoot a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Let's have fun. We're way more connected in this country than we are separate. Everybody wants the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just we need to get that in our head, and no one's telling us that. Everyone's telling us that there's these battles for our existence.
The very soul of this nation.
Yeah, the soul of democracy. The democracy. This isn't even a democracy.
No.
It's a republic.
And it's an oligarchy, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just corporations own the country.
It is now.
Yeah.
The money, it's just people lost their way. like the guys who founded this country, they did a great job of like preparing for the worst.
Oh yeah,
but they didn't understand how big it was going to get. How could they?
Also, if you love freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom to gather, you also then have to love the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Like that's the big thing that divides me from like my more liberal friends is like they're into all freedoms except for the one that like allows you to protect yourself and your family. You know what I mean?
Well, I understand why they do it. I do. I understand why they feel that way. It's because gun violence is abhorrent. It's a horrible thing. You hear about gun violence, it's terrible.
It's an American problem.
It is an American problem.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem exists, right? So we don't live in a utopian world where people don't try to impose themselves on you, and especially like for someone who's not physically strong or large.
Mm-hmm.
It's the great equalizer. If a woman is being attacked, the great equalizer is a gun. It's not karate. It's just not. As a person who's a martial artist for their whole life, I'm telling you that it's not the move. The move is a gun.
Yeah.
Some fucking asshole breaks into your house and wants to rape you and you're a woman. The answer is a gun.
Right.
And the cops take too long to get there.
For sure.
And then you defunded the cops because you thought you're being cute.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to show you weren't racist. And now guess what? It's way worse for everybody, including the people of color, including the people, especially the people who live in bad communities.
Yeah.
Because the cops are never going there now. So all the people that wanted to avoid all that shit and the cops were the only thing keeping the wolves away from the door, now you're dealing with it head on. And those are the people that are calling for the refunding of the police, the people in these fucked up neighborhoods.
And that's why you need guns, you know? And it's not like the argument to like have guns to protect yourself against the government will nuke you. The government can send in drones. You know? Like I don't think that like a bunch of people that are capable with submachine guns are going to be able to defend against the fucking all-time greatest army in the world.
Yeah.
You know? But it is like, you know, you have a little peace of mind and you can buy a little bit of, you can sleep a little bit sounder knowing you got that 9mm in the drawer.
It helps.
Yeah.
And it's also, you know, the idea that the government, well, here's the problem. The government is people, right? So the military is people. And the people that are in the military are the least likely to go along with this idea because most of them are blue collar. Most of them are lower middle class, lower class. Like there are people that are struggling in this world, and they don't have trust in this fucking institution that's telling you to attack their neighbors because the neighbors are not compliant with some evil dictators.
Yeah.
Good luck pulling that shit off.
That's where civil war happens.
That's where civil war.
That's when the army has to turn its guns on their friends and family. That's going to be a real tough sell.
Yeah. I think the ideological civil war is much more likely to take place. That something, some existential notion, something that we all agree is the end of our society, our civilization as we know it, if we don't do X, Y, or Z. And then on one side, people oppose it, and one side, people support it. And then they start stripping rights away. And they start like fueling the flames to get this done. It's really possible that we could have a civil war in this country. The way people are so divided left and right today is bizarre, fully accentuated by not just social media, but social media that's being operated by other countries.
Yeah.
Like we talked about this before, but 19 of the top 20 Facebook Christian pages are run by Russian trolls.
Wow.
19.
Yeah.
So there's 20 of the top Christian sites on Facebook. Millions of people are interacting. 19 of them are run by Russian troll farms.
And the other one's the Westboro Baptist Church.
You would hope that one would be legit.
Yeah.
You know? One would be legit, but there's a lot of bullshit online, and it's because we're so susceptible to bullshit.
We love it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It's an easy solution. This quotable thing that I read on my aunt's Facebook, you know?
Do you think that comedy's going to be affected by AI?
No, because comedy's like one of the only live things that you have to do.
Yeah.
You know, you have to see it live for it to be very good. You can watch comedy specials,
but
they're not as good as being in the room. I think that we're protected by that.
And an AI comedy special, as of lately, and again, it changes so fast. It's so quick. But the ones that I've seen, like the George Carlin one they made up, and they suck.
Mm-hmm.
They just feel fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It lacks the human heart. The soul of the thing isn't in there.
It lacks the signature of the individual, an actual soul.
And you can't teach timing. You know, is AI going to learn timing?
I wonder.
All these little like intangible parts of being a good stand-up.
I think it ultimately will.
Will AI go and start doing crowd work when they're bombing?
No,
I don't
but
think so.
I don't think it's going to be able to perform in front of a crowd. I think, but AI specials might be a thing.
Well,
because they've already got really good AI rap songs.
For sure.
Yeah.
And AI deep fakes,
Yeah.
The crazy pornogaphy you can see.
Oh, yeah. Crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putin banging Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Gets me there.
If you imagine if like that's what porn becomes, like instead of, you're like, oh, it's like taking advantage of these people. Like, no. These aren't even real people. This is just like this is a fantasy. This lady gets stuck in the dryer, and she's asking you to pull her out with your cock. And it's the only way.
And it's also your ex from college. You can upload her Instagram into the Matrix, and then next thing you know, you're jerking off to this unrequited love.
And then the government finds out that you're doing that, and they stormtroopers break down your door and find her and you with your pants down on the computer, like, oh. And then you go to Thought Police jail.
Hey man, that's one of the better jails you can go to for mind crimes,
right?
As opposed to violent crime jail.
Probably cool neighbors.
Oh, for sure.
You're in jail with Thought Police people.
Curious people.
Yeah, interesting people.
Just asking questions.
Just trying to find out.
Yeah, inquisitive souls.
I just want to know, why can't I jerk off to this deep fake of my high school sweetheart?
What am I doing? I'm not hurting anyone.
Yeah.
That's like the argument for give pedophiles AI porn of children, because then they can satisfy their terrible urge.
I've heard even worse. I've heard give them robot dolls.
Of course, I've heard that too, but I think that's a bridge too far.
It's all of it a bridge too far. It's all fucking weird because
I know.
they're trying. So many people are trying to equate pedophilia with what they're calling minor attracted persons.
I know, they're trying to rebrand it.
How weird. How weird that they would give that one a go.
The ultimate evil? Yeah, let's put a new spin on this.
Why would you want to give that one a go?
Remember New Coke? Well, we've got new pedophiles.
But isn't it just it's indicative of this thing that we're talking about, that most people aren't even really thinking about things clearly?
Yeah.
They're just subscribing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's easy. If someone you think is smart tells you, what to think, then you are unburdened by having to make your own decision.
Especially if it seems compassionate.
Yeah.
Like you're being kind to these people that are just minor attracted persons.
I know.
It's not their fault.
Yeah. They're born that way. It's great, they're born that way, but if they act upon it, they should be beheaded.
Yeah. In this Times Square.
Oh, yeah. For all to see.
City.
Make an example of it.
Yeah, make an example. But
cover them in honey, feed them to ants.
The problem is the media is completely full of shit, and so is the government, and they would decide, Sam Talent's been making a lot of noise.
I don't want to be the face of this movement, Joe.
Let's upload some fucking nasty shit onto his computer. They definitely have done before to people.
Yeah.
And then, you have to defend it. And so then all of a sudden there's newspapers, Sam Talent in jail for porn, right? Child porn. Oh my God.
Yeah. That's all I need.
And then the people are out there, hang him, hang him, hang him.
Well, no news is bad news,
Yeah.
They'll be selling certain markets.
They probably would. Yeah. In certain places, they're like, I like that guy.
The great pedophile comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like New Mexico, where they used to send the pedophile priests.
Yeah, what was that about?
Well, they send them all over the place for sure, but there was a few states that had very suspect laws.
Were they sending them to the reservation and stuff?
They definitely did that.
Yeah,
too.
I know that.
But one of the things that some states, and I think New Mexico was one of them, had bizarre laws. Like the age of consent for a girl, for a man to be with a girl was the girl had to be 16.
Okay.
But the age of consent for a boy and a man was 13.
What?
Yeah.
That's some creative accounting.
Right.
They're cooking the books.
Where'd you come up with that?
Yeah.
And I think the reason being was to exonerate pedophiles that were religious pedophiles.
It was consensual.
Did you ever see Hear No Evil or is it See No Evil? I think it's See No Evil, but it just is really essentially a documentary tracking how all these different pedophiles got moved into areas, and they follow this one specific one where this guy had molested who knows how many fucking kids. One of them was a guy. This was what made Ratzinger have to step down when the Pope stepped down.
Mm-hmm.
He was responsible for sending this one guy. He got caught being a pedophile, so they sent him to a new location where he molested 100 deaf kids. And it's
it must have sounded terrible in that room.
Yeah, and no one knows you're screaming.
Yeah.
The fact that it's you think Catholic priest, you think pedophile, that.
They're synonymous.
Instantaneously. You don't how many did there have to be before that became completely? It's not occasionally the UPS driver is a car thief. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. When I think UPS, I don't think Kia boy.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
When I think priest, I do think a boy.
Yeah.
Hey, you know.
But yeah, their laws were set up, I think, in some states. I think that's the suspicion.
That's a very good hypothesis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're never going to get rid of it, you know?
Just make it low so it's not too illegal.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he only missed the age by a year.
Come on.
The kid was 11. He was like really grown.
He's a tall kid.
He's a tall kid. Pubes already.
He's precocious.
What's the big deal? Yeah. He likes candy.
I really, New Mexico is so weird, dude.
It's a weird place.
Cockfighting was legal until like 8 years ago.
It's still legal in some places. I think cockfighting is legal in multiple states.
It was Louisiana and New Mexico were the last holdouts.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Is this for sure?
I think so.
What states have cockfighting still legal?
I don't think any are legal, but I think those were the last
I had
two.
a gardener that used to cockfight. I went to his house once, and he had snuck over from Mexico, and he would go back and forth. And like one time he said, I'm going to be gone for like 6 months. I'm like, what are you doing? He said, I'm going back to Mexico. I go, when are you coming back? He goes, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back. I'm going to try.
Yeah.
I go, well, when you try, you know where I'm at. Let me know. I go, just get somebody else to take care of it while you're gone.
Yeah.
Just holler at me when you got back.
Did you go back to cockfight?
No, he went back just to go back to Mexico for a little bit.
Sure.
And he eventually went back to Mexico to move. He eventually gave up on America.
Yeah.
One day, but he was my gardener for like 10 years. Cool guy, but he goes, do you want to see the cockfights? I was like, yeah, of course. Let's see what that's like.
Yeah.
So he took me to a neighborhood in Los Angeles that I might as well have been in Mexico. There was no non-Mexican people there in the neighborhood. Everybody spoke Spanish. All the signs were in Spanish. It was like, wow, this is like a whole little area that I wasn't aware of. So we go to his friend's house, and we go into the backyard, and his friend had stacks upon stacks of chicken coops. Wow. Just everywhere. Roosters everywhere. I was like, this is nuts, man. I go, what the fuck does the morning sound like here?
Yeah.
And he was like, but everybody has chickens. It's no big deal. I was like, everybody has chickens? And there was like, this guy over there, you go to his backyard filled with roosters. This guy over there, his backyard filled with roosters.
Yeah.
And they would get them together. Everybody would get together and gamble. They would all drink.
Yeah.
They'd have a chicken fight. One chicken would lose. They would boil them and eat them. And he's like, we're going to eat them anyway. And it's just like the way we gamble.
Yeah, and then one will die with pride.
So,
yeah. I mean, it's barbaric, but that's a hell of a show.
They put razors on their claws.
That's where I lose interest.
Well, that's the only way to get them to kill each other.
Really?
Otherwise, they just peck each other and fucking get tired.
Got a couple of fun facts here for you.
Okay.
An article from last year, New York Times, about cockfighting.
Oh, yeah? According to some roostermen, the game fowl or fighting chicken was almost chosen to be the national bird of America. And it should have, a breeder once told me. An eagle ain't nothing more than a glorified buzzard. That guy's an idiot.
Yeah, eagles are majestic.
Eagles are fucking amazing. Yeah. They catch salmon with their feet, you fucking retard.
All right, they do war in the sky.
Such game fowl lore and sentiment abound. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were devoted rooster fighters. They were devoted rooster fighters? George Washington, Union and Confederate soldiers put aside their differences on Sundays during the Civil War to pit their chickens against one another.
This is the solution to that partisanship that you've been talking about.
Abraham Lincoln was given the nickname Honest Abe after he displayed impartiality as a cockfighting judge.
USA.
What?
I fought him on the White House lawn.
Wow.
They fought them right on the White House lawn, says David Thurston, president of the United Game Fowl Breeders Association, a national nonprofit dedicated to the bird's preservation.
Wow.
Wow.
Man, this country. There's so many different stitches in the fabric of this
Let's
place.
end on that. Let's end on that high note, Sam.
Yeah.
Sam Talent. Tell everybody where they can see your special.
You can see it on Matt and Shane's YouTube page.
What is it called?
The Toads Morale.
I mean their YouTube page.
I think it's called Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast YouTube.
Oh, okay. And it's called The Toads Morale.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
I also have a new travel show on my YouTube. If you want to subscribe to my YouTube, that'd be huge. Come see me live, Pittsburgh, Detroit, coming your way.
Nice.
Yeah,
and
my podcast is good.
there it is.
Yeah.
And, website.
This is the
Sam
travel
Talent's
show.
Worldwide Tour.
Yeah,
Nice.
Sam Talent's Wide World, man.
Tokyo,
Super proud of this.
Nice.
Me and my boy Patrick.
Beautiful.
Yeah, dude. Shout out
Beautiful.
Jack.
You're doing fun stuff, dude. It's been cool to get to know you, and you're a very funny guy and a cool guy. It's been a lot of fun.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
Thanks for helping me change my life.
Oh, please.
Thank you.
More to come. You're going to feel weird about being rich.
I can't wait.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Good to see you again.
Hi, Joe.
What's happening?
Thanks for having me back. A lot's happening.
My pleasure. I've heard a lot about your book. I haven't read it, but I've heard a lot about your book from a lot of people that you freaked out.
Okay. Well, hopefully you can read it, and then you can decide if you're of the freaked out crowd or of the really freaked out crowd.
Oh, there's only two options?
I think so. It doesn't end well. That's the spoiler alert.
Okay, hold the book up. It's called Nuclear War. Yeah. What
Nuclear War, a scenario.
Mm.
And a very plausible scenario, from what I understand from all the defense officials I interviewed.
What motivated you to write this?
Well, 6 previous books on war, weapons, U.S. national security secrets. Imagine how many people told me they dedicated their lives to preventing nuclear World War III. And so during the previous administration, fire and fury rhetoric, I began to think, what happens if deterrence fails? That idea of prevention. What happens? And I took that question to the people who advise the president, who work at STRATCOM, who, command the nuclear sub forces, and learned that it doesn't end well. Not only does it not end well, 5 billion people are dead at the end of 72 minutes.
Jesus.
You begin to realize you quickly realize as you read the book that, there are...
your mic's on or something? Something just made a weird noise. Oh, yeah.
It's Carl.
Oh, it's Carl. I was like, what's going on?
It's the animal humor in the difficult subject. There's literally hundreds of thousands of people in nuclear command and control who practice 24/7, 365. What would happen if deterrence failed and we had a nuclear war? They are practicing this, Joe. And it's like, talk about being behind the veil. No one knows. It's why I think the response to this book, it's been out for 3 months, has been so extraordinary. And from both sides of the aisle. Because people now are beginning to realize if nuclear war begins, it doesn't end until there is a nuclear holocaust. And it happens so fast. There's no quickly going to your secret bunker you have.
Yeah, all that's nonsense. These people think like Zuckerberg is building a bunker in Hawaii. He's going to survive. He's building a hurricane shelter. Yeah.
And also,
even that might work.
Unless he happened to be there in the exact moment when all of this went down.
Yeah, you'd have to know in advance that we're about to launch. The whole thing is terrifying. It's also, I don't see a way that if you think about the timeline between 1945 and today, it's kind of extraordinary that no one has launched a nuke. But it almost seems like a matter of time. Like, it'll be a blip in history. Like, we look at it now, because of mutually assured self-destruction or mutually assured destruction, that's what's prevented people from using nuclear weapons. Like, when? And now? Until now? Like, what is 80 years in terms of human history? It's nothing. It's a tiny little blink. It's a little nothing. And it could go sideways at any moment, and then we're back to the cave era.
We are hunter-gatherers again, in the words of Carl Sagan, who is the author of Nuclear Winter. But I think what's also crazy, to your point about 1945, is like when this was all set up, when the nuclear arsenals were beginning, and I take the reader through it really quickly because I want them to just get to what happens at nuclear launch. I mean, the book is really about nuclear launch to nuclear winter, but the buildup is fascinating because, first of all, it happened so incredibly fast, and it happened under incredibly secret classified terms, so there was no like outside opinion. And originally, nuclear war was set up to be fought and won, which itself is absurd, and we know that now. So the rules of the game have fundamentally changed, and yet the systems are all the same. That's what's, I think, the most dangerous component of today versus, let's say, 1952, when the thermonuclears began.
And when you say the systems are the same, what do you mean exactly?
So the system of nuclear war, this idea that, well, so just let's start with some basic facts. There's a nuclear triad. You know what that, okay, so triad, really simple, 3. So we have missile silos, they're called ICBMs inside of them, 400 of them. Then we have nuclear-powered nuclear submarines that launch nuclear missiles. There are 14 of them. Then we have the bomber force, 66 nuclear-capable bombers, triad. The president chooses what elements of that triad he's going to use when he launches a counterattack, if we ever are attacked. That system essentially exists. That was what was being developed in the 50s. The only difference was, in the old days, it was, we're going to actually use these and fight and win a nuclear war. And now it's, we're going to have these all sitting around ready to launch. We have 1,770 nuclear weapons on ready for launch status. Joe, they can be launched, some of them in 60 seconds.
Jesus. And they're all pointed? Do they need a coordinate? Or are they all like aimed at a specific area already?
Important question. They're technically targeted to sea, out at sea. So they don't have a specific target. But when the command goes...
So is that if they accidentally go off?
I
go to
would
the sea? Jesus Christ. Imagine you're out there on a sailboat. Just enjoying your time. And what a beautiful place to be in the middle of the ocean. You see... What do you think about the stories of UFOs hovering over nuclear bases and shutting down their weapons? I know you've done a lot of research on this stuff. How much of that is bullshit?
You know, I actually haven't done a lot of research on that specific narrative.
Yeah.
I know of it for sure. And I always approach the UFO phenomena with, or I try to at least, with like the eye of, or the point of view of Carl Jung. This idea that that what leads here is our perception of things and our sort of deep shadow self of fear. And once the nuclear weapon was invented, our grandparents had to confront this fundamental new reality that just simply didn't exist before. And then that's with the atomic weapons. And then in the 50s, once thermonuclear weapons were invented, and the thermonuclear weapon is essentially a thermonuclear weapon is so powerful, it uses an atomic bomb like from Hiroshima as its triggering mechanism.
Jesus.
And so the order of magnitude of destruction of in an instant, according to Carl Jung, who looked at the UFO phenomena and the nuclear weapons phenomena hand in hand. Encourage anyone to read his stuff about it, because he has a much sort of, bird's eye view of it all, about why that's so terrifying to people. So the narratives, to my eye, the narratives of alien ships hovering over nuclear bases. I've never spoken to a first-hand witness who experienced that, but I would see that in terms of the narrative of Carl Jung.
So Carl Jung's perception was that he believed that it was essentially people perceiving these things or hallucinating these things, and it was like almost like a mass hallucination. Part of the.
I don't know if he went that far. I think he left a lot more open to interpretation. I think my read of his analogy was more like the way that hundreds of years ago or thousands of years ago, when Christianity was first being developed, people saw existential threats as part of the narrative of God. So my read of Carl Jung is that he's saying now in the mechanized modern world, the existential threats, the sort of damnation, is tied to machines, which is tied to, is easily tied to little machines or big machines from outer space. That was his take on it, which I think is interesting.
It's interesting, but also Jung wrote this when?
60s?
Yeah. So I think we know a lot more now than we knew then. I mean, this like the reason why I'm bringing this up is like the people that have hope. One of the hopes is that aliens are observing us, and they're going to wait until we are about to do something really stupid, and then they're going to come down and shut everything down.
That is an interesting narrative too, and that sort of. But again, that's a bit to my eye like the Deus ex machina idea, that God would intervene and save the faithful, or rather those in this situation it might be that he's going to save those people that are paying attention.
Well, just save the human race from its folly. What is Carl doing, bro? You can't let that.
I think Carl likes my shoes.
Oh yeah, he likes to play. Carl didn't get enough exercise this morning. Marshall wasn't here. He's not worn out yet. So the young thing is interesting, but like we know more now. We know more now about possible other dimensions that we can access. We know more now about planets in the Goldilocks zone. We know more now about all of these whistleblowers that have come out and talked about crashed retrievement programs where they're back engineering these things and trying to understand what these things are. Diana Pasolka's work, where she's talking about how they're essentially donations, that these crafts are donations, that people are being given these things so that they could see this extraordinary technology and try to figure out how to make it. But that's one of the only ways that I see, like, if we did get to a point that we launch nuclear weapons at each other, everything is over so fast. If I was an alien species, an intelligent species from somewhere else, and I recognize that this is a real possibility and that the Earth has all these different forms of life other than human beings that are going to get destroyed as well. It's going to wipe out who knows how many different species. I mean, it's going to kill everything. And even the people that are left over, what are you left with? Whatever 2 billion people that still survive, where and what? What do you have left? What is the environment like? How polluted is everything? What kind of mutations are going to come from their offspring?
I get into that in the end of the book. So I write the book in essentially 3 acts, like the first 24 minutes, the next 24 minutes, the last 24 minutes, and then nuclear winter. So nuclear winter is very well described by a fellow called Professor Brian Toon, who I interview in the book. He was one of the original 5 authors of, do you remember the nuclear winter theory of our sort of high school years?
Yes.
Right? So that was, Carl Sagan was the lead author on the paper. Toon was the young student, and he's dedicated decades to looking at nuclear winter now. Originally, it was very pawpawed by the Defense Department. It was said, this is Soviet propaganda, this is never going to happen. And the computer systems and climate modeling have changed to the degree where we can see not only is nuclear winter what was thought in the 80s, it's actually much worse. So whereby originally they thought there would be a year of ice sheets across large bodies of water from Iowa to Ukraine, across the mid-latitudes of the globe. Now that could be up to 7 or 10 years. So think about that much frozen land for that long. You have the death of agriculture. You have like you are talking about, you have the complete disruption of the ability for people to grow food and eat food. And so man reverts to his hunter-gatherer state. And this is all...
Right, but hunting and gathering what?
Well, exactly. And also you have, man has to go underground. I take you through what this is like in detail because it's so bizarre to think about that you have a man-made problem, nuclear weapons, and yet people are not paying attention to the fact that whatever is created by man essentially would theoretically have a man-made solution. Like there is a solution to the nuclear weapons threat. It's not, although the results of a nuclear war would be very much like an asteroid striking the United States or the world anywhere. There's a solution to nuclear war. There's a solution called disarmament. We have a total of 12,200 and some odd nuclear weapons.
And is the concern that if we did that, other countries would not do that? We would be defenseless?
Yeah. Absolutely. But, things happen in sort of inches and feet. They don't have to happen overnight. Once upon a time, there were 70,000 nuclear warheads in 1986.
Oh, so we're making progress.
We were making progress until this past year. And these treaties are all, at risk, and people are just very busy seeing everybody else as the enemy.
This past year specifically because of what?
Well, Putin's saying he's not going to be involved in the treaty anymore. Donald Trump said he pulled us out of the treaty. So there's leaders are threatening. This is all on the table right now. It could and should be looked at. But do you remember back when we were in high school when Reagan and Gorbachev got together for the Reykjavik summit?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That was the beginning of a movement toward disarmament. That was the beginning of this idea of, wait a minute, 70,000 nuclear weapons is just an accident waiting to happen. And so we are at 12,500 today because of that.
And we should also say that there have been some very close calls.
The Secretary General said last year or something, we are one misunderstanding, one miscommunication away from nuclear annihilation. He's not kidding.
There was this one incident where the Soviet Union thought that we were attacking them, and there was one guy who resisted launching a counterstrike. And that one guy prevented nuclear annihilation. One guy said, I think this is an error. This doesn't make sense. I'm not doing this. And that one guy saved us. I don't remember what the incident was. What do you remember?
Yeah.
What was the exact issue?
So his name was Petrov, and it was in 1983. So what's even more remarkable about him is this was at a time of, absolute animosity, enmity between the two nations. It was a really precarious time in the world. And Petrov was in a early warning radar system, outside of Moscow, that reads data of possible incoming nuclear missiles. And he saw what the radar screen, the radar scope was reading as 5 ICBMs coming from Wyoming. 5. He knew that we would send 1,000 missiles if we were going to launch. And so he questioned the data, which is just so remarkable in its own conception when you think about that. He questioned it, and he didn't send it up the chain of command as a missile attack.
So what was it?
Well, I get into this in the book, which is terrifying. So let me back up for a second of how good our technology is. So we have a system in space, a satellite system called SBIRS, space-based infrared satellite system. It's like the Paul Revere of the 21st century. It is parked over our enemies that have nuclear weapons, and it can see and detect a nuclear launch of an ICBM in a fraction of a second, Joe. Confirmed fact. That's why nuclear war begins and ends in 72 minutes, because the SBIR satellite system sees the launch, and then the U.S. Nuclear Command and Control goes into begins. And by the way, an ICBM cannot be redirected and it cannot be recalled.
What about these hypersonic weapons that can adjust their trajectory? They can move to different places. Like it look like it's going to Arizona and it goes to Chicago.
So ballistic missiles are hypersonic. So a little bit of a misnomer there. And also a hypersonic missile, let's just say it went from Russia to the United States. It might take an hour. A ballistic missile launched from a launch pad outside Moscow takes 26 minutes and 40 seconds to get to Washington, D.C. That number's not going to change. That's gravity. That's physics. That's what it was in 1958, 59, and that's what it is today.
But isn't the new technology that it can alter its course?
Yes, but so if you go with that logic and you say, well, it can move around, so it would be harder to shoot down.
Right.
As I explain in the book, and again, as was relayed to me by defense officials, we can't shoot down ballistic missiles, long-range ballistic missiles, with any kind of certainty or accuracy.
It's not like the Iron Dome or anything like that.
The Iron Dome is almost like terrible for nuclear war, you know.
This is 1,000. It's not 100K. Thank you, Mash. Here, Rabbi Rothschild knows a lot. Got you. Podcast, YouTube, documents. Wait. Yeah, I can. But this is, I thought you said 17K. I think you're off the decimal, though. It's like 153. What are you doing for your 2nd anniversary? But T, am I tripping? But this is 150,000, not 15K. Fitting all this dick in your mouth. I'll probably, yeah. You off by a decimal. Or just like. This is 173,000. Drake is really that early in the game, bro? Damn. See Eddie. But no, actually, bro, Eddie user number 22 is crazy, bro. Y'all. Drake, let's see, shorty case. Check mine, I got you. Shorty case. Eddie was late to the game on got it.
Check train records.
Damn. Okay, 82. Shorty is there early. Bro, look how many people joined the train wrecks. Train? How is train wrecks? Wait, is this wrong? Did I spell something wrong?
Check sign 2.
Train wrecks. Did I spell this wrong? You're saying train wrecks.
What is the Discord? Trainwrecks TV.
Discord? You sent it to the right Discord. What did I spell wrong? Train wrecks. How do you spell it?
Trainwrecks.
Oh, wait, Trainwrecks TV? Trainwrecks TV? No. Oh, it is Trainwrecks TV. Bro, my God, yours is fucking so late, bro. Let's try. Dumbass is so late. so late. Who gives a shit? Nobody.
LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath's group will work to identify deficiencies in services and education. Although some progress has been made.
What is this for? I don't ask people to understand. Yeah. W, who's this?
That currently exist throughout
Only text. I'm not gonna look up text. Try soon.
Board of Supervisors voted to fund 2 positions to oversee the Board of Department of Public Health's violence prevention office. A new program to educate kids in LA County about excessive use.
Check. Wait, when was Sorry created? When was number 1 created? Good question. Oh, damn, how did he get 35,000 in? Facts. Aiden, yeah, try Aiden. How did he get 1 at that late? Aiden was like 104,000. Yeah, I want to see too.
Israel and the U.S. are united in the mission
Oh,
to bring home
Jesus,
the
okay.
American Israelis help
Mine hella late. I have an older account from 2023.
20? Wait, is it?
Oh. Sorry, it's Prava swap.
Probably swap. Yeah, swap.
It's Adam Ross.
It's Aiden Ross. Oh, Aiden
I
Ross.
swapped this.
Oh, Aiden Ross.
Nonsense.
Wait, what? So Aiden was taken before Aiden Ross. Bro, people are just taking names. Look at this. Aiden was just
tomorrow instead. The FBI has testified in the investigation of the assassination attempt of former President Trump. FBI Director Christopher Wray told the House Judiciary Committee the shooter had explosive devices.
The FBI lab is exposing those explosive devices.
But it's so wrong.
It's
so wrong. He's permed? Is that why? W perm?
Also says the shooter had a drone
This
flying
time
over
kid.
Valley Bend
Y'all are just laughing.
Monson.
shots break out later this month.
Who is Monkson? That's your alt text.
Flight cancellations are under
Just your
100
text.
for the
Your
first
alt
time in days. Alex Stone says the airline canceled more than 500 flights yesterday.
If Delta has struggled and the federal government has launched an investigation into Delta, CEO Ed Bastian says the airline is making progress in restoring operations, and that today is seeing limited issues, and then by Thursday, Delta's service should be fully restored.
Delta's CEO admits the recovery was slow. Many passengers are still stuck because of flight cancellations. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the department received over 3,000 complaints. The KFI financial update brought to you by Rabbi. State Dow is closing down 504, S&P 500 down 129, Nasdaq down 655.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to kfirevive.com. That's kfirevive.com.
Southland weather from KFI hot again. Heat advisories still in place for the valleys, the IE, the high desert. Highs mid to upper 70s in the beaches, 80s to around 90 metro LA, 90s to the triple digits in the valleys, the IE, and the high desert. Upper 80s to low 90s in Lugosi. Right now 72 in Seal Beach, 92 Buena Park, 93 at Bora Hills, 100 in Sherman Oaks. We are going to a stall on the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga.
About just past 4th Street, got a stalled van in that Senator Minor area. Then past it, as you make your way into DeFore, the 15 northbound between Sierra Avenue up to Glen Helen Parkway. At one point, all lanes were blocked. They were trying to clean up a fuel spill. They have done that. All lanes have been reopened. But it is a solid backup to Duncan Canyon Road. Just know if you're in that backup, things are moving a little smoother now. Just give a little bit of time. In Bloomington, Teddy's been on right before Riverside Avenue. Got that rapid clearing to the shoulder. It's going to be slow from Cedar. In Corona, 15 southbound before Ontario Avenue. That reported a disabled car in that Senator Minor area. And on the 91 westbound of Green River, got a report some debris in the lanes. In Orange, 55 northbound right after the 22, got a stall in the lanes there, and in Bell Garden, 710 southbound right at Florence Avenue, got a crash partially blocking that ramp. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast for Push to the Streets of Die Hard Media is about those heroes. This is Listen to Men of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Ross Faria was charged with a crime that he swore he did not commit.
No, I did not do this. I did not know how it happened. I did not do this. I was not involved with it.
Just after Christmas, Troy, Missouri, 2011. The jury was left with no alternative, and in most people's words, the husband did it. I lost one of them. The prosecutor said it was rage, greed. We wouldn't be here if the answer was that easy. In my opinion, this man got charged with murder, and then it sort of snowballed from there. I'm Keith Morrison. I've been a correspondent for Big 9 NBC for 25 years. And in that time, I've never seen a story quite like this before. As we investigated this saga of murder, greed, lies, things became personal. What happens when a true crime show becomes part of the story? We could never have imagined.
I've worked on other cases that have twists and turns, but I've never worked on a case like this with so many twists and turns that were completely unpredictable.
From Big 9 NBC, this is The Thing About Pam, a wild and unbelievable story of the murder of Betsy Faria.
I'd like to see this story conclude with justice. Betsy Faria has not received justice. Russ Faria has not received justice. Her family has not received justice.
And if we learn anything, in all the years we followed this story, anything is possible. I'm Keith Morrison. The Thing About Pam, an all-new podcast from Big 9 NBC. Subscribe now. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Let me send you. I'm gonna send Orlando your. I'm just gonna send you an invite to our Discord. Here's our Discord.
Christopher Wade, that little bar is standing by with ABC. And Luke, can you fill me in? I guess there were some revelations from this testimony from Christopher Wade.
Oh, yeah. LMAO.
Gotcha, Jeff.
Watch my recent interview with CLB 69.
Face.
He seemed fit to grow. Great is he taken? I'm dead.
I'm dead. Raid isn't taken. Raid is kind of like mid done.
Diamond had a damn vigilance.
The guy some distance away from his target.
What'd you say? Evil? What was the one you said first? You had to go evil, Satan, demon. What? Demon was taken in the first 600K. Neon.
I did have a midget.
Damn, Neon was first 33,000. So the interview W, yeah, it was fire. DC fix. Yeah, W have it.
I'm telling y'all, you ever get chickens and strip club golf out and jump on it.
Try Quilly to see when, who made Quilly.
Everyone's tracks.
Wait. What? It's the same Quilly that we made. Wait, no, I get it. Quilly, so he did it with like our boy did it with like an I, capital I, right? Did like a capital I here. Yeah.
No, that's not it. So it's the first one's a capital I.
Offlines is Lily with an I instead of Elsa.
Yeah, the first one. It's the first one, yeah. Sorry, offlines. Yeah, actually. When was the original offline? That's a sick ass. Oh yeah, I was making, oh god, yeah, I was making the first 22,000 users. Who is that? First,
He's in everyone's chats.
Really? I don't know if I've seen him.
Try.
Oh, it's R.
It's Garrett's slut truck.
Is it really? RLGG. Oh, so it looks like. What is this? We're checking Subi Core Dog. Thank you, Core Dog Champion. We're looking at usernames, John. The I's and L.
With the
On the West Side Gangster.
Guys, we need to get over there. We need to do something about this. We need to do something about that. And this escalation is motivated by the fact that they're making fucking ungodly amounts of money by making and selling these weapons. And this is a massive part of our economy. It's a massive part of the structure that runs the government itself.
Absolutely. So then you have to ask yourself, what is also going to happen now that these big contracting organizations, Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed, are now being threatened by Silicon Valley, by the new defense contractors that are coming into the pipeline, that are threatening their contracts because they can do it faster and cheaper. And so I fear that you will see even more of that entrenchment that you're talking about, even more of the, the bureaucracy churning out more weapons under the guise of
because they'll have to ramp it up.
Yeah, because there's a competition, so which is that double-edged sword, because competition is what makes America great. I believe, and that's true,
Yeah.
But I do also think what's interesting is, like, someone I interviewed here in the book is Leon Panetta. So not only was he a former sector, but he was former CIA chief, and he was former White House chief of staff under Clinton. And in our interview, I learned a lot from him about those three kind of elements of the national security: advising the president, being SecDef, being in charge of all of this, and being CIA chief from the intelligence point of view. But what was even more interesting about interviewing Panetta was that he said to me at the end of our interview, "It's good that you're doing this. The American people need to know." That's a direct quote from him. So here's a guy who has spent his entire life entrenched in that system that you're talking about. And then outside of it, once he retires, puts on his, shall we say, grandfather's hat, the human hat, and is suddenly like, this is really going in the wrong direction. I would hope that would lead to more people thinking wisely about what it is they're doing when they're in office, as far as nuclear war is concerned.
Yeah, but the thing that concerns me is they're not good at anything. Why would they be good at this?
But tell me more.
Well, it brings me back to Eisenhower's speech when he left office. the threat of the military-industrial complex, warning the United States that there is an entire system that is now in place that profits off of war and wants war and wants to keep creating these weapons and wants to keep escalating things because that's their business. That's the business. We're not good at regulating any businesses. We're not good at anything that's detrimental. We're not good at regulating overfishing of the oceans. We're not good at environment. We're not good at energy. We're not good at manufacturing. We're not good at regulating anything. Everything we've done has been a for-profit thing. When we allowed jobs to go overseas and decimated American manufacturing, there was no regulation of that. They didn't think that out. They didn't do a good job of managing that. No, they completely devastated manufacturing here. And we saw during the COVID crisis, during the lockdowns, oh my God, we can't get anything because everything's overseas. Everything's made overseas. Medicine, all the computer chips, everything. Like, they're not good at anything.
But I agree with you. The first part of Eisenhower's speech is spot on, and that is absolutely true. And yet at the same time, this is why I think people stop talking about things like nuclear war, or they move on to another more interesting subject that might be more entertaining, because who really wants to hear about this problem that seems to be cyclical? And there is, because you have to have a strong defense. You have to have a national security, otherwise you get walked all over. I think people kind of agree that.
Yes.
You can't really have a peace force.
Right. Agreed. Okay. Especially with the state of the world.
Right?
Right.
So, but the second part of Eisenhower's speech is important to me, and it's why I get people to talk to me in my books, because he says there's an antidote to the military-industrial complex, and that is an alert and knowledgeable citizenry, which is in essence what we're doing now by talking about this. It's what you do on your podcast. By having an alert and knowledgeable citizenry, and the word alert, I think, means engaged. You have to be able to talk to people in a way that they can, oh, wow, that's interesting. Well, I don't understand how that works. How does that work? And have these conversations. So in that regard, I would say that's a positive sign in the right direction. I think people are much more open to having an opinion about all of this than they were in, say, the 1950s. But there's a balance, because now opinion somehow seems to be taking over the Department of Facts in many regards.
The Department of Facts. That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah. It just doesn't seem like the general public is completely aware of how dangerous these threats are and how close we are inching towards it. Like, even the nuclear subs off the coast of Cuba was barely a blip in the news cycle. It was replaced by Taylor Swift and her boyfriend. It's like it just goes in and out quickly.
Well, it's also Joe, I do not write about politics. I just don't talk about, I talk about POTUS, the President of the United States. And I talk about moves that certain presidents made. But I'm amazed at how much time is spent talking about these two individuals and their families and what they ate for breakfast. That I find, at least the Taylor Swift of it is like slightly, entertaining or uplifting. But the way in which America seems to me have almost become like, the way that the UK used to be obsessed with the royal family to such a degree where it's
that's our royals, as celebrities and nonsense. And whether it's the president who's a celebrity or congressperson who's become a celebrity, AOC, it's not about her policies. It's about her saying stupid shit. It's like, that's all people care about. It's a reality show. And we're kind of conditioned by reality shows, right? We have so many that we watch and so many things that we pay attention to that are nonsense, that distract us, that we like to sort of apply those same viewing habits to the whole world.
But I'm amazed by the phenomena of podcasts, I must say, because I'm old enough to remember when they weren't around. And so, right? So, and I have one foot in publishing, obviously, author of 7 books, but I also write television. And so I exist in these two different worlds of media that are, you could say, traditional media forms. And when you consider how radically these different forms of communication are changing, that I sell as many ebooks and audiobooks as I do hardcovers. And I have a feeling that if those markets didn't exist, I would sell half as many books, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And so then when you throw the podcast into the mix, I cannot tell you how many people know about my work as a journalist, as a national security reporter, because of podcasts. That is remarkable to me. It makes things so much more accessible to so many more people.
Yeah.
Everybody's listening to a podcast driving around, listening, when they're at the gym, when they're on a hike. And if someone who cares about an alert and knowledgeable citizenry as a fundamental, first of all, because I think if people that are curious tend to be less furious. If you can get your curiosity satiated, you don't become so angry. And so I have to be an eternal optimist, particularly writing the kind of books that I do, or it would just be, it would be, my thinking would take a negative turn. And so I am an eternal optimist, and I do look to conversation and new media as a means to a better way, or a means to a way out of this kind of, I believe the tide will turn.
Well, it's certainly one of the only uncompromised conversations that's available, and it happens to be the biggest. That's the wildest thing, is mainstream media is just falling apart. No one cares anymore. No one believes them. The faith in mainstream media and the trust in mainstream media is at an all-time low. And podcasts are at all-time high. How many of them are there, Jimmy? Like 5 million?
I think there's something like that, like monthly, Yeah.
Yeah.
But also what's remarkable is you hear people often say, like, people have lost their attention spans. They watch TikTok. Well, people listen to your podcast for 3 hours. That is a very long attention span. And I find that kind of like brain conditioning really valuable, because I will listen to a podcast for 3 hours, and also in a it might be on an airplane, and then my phone tells me I have this much time left on the podcast, so I continue listening it on a hike. And I think that it is a very different kind of mental stimulus, curiosity, in a new way forward than the old days of reading a newspaper. It takes you this amount of time to read, and then the newspapers barely exist anymore.
Right, and then the other problem with television shows is that they're on a specific time, and people don't want to be locked into having to watch something at a very specific time. And now, because of things like, YouTube and Spotify, you can just watch it anytime you want. And just stop it when you go to the bathroom. Stop it when someone calls you. Stop it when you have to go somewhere. Restart it again when you're at the gym. And it's just a different thing. It's a different way to communicate. This idea that people don't have attention spans anymore. How is that possible? They're just people. People didn't change. That's so stupid. If people always had attention spans and all of a sudden they don't, maybe they're just getting distracted by things that are very easy to absorb and very addictive, like TikTok videos. It doesn't mean that the human mind is different. It's been altered forever, and that now no longer people are interested in long-term conversations. That's just stupid. I've rejected that from the beginning. Like, one of the first things this podcast is, even my good friends were telling me, like, you have to edit it. I'm like, I'm not editing shit. Like, you have to make it shorter. Like, why? No one's going to listen to something for 3 hours. Then don't listen. That was my take. I was like, I don't care. I listen to things. I've always listened to, like, lectures and old Alan Watts speeches. Like, I listen to things.
Who's Alan Watts?
Alan Watts is, I guess you would call him a psychedelic philosopher. Very fascinating Englishman who said some very wise things, but just a brilliant person, very interested in Buddhism, and just a very, very wise person who still today people send me clips of things that he said and quotes of things that he said. But I've always listened to fascinating people have conversations. Terence McKenna, I listened to a lot of his speeches and a lot of the different lectures that he gave. I don't think people changed. I think that's nonsense. I get hooked on YouTube Reels or Instagram Reels. I get hooked on them. I'll be sitting there. If I have nothing to do, I'll be like, what is that? Why is he doing that? What's that? Oh, we like that. It's just a part of being a human being. We're easily distracted. It doesn't mean we don't have an attention span anymore. That's stupid. That's ridiculous. There's still people that are graduating from universities with PhDs. There's still people right now that are in the residency in medical school. There's still people that are learning how to engineer fighter jets. Like, there's people that have attention. This is nonsense. The idea that human beings have radically changed because of this one medium that's addictive is just so stupid.
Well, I also think there's something to be said as an individual when you can see, when you start to be a little bit conscious of your own habits in viewing and thinking and reading and information. So you get absorbed in the TikTok, and then you get to say to yourself, like, what am I doing? I want to actually change this habit.
Right.
And we all benefit from seeing how easy it is to develop a habit.
Yes.
And how hard it is to sort of move yourself away from a habit as you become entrenched in it. And so I think there's complete value in that. People suddenly realize, I got to stop watching TikTok videos and I got to go to the gym, which is another,
Right, but that's a difficult sort of an adjustment, and most people don't like difficult things. So if you get 100 people addicted to TikTok, what number out of those 100 people are going to go, you know what, I'm going to change my life? It's probably like 3 or 4. And those people are extraordinary. And you hear about them and you get inspired by them. Like, wow, you got a flip phone? That's crazy, Bob. Why'd you do that? Like, you know what? I realized my mind was getting taken up by these things, and now I have my mind back. I like it. People want to call me, they can call me. But I'm not watching things and reading things and absorbing things. But then there's the argument like, okay, but now you're out of the cultural conversation. Like, I have friends that have flip phones, and I'll try to ask them, did you see this new thing about the new quantum computer that's like 100 billion times better or 100 million times better than the last one they released in 2019? And they're like, no, what? So they're missing some things too. So the key is like mitigation. Like, you have to figure out like how much information makes you anxious, and how much information where you just sit there and you scroll and you waste your time, and then you're like, what did I do with my life? I'm wasting hours. And then you look at your screen time at the end of the day, it's 6 hours. Like, what? 6 hours of looking at my phone? Is that real? So you have to do that, but then also you don't want to miss out on things. So you do want to kind of be informed, and part of my job is to be informed. I can't be the guy who people have to tell things about because I don't know anything. Like, what? What's going on? Crimea? Where's that? I can't. Like, so I have to have some involvement. I have to have some input where I'm getting input from social media and from all these different things. As a comedian, I have to know the temperature of the country. I have to know like what to make fun of, like what's ridiculous, what people are accepting that doesn't make any sense. You just have to know like when you're getting sucked into the point where it's becoming detrimental. And I think that's where people struggle. People really struggle with that, like figuring out how much, like you can eat a cookie. Nothing wrong with eating a cookie, but you shouldn't eat a whole bag of cookies. You shouldn't eat cookies every day. That's not good. But if you have dinner and you want to get dessert, yeah, I'll get a piece of tiramisu. Okay, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You eat tiramisu every day, you're going to die. And that's what social media is. It's dessert. It's candy. It's things that are kind of fun up until a point. But you just got to know what that point is and how to manage your own attention span, and just also have sovereignty over your mind. You have to control your mind. You have to be able, like, if your mind starts getting anxious, okay, I know we're getting weird. It's time to work out. Okay, I know maybe we should meditate. Maybe we should do this. Maybe we should do that. Don't just keep scrolling. You got to know when. But most people don't have that kind of self-control and discipline. They don't have to. All most people have to do is when the alarm goes off, get up, wash yourself, brush your teeth, eat something, go to work. Do whatever minimal amount you have to do to keep that job. And then on the bathroom breaks and whenever no one's looking, look through your phone, be distracted, come home, watch Netflix, go to sleep, repeat. That's most people. So they don't have to do anything because they haven't set up their life in a way that requires serious attention and an objective sense of your perspective and your interaction with humans and the way the world is working. They don't have the time. They have family problems, job problems, their car's fucked, something's wrong with their house they gotta fix, they have bills, everything's piling up. People are immensely distracted. So what social media does for them is it gives them a brief rest from their own problems to just look at some fucking drag queen reading stories to kids and get outraged, or some new thing that's going on with some girl that made some crazy video and now everybody's talking about it. Like, it's just, most people don't have much discipline and they don't have to. And they've gotten through life being overweight, eating processed foods and drinking too much and smoking too much and taking all kinds of pills to mitigate all these problems that they have because they've not taken care of themselves. So they're on anti-anxiety medication, anti-depression medication, and anti-this and that, and they're trying to lose weight, so they're on Ozempic, and that's most people. That's most people. You know, the number one drug in America is a peptide that helps you lose weight.
What is that?
Ozempic.
Ooh,
it's the most profitable drug in the country. It's maybe the most profitable drug ever. They can't sell enough of it. They estimate that by, what is the number? I think they're saying within 5 years, 30% of the population is going to be on Ozempic.
They can't make it fast enough.
Can't make it fast enough. It's flying off the shelves.
Okay, here's a strange parallel thought for that, which is that Raytheon has gotten rid of its marketing department. It doesn't need it anymore. They can't make enough missiles fast enough. So
imagine have a marketing department for missiles.
Right? But
that
what
is so crazy.
What you just told me is like people's physical being and their existential defense threats are aligned in terms of that. There's no need. There's too many orders to fill.
If you can get people to believe bullshit and keep feeding them bullshit, you turn them into infants. And if they just accept the fact that you're feeding them bullshit and they don't employ any critical thinking and they don't look at outside sources of information and really try to assess what's actually going on, because they generally don't have the time.
Interesting.
You create a nation of infants, and there's a lot of us in this country that exist almost like children that are hoping daddy's going to take care of everything.
But I'm always interested in the people that have, that are those 3% you talked about, that suddenly have that moment, the catalyst where they realize, oh my goodness, I have to change. Things have to change. That becomes, maybe not everybody.
There's more of us now, I think, than ever before. And
that change.
Yes.
That suddenly realize.
That realize something's going on. And I think that's also because of social media, the good aspects of social media, real honest discussions, revelations, things being released on Twitter, and the Twitter files with Elon Musk, where they found out the FBI was trying to suppress information, the Hunter Biden laptop story, and then going through the COVID disinformation, and now seeing the congressional hearings where Fauci's lying in front of Congress about gain-of-function research and whether or not they deleted emails and all that stuff. I think more people are now going, what the fuck is actually going on than ever before. I think there was always people, like during the Vietnam War, there's always people that distrusted the government and but they didn't have the kind of access to information that we have today.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested in the individual stories of people who change always, because I think that it's too, I don't want to say depressing for me, but it's too, like, if I think of America as this big giant situation with problems, it becomes overwhelming. I just try to focus on people's really interesting, cool stories. I'll tell you one that comes to mind with the guy with my Uber drive the other day. And we're chatting away, and he tells me that he used to be like 350 pounds. And he was like this thin dude. And he was talking to me about driving an Uber at night so he could save money for one of his kids to go to college. And I was like, wow, how did you suddenly lose weight? And he told me that he was a security guard at a military base. And, he said I was giant. And the dudes in the military were totally fit. And one of them said to me one time, dude, you got to lose some weight. and I listened to him, and he let me go into the
Wow.
military gym.
Wow. One guy.
One guy.
Sometimes you just need to hear it.
Be that guy.
Yeah.
Be that guy. And but that, to our point of like, well, if you're not allowed to say like, dude, you're overweight, or he did, essentially like by saying, dude, you should come to the gym, the subtext there is, dude, you're overweight.
Yeah.
Like you're, unhealthily overweight. That's that fine line of stuff I find really interesting, is talking about things that make people uncomfortable. I don't think that should be so taboo.
No, it shouldn't.
I think you should be able to be honest, assertive, and direct.
Especially if you can do it and be kind. Just telling someone they need to lose weight doesn't mean you're mean. And this whole body positivity thing, it's not good for anybody. Not good for anybody. There's no one who benefits from that. You benefit in the short term where you don't feel as bad about the fact that you're obese. But you know you're obese. Everyone knows you're obese. You're just not dealing with this very obvious problem. When someone says you need to lose weight, I was watching this TikTok video where there was this lady who was upset because she was going to her doctor. And she has all these autoimmune problems, and she was morbidly obese, like giant. And she said that the doctor started body shaming her. And she was so upset that she felt uncomfortable that the doctor was telling her that she needed to do something about her weight loss and recommended perhaps bariatric surgery or Ozempic or any of these things. And this person was talking about this as like, what a betrayal that their healthcare provider was calling them obese and that they did not feel safe with them anymore. And the comments were interesting because almost everyone in the comments was like, that fucking person's trying to save your life. Like, you have all these autoimmune issues. Well, guess why? Guess what? You're 500 pounds. Like, you shouldn't be 500 pounds. That's not a normal weight for a person, especially a woman who's like 5'8". This is crazy. Like, what you're doing is crazy. And for you to be upset that your doctor is telling you you're doing something crazy. It's like a person coming into the doctor's office, getting screened for lung cancer with 3 cigarettes lit in their mouth. That's what it's like. It's like, hey, what do you think is causing this lung cancer? Do you think maybe it's this fucking poison that you're sucking on every day? Like, yeah, that's probably it, right? Yeah, well, that's the same thing. You're just doing, it's a slower poison, but it's a very obvious poison. Like, you're consuming poison. You've got in your body to the point where it's dying. And she's telling you, this doctor's telling you, hey, you've got to do something about this. And your response is to go on social media and talk about the horrors of being body shamed.
There's a great saying that I love, I try to live my life by, and I definitely write about it in all my books, which is, you can't fix what you can't face.
That's a very good quote. Very good quote. Yeah, that's true.
Alternatively, you can fix what you're willing to face.
Yeah.
And that's what's so much about
if it's fixable.
I think you can fix anything, even if it's just a mental fix or a spiritual fix.
Yeah.
But are you willing to? But on the technology front, do you ever read James Burke?
No.
He wrote a lot in the 80s. And he was writing about science and technology. He's a historian of science and technology. And he goes like way back, like bubonic plague he'll write about of how that changed industry across Europe in these really general, easy to digest, fascinating ways. But in terms of your technology, TikTok, is the world going to hell in a handbasket? I think of him because he said that and this is a great analogy, I think of with my kids and social media, when the printing press was invented. Absolutely all of society thought the world was like going to go to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
Because but before that, the only people who could read really were the priests. And so they kept all this information and they doled it out according to their line of thinking. And then the printing press came along and the hoi polloi could read or would begin. That began really the birth of mass populations being able to read, which is where we are today. And sometimes I think about James Burke, and I think about that as an analogy to where we are today, that what is going on is just an upheaval like the printing press, in terms of making a lot more people more literate.
Yes.
And so maybe it's not even, I used to think of literacy and its true definition is actually reading. And I remember when audiobooks came out, and I read all my own audiobooks. And I originally thought that listening to me read my own book was somehow you wouldn't have the same experience of reading it yourself. And then I realized I was putting my standard. I actually enjoy reading. I like to read. That's the way I'm wired. I can't do math, but I can read. And then I realize the amount of people that listen to my audiobooks, listen to your podcast, that maybe is a new 21st century form of literacy, which is really makes my head go in interesting places because
have a drink, have a drive.
Language is very different than reading, communicating. So but
it's all information.
Yes. And it's digesting the information. And so where I think the social media parts of it are dangerous is it's, like you said, it's too fast, too disparate. You go from one thing to the next thing, and that's the way it's all set up. Whereas a longer form podcast, you're asking people to stay with you with your ideas. You might go off on a riff about obesity. I might go off on a riff about literacy, but the brain is being stimulated. The brain is being curious, and then that carries over to your own life.
Yes. Yeah, I think what's going on also is that this entertainment form, this whether it's podcasts or audiobooks, is something that's being consumed while people are doing other things where they normally would not get this information, like driving, going to the gym, working, doing menial labor, doing things where you can listen to a podcast. That is a new thing. It's a way to be entertained while you're doing other things. And that's a big part of this. And that's a whole area that wasn't addressed before. And it kind of was with talk radio. So people listen to talk radio in their cars. But nobody listened to talk radio at the gym. Nobody listened to talk radio on an airplane. You can download things and consume them anytime you want. And most of the time people are consuming these things while they're being forced to sit in the doctor's waiting room, while they're doing something that ordinarily they would just be bored.
Right. And the other argument to that, your friend with the flip phone, I've heard this director, Christopher Nolan, who made the Oppenheimer movie, talk about this, where he says he believes that the experience of sitting in the waiting room is what he wants.
Yeah.
So I think there's a very few rarefied people that can actually, the way they're built, the way they're engineered, the way they are, the way they've become, allows for them to sit in the waiting room and be super interested in observing. Maybe you're an elite director to do that. But most people are going to be, restless, irritable, and discontent. And therefore the podcast, the audiobook, is an additive to life.
It is, but it's also a way to consume new information. It's a way to get educated. You can say what Christopher Nolan is doing is the right way, but it might be the right way for him. He's obviously a brilliant man, and I don't believe he even uses email. Is that the case? Find out Christopher Nolan uses email. I'm pretty sure he's one of those guys that's like no phone, no email, nothing, completely disconnected. And I would imagine if you want to be very creative, that's probably a very good strategy.
You don't want to.
Yeah. I don't have an email address. I've never used email, no one said. I don't have a smartphone. I will carry a pay-as-you-go dumb phone thing. Yeah.
Plus the quote from him. So that's
one of the reasons why it's probably so good. What does it say? His burner phone is inspired by what? The Wire? Let's see, The Wire. What does it say? I got it. I nailed it. I have a feeling that in the future there's going to be way less of those people. And, there was a lot of people I remember in the day that had no email and they thought it was cool. I don't have email, man. You can call me. I don't answer. Like my friend Joey would not answer text messages. He'd get mad at you. You send him a text message. Call me. But now he texts. Everybody texts. I think it's going to be harder and harder to be that guy. But kudos to him.
Okay, so I remember when my son Jet is now 19. He was probably 9.
What a cool name for a son.
Jet Jacobson.
I like it.
My other
I'll
son's
use
name
some
is
Jet
Finley
Jacobson.
Jacobson.
Fighter pilot.
Yeah. So he was like maybe 9 years old when the first iPhone came out. And I had one, and he just thought it was so cool. And I will never forget, he said at the dinner table, Mom, just to be clear, when you were born, they didn't have these iPhones.
That's great.
Just to be clear.
Well, when we were kids, we had a phone that was stuck to the wall with a cord. Remember?
Yeah. I mean, try telling your kids about an answering machine.
How about dial phones?
Okay, are you ready for this trivia? One of the reasons why you could argue that computers became so important to the Defense Department back in 1961 is because during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and this is like, I have seen these documents at the National Archives, JFK was so worried about that exact movement you made with your finger, the dial phone. There was a true red phone that would be used in a nuclear crisis for him to call Nikita Khrushchev. And he became worried that wasted too much time to get through.
Right.
When the and so he hired a guy called J.C.R. Licklider to develop computers that could move faster. And at the time, the computers were the size of this room in the Defense Department, and there were these old mainframes. And Licklider he's called the Johnny Appleseed of the internet. In essence, he's the guy who created the ARPANET, which is now the internet. And so there's this interesting dual-use technology idea that everything that at the Pentagon, at least, in the defense world, so much of our amazing technology is born out of, trying to save the world from existential threat. And I always think that dual-use part of everything is super interesting. Look at lasers. Lasers are arguably perhaps the most important technological defense-born system of the 20th century. Laser printers, laser surgery, laser eyes, and then you have laser weapons at the Pentagon, so classified I can't even get anywhere near that.
Really?
They're called directed energy weapons.
And how much do you know about them? Because all I see is like conspiracy stuff online, like Antarctica, direct energy weapons. Yeah. Well,
I mean, I always think conspiracy is born of secrecy, which would make sense. If someone is constantly telling you you can't know about that, you're going to naturally wonder what the hell's going on that I really can't know. What's so secret? I think that's a good instinct of ours. And so anytime I have been at the Pentagon, or wherever asking about directed energy weapons, it's really
They'd stop you.
It's a stop. And so to find out more about that, I tracked down, this was when I was reporting the Pentagon's brain a decade ago. I thought to myself, okay, well, if these guys won't talk to me, I'll find out who invented the laser, see if he will. Go to the smartest guy in the room. So Charles Townes, who won the Nobel Prize for inventing the laser, I called him up.
What year was that?
This was in 2014, I believe.
It wasn't lasers before 2014?
No. That's when I interviewed him. He invented the laser I think he won the Nobel Prize in 61 or 62.
Okay.
And he was 99 years old when I interviewed him, still keeping office hours at Berkeley.
Wow.
He had his secretary on the line and gave this incredible interview. And I asked him about, his development of the laser. But you might be interested in this. So he is the guy who invented the laser. I mean, when you really think about that. And he told me, I said, well, who do you go to when you're having trouble when you're Charles Townes? And he said, well, I took that particular idea to two colleagues, Einstein and von Neumann. Okay, that's interesting. I said, who said what? And he said, Einstein, this is when Townes was having trouble making it work. And he said that Einstein said, keep trying. And von Neumann said, it'll never work.
Skill with
And
a
I said, what do you make of that? And he said, well, Einstein was very generous of spirit, and he was always encouraging other scientists to think big and try. And von Neumann was the kind of scientist who believed if he didn't come up with it, it probably wasn't a good idea.
Ego.
But I love that, because who else in the world has those two people?
Yeah.
That they run ideas by. I mean, who you run ideas by, who I run ideas by.
Yeah.
Who Charles Townsend. But here's another interesting thought about the laser is Charles Townsend, he didn't share this fact for decades. But later in life, he wrote a lengthy article, I believe it was for the Harvard Alumni Magazine, that the idea for the laser came to him when he was sitting on a park bench from above.
Whoa. Like how so?
It was a religious experience for him. Like he'd been working on this problem. He'd been working on this science problem, according to Charles Townsend. And by the way, he was inspired, he told me, to develop the laser from the time he was a little kid in the 1920s, reading the Soviet science fiction novel, The Gagarin Death Ray. So it's like it was a science fiction concept, a laser. He's a little kid, Charles Townsend, thinking about this, then all through his life, continuing to think about it, then running it by his Einstein colleagues, and then can't make it work, is sitting on a park bench, and he gets the message from above. He, made it sound very much like it was a religious experience for him, but he never wrote about it for a long time, because particularly in the 60s and 70s, if you couldn't be a scientist and have faith at the same time. Or at least you would be, belittled or be looked down upon, is what he said.
That's interesting. So he was reluctant to say the inspiration behind his idea because he felt that it was divine in nature.
Bingo. And it's not just me, he told this. You can read about this in that Harvard article. And I think he wrote that when he was in his late 80s. But absolutely. So he was really making a plug for listening to whatever it is that guides you, which is a very powerful statement.
Right, whatever that is. Yeah, we have a real problem with if we can't measure something, we don't think it's a real thing. If we don't have the tools to put it on a scale, we don't think it's a real thing. Mm-hmm. But whatever we want to call divine intervention.
Mm-hmm. That when he told me that, it was so fascinating to me. I began to explore if there were other Nobel laureates in particular that shared that belief, and there are. There are a couple of Nobel laureates someone in chemistry, and that believed that their knowledge came from a divine inspiration, like they had a dream type situation. I write about all this in my book Phenomena.
Yes.
These specific examples, because it's so interesting when that kind of non-mainstream thinking comes from an absolute, an individual in the community who has achieved the highest award, whatever that means. But
isn't the creation of science or the thought of science as a thing, was that Descartes? And didn't he come up with it from a dream? He had a dream where an angel told him that they would master control over nature by measurement. See if we can find that. See if we can find that quote. But I believe this was considered the beginning of science. So the beginning of science, here it is. In his third dream, the angel came to Descartes and said, "Conquest of nature is to be achieved through number and measure." That was the beginning of the Cartesian way of dissecting the natural world, one of mechanics, formulae, etc. Surely the conquest of the natural world has been achieved that way. Proof surely that the angel was right. So the beginning of science,
measurement. I mean, it is
divine,
it's
or whatever it is, whatever that word.
absolute. I mean, who isn't amazed by their own dreams when they have a really intense dream? That's just such a part and parcel to being a human and being curious. And there is no answer to it.
I have a theory.
Tell me.
I think ideas are a life form.
Hmm.
That's what I think. I think we think of a life form, the term life form. We think of it as something that can breed, something that propagates, something that spreads its DNA. Every single thing that exists on this earth that people have created came from an idea. Every mug, every computer, every airplane, every television set, everything came from an idea. The idea comes into the person's mind. It combines with all the currently available ideas. It improves upon those ideas, and it manifests itself in a physical thing. And that physical thing is what we do. That's the number one thing we do. We do a lot of different things. We have children and families. We have jobs. We take up hobbies. But if you looked, if an overview effect, if you looked at the human race from above, you would say, well, if you weren't one of us, you would say, what is this species doing? Well, it makes better things every year. That's what it does. It doesn't make the same beehive every year. It constantly, consistently makes better things. Where does it, what motivates us to make these better things? Ideas. Ideas, and then the competition of these ideas. Now, if something wanted a thing to manifest it in the world, to make it exist in the world, what would it do? It would get inside that thing's creative structure, get inside that thing's mind, and impart these ideas, impart these inspirations, and get this thing to go out and put these pieces together and manufacture this thing, and then test it and improve upon it and keep doing it until they get it right. And then other people will take those things and have new ideas. I know how to take that and turn it into a tablet. I know how to turn that into this. I know how to make it this better. Let's do quantum computing. Let's do that. These are all just ideas. So ideas that human beings turn into real things, and those real things accelerate the evolution of technology in this radical way where we can't even comprehend where it's going. You know, there was an article I put on my Instagram today, just with the title of it, how crazy it is that AI was like 500 million years. AI has extrapolated, like they're calculating what evolution looks like in 500 million years. Yeah.
Oh, I have seen that.
Yeah. So,
yes.
Like, we don't even understand what we're doing. We don't even understand what we're doing, but we keep doing it. And I think some of the instincts that human beings have that seem frivolous are directly connected to this. And one of them is materialism. Materialism, status, all these different things that we have where with materialism, you always want the newest, greatest thing. If your friend has an iPhone 15, but you have an iPhone 10, you look like a loser. What are you doing with that look at that stupid old camera. Oh my God, what are you doing with that? You need the best one. You need the new one. If you have a 2007 car and your friend pulls up in a 2024 car, oh, I need the new one. What does the new one do? The new one does all these different things that the old one doesn't do. The new one drives itself. Oh, I gotta get the new one. And so what does that do? It pushes innovation. It promotes innovation. Materialism fuels innovation because we're always buying new stuff. If everybody stopped buying things, if everybody looked at their phone and said, this phone's perfect, I don't need a new phone. I could have that phone forever. You don't need a new iPhone. I could have like that phone forever. They would stop innovating. They would stop making things. It would just stop, and then nothing would get done. But because of materialism, because of this keeping up with the Joneses thing, where everybody wants the latest thing in their driveway to impress their neighbor, you want to pull up to the fucking diner and show all your friends. All that stuff just fuels the creation of new and better things, and we're all part of it. And every year, there's like a thing you didn't know. Like, I just got this phone. Check this out. This phone, I can make a circle on things, and it Googles it instantly. This phone transcribes all of my voice notes and then summarizes them for me. This phone, this Galaxy S24 AI, it has AI in it.
It will summarize your notes, so like condense them into a Wikipedia
of
you.
Wow. It does it with web pages. This is the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. This is the new one. This thing, it can transcribe your thoughts, but even better, it can translate conversations. You could be speaking Spanish and I could be speaking English, and it'll have a split screen. So it'll show, like, I'll put the phone down.
In almost real time.
So on your half of the phone facing you, it would be speaking in Spanish. It would translate my words into Spanish. On my side, it would be translating your Spanish into English. Then if you have the Galaxy earbuds, it'll do it in real time, in your ear. So you can talk to me in Spanish, and I can hear you in English. And this is just beginning.
So at the United Nations, we're no longer going to have those translators painstakingly telling.
And maybe lying, maybe distorting reality, because that happens a lot too. You hear about translations, you're like, that's not exactly what he said. You kind of distorted and twisted those words. But the point is, like, these all come from ideas. And I didn't think I needed an ability to circle an image and it immediately Google searches it, but it's so convenient. Like, if you want something or you see something, like, what is that? What is that? Take a picture of that thing. Circle it. Then immediately it goes to Google and shows you instantaneously.
Now, when you say ideas are life force, which is so interesting to me, haven't heard that. Are you talking about maybe consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. So this, and then what are your thoughts on how individual people are, because you talked about a beehive and it made me think about a hive. Like, are we all part of the same consciousness? Like, again, Carl Jung would say?
My theory, and again, I have no education in this, is just my thinking about it for thousands of hours. I think we're all the same thing. I think this whole idea of we are one, that sounds so hippie. It's hard for people to digest. But I want you to think about it this way. If you lived my life, I think you would be me. And I think if I lived your life, I would be you. I think what consciousness is the life force of all living sentient things on this planet and perhaps all in the universe. And it's experiencing reality through different biological filters, different bodies, different life experiences, different education, different genetics, different parts of the world, different geography, different climate, different things to deal with. But it's the same thing. I think if I lived in Afghanistan and my whole family was in the Taliban, I would probably be in the Taliban too. Because I think you adapt to whatever circumstances and environment you're in, and then you think that way and you speak this language and you have these customs and you engage in these religious practices. But I think consciousness, the thing at the heart of it all, what that person thinks of when they say me, what I think this. I think that me is the same in every person. I think it's everyone. That's why we're all connected. That's why we all need each other. That's why loneliness contributes to diseases, and it's terrible for human beings. I think we're all universally connected with this bizarre goal. And I think this bizarre goal might be to create artificial life. I think that might be I've said this too many times. If you've heard, I'm sorry. But I think that we are an electronic caterpillar making a cocoon, and we don't even know why. We are just constantly building.
Cocoon is the next transformation.
Exactly. And we give birth to the butterfly.
Okay.
We are a biological caterpillar giving birth to the electronic butterfly. And we're doing it. We don't even know what we're doing. We're just making this cocoon. We just keep going because this is what we do. And I think this is probably how life separates from biology to something far more sophisticated that's not confined to the timeline of biological evolution, which is a very slow, relatively speaking, timeline in comparison to electronic evolution. Electronic evolution is exponential. It happens radically. It happens very fast. And especially when you get into things like when AI gets involved and quantum computing gets involved, then things accelerate so fast. Like, look at what's going on with AI. 5 years ago, AI was not even a concern. Nobody even thought about it. Now it's at the tip of everyone's tongue, and all everyone's talking about is what happens when ChatGPT 5 gets released. What happens when 6 gets released? What happens when artificial general intelligence is achieved? What happens when these things become sentient? What happens when these things make better versions of themselves? When does that stop? Does it ever stop? Do they become gods? Is that what God is? Is what God is this primate becomes curious, starts inventing tools. Tools lead to machines. Machines lead to the industrial age. The industrial age leads to electronics. Electronics lead to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence leads to God.
Wow. Okay. In that line of thought, go back now on that timeline. To your eye, how did we go from language, grunt, how do we go from grunting to language, and then from language to writing? Why did we decide, why and how did we write in your...
Well, I think the moment they started pointing at things and making sounds, and by the way, animals do that. We know that, right? Do you know that some monkeys trick other monkeys? So some monkeys will make a sound like an eagle's coming, and so that these monkeys run out of the trees, and then they'll run up the trees and steal the fruit.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they lie to each other.
Have you seen Chimp Empire?
Yes. Yeah, I had the director on. It was amazing. It's an amazing film. There's so much.
That is, somebody was asking me after I wrote the Surprise Kill Vanish book about the CIA's paramilitary, the Ground Branch guys, the snake eaters, and they said, "What's the origin story of Ground Branch?" Thinking I was going to say, the OSS, but I had just seen Chimp Empire, and I couldn't help myself but say, Chimp Empire is the origin story of the CIA's paramilitary.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
And I remember that, watching that, it's like the 4 hours, and it's so magnificently filmed, and it's so interesting. And that moment where they go back in time and you realize someone had been videotaping the previous generation of chimps, and that their anger and their fighting was based on revenge. That blew my mind. Because I often think, because I write about war and weapons, I always think about nature versus nurture, and were we built this way, and are we, this is a very interesting thing to think about, like your electric caterpillar.
Yeah, they're fighting over resources.
They were fighting over resources, but it was also revenge. Remember that? There was like a score to settle with the previous generation.
Yeah.
That to me was stunning. And also that one of the guys, I love that they named everyone, but one of the chimps' brother, I think it was, like head chimp's brother, lost his arm in a poacher's trap. Remember that? And when you think about chimps and how important their arms are swinging from trees, like if you just followed the logic about, survival of the fittest, then that chimp, the brother chimp, would have died because he didn't have one of his hands. But instead, the other brother, the lead chimp, made sure he was taken care of, which is like so human warfare.
Yes.
I still think about that.
Well, that's how they can survive. They need help. That's why they live in tribes. That's why they're not individuals alone by themselves.
Okay, so you think chimps were pointing, and then from that, you had to figure they're over long amounts of time.
Over immense amounts of time, they started developing, just like monkeys have sounds for eagles. The monkeys have sounds for snakes. They have sounds for different things. And this is a relatively recently known thing. I think they used to think they were just making noises before. Now they realize, like, oh no, they have very specific noises for very specific things. And I think that evolves. Do you know that they think that apes right now are in the Stone Age? Yeah, they've entered into the Stone Age.
You mean apes have evolved into the Stone Age?
Anthropologists right now believe that if we used to be Stone Age lower primates and we eventually evolved into being human beings, the other apes are now entering into the Stone Age. There's evidence of them using tools. There's evidence of them manufacturing tools. There's a video of an orangutan, some famous photos of an orangutan spearfishing. He's hanging he's hanging onto a tree, and he's got a spear, and he's jabbing fish out of the water with his spear. It's wild to see.
They're catching up with us.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. I mean, the idea that they're going to stay the same. Look at this.
Okay. Oh, wow.
How
That's
crazy
amazing.
is that? How crazy is that? He's fishing. He's fishing with a spear.
That's
And that's just one of many instances of them using tools, using things. They're starting to enter into this phase where they start evolving. I mean, and it's a slow process, and we went through it somehow or another. We went through it in an accelerated way. It's very confusing also. Like the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years apparently is the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. Like, how does this one thing that created the fossil record double over a period of 2 billion years? Like, what are the factors?
Yes.
And there's a bunch of different ideas, but all of them are just ideas. No one really knows.
Okay, so here's an interesting anecdote. Nuclear war apes. In 1975, there was this famous defense official who went like from being a hawk to being like, we cannot have so many nuclear weapons. His name was Paul Warnke, and he wrote what was then a famous article in Foreign Policy magazine called "Apes on a Treadmill." Such a great image. His idea that the nuclear arms race was apes on a treadmill, that we and the Russians were just slavish, like essentially ignorant beasts, just slaving away on this treadmill, trying to win, not even realizing there is no winner. And, it was a famous article. Everybody wrote about it and spoke about it in, DC, and then it disappeared. Well, the anecdote comes from recently. A group of scientists wanted to try to answer the question that we're talking about, like, how did apes go from bipedal, or how did we, from knuckle walking to being bipedal? How did that happen? We still don't know why. And they were trying to figure out if it had to do with energy consumption. So they outfitted apes, they put them on a treadmill, they outfitted them with oxygen masks, and then they had humans doing the same thing. And they were measuring, energy levels. And during this experiment, and they kept making them do it over and over again, the humans and the apes on the treadmills. And during one of the experiments, one of the apes was basically like, screw this, I'm not doing this anymore. He pushed the button and got off. And the anecdote to nuclear war is, if apes can figure out how to get off the treadmill, why can't humans?
Well, apes aren't being influenced by lobbyists.
Apes aren't watching TikTok.
Apes aren't having secret lunch meetings with the head of Raytheon. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I think we can. I don't think it's impossible. I think you and I being here right now having this conversation where there's not a nuclear war going on speaks to that. Like, we've had nuclear weapons for a long time and we haven't used them.
Yeah.
I don't think it's inevitability that we destroy ourselves, but it's a possibility. And I think there's a lot of foolish people that are ignoring that possibility, and that's what's scary. And what's scary is that the type of people that want to become president, congressmen, and senators, some of them are great people, and some of them are they're wise and they're good leaders, and some of them are just people that are too ugly to be on TV. They're too ugly to be actors. They're too ugly to be. They can't sing. They want attention, and so they want to be a leader. And so they want to say the things that people want to hear, because those things get them positive attention, and they feel good. And then they get a bunch of people who love them, and they feel good. And then they have their face on a billboard and their bumper stickers, and like, everybody likes me, and the people who don't like me, they're communists or losers. And so it's a cult of personality thing that is just a part of being a charismatic person and garnering attention. And that's a giant part of our whole political process, is narcissists and psychopaths and sociopaths that have embedded themselves into the system. And then they all feed off each other and help each other. And they're all insider trading, and they're all involved. And then when they leave office, they get paid to speak in front of bankers and make $500,000. We're overrun by sociopaths.
What's the why is that?
What's a natural path? Like, that's what most leaders are. Most leaders of immense groups of people that force people into war are sociopaths.
It's the old adage that, you had to be crazy to become president in the first place,
yes.
Or you wouldn't become president because you would realize it's crazy.
Yeah, my take is that no one who wants to be president should be allowed to be president. Almost no one. And that's, that's also part of the problem that with the world we're living in today. It's always the lesser of two evils. That's our choice, always.
Well, it's also so peculiar what happens to people when they become president. And I'll give you an example of, again, from the nuclear war concept of things. Do you know about the policy launch on warning?
No.
Okay. Do you know about sole presidential authority?
Yes.
Okay, so the president alone launches nuclear war. He doesn't ask the SecDef, doesn't ask the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, doesn't ask Congress. He launches. Furthermore, we have a policy called launch on warning. So when he's told that there is an incoming nuclear missile on its way to the United States, which is how this begins, he must launch on warning. That is policy. We do not wait. That is a quote from former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry. Now, before taking office, many of these presidents say that they are going to change that insane policy because it essentially creates this volatile situation where every president, every foreign leader knows they're going to launch on warning, and so am I. They say they're going to change the policy before they take office. This is documented, Clinton, Bush, Obama, not Trump, and then they don't. And no one knows why. Why do you think that is? That you would have a position before becoming president of such an extreme policy needs to change and then change or become silent on that?
I don't think anybody, if I was going to have a conversation with Trump, the number one thing that I would want to ask him is, what is the difference between what you thought it was like and what it is like? What happens when you get in there? What happens when you get in? No one knows. It's so secretive. The meetings between heads of state, between senators, congressmen, behind closed doors, all the different meetings with the head of the Pentagon, the head of the intelligence agencies, we don't know what those meetings are like. No one can know. It's a point of national security. So if you're not president, of course you can't go to the fucking meetings.
Right.
So then you become president, and then you get briefed. So then they sit you down and they hit you with all the problems in the world that you don't know about, that nobody knows about but them. And I bet they're numerous, and I bet it's terrifying. And I bet that's a giant factor as to why people change a lot of what they say when they're running for president, they know they're not going to do, but they're saying it because they want people to vote for them. And then they get in there and they go, oh, no, I'm not going to release the JFK files. And they do things like that. That's what they always do. But I think a lot of it is also, you can't know what you're talking about until you get that job. Until you're in there, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea.
But whose narrative is that? Like, in other words, is it the previous administration? Because if that's the case, if the previous administration is briefing you, the new president, the incoming president, on all of these state secrets that are so terrifying, you have to throw your old promises out the window for the most part.
Right.
Wouldn't that change that's where I'm lost. It's like and also it's so tiring reading these presidential manuals, which say or memoirs rather, which then say absolutely nothing original to any of us, the citizenry, about what's really happening as president.
Well, because those are just designed to make money. Those memoirs are not really designed to do anything other than generate income.
I want the real story from the president.
Right. You're not going to get it. You won't even get it if you're alone with them. I mean, I think that there's probably some things that they say in there that they have to kind of skirt around it and figure out what to say, figure out how to say it. Did you ever read Bill Clinton's My Life?
I don't think I could read a biography by him, to be fair.
He had one wild thing to say about the moon landing.
What did he say?
Really wild. Well, he was saying that he was working. I think he was doing construction in 1969 and showed up for work. See if you can find the quote so I don't paraphrase it. I think it's page 241 of Bill Clinton's My Life. I might have the page wrong. So in this scenario, he's talking to this carpenter. And he's telling this carpenter, isn't it crazy? They landed on the moon. And the carpenter says, something to the sound of, I don't believe anything those television fellers say. And he goes, I think they can fake anything, somewhere along that line. And he goes, back then, I thought that guy was a crank. He goes, but after my 8 years in the White House, I started thinking maybe he's ahead of his time. Now, just imagine saying that about the biggest achievement in human history, landing another human being on the surface of a moon, another planet, essentially. 1/4 the size of our planet, 250-something thousand miles away. And he's saying, maybe this guy who thought it was fake is ahead of his time. That's not something you accidentally say. That's not something you frivolously write down and just add it to your book. Did you find the quote?
Yeah. That is, I got to see that real quote, 'cause that's some really heavy subtext.
Jamie will find it. But when you read it, you're like, wait, what the fuck did he say? Like, and it got kind of glossed over, except for the moon landing hoax community, who went, yeah, I told you it's fake. But that's interesting. And that guy wrote all that longhand, by the way. He wrote that all on, composition books, just notebooks. Wrote it all out.
And then it was just
transcribed. Yeah. So this is not like an accident that he told this story. Imagine saying that. Imagine saying that this guy who thought the moon landing was fake, maybe he was ahead of his time. You find it?
Honestly, I can only find it written on Wikipedia, and it's linking to the book, but this is what it says on Wikipedia.
There it is. Perfectly. Okay, here it goes. Just a month before, Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong had left their colleague Michael Collins aboard Spaceship Columbia and walked on the moon. The old carpenter asked me if I really believed it happened. I said, sure, I saw it on television. He disagreed. He said that he didn't believe it for a minute, that them television fellers could make things look real that weren't. Back then, I thought he was a crank. During my 8 years in Washington, I saw some things on TV that make me wonder if he wasn't ahead of his time.
Well, that's very weird and cryptic, because he says, I saw some things on TV that made me wonder. So,
yeah, meaning like things that were displayed to the American public that were horseshit. Some things that are on TV that people are getting looked at where he knows it's not real.
Right.
So he's wondering.
And by dragging the moon into it, there's just no way that you can do anything but infer that he's referencing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them.
And has anyone ever asked him about that on follow-up?
That ... could be a nice edit for this. This is a Wikipedia about the conspiracy or moon landing conspiracies. That's why I couldn't find it somewhere else. I was trying to find it.
No. I've read the quote. It's just more of the same. It's just abbreviate. The whole thing, it's the point of the quote that's the meat is the old carpenter asked me if I really believed it happened. This is all not taken out of context.
So will politics in the United States ever change to a point where we can have individuals who accept their responsibility? I mean, another crazy thing, again, interviewing Panetta about Clinton, as his chief of staff, is like, this is Panetta talking, that the presidents are very underinformed about any of their responsibilities.
I'm sure.
About nuclear war. They don't know how it unfolds. They don't know how fast it is. Did you know that they have a 6-minute window to make a counterattack? 6-minute window. And that comes from President Reagan's memoir, by the way. He said that, there's a quote from him, which I have in the book, a 6-minute window to have to make a decision to possibly end the world is irrational.
I think part of the problem, and to answer your question about leaders, politicians, whether they change, we're asking humans to not be human. That's what we're asking. We're asking them to be these perfect things. And then now we're looking up their ass with a microscope more than we've ever done before. And we're also accepting that the other side is going to lie about this person's background and lie about what this person's done. Like for 3 years, all you heard on the news was Russia collusion with Donald Trump. They were trying to say Russia put him in office. He's a Russian puppet. He's a Russian thing. It was all a lie. They made it up and they said it everywhere. And you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that. So not only are you taking a person and asking them to not be a person, But then you're looking at everything they've done and you're allowed to lie about it. And you're allowed to lie about it in cahoots with the media, who spreads this lie on television every day with no consequences. So the problem is not just that we don't have good leaders, is that I don't know if it's possible to have a good leader. I don't know if those kind of humans are real. And I wonder if AI, even though everyone's terrified of it, and I am too, I wonder if that's our way out. I wonder if the only thing that can actually govern society fairly and accurately is an artificial intelligence, something that doesn't have emotions and greed and narcissism and all the other contemptible traits that all of our politicians have. What if it doesn't have any of that? What if it, first of all, what if it's far smarter than us and realizes a fair and reasonable way to allocate resources and to eliminate pollution, to mitigate overfishing and all the different issues that we have? Like, it looks at it in an absolutely accurate and brilliant way that we're not even capable of doing. And this idea of us being governed by people and not wanting those people to behave like every person ever who's been in power. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Everyone knows it, but we just assume that we're gonna have this one guy that's like, his morals are so strong, and when he gets in there, he's gonna right the ship and drain the swamp. I don't think those people are real. I don't think that's a real thing. I think the folly that human beings have displayed is built into the programming. I don't think it's unusual. I think it's usual.
Any president you ever admired, or part of their actions that you admired?
Well, there's a lot of human beings that I admire. They're just flawed human beings I still admire. Like, I mean, Kennedy said a lot of amazing, brilliant things, but he's also deeply flawed. And if he was alive today, oh my God, the skeletons they would have pulled out of that guy's closet. It would be crazy. He would never make it. He would never get anywhere close. But that's just, he's a human. And you could kind of be flawed and also have these brilliant takes on things like he did then. But look what happened to him. They fucking killed him. And then they covered it up. And then even today, they won't release the files. Today.
I mean, that speaking to the idea that conspiracies have become popular, or rather, thinking that there is a conspiracy behind things. It's so astonishing that those files are not released after all this time.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible not to ask what is behind that veil. What is so important
to
cover up?
It is impossible.
And it does make me think that whatever it is such a poor reflection on America that the president therefore agrees, okay, we won't do that.
Yeah, I think it would cause a deep rift in our society that maybe we can't really handle. It's possible. It's possible that it's the CIA that did it, and that we're going to realize that these people, and some of them, may even still be alive.
From all of the different sources I spoke to over the decades, I always get the sense that it was a nation state, and that nation state happens to be nuclear armed. And even today, people would demand consequences.
It's possible, but the people that were involved in the Warren Commission report, some of them were like Alan Dulles. Yes. Dulles was fired by Kennedy. Imagine you get assassinated, and the guy who you fired, who fucking hates you, gets to write the story of what happened to you. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. That's very, very deep. There's a lot. The Warren Commission report is horseshit. If you read it, and if you like, David Lifton wrote a book on it called Best Evidence. And did you ever read it?
No, but I know about him from Tom O'Neill, the Chaos book, which is so awesome. And
he studied the entire Warren Commission report, which almost nobody had at the time. And he was like, this is filled with inconsistencies. None of this makes any sense. Like, there's so much wrong with all these different things that they're saying, that he started doubting it. And then he started looking into the assassination itself and finding that how many witnesses had died mysteriously. The whole thing reeks of conspiracy from the top to the bottom, from Jack Ruby showing up and killing Lee Harvey Oswald to Jolly West visiting Jack Ruby in jail, and all of a sudden Jack Ruby goes insane, to the fact that Jolly West was the head of MK Ultra, which likely supplied Manson with LSD, which ran the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, which was where they were giving people LSD, which was running Operation Midnight Climax, where they were dosing up Johns with LSD and watching them for two-way mirrors. Like, all this is real. Like, this is all undisputable, absolute truth that was going on at the exact same time. And to think that that's the only thing they were lying about is just that stuff. Everything else is above board. If that stuff was important, we were just trying to get to the bottom of things. No.
There was certainly not the same degree of an alert and knowledgeable citizenry in the 50s and 60s. Everyone just took everything at face value.
Yeah.
And it is remarkable as a historian. And Tom O'Neill's work also speaks of that, to go back in time and look at that. Part of, just as interesting perhaps as the facts of the matter, like the Warren Commission, is to say, how did everyone simply accept this as fact?
Yeah.
But then I think it's valuable to have the old look in the mirror moment and go, what is it today that we're not looking at that what is it today that will be in 10, 20, 30 years from now? I can't believe they were all falling for that.
Right.
Concept. That's the old, you can't fix what you can't face.
I think it's going to be the influence of pharmaceutical drug companies. Yeah, and also processed food companies. You know, I mean, we know now that processed food companies, major food manufacturers, are paying food influencers to say that all food is good food, and to talk about body positivity. That's all motivated by them to sell more Oreos and whatever the fuck they sell. We know that's a fact.
It reminds me of the hypocrisy I feel and think about behind smoking. Like, I live in Los Angeles, and in the city of Beverly Hills, you cannot smoke anywhere. Like, you will get a ticket if you smoke outside.
But you do fentanyl in your head.
And I don't smoke, but to the point, all you have to do is like research about, you think about creating the whole smoker's world. You see those old ads from the 50s and 60s where they, the doctor, the OBGYN is smoking while they're visiting with the pregnant woman and encouraging her to smoke because it will make her relax.
Did you see asthma cigarettes? Have you ever seen those?
Asthma cigarettes?
They had asthma cigarettes. They had cigarettes that they prescribed for people with asthma.
They did not.
Yeah. This just shows you how evil corporations are, even back then. Just because they could get away with it. And back then, there was no internet. So you couldn't find out, like, hey, shouldn't smoke any fucking cigarettes when you have asthma. Look at this. Asthma cigarettes. In cases of asthma, cough, bronchitis, hay fever, influenza, and shortness of breath, smoke cigarettes. Asthma cigarettes for your health. The temporary relief.
It's ubiquitous. When I was researching the nuclear war book, I came across a quote from General Groves. Remember him from the Oppenheimer film? Matt Damon character. He was at a commission. This is like a year after the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, and he was asked about radiation, and he said, quote, "Radiation is a very pleasant way to die."
Whoa.
That's what he told Congress.
Jesus.
And so it's everywhere with officials until
safe and effective.
It's a pleasant way to die.
Yeah, it's just gaslighting. And people have been doing that forever. It's whenever they can get away with it. If they can speak eloquently and phrase things in a way that can sort of shift opinion one way or the other, they do that. Yeah. Especially when there are people in power, or when the person in power assigns someone to go be a spokesperson. Yeah, it's dangerous. And I think that's another place where artificial intelligence may help us. I think we're going to get to a place where lying is going to be impossible. I don't think it's going to be possible within the next 10 years to lie. I think it's all out the window. I think right now we're worried about people being in control of artificial intelligence because they can propagate misinformation and they can just create deep fakes. And I think that's going to be a problem for sure. And it's certainly something that you should consider. But I think that what's going to happen in the future is we will likely merge minds through technology in some very bizarre way. And I think information will flow much more freely. We'll be able to translate things. We'll be able to know thoughts. We perhaps will come up with a universal language that everyone will understand. And you'll be able to absorb it almost instantaneously because you're going to have some sort of a chip, whether it's a Neuralink or some device that you wear or something that links you up. And we're going to have a completely different type of access to information. Just like before language, they had grunts and they pointed at things. Then they started writing things down. They had carrier pigeons, they had smoke signals, they had all those different methods to get information out. Now you have video. You send a video to the other side of the fucking planet and it gets there immediately. It's one of the wildest things that we've ever created. We take it for granted. You could be FaceTiming someone in New Zealand and you're looking at each other in real time and having a conversation. They're on the other side of the world. You could send them a video. It gets there like that. You could download things from their websites. You get it like that. You're streaming things instantaneously. Completely different way of accessing information. I think this is that times a million. I think this is grunts to video instantaneously. And in some way that we can't even really imagine because we don't have the framework for it. We don't have the context. We don't have the structure. We don't have this thing that exists right now that can do these things. But once it does, and once people link up, I think there's going to be a whole new way of human beings interacting with each other that could eliminate war. It could eliminate all of our problems. It really could, but it won't. We won't be us anymore. Romance and dangerous neighborhoods and all those things are going to go away. Like crime and all that shit's going to go away. We're going to be living in some bizarre hybrid cyborg world. And it's just going to be the new thing. Just like the new thing is you have a phone on you. I have a phone on me. We carry a phone everywhere. You're going to be linked into this, just like you're linked into your social media and your email. You're going to be linked into this, but you're going to be linked physically into this. And we're all going to be into this. And AI is probably going to be running the world. It's probably going to be artificial intelligence that governs the biological units, the humans.
Okay, here's the dystopian version of that I just heard about recently on your access of language, where you said we're all going to be speaking the same language. So in the defense world, there's a movement now for drone swarms. You must know about this.
Yeah.
Right? So now there's a movement, because things are happening, technology is moving so fast, there's a movement to have the drones communicate with one another through an AI language. So that it is non-hackable.
Mm-hmm.
So the different pods, the different drone swarms will have language that they will invent and they will know and we will not know.
Mm-hmm.
That becomes a little troubling when you consider that if there's a human in the system, then the human can interface with the drones, provided that the human has access to that AI language. But very easily, the AI language could decide not to include the human.
And probably would. We're ridiculous. You know, did you see the story? I believe it was it Facebook or Google's AI that they had to shut down because they were talking to themselves in a new language? Facebook. Yeah. So Facebook had developed artificial intelligence, and this artificial intelligence was computing. These computers were communicating with other computers, and they shut them down because they started communicating in a language that they made up.
That's fascinating.
But
wait, had they been given a command to make up their own language?
No,
so they just took it upon themselves.
You know, they don't really totally understand what's going on with artificial intelligence in the sense of like how it's doing what it's doing. And they do a lot of things that they don't understand why they're doing it. Because they set a framework and they give them information and they're trying to like mold them, but essentially they're thinking. And that's what's bizarre. Okay, this is published in 2017. Facebook abandoned an experiment after two artificially intelligent programs appeared to be chatting to each other in a strange language only they understood.
Whoa, and that's 2017?
Yeah. Two chatbots came to create their own changes in English that made it easier for them to work, but which remained mysterious to the humans that supposedly look after them. Bizarre discussions came as Facebook challenged its chatbots to try and negotiate with each other over a trade, attempting to swap hats, balls, and books. each of which was given a certain value, but they quickly broke down as the robots appeared to chant at each other in a language that they each understood, but which appears mostly incomprehensible to humans.
That's crazy, and that's 7 years ago.
Yeah, that's like bullshit robots. They suck back then.
But this is the old, just because you can do it, should you do it?
Right.
And this is the lesson that is never learned and seems to be going in only one direction in terms of existential threat.
Yeah.
You look at the atomic bomb, it's the old, we hope it will work and not set the atmosphere on fire.
Right.
Then you look at recombinant DNA in the 1970s when biologists first figured out that they could combine DNA. There were massive discussions among scientists to curtail this technology, and it just kind of evaporated from people's minds, and then suddenly you have CRISPR.
Yeah.
And again, these are all the dual use issues.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt, medicines, antivirals, things that can help the people.
Have you seen the robot they made recently out of human skin, living human tissue?
No.
It smiles and they can make it move. I think it was a Japanese creation.
Like skin of a deceased person?
No, I think they took human skin tissue
and grew it.
Here it is. Oh. Where was this from? Yeah, Japanese scientists create living robot skin with human cells. So this thing, they can make it smile. So this is living tissue, living human tissue, and they can manipulate it and make it do things. Look.
They have googly eyes to it, so that you
they added eyes to it. That's not its eyes, but look, they can make it smile.
It's really frightening.
Right. So how long before there's an artificial human? Are we even 10 years away from an artificial person? I don't think we are.
Probably not. And what's even more remarkable to me about that is that's Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And Japan follows treaties and rules about, human testing and whatnot. And imagine what is going on in countries that don't adhere to those treaties.
I mean, China has no restrictions. The government and their businesses, any corporation, any company, they're completely intertangled.
They're there for the CCP.
Yeah, 100%. So the CCP can make immense progress in any direction that they want without any interference from politicians, activists, all these people that get in the way. Like, hey, you shouldn't be cloning people. Shut the fuck up. No one gets to say anything over there. So the government gets to decide, and they're going to do everything that's going to be best for the overall power of China.
Which is where you get that chicken and egg paradox that we talked about earlier, having to do with strong defense, your theory of the military-industrial complex. Well, you have adversaries and enemies who not only benefit from intellectual property theft, they steal the technology that our R&D has spent decades working on and developing. They just take that, so they begin with almost no cost, and then they don't have the same set of rules.
Yeah.
So they can advance technology, usually in a weapons environment. And that is always the argument, at least to the people I talk to in the air quotes military industrial complex, for why strong defense is so necessary, why we must constantly be pushing the envelope.
Yeah.
And it's hard to wrap your brain around that in a balance of, well, what makes the most sense, and how are we not going down a path that is leading toward this dystopian future we've been talking about.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the concern that human beings have is real. I think the possibility of everything going sideways is real. It clearly did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They implemented, they actually dropped these bombs. They really did it. And it's fucking madness. We killed hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians, and they really did it. And the idea that can't happen now, we only kill in small numbers now. We like to kill at 20, 30,000. We don't go to billions. Like what?
I interviewed just 3 days ago a woman named Setsuko Thurlow who lived through the Hiroshima bombing. She was 13 years old. I write about her in chapter 2 of this book. She's called The Girl in the Rubble.
Wow.
And She's now 92 or
She's
93.
alive still.
She's alive and she's still doing interviews. She spoke to me with a ferocity and an intensity. She wants the world to be free of nuclear weapons, and she's been working on this issue her whole life.
Wow.
It was so remarkable. Joe, it was so interesting, too, to see just from a deeply personal level how motivated a human being can be, how young and spirited she was. Like, she did a Zoom with me from her apartment in Vancouver, in Canada. Like, 92, 93. Just as vibrant as a person could possibly be, outliving all these other people because she survived Hiroshima, because she has a clear message.
Where was she when the bomb dropped?
She was 1.1 miles from ground zero.
Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Hams keeps you on top of pop culture.
Straight Savage, how you living, Pimp?
How you doing, Rabbi?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I had 2 podcasts today that I hosted, and I've got one that I'm on tonight. I want to plant the seed in your head that I want you on this podcast. It doesn't have to be today, but sometime in the upcoming, it takes 23 minutes. It doesn't take long. At least the one that I did, one of them today. Do you know who CLB69 is? He's a pretty big streamer on here. So he was one of my guests. The first guest I had is a guy named Prince Justin. He's just a streamer on Kick. The second guy was CLB69. You'll know him when you see him. And then I'm gonna have some other. I'm gonna be on one tonight. Then I'm gonna have some other people. And the questions that I ask are from Vogue magazine. They had this series called 73 Questions. And they're easy questions. I can send them to you beforehand. And again, it doesn't have to be today. It doesn't have to be this week. It doesn't have to be this month.
He's in the Discord right now, Timon.
But someday I'm going to convince you to do my podcast.
I did say Rabbi. Yeah, I'll do your podcast someday with you, man.
Excellent. Sounds great, man. That's all I wanted to tell you. And I'm going to be on a podcast tonight. And I'll put it in self-promo when it's done.
Oh, yeah, man.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a wonderful evening.
Of course, man.
Bye-bye.
You have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye. And Rabbi Rothschild's a West Side game.
excited about coming and joining your company. Said, this guy who's an AI guru. It's great for looking at resumes. It's great for maybe responding to messages, doing some of that early work. But as you get deeper into the hiring process, having an actual interface with the people that you might be working with is really critical. Interface is a great word, isn't it? It really feels as though, like, that's one of those words you pop out because it sounds really, it's the right word. I mean, you use it appropriately, but it just, I feel like interface is a word that you uncork when you're talking to media. Of course, we want them to interface with the actual teams, but we're hoping that the preliminary processes can be handled by AI. So, when you're applying for a job, you are going through a recruitment process on some level because they post the job listings, they post the job descriptions, and then they even post the manner in which they sift through many of the resumes and communications. They do that as we continue. It's the John Cobalt Show. Mark Thompson sitting in for John. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More informing, more engaging, more stimulating. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Sex abuse lawsuit. Whoa, who's up Denver Park? Live from the KFI. 24-hour news from 9 more former students at Rothschild High School are suing the El Monte School District for alleged sexual abuse.
Some of those women say they're speaking out in hopes of empowering others who may have also been abused. One former student said she experienced inappropriate situations with two of her high school security guards and reported it to a male mentor.
And instead, there was this grooming behavior that I now understand. Back then, I didn't understand that.
A separate lawsuit was filed in May where 3 former students at Rosemead High School sued the district alleging decades of sexual abuse. Allegations in this case date back in the 90s and early 2000s and include statutory rape. In Pasadena, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Winter Park police were trying to find a BB Tom caught recording a woman in a dressing room at a Target store. The woman said she was trying on clothes Friday when she noticed someone reaching under the door, recording her with a cell phone. She said she confronted the guy and ran off. Was seen on the store security cameras. People armed with an AK-47 have robbed a convenience store in the San Fernando Valley. A red car parked in front of a 7-Eleven in the Canova Park area this morning, and 3 people wearing masks got out. Surveillance video shows the people inside the store. One seen holding the assault rifle and pointing it at the clerk. That robber demanded cash as the other robber stole snacks and alcohol. A 4th person was waiting in the gate getaway car outside. The clerk says he feels lucky to be alive. A new program seeks to educate kids in LA County about excessive heat.
The county's Department of Public Health will create a presentation for students from pre-K through high school warning of heat illness and heat stroke. Supervisor Hilda Solis says children are particularly vulnerable when temperatures rise too high.
Our future is our youth, and we need to protect them as we move into this blistery, so hot summer ahead of us.
The program approved by the supervisors will also send heat alerts to schools, child care facilities, and camps. In downtown LA, Michael Bunks, KFI News.
S&P 500 and NASDAQ have had their worst days since 2022. Chief market strategist Nick Riley Weld Art Hogan says Tesla's earnings were a primary culprit.
This is the first time we've seen a 2% down day in the S&P 500 of this year, right? And to the extent that that's very unusual, we've had very low volatility.
Shares of Google's parent company Alphabet fell 5%. Tesla shares declined 11% in the worst day since January 25th. Nvidia and Meta lost 6%, 5%, while Microsoft went down 4%. The FBI has testified in the investigation into the assassination attempt of former President Trump. FBI Director Christopher Wray told the House Judiciary Committee the shooter had rudimentary explosive devices.
The FBI lab is exploiting those explosive devices. There were, we've recovered 3 devices, 2 in his vehicle, 1 back here in his residence.
Ray also says the shooter had a drone flying around the rally venue in Pennsylvania a couple of hours before shots rang out earlier this month. And the Trump campaign was filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission accusing Vice President Harris's campaign of improperly taking over President Biden's campaign fund and is more than $90 million. Trump's campaign says if the Harris campaign gets that money, it would constitute the single largest excessive contribution and biggest violation in the history of the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971. Most campaign finance experts say they believe Harris has a rightful access to the money. The KFI Financial Update is brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed down 504, S&P 500 down 129, NASDAQ down 655.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Hot again tomorrow. Heat advisory staying in place for the valleys, the IE, the high desert. Mid-70s, drought, 80 at the beaches, 80s to low 90s. Metro LA, 90s to the triple digits. For the valleys, the IE in the high desert. Low 90s in Lindo. See, right now, 71 Data Point, 89 in Anaheim, 95 in Diamond Bar, and 94 in City Valley. We have a stall on the 134 in Glendale. This one is along the eastbound side. Coming up on Pacific Avenue, middle lanes are blocked. They're trying to scoot this stall off to the shoulder. The delays are backing up all the way out of Burbank, heading away from Gulf Coast Drive. We've got Mike O'Brien. He's checking out
website keeps track of being screwed up by the gas transport. I'm sure it's emergency stuff, but this time of day, 60 eastbound, it looks like the Valley Way over to Rubino Boulevard. They got carpool lane blocked, so unusual slowing in that stretch, almost back into Bureau 1 when they're back almost to the mission. Now up ahead, you're going to be done. You'll be back on the brakes for the Riverside interchange up through University. Most of that is on the moderate side right now. Will change when these lanes. Now also through Santa Ana Canyon, 91 eastbound jammed up now from where the 80 trucks nailed up the Green River. Then once again from the 15 over Adams Auto Center, there is a bragging clearly in about Van Buren. He's out lanes and frankly does that into the misery air. Mike O'Brien, high in the sky.
And that's up in Agua Dulce. That's where Agua Dulce Canyon Road is off limits in both directions between Soledad Canyon and the 14th Door Brush Fire. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
The Medal of Honor has the highest military decoration. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,500. But not well. Our new podcast will push it. It's a two Medal of Honor, stories of courage, American podcast. I hope read my heart app and search Medal of Honor story.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. It's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
All the side effects of water just give corporations the right access to our brains. It's a mind sci-fi hero. See, it's not just to watch product, but to watch software platform feeds directly to you. It's a safe application with one very simple benefit. Never have to sleep again. Drugs, something happened. These subjects look quite changed, damaged. I said, something happened to me. To all of us.
Sometimes it just takes the right stimulation for you. That's fun.
Something else is taking over. Something small and strong. Something that's a secret. Has nothing. Something that's filled with pure hatred for the rest of us. Following its system. Are you ready? Tomorrow's monsters. Psycho.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. John Cobell Show, Mark Thompson speaking for John, who will return next week. I don't know if you remember, but MGM was one of the properties in Las Vegas brought to its knees by a ransomware attack. Caesars also, and Caesars properties, and a lot of the MGM resorts properties affected. The MGM Resorts International Computer System down for 10 days last year. So, the investigation goes on, and they actually make an arrest. It's a 17-year-old. He's in England. The 17-year-old English teenager arrested over an alleged connection to a hacking group responsible for a series of ransomware attacks on American companies, including the one that kept MGM Resorts International's computer system down for 10 days. He's been released on bail. He's believed to have been working with a large-scale cyber hacking community
transient properties. They couldn't get onto ATMs, slot machines, restaurants. Digital room keys didn't work. It was an extraordinary thing, and it went over multiple days. They were able to somewhat resume normal operations at most properties after a few days. It was probably about a week before they really got things back to quasi-normal. And the FBI did a lot of domestic work, but they also worked, obviously, with private sector partners and overseas partners, and that's what was involved here. The FBI, in coordination with its partners, will continue to relentlessly pursue malicious actors who target American companies, the FBI said. The number of digital devices that were collected from this guy's house, the 17-year-old, it's not small. They've got a bunch of different devices that are undergoing forensic examination. And this is a global investigation into this cyber hacking community, which has targeted a lot of major companies. And we had last hour the story about the LA County courts. That was a ransomware attack. Same thing. The arrest has been made following a complex investigation which stretches overseas to America. This is the British side speaking. These cyber groups have targeted well-known organizations with ransomware, and they have successfully targeted multiple victims around the world, taking from them significant amounts of money. I mean, I have to say, the way in which cybercrime has pretty much been, and ransomware particularly, has been dealt with, is to pay. That's really been the solution. There has been no effective way that the long arm of the law has reached out and plucked any of these guys who are involved in this. So they're saying this, and here's the quote: to all the cyber criminals out there, we have one clear message: we will find you. It's simply not worth it. That said, this is the first high-profile bust of this kind. The MGM Resort's very, very happy to have busted this kid, 17 years old. But again, it's a little bit misleading because he is connected to this pretty well-established cybercrime syndicate in the UK. It was quite the bust, though, and they're very happy to have. I'll tell you what's amazing to me is that they released this kid, unbailed, but that's their business. He's over in the UK. Pretty crazy. Meantime, there is news out of the Trump world. Donald Trump will not be holding outdoor rallies any longer. The decision comes almost 2 weeks after his shooting. Nearly killed on July 13th. We talked about the Christopher Wray testimony about that incident at the beginning of the show. Two sources familiar with the operations of Trump's campaign acknowledging the former president's plan to shift to indoor venues. Trump has repeatedly held rallies at outdoor venues, and he's hosted thousands of attendees there, but now security concerns have taken precedence. So we're going to pivot to indoor events. This is the same week that the director of the Secret Service resigns. So, again, faith in the ability to protect the former president may be a little less than was just a month ago. Trump staff is evaluating indoor venues nationwide to hold future rallies and events as his campaign enters the last 100 days before the election. So outdoor events are no longer on the docket for Trump. There is a new poll out. I don't give it. I have two things to say about polls. I'll say them quickly and then I'll give you the information. We don't have time now when we come back. The two things I think right? A, nationals mean nothing, right? You know that. Because we are set up with the Electoral College. This entire election comes down
Additionally, since the whole election comes down to those 3 states, that said, they do these flash polls. The other thing I was going to say about polls is you got a new candidate, Kamala Harris, and she's only days in for her new candidacy. There is no dependable polling yet. I mean, there is a fever dream going on, with tremendous momentum for Kamala Harris. You've got to let that settle out before you start to get any dependable polling. That's probably 10 days to 2 weeks away. Those qualifiers. I will share with you the latest flash poll nationally, but again, it's nothing more than a super broad indicator of sort of the temperature of the water. And just because I'm on it, the president, Joe Biden, will speak at 5 o'clock our time, and we will carry that here live on KFI. It's the John Colville Show. Mark Thompson sitting in for John. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's Deb.
Fire crews are on the scene of a fire burning in an industrial area in Rosemead. It's not clear exactly what is burning, but a massive plume of black smoke is rising over the area. As you heard Mark just say, President Biden will be addressing the nation tonight about his decision to drop out of the presidential race. We'll hear that live right here on KFI starting at 5 o'clock. And Fox News is proposing a debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. The network has suggested the debate be held September 17th in Pennsylvania. Trump had been scheduled to face President Biden in a second debate on September 10th, hosted by ABC News, before Biden decided to drop out of the race. Southland weather from KFI, hot again tomorrow, 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. We have a stall on the 101 in Calabasas.
This one's on the northbound side, coming right up on Valley Circle. That's where the middle lanes have been blocked off. And delays are loading up out of Woodland Hills, getting away from Mount DeSoto. We've got Michael Bryan. He's checking out the drive in Norwalk. Hey, up high in the sky.
Well, northbound side of the 605. It's real tough here at the 105. For the most part, you're going to be on and off the brakes up to the 60. Even tougher on that southbound side of the fence. That's going to line up just past the 60, about back road. From there, very tough down through the 5. Eastbound 60 out of East LA. It's going to be heavy there through Montemello. That loads up from the 710, most of the way out to Rosemead Boulevard. And just about over this fire, boy, I can see big black smoke rising out of, looks like the South Rosemead area here. It's in an area between the 60 and the 10. I'll be over in a minute. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushing Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, on America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Good news for fans of the comedy drama Manhunt X. Following the release of its 3rd season, it's been renewed for season 4. The renewal of the show, which debuted on the then HBO Max in 2021's critical acclaim, strong numbers, and many awards, including for Big Gene Smart and Einbinder, came within a day of the release of its final 3rd season episode. Smart stars as an aging Vegas comic who hires Einbinder's character as a writer to help shape and react with Carl Clemens Hopkins, Megan Stalter, Jose Abdu, Marco Delicato, and co-creator Paul W. Downs rounding out the regular cast. Posts a 99% certified fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Season 4 of Hacks will likely drop next year on Max, where seasons 1 to 3 are currently streaming. Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/
all this incredible technology. Why? I mean, it sounds silly even saying such a thing, but I'm saying it. Why isn't there a movement to stop looking at people as someone to kill?
Well, I think there is with individuals. Okay. I think most individuals feel that way. Most people that you talk to about, when they talk about other individuals, they don't want to have a conflict with other individuals. They want to live their lives. They want to be with their family and their friends. That's what most individuals want to do. When we start moving as tribes, then things become different. Okay. Because then we have a leader of a tribe, and that leader of a tribe tells us the other tribe's a real problem, and we're going to have to go in and get them. And if we don't, they're a danger for our freedom. It's the same problem that we talked about before. It's human beings being in control. And if AI can achieve the rosiest, rose-colored glasses version of what's possible in the future, it can eliminate all of the stupid influences of human beings, of the cult of personality and human tribalism. It can eliminate all that stuff.
You think it's inherent in humans?
I think it's a part of being a primate. It's what we see in Chimp Empire. I think it's what we see in monkeys tricking them that there's an eagle coming so they can steal the fruit. It's a part of being an animal. You know, it's part of being a biological thing that reproduces sexually and that is worried about others and then confines with this tribe and gets together. It's us against them. This has been us from the beginning of time. And for us to just abandon this genetically coded behavior patterns that we've had for hundreds of thousands of years because we know better? Well, no, we don't know better enough. We know better now than we did then. We know better now than we did when Reagan was in office. There's more people that are more informed with how the way of the world works, but there's also a bunch of infantile people that are running around shouting out stupid shit and doing things for their own personal benefit that are ultimately detrimental to the human race. That's all true too. And that's always going to be the case. This is a bizarre battle of our brilliance and our folly going back and forth, good and evil, as you were. That's it.
But brilliance and folly is a more interesting way of looking at it than good and evil.
Yeah.
Which automatically puts it in, a moral context, which makes people even argue further. But
it's all part of it. The good and evil is a part of the decisions of brilliance and folly. Brilliance is good, folly is evil. Stupid. It leads to death, leads to destruction, leads to sadness, leads to loss, leads to pollution. It leads to all these different things that we have a problem with. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do think that we're the last of the people. I think we're the last. I think, especially you and I, because we grew up with no answering machines. We grew up back in the day. We grew up when you left your house, you were gone. Nobody knew where you were. My parents had like 10 pictures of me before I was like 10 years old. They didn't know where the fuck I was. I left the house. I was a dream. When you saw the person again, you're like, oh, you're real. Like, you didn't know where they were. They were out there in the world. When you went to find your friends, you had to go to your friend's house and hope they were home. Hey, is Mike home? No, Mike's not home. Yeah. Okay. And then you'd leave. I'll go find Mike. Maybe Mike's at the school. Maybe Mike's at the gym. Maybe Mike's at the park. You didn't know where anybody was. The world wasn't connected. Now it is. That's in our lifetimes. And I think in our lifetimes, we're going to see something that makes that look like nothing. It makes this connection that we have with each other now, which seems so incredible. It's going to make it look so superficial. It's going to look like smoke screens. It's going to look like grunts that we make to point to certain objects.
It'll be 1980s Empire instead of Chimp Empire.
Yeah. Right? It's going to be weird. It's definitely going to be weird, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be bad. Because ultimately, humanity, if we don't fuck ourselves up sideways, and again, apocalypses are real, but they're generally local, If we can look at what we are now as a society, things are safer, we are more intelligent, you're more likely to survive disease and illness, despite all the rampant corruption of the pharmaceutical drug industry, rampant corruption of the military-industrial complex, all the craziness in the world today. It's still way safer today than it was 1,000 years ago. Way, way, way safer. And it's way safer probably 1,000 years ago than it was 1,000 years before that. I think things always generally move in a very good direction because that's what's better for everybody. Ultimately, everybody wants the same thing. As an individual, what do you want? You want your loved ones to be happy. You want food on the table. You want a safe place to sleep and live. You want things to do that are exciting, that occupy your time, that you enjoy, that are rewarding. That's what everybody wants. Moving collectively in a better direction. So I'm ultimately hopeful, and I'm ultimately positive. When I think about the future, I think it's going to be uber bizarre and strange, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be bad. I've just accepted that it's happening. And instead of being filled with fear and anxiety, which I am sometimes still, sometimes I'll freak out about it. But ultimately,
you freak out about technology specifically.
I freak out about war. I freak out about technology. I freak out about the fact that the world can change. Yes. There was a while that I was getting anxiety late at night. Like my whole family would be asleep, and like right after the invasion of Ukraine, I think it was when it really started. When I'd be alone at night, I'd be like, the people that lived in Hiroshima had no idea that was coming. The people that lived in Dresden, the people that lived anywhere where crazy shit happened. Before it happened, things were normal, and then they were never normal again. And so I just kept thinking that one of these morons somewhere could do something, or a group of morons can do something that forever alters everything, and then we're in Mad Max. Which has happened before in different parts of the world.
Yes.
I mean,
and is the idea of nuclear war a scenario that your worst nightmare, that concept that's keeping you up late at night?
Yeah.
I want to say, don't read, but I think you should read this book, because you, with your voice and your reach, it's wise to realize how we're not going to even have an opportunity to see what happens to AI. Right. If one madman with a nuclear missile decides to do a bolt out of the blue attack.
And that's possible.
And that is possible, and that's what everyone in Washington fears. And I think this goes back to the idea that it's great 10, 20 years later to be like, oh my God, look what they were doing. Can you believe they covered this all up and learned from it? But you can't learn from the fact how dangerous nuclear war is, how close we are, how we are one misunderstanding away from a nuclear war.
Yeah, once it happens,
if everyone's dead, there's no learning, there's no opportunity, which is why I always say read Nuclear War Scenario, join the conversation while we can all still have one.
Okay. Well, Annie, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. It was great to see you again. And like I said, I have not read your book, but I have several friends that have, and they're absolutely terrified by it. So you're doing your right job. You're always killing it. I really appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
And I really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you.
Me too.
So tell everybody where your social media is, so they can find you online.
Annie Jacobson.
Annie Jacobson, website.
You and I both know Google, AI, everything works. All you need is a name anymore.
That's true.
Right?
And your website? What's your website?
AnnieJacobson.com.
Okay. And the book's available everywhere, an audiobook written and said by you, which is great. I love that. Yeah. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Quentin?
What's up, man?
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, good
Salud.
to see you.
Cheers.
Good to be here.
So tell me about your drink. What is this called? It's called F3?
Yeah, F3. It's a newer energy drink. It got like supplements and stuff in it.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Ginseng, BCAAs, theanine. Okay, good for the brain.
What the hell is theanine? I don't even know what
it's a nootropic. It's in this gum.
Oh.
This gum, neurogum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take a bunch of different brain supplements.
Doesn't make your dick hard though.
No, it doesn't help there.
Oh. I've been looking for
There's other stuff for that. You know?
but how good would it be if you can drink dick hardener?
I'm sure they have it. I'm sure there's like a Viagra soda somewhere,
Man,
Thailand or some shit.
Sure, in Thailand.
Maybe Russia. I'm sure someone. See if Jamie Google dick hard soda. Yeah. You can get Carl to sit still for a second.
Yeah. Can you think about that? You don't have to take a pill. You just drink it. You know, the girls have no idea.
I bet there's like a cocktail that you can buy at a bar.
Why you call it cocktail?
Well, that's what they called them. I didn't invent it. But if there was like a cocktail, yeah, that's what they would call it. The cocktail.
Man, I don't want to spit all over your table.
It's okay. This table looks good with a little bit of stains on it. Find anything?
Well,
Dick hard soda?
It's giving me like cocktails that people have, made
That have Viagra in them?
They're just suggested. No, they're just alcohol, and they call them like get your dick hard.
Oh,
Viagra Falls.
but there's no sodas or anything with Viagra. That would probably it'd have to be in another country.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't have that here
because you have to have a prescription.
That's the only thing this needs. It got everything else, and it's green tea. That's where the caffeine comes from.
Nice.
Green tea, yeah,
and ginseng too.
Yeah, I can drink like 2 or 3 of these a day. It don't bother me. I love it.
Oh, that's nice. Dude, the first time I saw you fight was in like 2000. Yeah, about 2000. I saw you fight Marvin Eastman.
My first professional fight.
Was that your first professional fight?
Yeah, you saw that in King of Cage.
Yep, I was there.
You was there at King of Cage.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
You saw me get my ass kicked.
You didn't get your ass kicked.
I did.
No, you just lost.
Yeah.
Marvin Eastman was fucking good.
Man, yeah. I was lied to, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They was doing him a favor, and they told me the guy was just a kickboxer. I was a wrestler. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna take this guy down. It was a 2 weeks notice fight.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
He kickboxed too.
Yeah. I didn't know about the wrestling. I knew he was kickboxing. He kicked me in the head. I was like, damn, that's my only time ever getting kicked in the head.
Really?
Yeah, my whole career. Go back and watch my fights.
That's crazy.
I learned a lesson. Never got kicked in the head again.
Wow. Yeah, he could wrestle and he could kickbox. Yeah, and he was built like a tank.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he was my first fight in the UFC. Because I don't know if you know about this, but Dana White bought an organization just to get me. Because I left Pride and I went to WFA.
Oh, okay.
And my manager at the time, he became like the president of WFA, so he had to stop being my manager. And I fought, then the company folded, and Dana bought the whole company so I can come over.
So this was when you were leaving Pride.
Yeah,
when the UFC had bought Pride.
This before.
Oh,
I left Pride right when they was going down.
When the UFC bought Pride, they thought they were buying a whole organization, and they didn't get anything but a library. They got a video library.
That's all they got?
All the contracts were bullshit. Everything was bullshit. That's why they never got Fedor. And that's why I think, it's like they honored people's contracts. Some people got great contracts. Like Mark Hunt apparently got a great contract. Alistair, a lot of these guys that came over had great contracts. But it was Crow Cop. Remember Crow Cop came over? But the whole thing was all fucked up. It was run by the mob.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What was it like being over there?
Man, it was crazy. It was surreal. I remember the first time I noticed that the mob had something to do with Pride. I saw these guys walking down the hallway, like when we was doing like the piss test.
Uh-huh.
And I was coming back from the bathroom with my cup, and I just see these guys walk around in like nice expensive suits, and then everybody just put their head down, put their back against the wall, and just bow.
Whoa!
I was like, what the fuck is going on? Culture shock. I had no idea.
Right.
And then after a while, I asked somebody, like, oh, those are bosses, those are yakuza.
Did they have missing fingers?
And some of them did. You see some of that shit over there,
bro.
It was crazy.
That is a crazy way to gain entry. Fucking saw your finger off.
I thought that
you did something bad.
Yeah, fucked up, right? I had a friend out there. His name was 36, and the guy took a liking to me, and he was super cool, all tatted up, and I guess he was rich as fuck. When he found out I had like little Japanese kids, he said, "Hon, your son needs this," and it was like a gold samurai helmet. He said, "This has to stay in your son's house." And I showed it to my ex-wife. She was my wife at the time. She said, "Oh yeah, I was going to have to get him this. He saved me a lot of money." And then I said, "How much did something like this cost?" She said, "Probably like $30,000-$40,000."
Wow.
He gave me a gift. He had like a missing
pinky finger.
Yeah. But he was a cool dude.
What do they do? They chop off one digit or two? How many digits did they chop off?
I think he just had
the first.
Yeah, he just had the first one chopped off.
Yeah, it's like if you fuck up again, then it's the second one.
I don't know. Maybe to go to the other hand, I would think. I don't think you would fuck up no more after that, though. Would you fuck up twice?
I mean, you don't fuck up on purpose, I would assume.
Yeah, you don't know about that.
I mean, it depends on how strict they are. Like, what is a fuck up for those guys?
I have no idea.
It's a crazy culture.
It's crazy. I love it though. I could live there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cause plus I heard that their population is dying off. They ain't making babies.
They're actually asking people to come over there and fuck.
Man, the fuck I'm doing here? I just got back from there. I was trying to fuck, you know. I was trying to be good because, you know, I'm trying to, you know, see somebody. I was trying to be good, so I ain't fuck nothing. I ain't fuck nothing this time. This is the first time I'm going to Japan. I ain't fuck nothing. Like, goddamn, trying to be good for once in my life.
Do they love Americans over there?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Tell me you've been there though.
I've only been there for one day, just for the UFC and right back home.
How can you do that? How do you go there? That's a long flight.
I had to. Too busy.
Yeah.
I just didn't have any time for anything else. But it was beautiful. It's interesting how clean everything is. It's so clean and orderly.
Yeah.
And everybody, like, so many people walking on the street. Nobody's bumping into anybody. Everybody's like very polite.
Yeah, they're very polite, but they're like robots, bro. I remember one time when I was fighting there, this one guy on the other side of the street recognized me, but he wasn't sure. He was riding a bike and he was looking at me. He wasn't paying attention to where he was going, and he fucking smacked in the back of the truck and fell down his bike. We all was laughing our ass off, but the Japanese people, no one laughed, no one tried to help him up, and none of that. He was hurt kind of bad, and I would have went over there and tried to help him, but it was like a busy street. So I was like,
nobody even helped him?
No one even helped him.
They just kept walking.
Just kept walking. One dude stepped over him.
Oh, Jesus.
Just kept walking. No one laughed, though. That's the thing that fucked me up. We was laughing our ass off.
You don't hear about a lot of Japanese comedians.
No, I heard that the ones that they do have, they come from Osaka, not Tokyo.
Oh,
it's
Osaka's looser?
Yeah, I've been to Osaka before, and they laugh and crack jokes. You know, I married a Japanese woman, right?
Right.
So I kind of learned a little bit about them. They're very serious.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Especially in Tokyo. They're very serious. You got to be careful with jokes and stuff. Like, she learned to be funny after a couple of years of being with me, and then she started joking. Then she actually got pretty good. I'm like, damn, she started hurting my feelings a little bit. The fuck did I create? But she was good. I remember one time we were joking back and forth, and she was laughing. Then I made a joke about her dad, and she's like, "Don't you talk about my father." I was like, damn, my bad. I thought we were joking. So they just take everything serious. They don't understand the concept of jokes. You know, our movies, our comedy movies don't go there to Japan. Just our action movies. So.
Interesting.
You didn't know that?
No. Yeah. Makes sense, though. But they just, a different culture. They're more stoic.
Yeah.
It's just a completely different society, you know?
Yeah, but I'm going to go there and make a whole bunch of babies, though. They need me.
They do.
They need me.
They do.
I'm going to make me a bunch of babies, and if they boys, put them in MMA.
Yeah, I think they have a drastic reduction in their population for some reason. It's so bad. I forget what the guy estimated, but there was a guy who analyzed all the people that are alive today in Japan and how many of them would have grandchildren, and it's a shockingly low number.
I wonder what's the reason though? Why?
That's a good question. Probably, I think they like video games. You know, that's a problem with young people.
Bro, I love video games too, but I also love pussy. You can do you know that? You can play a couple of games, then later on at night get some ass. I don't understand.
I think they're just locked in. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I thought it was rejection. Like people are so afraid of rejection over there. Like the guy go and hit on the girl and she rejects him. Like he probably won't hit on the girl again for like the next couple of months or years or something like that.
Oh, really?
That is really bad, especially if she rejects him in front of other people.
Oh, so it's an honor thing? Embarrassment thing?
Yeah, it's an embarrassment thing. That's why I kind of think it is. That's why I think it is.
James, see if you can find something on Japan's dwindling population, because it is kind of crazy.
And I got a couple of friends that's married out there, and one of my friends, we was just having a conversation. His name is Tyson. He's an African guy, and he owns a bar out there. And I've been going to this bar for over 20 something years. After all my fights, I used to go into this bar, and we got to know each other really well. And he was saying, if you love a Japanese woman and you marry a Japanese woman, do not give her a pet or kids. Because if you get her a pet or kids, you never fucking again. I'm what? I'm like, yeah, but I was married to a Japanese woman. I didn't have that problem.
Maybe it's just him.
No, that's what I thought. And then he said, "Oh, you don't believe me?" And he asked the Japanese guys and a couple other guys that was there, American guys that's married. They said, "Yeah." They all said the same story.
How weird.
This was in the AP 4 weeks ago about birth rate declining and population decline.
It says surveys show young Japanese are increasingly reluctant to marry or have children, discouraged by bleak job prospects, the high cost of living, which rises at a faster pace than salaries, and a gender-biased corporate structure or corporate culture that adds an extra burden only on women and working mothers. Japan's population of more than 125 million is projected to fall by about 30% to 87 million by 2027. That's crazy. With 4 out of every 10 people 65 years of age or older. Whoa. That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's a big drop.
Wow. It doesn't really give a reason why.
Falls to a record low. Interesting.
Yeah, I heard they paying niggas to go over there and have babies. Fuck that.
They're encouraging people to go over there and buy houses too. Apparently, it's really easy to buy a house, and you can get a nice house for like fairly low money. It's safe.
Yeah, it's cheap too.
Yeah, it's a beautiful culture. I don't think I could ever live any place that doesn't crack jokes.
Yeah.
I need fun.
Yeah.
I'm too used to it. Yeah. You know, I've had fun for too long.
But I tell you what, though, those Yakuza, they funny though. They're like Americans.
Oh, I'm sure.
They're not like the rest of them.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you be hanging around a bunch of those motherfuckers.
Yeah, but I don't want to fuck up. I like my pinkies.
If you're not one of them, they wouldn't fuck with you like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I just hang out with them.
I remember one time I had a meeting with a big Yakuza boss. This guy was the biggest Japanese guy I ever met. He was like, looked like he was like 6'6", and he was like ripped, like twice my size, very muscular. And when I met him, it was right after I did that Arona slam, and I got really popular in Japan.
What year was that?
That was actually 20 years ago.
Oh wow!
20 years ago. I did it on my 26th birthday.
Dude, that is to this day the greatest slam in the history of the sport, and a lesson for everybody that hangs onto a triangle when a dude's picking you up.
All you had to do was let go of my head.
All you had to do.
So I couldn't have picked them up.
And other guys did that with you. I forget who tried to get you in a triangle afterwards.
It was Vanderlei. He grabbed my leg.
Yeah.
But you know, I did that to Sakuraba, but it didn't knock him out. I slammed Sakuraba a couple of times. It was from an armbar and stuff, though.
Sakuraba was so tough.
Oh yeah, I saw him a couple of weeks ago.
Here it is, right here, bro. This is the absolute craziest because you threw him over the top of your head like a pillow. I mean, it's the greatest KO slam of all time. I thought he was dead. I remember watching it. I was like, oh my god.
Wait, he didn't hold the back of my head, did he?
No, he didn't hold shit.
Oh shit! All these years, I thought he was okay. He let it go. He was punching.
No, as soon as you get that left hand involved, so he's punching you. You scoop under and get that left hand involved.
He's holding on to something.
Look at this. Boom! When you connected your two hands like that and slam down, holy shit! Because you think about it, man. You got your whole body like this. And he's over the top of your head. That's so much force. Yeah, that may be the hardest anybody's ever been hit in this sport.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
Because look at the amount of travel that he does.
Yeah.
Bro, you got him like 12 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Look at that. And he goes straight, and you were powerful as fuck back then. Yeah. And all the speed and force you're generating, oh my God. And then you hit his head.
Yeah,
head to head. You guys collided heads.
Yeah, he headbutted me. A lot of people are saying I headbutted him. That's what knocked him out. But he was already knocked out. His head bounced off the canvas and hit me.
He's not going to stay conscious from that kind of slam. That's what the craziest slam ever.
And he didn't fight much after that either, did he?
No.
Do you think he was embarrassed or what?
I think he was never the same. I think when a guy gets knocked out like that, it's probably different than any head kick, any knee to the head, anything. It's a car accident.
Bro, I felt bad because he was a great fighter.
He was. He really was. He was tough. Very good jiu-jitsu, strong as hell.
I was losing that fight up until then because he was kicking the shit out of my leg. And I didn't want to check that. I didn't want to check that his kicks was coming so hard. I fought K1. And I fought a lot of kickboxers, but his kicks is the hardest by far.
Wow, really?
Yo, yeah. I was every time he would kick me, I was acting like it didn't hurt. And after the third kick, I remember thinking in my head, like, I don't know if I can keep acting like this shit don't hurt. Because I didn't want to show him in my face.
Right.
But got the hardest leg kicks I ever felt.
Have you seen that new stupid thing that they're doing, like slap fight, where they leg kick each other?
No, I haven't. No. I haven't seen that shit.
This is a new one. Have you seen it, Jamie? I could send it to you if you want me to. I sent it to Dana. It's they're having slap fight competitions, but leg kicks. These dudes just stand in front of each other, just teeing off leg kicks.
That's dangerous.
Oh, it's horrible.
Man, yeah, that
Did you find it, Jamie? I'll send it to you. Here you go.
That can fuck you up real bad.
Oh, it's rough. It's rough to watch. And some guys are kicking like you're supposed to kick the thigh, but some guys are kicking really kind of like right above the knee and buckling, and you just stand there. You can't even move. You have to just eat it.
I wouldn't. No, that's not my shit. How you feel about that slap fight?
I'm fully in support of anybody doing whatever the fuck they want to do. I'm like, if you could bull ride, if you could BMX jump and skateboard and all that crazy shit where people are breaking their necks, here it is. They're standing in front of each other. I feel like you should be able to do anything, but I wouldn't do it. Because getting hit it should be rare, and you should avoid it.
Look, dude kicked him in the leg, then grabbed the top of his head.
Yeah.
I would have smacked him just for that.
I think they're friends.
Oh.
Sorry, bro. You know? That he tapped out. That last one he tapped out.
Yeah,
they got a bunch of them in there.
I didn't hear
They
that.
just stand in front of each other and slam each other in the knee. Or slam each other in the thigh. Yeah.
It's a good time for MMA and all this shit. I saw that karate comeback with Boss Ruben.
Yeah.
That's entertaining. Did you see the guy get that scissor kick?
Yes. Raphael Deterrent. That guy's badass, man. And he fought James Vick, who James Vick's been KO'd a bunch of times now. It's like he might not want to do this anymore because that was a bad one. That switch kick.
Yeah, he was out for a while, it looked like.
It was horrible. Perfect kick, though. Did you see that, Jamie? I'll send you that. That shit was incredible. I mean, I'd always wondered when someone was going to pull that one off in a fight. Like kick to the leg and then up kick right afterwards.
Man, he did that shit perfect.
Oh, it's flawless. The KO is so nasty. The karate combat, that guy Raphael Deterrent, there it is right before that. Watch this switch. It's so crazy the way he does it, the way he sets it up. He right kicks. Boom. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, that was crazy knockout. Crazy.
That guy's super athletic.
I never heard of either of those guys.
He used to fight in the UFC. Oh. I don't know what happened. I don't know why he's not in the UFC anymore, but man.
He should go back now.
They're going to test him. They're going to test him. I don't know why he left the UFC. I don't know if he had an issue. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Good fighter, though.
Yeah.
But man, that's crazy. It's interesting we watch in organizations that test versus don't test, too, right?
Yeah.
You know,
how you feel about that?
I have two thoughts. One, I like to see older athletes compete. And if you get a guy who's like 35, 36 years old, if you let him juice, if you let him use testosterone, you just do it sensibly, not crazy. But if you can go to a doctor, make sure it's only administered by a doctor so they're not self-administering, and make sure they test them to make sure they're not above a certain level, I don't have any problem with it. But when you get guys like what Vitor did, Vitor just fill him up, doc.
He blew the fuck up.
He's just like, take it to my eyeballs. Just fucking, and man, when he was TRT Vitor to fans, when they talk about it, like that was an era. When he was on a tear, when he knocked out Luke Rockhold and knocked out Bisping, and he was fucking everybody up, dude. He was fearless, but he was also like heavily enhanced. You know, was not a normal human being.
I remember the time when it was legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they fucked it up because I tried that shit after I got beat by John Jones. I was like, fuck, I must be getting old. And I tried it, and it helped me out a little bit. Then they outlawed it. I said, fuck, I guess I'm back to the old me.
Yeah, they outlawed it. There was a lot of guys on it. And a lot of guys were abusing it. Some guys got pulled from fights because they tested them the day of. And they're like, there's no fucking way. You are so high. This is crazy. Nate Marquardt. They actually stopped the fight. They stopped it from happening. Yeah, they canceled the fight.
Yeah, you know, in Pride, they've never tested.
Ensign Inoue told me that they had in capital letters, we do not test for steroids in the contract.
Yeah, but they'll test you for like weed and cocaine and all that shit.
That's hilarious.
But they wouldn't test you for steroids.
So they tested you. They just didn't test you for anything that would actually help you fight.
It seems like they kind of encouraged it.
Oh, yeah, they definitely encouraged it.
Yeah.
They did with a guy I know. He went over there and he was, he wanted to fight at 170. He was like, no, you fight at 185. And they're like, we give you steroids.
Everybody thought I was on steroids when I was fighting over there.
Well, you just had great genetics.
Yeah.
You know, some people have great genetics, and some people need steroids.
Yeah. I always tell people, like, look at me and look at some of the other fighters. You can look at my body and tell I wasn't on that shit.
Well, the difference is when they get tested. Like when the pre-USADA and post-USADA days are so interesting because even though they outlawed testosterone, there's still guys like Overeem. There's not a chance in hell that guy was natural. He was not natural at all. There's no way. Especially when he fought Brock Lesnar. But somehow or another he passed the test. But the test the day of the weigh-ins test, that's nonsense. That is nonsense. Like all the benefits are still there and all the stuff is out of your system.
Bro, it's crazy. I used to fight over there with Alistair, right? And he was like the bony 205.
Yeah, he was thin.
Yeah, he was thin. Then one day I saw him like, God damn, what the fuck are you doing? He said, horse meat. I'm like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he was powerlifting. You remember when he got up to like 265? You know, when he won the K1 Grand Prix?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you couldn't hit him. He was a mountain. It was just covered behind muscle. And, you know, K1 style, when they fight with like the earmuffs on, when they're standing there, like he was just, there was no chin. You couldn't see it in there.
He was a bad motherfucker. He won it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he won the Grand Prix, which is crazy.
He was a bad. I was always worried I was going to have to fight him in Pride, but I don't know why they never put me against him.
Bro, when he fought Brock Lesnar, if they kept the testing that way, he might have been the heavyweight champion. He might have stayed the heavyweight champion too. I mean, he was hard to handle at that weight. He was so big, and he had those elite kickboxing skills. Yeah. You know, I remember when he fought, I guess it was Strikeforce, when he fought Brett Rogers. You can see the moment he hits Brett Rogers with one low kick, and you can see it in Brett Rogers' face, like, "Oh shit! Like this is different. This is so different." He was so scary, man.
Yeah, fuck, big tall motherfucker. I would like to see him go against John Jones.
I would have loved to have seen that back in the day, but if again you let him fight enhanced, because the difference between him enhanced and unenhanced, he became an average fighter.
Yeah, but John was enhanced too, though. If they would have went against each other, both enhanced
at the time. So you think John was enhanced?
Yeah, I think it's proven.
Really, because of the whole thing with the picograms, whatever the fuck that shit is.
Well, see, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it, but I just thought he got popped, so I assumed that he was enhanced.
He did, but the problem that he got popped with, there were so minuscule levels that it didn't make sense.
Yeah, he don't look like somebody.
He does steroids. No, he doesn't.
Oh.
But neither did Lance Armstrong.
He probably did. He probably doing something different though. Lance.
No, he was doing testosterone. I mean, he was definitely doing that too. Those guys were doing. He was doing a lot of shit. They do everything they can when they do that Tour de France. Doctors say that it's actually healthier to do that thing on steroids than it is to not be on steroids, because your body just can't recover.
Yeah.
Because you're biking for hours and hours and hours, day after day. It's a fucking crazy event.
I think if you biking and doing shit like that, let them do steroids.
Right.
But fighting, I'm against that shit.
Right. It's
fighting,
different.
Yeah, football, boxing, MMA, shit like that.
But football, you know they're doing something.
Yeah, you know they're doing it. But
those guys are gigantic.
Yeah, but I think if you got full contact against another human, I think it should be outlawed. But baseball, I wouldn't give a fuck.
It would only make it interesting.
And basketball, yeah, I wouldn't care.
Right. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially they're professional athletes. They had a small window of opportunity.
Yeah.
They have like 10, 15 years at most where they can compete at their very best.
Yeah, let those guys juice
them up.
Yeah, let them help them how to do it safely. But fighting,
right?
Because you can hurt somebody. Because some people are totally against it.
Well, the only way it makes sense in fighting is if everybody agrees. You know, like if you agree. But if you're cheating, if you're just jobbing the tests and you got a good scientist that works with you and you're figuring out a way to rig everything, that's not good. Yeah.
I'm against it because I fought a few guys that was on steroids and I was fighting in Pride.
Who'd you fight that was like the most obvious on steroids?
For me, I felt like it was the most obvious was Kevin Random and RIP. I don't ever want to talk ill of Big Bro, but Mark Holman, he's honest about it.
Yeah.
They were doing something. Vanderlei for sure was on that shit.
For sure.
And I
think
he
fought like he was on it.
Oh my God.
He fought like he had rabies.
Bro, that guy was so vicious. He just walked around mad the whole time. All the fighters in Japan were scared of him. That's why he didn't like me, because I was never afraid of him. And the first time I had a run in with Vanderlei, we all stayed at the same hotel, and I'm walking back from press, and I get in on the elevator with my corner man, and the elevator opens up and it's Vanderlei in there with two of his corner men. And I don't notice, and I just walk on the elevator and I turn around and my two corner men took off. No. So I'm in the elevator by myself with Vanderlei. And he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't take off with him. Like he seemed like he was mad that I was breathing his same air in the fucking elevator. He's like, what are you doing? And they was talking shit in Portuguese and stuff like that. I'm like, I ain't afraid of no motherfucking body. I was a kid then too, but I just never been afraid of anybody. Then after I meet my two, I'm like, what the fuck happened here? Where the fuck y'all go? Like, shit, that was the axe murderer. I'm not getting in there with him. Just leave. I said, so you just let me leave?
They didn't even pull you out.
They didn't even touch me.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. I would have never trusted those dudes again.
Yeah, fuck them. Just left me with, but I was cool, but he never liked me.
Were you there when he had that fight with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett in the back room?
No, I wasn't there.
Apparently, the story is Crazy Horse knocked him out cold.
Yeah, heard that.
That's the story is. The story is they ganged up on Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was a wild dude. That dude was crazy. He was fun. I remember I got drunk with Crazy Horse one night. Me and I think it was Eddie Bravo went to see Brock Lesnar's first professional fight in LA at the Coliseum.
Was it with the UFC?
No.
Oh.
No. I think it was with K1. I think it was a K1 fight in Los Angeles.
I might have been there.
Hoist Gracie fought that night. I think Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba, if I remember correctly.
Was that a rematch? Because I thought he
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't there. I don't think I was there.
And he beat him. And Hoist is a little saucy. He got caught.
Hoist beat Sakuraba in the rematch?
Yeah, but Hoist was saucy. They caught him in the piss test. If I remember correctly. Check to see if that's true. But I sat right next to Crazy Horse. Just me and him got fucked up the entire show.
That guy's crazy.
He had fun. He's funny, man.
Yeah.
We had a lot of laughs. But he was a wild dude.
You know what he's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's in Thailand fighting for Fight Circus. You heard about them?
No.
Man, he's fighting like two motherfuckers at the same time. Two Thai dudes at the same time. I said, man, this shit looks fun. I want to do that shit.
How big are the Thai dudes?
They about his side. They're his side.
He's fighting 2-on-1.
2-on-1 in Thailand.
Does he just pay a lot of money or something?
I don't know how much they pay. I did a two-headed boxing match with Bob Sapp after that. I didn't get paid much money, but I was doing it for fun.
So you and him versus somebody else?
Yeah, me and Bob Sapp in a two-man T-shirt. I can only use my right hand. He can only use his left hand. And we fought two dudes. That shit was so fun.
Oh, that's crazy.
Man, that was the most fun I ever had in the ring, bro.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun. Fight Circus is crazy.
What does this say, Jim? He tested positive for. Fighter Tim Percy tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's my friend.
And Hoist Gracie tested positive for nandrolone.
Shut the fuck up, Tim Percy is my college wrestling. He's my roommate in college.
No shit.
Tim
Who did
Percy?
he fight? Who else was in the card? Let me see. There was some.
What the fuck?
Who else fought?
The original. Let's see. Pre-fight problem.
Scroll back up to the card again, please. Let me see who was on that card. Because there was one crazy KO where there was like a football player, Johnny Morton, right? He fought a guy who was a comedian. That guy, Bernard Akak, a Japanese. How do you say his name? Aka, a Japanese-born Taekwondo practitioner, kickboxer, mixed martial arts, and comedian. Yeah, that guy fucked Johnny Morton up. It was horrible.
The comedian fucked somebody up?
Yeah. I don't know how good his comedy is, but he could fuck people up. I'll tell you that. Jake Shields was on that card. He won by rear naked choke. Yeah.
Sakuraba was on that.
Yep. So Hoist beat Sakuraba, but then tested positive.
Was supposed to be on the card.
Ray Sefo and Marvin Eastman dropped from the card with no explanation.
Supposed to be on the card. Gina Carano.
Oh, Gina Carano. So that was a K1, right? Yeah. That was like up until and Brock Lesnar won real quick. That was his first fight ever. Yeah. But so Crazy Horse was backstage, and I guess all the shoot the box guys got into it with Crazy Horse. And didn't Christian Marcello, I think he choked Crazy Horse out,
with
right?
a triangle.
Put him in a triangle afterwards too.
Yeah, I heard this story.
So Crazy Horse apparently knocked out Vanderlei and then got choked out, and then he went and fought, or had he already fought?
I don't remember, but I heard Vanderlei fought after he got knocked out.
He did. After he got
won.
Out cold, fought and won. The one by decision.
Who did he fight that time? You remember?
Let's find out. Let me see Vanderlei's record. I'll tell you when I see it. Because you could tell he was like fighting a little cautious. You know, like maybe didn't want to get hit.
Bro, that's crazy. What if they had cameras back there in the locker room?
I think there is video footage of it. I'm pretty sure there's footage. There's definitely footage of Marcelo choking out Crazy Horse because he gets him in a triangle with his jeans on. I remember watching it.
07, right?
Yeah. It wasn't Mirko Krokop. I think it might have been Fujita. No, that's not it because he won that one by soccer kicks. Does he have any that he won by decision? Maybe it was no. He lost to Arona. Is that possible? That it was
maybe you should look for the same card with Crazy Horse.
He beat him.
He lost to Arona and then he beat him. Decision split. I wonder if it's that one.
2005.
I wonder if it's that one. Click on Pride Shockwave 2005. Let's see. Who else is on that card? Is Crazy Horse on that card? Charles Bennett?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. That's it. The one. That's the one. That's the one he fought Arona and he won a decision.
Yeah, I was looking for video.
And I remember why Crazy Horse was so nuts. Look at that video of Crazy Horse staring at the camera. That's click on that. See if is that a highlight of Crazy Horse? Yeah. Bro, Crazy Horse had power.
Yeah.
I mean, he just put people to sleep. He put a lot of people to sleep. Compact power too.
Yeah. He never went to the UFC though.
Nope.
He couldn't get his shit together.
He's a wild fella.
The fuck is wrong with him?
I mean, he fought with gold teeth in. He fought with a gold grill in, and then he had a mouthpiece on top that was gold too. But I don't even know where he trained.
I forgot where he was from. Texas or somewhere.
I don't remember, but I mean, it did not have like the ultimate skill set. He just had crazy power, and he was just wild, very wild.
He was strong. Yeah,
very strong.
He didn't have that much jiu-jitsu though, huh?
No, it wasn't that good on the ground, but on the feet, I mean, I don't think he ever submitted anybody that I can remember. But he fucked a lot of people up, man. Anybody that stood in front of that dude went night-night. And you could see it once he hit him like one time, the difference in the power. They'd be like, oh, God. It's crazy. Power like that is really crazy. When some people just have this, like, did you watch the light heavyweight title fight this weekend?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Boleton, man. Alex Pereira. That fucking power's nuts.
You know what? I was thinking, like, how would I would have done if I was in my prime fighting somebody like that? You can be honest.
You have very good wrestling skills. That's the difference is you're very strong. You are always a very strong light heavyweight, and you have very good wrestling skills. You know, he hasn't really fought anybody that's an elite wrestler yet. You know, I mean, think about who has he fought that could really wrestle. Prohaska is like he's got crazy KO power. He's got good karate skills, and he did win by choking out Glover. He did win with a choke. So it's not like he doesn't have skills, but he's not some Daniel Cormier type dude. He's just an elite wrestler.
I'm thinking,
is this the video footage of the fight?
It cuts off in the fight, so it's got to exist somewhere else. But this is a documentary about Crazy Horse.
But is that the behind the scenes?
It shows like a picture of them.
It says can't show the footage as YouTuber restrict the footage. What? YouTube restricts fights?
It could age restrict the video, and they're probably trying not to have that happen.
Oh, so they're just showing it. So he catches him in a triangle with jeans on, chokes him to sleep, out cold, with his phone in his hand. What is that?
That's the pass. You know that
pass.
Yeah.
So it wakes him up. He's like, oh shit.
They shouldn't have had him in that locker room with them anyway.
No chance. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. And there's Vandalay.
He's talking about it.
Yeah.
An interview with him talking about it.
He said Vandalay says he just turned and hit me.
Oh, he's trying to say he got sucker punched.
Probably did. But also, they were probably talking a lot of shit, and they probably thought they could keep talking shit before getting hit. And Crazy Horse was.
Well, what was his corner man? Well, who was with them?
I think they just thought they'd get away with it. You know, they probably didn't think he was going to swing on him, especially since Charles was light. What did he fight at?
Probably 55?
Probably something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, and Vandalay was a big 200.
Yeah, 205. He was a big 205. Yeah, but I was talking about maybe like the Rampage when I fought Chuck Liddell. I probably wouldn't have tried to take Alex down. I probably would have
still with him.
I probably would have tried until he started fucking me up. Then I'm like, oh shit, then it's time to take him down.
Did you ever fight anybody who calf kicked you?
Yeah, Forrest.
Forrest Griffin did? Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The first 2 rounds. The first round or something, he fucked my calf up. I'd never seen that kick before.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah. Never even trained against it.
Because that was 2008. Interesting.
My worst year ever. Yeah. He calf kicked the shit out of me. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? The shit was hurting.
Yeah, no one does it like Alex Pereira does. He does it so sneaky. It's also, he's got that crazy long frame, but he stands almost like square and then just throws the leg out. Like, you don't even see anything coming. There's no tell at all. There's no like dip. There's no step. It's just throws it out there, and all of a sudden, you see guys' legs get fucked up.
Yeah.
1 or 2 of them, and you can't move good.
Man, and that guy, he just came out of nowhere, just fucking people up.
Well, I knew about him before because I watched kickboxing, and I'd seen him in kickboxing, and I was like, if this guy comes into MMA, everybody's fucked. Because he was fucking everybody up with big gloves on. He would hit dudes, and you could see that it was just like they had never been hit like that before. He would, like, I remember the first time I saw him fight, he KO'd Dustin Jacoby, and he hit him with a left hook that just spun his head around. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I heard he had a crazy left hook.
That's his main weapon. Like, if you thought about one weapon that he knocks everybody out with, I mean, that's the one he knocked Jamal Hill out with. The first fight with, or the first knockdown with Yuri, the first fight with Yuri, he knocked him out with the left hook.
Did he get Izzy?
Adesanya, he got him with a left hook.
Yeah.
He gets everybody with that left hook. Yeah, but it's not like that's the only weapon. Anything he hits you with, you're fucked.
But if you know he got a big left hook, how come you don't train to just keep your hand up so you just look out for it? Like, that's what boxers do. I don't understand.
He throws a nasty jab to the body, too. That's one of the things he did with Yuri. He throws his jab to the body, and it sounded like a right hand. It's like, blah, blah. And it was like, this fight he fought different than he fought the first fight. I think the first fight, he let Yuri get a little wild, and then he's like trying to find his openings. And this fight, he was like, I'm going to shut all that wild shit down.
And it's a short notice fight for them too, man.
Yeah, a couple weeks. Just a couple of weeks. I think Yuri got 3 weeks. And Alex, when he found out about the fight, I believe he was in Australia doing seminars. And they said, hey, you want to defend your light heavyweight title, International Fight Week, in 3 weeks? And he's like, let me think about this for a little bit. So there's the left hook. Boom! Fade away left hook.
Yeah, fuck. He just got a lot of power on that hook.
It's crazy power.
And he's tall. He's a big guy too, man.
He's huge. And there's the head kick. They should have stopped that fight the moment he went down. They should have let him eat all those extra shots.
Yeah.
I mean, he was done. I think Herb wanted to give him a chance because the first fight got stopped a little premature.
Yeah.
The thing about that guy is you can't let that guy hurt you because he'll hit you one more time. And if he hits you one more time, you're gone.
Yeah, but sometimes you just be caught in the moment. Like, people give me shit for hitting Benelay like 3 more times when I knocked him out in the UFC. But sometimes you just get caught in the moment.
Yeah, you don't even know what's happening.
No,
right?
Yeah, you don't know.
Also, that guy, you had history with that guy.
Yeah.
And you wanted to get that back.
He deserved it, but I know I shouldn't have did it. If I would have been in my right mind, I wouldn't have gave him, because it's much cooler to have a walk-off knockout,
Right.
But I wouldn't have gave him those extras. But the day before, he pushed me at the weigh-ins.
Yeah.
And he talked shit to me, and at the, how they had that rules meeting or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking shit to me like I was scared of him. I was like, bro, come on. I was like, I was in the zone.
I guess he felt like because he had beaten you twice, that it was going to be, you were in his head.
Not only did he beat me, he gave me 2 of the worst ass whoopings I ever had in my career. And so he probably thought that was in the back of my head. But I think most times people get like that, they get where, oh, this guy got my number, blah, blah, blah. I didn't have any of those feelings. I always knew I could beat him. But the first 2 times I fought him, I think the first time I fought him, I had fought Chuck Liddell 45 minutes before.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second time, I went through this crazy religious thing where I got born again, first day of training camp.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Craziest thing in my life. Craziest. I still. It's the craziest thing that ever happened to me. Back then I was a single parent. I had got custody of my son. He was 3 years old, and just overnight I was dead. And I'm trying to fight in Japan and everything. And I don't. And after that Arona fight, and like I was saying, I had got real famous in Japan, and then I was going out partying a lot in drinking, and I never became an alcoholic because I don't like alcoholics and stuff like that because my dad used to be one. I always drink socially, but then I started craving alcohol. So long story short, I think one thing led to another, and one day I just had this crazy dream, and I was at home, and it seemed like it was a devil in my chest with his hands like this. I'll never forget having his hands in my chest, and it had some female spirits around, and he was saying, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." And I was like, just laying there in my dream, and I heard a voice said, "Do you know this man?" I was like, "No." And he said, "Well, you're not okay." "What is not okay?" I said, "Oh," and I jumped up, and I went to go. I was scared as fuck. I'm a big bad motherfucker, fucking people up, and I was scared. And I went to go wake my son up, and he said he was dreaming. He wouldn't tell me his dream because he didn't like me that much because I just got cussed out, and I'm being the father figure, making him eat healthy and telling him no and stuff a lot. So he wouldn't tell me a whole lot. But he said he was dreaming. So my friend finally got out of him. He said when my dad woke me up, God and the devil was fighting, and God hit the devil with the sword. And when I woke him up, he just did like this, just purged a lot of white pus out of his mouth.
What?
Yeah, crazy. True story. So I take him. That's not even the scary part. That wasn't what scared me. What scared me was I took him to preschool, and I got back in my car, and I must have left the radio on. And as soon as I turned the radio on, it was something. It was a commercial on. I didn't know at the time what commercial it was. They said, "The curse of such and such. Your soul is mine." That scared the shit out of me. I turned the radio off for 6 weeks. Like 6 weeks. I found out later it was a fucking commercial for Revenge of the Mummy ride and fucking Six Flags. That shit scared me straight.
You thought it was the devil.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Scared me straight, bro.
Wow.
And then that night I couldn't sleep. Me and my son, we went to go sleep over one of my friend's house. And this what brought me to being born again, what Christians say. I had to piss. And I was over my friend's house. It was really dark. I told you I was scared. I couldn't sleep in my room. Me and my son sleep on the floor in my friend's room, and I had to take a piss. And my son was wetting the bed, and he was lying a lot. I'm trying to teach him not to lie and teach him not to wet the bed. And I was going to wet the bed and blame it on him because I was too scared to go to the bathroom.
You were too scared to go to the bathroom. That's
bro.
So nuts.
Yeah, and I just, what I did, I prayed to God because my dad had just got saved like 2 years before. He said he was praying for me. And I remember what my dad said. He said, "Oh, when you pray to God, just say in Jesus' name." So I was like, "God, I'm a coward right now. Just take this fear from my heart. In Jesus' name, I love you. Amen." And within 2 minutes, I was laughing and crying at the same time. And I received the Holy Ghost Spirit. And I wasn't afraid. I went to go use the restroom. My eyes were different. Everything was different, right?
Wow.
That's the first day of training camp for Vanderlei, the second fight. And then, so I'm training for Vanderlei. My coach thought I was crazy. He brought a preacher in. He thought I lost my mind, thought I was crazy. Because, I'm totally, how I was back then. I'm saying a whole bunch of crazy shit, doing a whole bunch of crazy shit. And again, I didn't cuss anymore. It just changed me right away. And then my coach found out I wasn't crazy, but it was the start of, our relationship going south. And I started training for Vanderlei. Then we got closer to the fight. And I was like, "I'm going to kill this motherfucker. I'm going to kill him." And I'm thinking in my mind, like, I'm Christian now. I can't be thinking like that. It's the most confusing part of my life. And I fasted like an idiot. I fasted for like 3 or 4 days because I read in the Bible that you fast, you get closer to God and all that stuff. And it's true, I got closer to God, but it wasn't a good idea to fast before a fucking championship fight. Now right there.
How many days out from the fight were you fasting?
Well, so I got to Japan I think that Tuesday, and the fight was that Sunday. So I think I broke my fast. It was like 4 days before the fight when I ended my fast. But I think I fasted for 3 or 4 days.
Wow.
Yeah. I never did that.
And you were training while you were fasting?
Yeah.
How bad was that?
Bro, I was in another place. It was the weirdest thing. I didn't have to cut weight. That's my first time I had to cut weight for my fight.
Wow.
I thought that was a good thing. But I thought I was doing good. I was winning the fight. Then I got knocked the fuck out. And I try to cop it up to me fasting. That's my excuse, I think.
Well, it certainly would have drained your body to not eat for 3 days. I mean, if you're going for a performance, they say it's healthy for your body every now and then to take a few days off and not consume any food, but not before a fight.
Not before a fight, yeah.
No, I mean, I wouldn't even say before camp. I would say make it like you're out. Like you got time.
Yeah, I be trying to fast now for health reasons, and I can't even get past 2 days now.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Do you eat a lot of carbohydrates?
No, I cut that shit out.
Yeah.
Remember, I got super fat. Especially my last fight with Fedor. God.
Yeah.
I got super fat. I got misdiagnosed with hypothyroid.
Mm-hmm.
And they had me on this fucking medicine and shit, and this shit fucked me up. And I started training with this crazy social media guy. His name's Sean Reyes. He's been my friend for years. I met him from one of my other friends, and I used to always see him. We used to kick it and party and stuff like that. Go out drinking, and we end up at his house with girls and stuff and hang out. And he was always ripped, like a Persian guy, but he looked like a fucking Viking, right? So one day I asked the guy, like, man, how in the fuck you stay ripped like that all year round? He told me, he said, man, this is what I do. I said, you on that shit? He said, no, I ain't on shit. And he said, I do 2 hours of cardio. He works out like 2 or 3 times a day, and he don't eat carbs.
How often? Jesus
Christ. That's my trainer. That's my coach, man. He changed my fucking life, bro.
Damn.
That
dude was good.
I lost 30 pounds training with him.
And so he does 2 hours of cardio. How often a week?
This motherfucker trains like 6-7 days a week.
So he does two hours of cardio every day?
Well, now I think he dropped it down to an hour now. But when I asked him, he was doing 2 hours of Stairmaster. And so I did it with him, right? This motherfucker is on like level 13. I'm over there on level 4, like fucking dying. He's on level 13 for like fucking an hour straight.
Damn.
He's the strongest man I ever fucking met.
Really?
Yeah, he changed my life. He don't take no shit. You know, I'd be trying to get out of shit. Like, no, you meet me at the gym at this motherfucker time. He don't give a fuck. But he changed my life and changed my diet. So now I don't know if it's like a carnivore diet, but I eat vegetables and stuff, but I mostly eat steak every day and sweet potatoes.
Yeah, so like more of like what would they call that? Paleo diet?
Yeah, I just eat what he tells me.
I think there's a lot of people that feel like the real problem that people have is with grains.
Yeah.
Grains, carbohydrates that come from bread, pasta, that kind of shit, rice.
Yeah.
And then if you can cut all that out and just eat meat and vegetables, you'll be way better off.
Bro, I've learned by traveling where I went to Colombia to get stem cells, and I stayed there for like 8 days, and I lose weight, and I eat whatever the fuck I want. And I lose weight there. I could eat pasta, bread, whatever there. And I lost like 15 pounds in 8 days. Over there getting bioaccelerated.
Yeah.
Getting stem cells. At first I thought it was the stem cells. But one time I went there and I just went to hang out. I didn't get stem cells. Still lost 15 pounds. The food. American food is bad.
Terrible. Just filled with preservatives and bullshit and seed oils and corn syrup and just shit.
Why are they doing us like that, man?
Because they make money. They don't give a fuck. It's the same thing as why they overprescribe medications. Same thing why they send us off to war. They don't give a fuck. When you allow people to make as much money as they possibly can, they do almost every time, especially Americans. Almost every time they sacrifice people for money.
Yeah, I figured that's what it is all boiled down to money, but there's other ways to make money off us.
Yeah, but they started this shit in the 1960s, man. They bribed sugar scientists. It was the 60s, right? Wasn't it when they did that? 50s? They bribed sugar scientists. They bribed scientists, rather, to say that sugar is good for you and saturated fats are bad for you. They tried to say that all these people having heart attacks and all the cardiovascular issues that people have, that this is actually because of saturated fat, which is just not true.
You're right.
1960s, the sugar industry paid scientists to downplay the link between sugar and heart disease instead promote saturated fat as the culprit. Sugar Research Foundation, now known as the Sugar Association, funded the research that reviewed the scientific literature and set the review's objective. Sugar Research Foundation also provided materials for review and examined drafts before publication. Yeah, it was all bullshit. And fat is good for you. Fat is healthy for you, especially saturated fat. What? What are you saying? Yeah, fat from meat is really good for you.
Makes sense.
Yeah, of course it makes sense. It's what human beings have been eating forever. It's what most indigenous tribes, that's what they try to get. They try to get fat. They try to get meat and fat. That's why people like Inuits, before American food and alcohol and cigarettes started making its way to like the Inuit tribes, they have very low instances of heart disease. And they eat nothing but fat. They're eating fat all the time. They're eating whale blubber and all kinds of shit like that, and seal.
It seems like it's just more natural. That's what's
normal. It's food. It's real food. That's the stuff that like when people say that margarine is good for you, margarine is fucking terrible for you. I can't believe it's not butter. Bitch, I can believe it. It doesn't taste anything like butter. It doesn't taste, it's like got a buttery texture. It's fucking terrible. It's a big tub of seed oil. That shit's awful for you. There's also like there's a lot of people that try to link the consumption of seed oils and margarine and shit like that to Alzheimer's. That's when people started getting Alzheimer's disease. And they started using that stuff instead of butter and margarine. Butter and fat.
I remember hearing that it was from deodorant, antiperspirant. That's not true?
That's got to be bad for you too.
That scared me because I don't want to be funky though, but then I don't want to be like mindless. Like
you can use there's deodorants that don't have aluminum in it. I use a Tom's of Maine deodorant, but there's a bunch of other ones. There's another one that I use. God, Native's real good. I'll use that, but I use deodorant.
I tried it because my son is a hippie and he tried to get me in all this shit, and I tried it. But
you have a hippie for a son? That's
funny. My son Roger, he's the one that was fighting.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fucking hippie, bro.
In what way?
Shit, this is like hippies, bro. It's
all natural stuff.
He's like mushrooms.
Mushrooms are good for you.
Well,
talk to Rashad about that.
I know I did.
Rashad is one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever talked to when it comes to like mushroom supplements, like reishi and lion's mane and all that stuff. He takes all those.
That's the healthy stuff. But he likes the mushrooms that make you trip and shit.
He likes those too. Yeah. Changed him into a totally different person. He's a different guy.
Totally different guy.
He's just sweet, like at peace, calm guy. I think he's vegan now too.
He's a vegetarian.
Vegetarian? He eats pussy and vegetables.
Well, I can't knock on that because I'm a vegetarian myself. No, he's a vegetarian. I saw him not too long ago. You know, him and I talking about doing a boxing match against each other in November.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're trying to get that going.
What is going on with you and Shannon the Cannon?
Bro, this motherfucker called me out. As soon as I got knocked out by Fedor, he called me out. And he said he was going to promote the fight. MMA guys, we're not promoting.
Wasn't it before that?
No, I don't remember.
You guys weren't jawing at each other before that?
No, I remember after that.
Let's go, champ.
Yeah. And then we were supposed to fight, and we finally had a show. We was going to do it in Qatar. But the guys that putting on, they ended up to be fucking scam artists.
Oh.
And I was trusting them. I really liked the guys. They was cool people, but fast talkers. And like 2 months before I pulled out, Shannon was like, man, he's like, man, these guys are scammers, bro. I'm like, man, you brought these motherfuckers to me. He said, yeah, but I don't trust them no more. They're scammers. So I was like, man, they're just fucking. I was waiting to fight them.
But I heard there's talk again.
He's still trying, but I lost my faith in Shannon. I don't know if he's going to get it done. He talks a good game. I hope he get it done. If he ever gets it done, I'll be game to fight him. But right now, I guess my first boxing match is going to be against Rothschild. I need to get that win back.
And where is that going to be at?
They were talking about it in Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For what organization?
I'm not sure, but he said it was going to be under the ONE FC banner. That's what he
really?
Mentioned. Yeah, so he's telling me. I'm waiting for my manager to talk to him.
Oh, interesting. ONE FC. ONE FC does everything.
Yeah.
It's an interesting organization because they'll have an event with grappling, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA.
I like that.
I love it.
I like that fight that Mighty Mouse did with that Muay Thai guy.
Yeah,
that was
Rod Tang. That was very interesting.
His name is Rod Tang.
Rod Tang.
Oh, okay.
Rod Tang. Yeah, he's a wild dude.
He's tough, huh? I see his clips on TikTok all the time.
He's dangerous. Takes a crazy shot too. He's got an iron chin.
Yeah. He just
this guy's hit him. Come on, motherfucker, hit me.
That's crazy.
He kicks so fucking hard.
So I guess those little guys, they can do that though. They can let people hit them.
Some people, you can't let crazy horse hit you. You know,
yeah.
Different people.
Yeah.
Like Poetan. Like when you see Pereira, there's not a fucking person in the world that can get hit by that guy.
No, I won't let no big guy. If not 205. 205.
Did you watch Joe Pyfer fight at 85?
Who?
Joe Pyfer.
He's on 303?
Yeah.
No.
He was the featured prelim of the undercard. He's one of the hardest fucking punchers ever.
I got to the fight late. I watched it when that girl got that cut. That was my first fight. He was before that?
He was before that, I believe. Yeah, because Myra Bueno Silva was in the main card on pay-per-view and Macy Chasson. This is Joe Pyfer.
Which one? With the white shorts?
Yeah. This motherfucker can crack.
Oh, my God. What weight class is that?
85. And he's huge.
Yeah, 85.
He's huge, but he don't look 85. I mean, he weighs 85 for about 5 minutes. That fucking dude's huge.
And is it 85?
Yes.
I met him for the first time in Saudi Arabia. And that guy was big as fuck. I was surprised when I saw him. He was like tall.
He's tall as fuck. Yeah. Tall and long, you know? And the dude he's fighting, Dricus Duplessis, that's another guy. Like, how the fuck do you weigh 85? I stand next to that guy. I'm like, how the fuck are you 185 pounds?
They must be cutting from like 230.
Oh, he's cutting from a lot. He looks like a heavyweight. When you stand next to Dricus, he's a big, wide motherfucker. He's thick.
What's the weight class now in the UFC? What's the it weight class? When I was there, it was 205.
It's probably 205 right now, but the problem is Pereira is cleaned out the division. There's only Ankalaev, who's very good. That's a good fight, but a lot of people don't know who he is. It's not like a big name fight. Yuri Prohaska is a big name.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who he is. Got that crazy look with the bun, the samurai bun. He shaved that shit off after the fight, though.
Did he?
He's like, what the fuck am I doing here with this thing?
Yeah, it did look kind of stupid, though.
Well, it looked crazy when he got hit because it bobbles around.
Yeah, because the way he tapes it up and shit. Why you gotta tape it up? It's in the back of your head. It's not gonna get in your. It's not gonna get in your face, right?
I don't think you should be allowed to have that because I think that gets in the way of stuff. Because if you're trying to secure a choke, you're trying to go over the top of the head. There's like a thing there.
Yeah.
Like it might get in. It might for a split second. Might keep you from clasping your hands together. For a split second, it might keep him from getting out of something.
Yeah.
It's in the way.
Yeah, just braid it.
Yeah. Yeah, just braid it.
Don't put tape on it. I don't understand that.
I think he wants to be like a samurai. It's crazy.
Okay.
He thinks himself as the Czech samurai.
Oh, he's Czech.
Yeah.
I didn't know where the fuck he was from.
He's a wild dude. And he hits hard as fuck. But that's not good enough when you're fighting a guy that's that skilled.
Bro, fighting Alex, I didn't like the way he had his hands down.
Mm-hmm.
You don't fight a guy like Alex with your hands that low because it takes a while to get him up.
Yeah. Well, he likes to fight that way because he lures people in exchanges and he hits so hard. And it works on everybody else. It worked on Rakic. It works on Dominic Reyes. Everybody else, you don't want that guy standing in front of you, because he lures you into exchanges and he's willing to take a shot, to give a shot, and his punches are so hard. But you can't do that with Pereira because Pereira is a better kickboxer, hits harder, he's huge, and he's just too slick. He's like he knows how to set things up. He also knows it only takes one shot with him.
Yeah, he should have learned it the first time he fought him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get your hands up.
Well, see about the first time is what he won the first round of the first fight, and then he was winning the second round before he got clipped. And he actually had Pereira in a little bit of trouble. There was some exchanges where he hit Pereira, how to move him backwards, but Alex is just he hits you. It's too scary.
Yeah, I was worried about Alex's chin, but that was at 85 when he had to cut all that weight. You cut a lot of weight, that fills up your chin.
100%. And his chin at 85 was not the same. I mean, you got to think of how much weight he was cutting. He was weighing in at 85 and then fighting at 225. That's insane. That's 40 fucking pounds, man.
In one day.
In a day. That's insane. Man, I don't know how he did it.
That weight cut is gonna take toll. I think that's what fucked me up with my health. Yeah. When you get older, look at people like James Toney.
Mm-hmm.
You see how he looks now?
Yeah.
You remember where he used to fight at?
Yeah. He used to be super middleweight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when he fought Roy Jones. I remember when he fought everybody. I mean, James Toney beat Evander at heavyweight. James Toney was a bad man. Hard hit too.
But he cut a lot of weight, and I think that fucks up your metabolism or something down the line when you get older, cutting all that weight and then putting it back on.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. It's terrible for your kidneys.
Oh, who else? What's that? Prince Asim? Have you seen
him? Yeah, he's big.
Yeah, he's big. Like a lot of fighters go through that. Like Ricky Hatton, I think he got himself under control now. But he used to blow up, and that fucks you up.
Yeah, but it's also like fighters, when they're not training and they're not fighting anymore, they just start eating.
Oh, man, yeah, I was bad for that.
Yeah, they just eat like crazy.
You enjoy yourself because you have to be so disciplined in training camps. And then after that, I just always say, I'm just going to enjoy myself for like a week, then get back. And I'm never going to get fat again.
Mm-hmm.
I used to say that shit all the time. 2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks, I'm back fucking fat as fuck.
Isn't it crazy how quick it gets back on you?
Yeah.
Especially if you eat pizza and bullshit and if you're drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Drinking is number one.
Yeah.
Drinking puts it on you quick. And I think that's where Ricky Hatton was having a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
That happens to a lot of fighters, especially guys who've got some brain damage. You know, they really crave alcohol. You know, there's something about your dopamine levels drop, and like when you've had significant amount of brain damage, you know, you've been KO'd a bunch of times. A lot of guys lean towards alcohol to make them feel better. But it's all, you know, some people get KO'd and they're fine.
Like those K1 guys, they don't even look gun shy. You know, when Vanderlei knocked me out, that was my first time ever getting knocked out. And I didn't even go all the way unconscious. I remember hanging on the ropes. You remember that? And I remember thinking like, damn, I just got knocked the fuck out. And I can remember everything. I was dangling on the ropes, and I remember like blood dropping. And then after that, I was gun shy all the way up to when I come in to fight Chuck Liddell. And I remember those fights. I was gun shy, and I was like, man, I got to fight Chuck Liddell. He's like one of the best strikers I've been up against. I need to bring somebody in to get me over this gun shyness. And that's how I met Chet Congo.
Really?
Yeah, I met him at the UFC once before. He was like a big, scary looking guy. And my manager called his manager. We flew him from France over to that training camp, and he kicked the shit out of me. And I got over that gun shyness. It was a great camp.
Chet Congo was a beast. Remember that fight with Pat Barry?
Oh my God.
That is one of the craziest comebacks in the history of the sport.
It's the craziest one.
Pat Barry was just swinging. Pat Barry was a good kickboxer, man. Real good kickboxer. And Pat Barry had him real badly hurt. And a lot of people could have stopped that fight. And he went down a couple of times. And then he clipped him with one shot. Boom.
Bro, that's Congo for you. That guy, countless times, he'd go through training camp, he'd get injured, won't tell nobody, and still go out there and fight. I'm talking about with injuries that people would have to get surgeries for that wouldn't fight.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Here it is. There it is. There's the one right hand that drops him. And Pat just got reckless. And he jumped all over him. Pat had big power, too. I mean, look at the size of him. Man.
Look at the size difference, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Congo was real tall and big, but Pat was a tank, man.
I think I was in Congo's corner. I can't remember, but I was watching that fight. I think I was doing the commentating up top.
Boom.
Oh, that boom.
Out cold.
You don't even see it.
Yeah, you don't even see it. He hit him with one, stung him, and then the other one, his eyes rolled back.
Oh, you see his eyes?
Yeah, they're still open. Yeah, his eyes were rolled back. He was out. He was in the dark lands.
Look at him. Look, oh, my God.
Yeah, he was in the dark lands. He just got too wild. He got too wild. I mean, he had Congo hurt, man. Yeah. Real badly hurt.
Yeah, he's going in for the kill.
So he
That's the one.
Behind the ear, and then this one. Boom. I mean, that one just shut him off. And, you know, moving backwards kind of off angle, still crazy power.
But, you know, Congo was a really good kickboxer, too. He beat Krokop.
Yep.
I don't want to talk shit. Congo's like my big bro, but I was real proud of him to beat Krokop because Krokop is dangerous, man. Those leg kicks, those head kicks.
Every kick. He's one of the hardest kickers ever. There's a picture of him when he fought Heath Herring. Did you ever see that fight?
Oh, yeah, he kicked him in the body.
He kicked him in the body, and his body is like, his shin is like halfway into his body. It's a horrible picture. And especially it's that left one, which is, you know, he said right kick hospital, left kick cemetery. Yeah.
Krokop was
Look at that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's Josh Barnett.
Yeah. That was good.
That's one. Look at that other one down there.
Oh,
who is that? Is that Sean O'Malley? Oh my God! Look at that kick. Who did he kick there? Good Lord! Good Lord! That is liver all day. I mean, that is deep in the liver. That's crazy. That's it. The upper left-hand corner. That's the one.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. I mean, that shin is a perfect body kick.
Wow.
That's deep into the body.
The first time I met Krokop was when I fought K1. Pride took me to K1 because it was like my last fight of my contract. They thought I was gonna get knocked the fuck out and renegotiate for less money. And I didn't expect for Krokop to like me. They put us in a locker room together. He was over there playing cards and stuff. And this Japanese reporter come over to me. I was on the ground like stretching, warming up, whatever. And I had my chain on the ground, which is crazy. I never laid a chain down. I don't know why I was on the ground. And a Japanese lady came and she was like, "Oh, why do you got this chain? What does this chain mean?" I guess K1 didn't know anything about me. I was coming from Pride. And I put the chain on. I said, "Oh, I'm a dog." And I started humping. And Krokop died laughing. Then ever since then, he liked me. Every time I see him, he'll come and I could make him laugh and stuff. He was cool guy. He's a cool guy.
He's a very cool guy. He's one of the first guys that came from kickboxing that did really well in MMA because he was so explosive.
Yeah.
Like a lot of those other guys like Peter Aerts or Ernesto Hoost, I don't know if their style would have translated because they would just set you up over time. And Ernesto would be chopping at the legs and hit you with shots. But Crow Cop would just explode on you.
And he had good wrestling defense. Antonio McKeith said he was training with Crow Cop, teaching them wrestling.
Really?
Yeah, and Tony McKee is one of the best wrestling coaches. He's one of the best MMA coaches out there.
Well, he developed very good takedown defense, and that's what made him so scary.
Yeah.
Because if you have to stand up with that guy, which shows you how good Fedor was in his prime, because those two fought in their prime, and Fedor was walking him down. Stand up. The stand up. I mean, that was primarily a stand up fight.
Fedor gives no fucks.
He was a wild dude, man.
Even though he beat my ass, he's still one of my favorite fighters.
Yeah, one of mine as well.
Yeah.
I think, when you look at the great heavyweights of all time, it's so hard to say like who's the greatest of all time, but you got to have him in the conversation.
Yeah, I wish he would have came to the UFC though. I wish they would have
got close, got real close. They had some meetings, but apparently the people that Fedor had running with him, the people that were running his business were, they wanted a lot. They wanted like co-promotion with the UFC. It wasn't just like, give us some money. And, I guess the UFC was willing to give them a lot of money. They were like, no, we want co-promotion.
Yeah, it's too much.
They wanted to be a part of the business. They wanted to take over a little bit of it.
Yeah, I heard rumors they wanted to have like rights to UFC Russia or some shit.
There's a bunch of different things. You'd have to talk to Dana, but I remember it was enough so that they had to beef up security. Like they were worried about how the negotiations went south.
Wow.
Yeah, they got nervous. It was a weird time. Those guys that were with him, they were serious dudes. Yeah.
I would like to fight Fedor again. That was my last fight, and I wasn't me. I was very unhealthy, but I didn't.
Why were you unhealthy? What was wrong?
Because I got mixed diagnosed with
hypothyroidism.
Yeah, so I was on this medicine, and the medicine was making me fat. And I was training hard. And
what kind of medicine did you on?
I forgot the name of it, but I had been on it.
Synthroid?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I had been on it for a while, and then I started training with TJ Dillashaw and Juan Archuleta, and they took me over there to Coach Cal.
Oh.
And that guy's a genius.
Yeah, he's a genius.
He's like a scientist. So he looked at my blood, and he looked through everything, and he was like, "You don't have a thyroid problem, dude. Something wrong with your C3 or T3, whatever the fuck he said. But you don't have a thyroid problem, and that medicine you take is fucking you up." And I just quit the medicine. I said, I knew it was the fucking medicine. But he said, hey, I don't suggest you just quit cold turkey. You don't know how your body's going to react. And then I said, fuck this. This medicine fucked me up. I'm quitting it. And when I got to Japan, one of my coaches told me, oh, you got to carb up before your fight. You got to carb up, because he noticed I wasn't eating carbs. And I listened to my coach. I'm a very coachable fighter. And I just got bloated overnight. I wasn't even looking that big when I got to Japan. And I just fucking blew up. And I said, fuck it, I'm fighting. I'm not pulling out this fight.
You were thinking about pulling out?
Yeah, when I fucking saw myself in the fucking mirror, I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's when you thought about pulling out?
Really? Yeah, because I was fighting. Because I trained hard. I noticed I wasn't losing weight for the fight, but I was heavyweight. I always want to get my weight down, look good, but I got down under 265. And I was training really hard. People thought I didn't train. People thought I threw the fight. And I was training hard. It's the hardest I ever trained. But I wasn't doing a whole lot of sparring and shit, though, because when I was training with Coach Kyle, that was the hardest training I ever did. And it's so hard that you have to take the rest of the day off and the next morning.
Because it's like, so it's heavy cardio, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. We were throwing 100-pound medicine balls at each other.
100 pounds?
100-pound while we was bouncing on a Boshu ball.
Jesus Christ.
With TJ Dillashaw and Juan Archuleta. I don't know if you know Juan Archuleta.
Yeah, sure.
You know how small that guy is?
Yeah.
They got that Coach Guy had us flipping tires up a hill, like 200, 400-pound tires. I never flipped a tire before. This motherfucker used to flip his tire up the hill, run down, and help me flip mine. That's how strong that little motherfucker is.
Yeah, he's strong as fuck. He's a great wrestler.
Yeah, great wrestler. And they have you on that spin bike, like a hard spin bike type of thing, for like an hour. Like it was torture. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna do this shit. I'm gonna train really hard. And at the end of the day, all this shit fucked me up. So I cursed those two specialists that I saw two different specialists, and they didn't do shit. They said, oh, you gotta be on this medicine for the rest of your life. And the second one, After I saw Coach Cal, I went to somebody and they did a MRI on my thyroid, and they were saying that there's not enough data yet to know if you damage your thyroid from getting and putting a lot of rear naked chokes.
Oh, really?
They say it's not enough data yet. Because I asked them, because have you ever been in a rear naked choke and you fight so hard then your throat hurt a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I asked them about that. He said, yeah, it's not enough data yet, and you guys haven't been doing this shit long enough for us to know.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense that it would hurt your thyroid. I mean, it's right there.
It's right there. So they don't know shit yet. But,
I mean, you'd imagine. I mean, if your organs are getting hurt by getting kicked, they bleed. You know, you piss blood after you get kicked in the body a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine it hurts your thyroid. I mean, if someone's got a real good squeeze and it gets your neck.
That happened to me several times, but over the years. But I didn't really think anything of it.
And how many times in training?
Yeah,
constantly.
That's what it gets.
Yeah, well, that's when most people get really beat up from, really, right? Most of the brain damage people get is from training.
Yeah.
Especially in the early days when people basically just fought in the gym. Do you remember when Marvin Eastman fought Travis Lutter?
No, I didn't see that one.
Marvin Eastman fought Travis Lutter in the UFC, and Travis Lutter caught him with a right hand and knocked him out cold. But it was like at the end of the punch, it didn't look normal. It looked like something was wrong. And what I had heard was that Marvin Eastman had been KO'd twice in camp, at least once. I know he got KO'd at least. I think it was by Tito. I think they were wrestling.
This was after I fought Marvin or before?
After you fought Marvin, because you fought Marvin in 2000. This was in the UFC.
Oh, okay. He was in.
Oh, you fought in the UFC and you fought Marvin in the UFC as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Travis Lutter fight was before or after that fight. See if you can see it. Find it, Jamie. Travis Lutter KOs Marvin Eastman. Because Travis was an awesome jiu-jitsu guy. Wasn't known as being like this crazy puncher. But when you see guys that have fought that have been hurt real bad in the gym, that happens all the time. Guys get KO'd.
That's what happens is Ninja.
Really?
Yeah, the shootbox guy that was sparring so hard. It fucked up his career.
2004. So this is before you fought Marvin Eastman. That's right. You fought Marvin Eastman about 2007. Yeah. So he catches him on the end of this punch. And Travis Lutter is one of the best Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts to ever compete in MMA. And he was a guy that he was the worst weight cut I ever saw in my life, ever. And he fought Anderson for the title. So look at this.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good right hand, but it seemed crazy, right?
Yeah. I think your chin just goes sometimes.
Yes. But what I had heard from him was that he had been KO'd in training pretty bad.
Do you think it's mental?
I don't know. I don't think that one was mental. I think if you've been KO'd, I think your brain's damaged. Just like if you hurt your hand. If you break your hand and it's still fucked up and you try to punch someone, it's going to get hurt. Same thing with your head.
But you would think that, because your body heals itself, you would think your brain will rejuvenate over time.
It doesn't really.
It doesn't?
No. There's a lot of problems with the brain and healing. And one of the problems, there's a lot, right? But one of the problems is the tissue, the connective tissue that keeps the brain centered in the skull. That stuff rips over time. And that stuff is, once it's gone, it's gone. It doesn't return. It doesn't heal back. It's just like taking your meniscus out of your knee. And your brain is just slapping around inside of there. And guys get KO'd way easier.
Do you think stem cells help that? Because I believe in stem cells.
I do too. Yeah. I know you go to that bioaccelerator place, which is great. A lot of people have gone there.
It changed my life.
Yeah. Stem cells are incredible, but I don't know if it helps that. Especially not helps you take a shot. It might help you heal from too many head injuries, but I don't think it helps your ability to take a punch. I think once that goes, that's gone.
You knowing that, would you let your son fight?
I'll let my son fight before I let him do football.
The football is way worse.
I think it's way worse. They did a study on CTE with football, and they went from high school all the way into NFL players. And even in high school kids, most of them have it. And then you get into NFL, like people play all the time. Like they played like Pee Wee, they played junior high school. Most likely they have some form of CTE. And then you get into, if you get into NFL, it's like 90+% of the guys have CTE.
I never heard of this shit till recently. We had Chandler Jones on our podcast. John Jones, brother. Yeah. You met him before?
No. I've seen him at the UFC.
Yeah, he seems like a real cool guy, but he was saying that people diagnosed him with CTE, but he said he didn't believe in it.
Wasn't Chandler the one that had some sort of an incident where he went crazy?
Yeah, he did have something.
Yeah. A lot of people don't believe in things that are still real. You know?
Facts.
You know?
Yeah. No, I didn't know what. I'm just not hearing about this shit now, though.
You seem fine.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. You know, I don't take a whole lot of punches. I got that cover and roll, baby. I got that cover and roll.
Yeah, you've always been defensively responsible like that. Yeah, you
except for leg kicks.
Leg kicks. You got mad at me once, but I wanted you to throw more because your leg kicks are devastating.
Yeah,
I would see when you would hit guys with leg kicks. I was like, damn, I wish Quentin would throw more leg kicks.
I got to apologize to you about that.
Well, I apologize to you too. I'm like, it's not personal. I know. When I'm looking at you, I'm not thinking of you as a human being when you're fighting. I know you're a human being, but I'm analyzing movements and what I think a guy can do to be more successful. I mean to hurt your feelings.
No, you didn't hurt my feelings. It was nothing that you said. I'm gonna clear it up for you right now. It wasn't nothing you said. It's the fucking fans. They all come like when you said it. You kept saying they all come to me on my social media. Ever since social media. So I'm gonna explain to you. You remember when I was fighting in Pride? I would check leg kicks if they was hard, except for Arona. I wasn't gonna check his leg kicks. It would have hurt my knee. Wow. But I would check leg kicks if they were hard. But people in the UFC, they wasn't really kicking that hard.
Really?
No, their leg kicks wasn't that hard. So I take them and I try to land a punch. Mm-hmm. But the reason why I wasn't kicking that much is because they were desperately trying to take me down.
Right.
Even though I can wrestle, I started late. I'm not the best wrestler, and if you want to take somebody down, you're gonna get them when they got their leg up. So
you were a very good MMA wrestler.
Yeah,
you knew how to use it in MMA.
Yeah. I was never good at one art. When I put them together, that's when I felt like I come together. But so one time I tried to kick when they had me fight Matt Hamill. That's the only fight I never wanted. That's the only fight I ever wanted to back out of. I never wanted to fight that guy.
Why?
I just felt like he was a boring fighter, and I got tired of fighting wrestlers that hold me down and hump me and shit. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's fucking. For me, I like exciting fights. I'd rather lose an exciting fight than win a boring fight. It's just been my style. And I didn't want to fight him. So I remember when I was fighting him, and it was back in my head. I was like, Joe Rogan gonna talk about me not fucking kicking and shit. So I threw a fucking kick, and sure enough, he almost took me down. I did not want that guy on top of me. So I said, fuck this. I never kicked again after that.
That's funny.
Yeah. I kick in practice. I when I spar, stuff like that. I love Muay Thai. I started taking Muay Thai right after that fight with Sakuraba. I started training with Colin Oyama when he was training Tito. I went straight up to Big Bear, and I started training.
Colin's very good.
Yeah, he taught me to cover and roll. Yeah, I learned a lot from that guy.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah,
he's trained a lot of MMA fighters.
Yeah.
It's interesting when you see those guys that were around in the early days that are still around now.
Yeah.
And how many different iterations of MMA they've seen. Like the game has changed so much. Like you watch young guys now, like there's guys that are entering into the UFC now that are elite fighters. They're already elite. First fight in the UFC.
Yeah.
They're world class.
It's crazy. You remember how it started off? You just knew one motherfucking thing.
Yeah. Yep. Wrestling or kickboxing or jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those things you were good at. And everything else you're just hoping to get to whatever the fuck it was that you do.
Yeah, and it was crazy when like people like Carl Parisian came around with judo. Like, what the fuck is this motherfucker doing? Judo?
Carl was throwing people through the air. Carl was like one of the best judo guys to ever compete in MMA. He was fucking good, man.
Yeah.
He was good.
Yeah. And I had to train judo one time. It made me respect it a lot more. I was fighting, I forgot the damn guy's name. I think it's Ishii something. And he was like a judo gold medalist or some shit. And I had to fight him in Bellator, big motherfucker. So I had to train judo. I trained for like a week. I gave up. Said, "Fuck this, man. My wrestling gonna take care of this shit."
Well, those guys are judo guys are so strong because they're throwing bodies around all the time. There's always like hoisting bodies through the air and throwing them around. I rolled with Carl once. He was the hardest guy ever. Like his body was like he didn't look impressive, but he was crazy strong, like a chimpanzee. Like just throws you around. It was like there's such a evidence, like a big difference in strength with a guy like that that's just used to throwing, like Hector Lombard. He's another one.
Yeah.
Hector, crazy powerful.
Yeah. Carl Parisian, he used to train with me, Tito, and I think Randy Couture. He used to kick all three of our asses, taking turns. And we all bigger than him.
Wow.
Yeah, he was a beast.
He was a beast, man. He was a beast. I remember his fight with Diego Sanchez. Holy shit, that was a wild fight.
I like to see him come back because
Caro?
Yeah,
how old is Caro now?
He got to be younger than me. I'm 46 now. He got to be younger than me.
Caro had a bad leg injury, and and he tore his hamstring and never got it surgically repaired. So he was always like, one leg was always like 40% of what it should have been. It was bad to the point where he had to take painkillers and a bunch of shit. He had a hole in the back of his leg. Like you ever see a guy that like tears their bicep and they get that weird where it curls up? That was how his leg looked. So the back of his leg had like a hole in it. Like his hamstring was gone.
It's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, so he could have had it, but he would have had to have surgery right after the tear, and he didn't. And so once it curls up and locks in place, like I guess they can't bring it back.
Oh, yeah. How you feel about the like older guys like me, Rashad, and Mark Coleman, all of us fighting in like a league with other older guys instead of putting us with younger people?
That's not a bad idea, like a Legends League.
Yeah, because we still love it. We still love to fight, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just we just can't compete with the
youngest guys.
Yeah, Father Time is undefeated, bro.
Father Time never loses. And not only that, like these young guys haven't had all the injuries that the older guys have had.
Yeah.
You know, you see older guys, they look fine, but you know, who knows what the fucking neck, my knee, my hip, my fucking wrist. There's always something. If you've had 25 MMA fights, 35 MMA fights, you got problems.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who's not banged up.
Man, when I get out of bed in the morning, like those first couple steps, was it worth it?
Yeah, but you came out better than most people.
Yeah, I didn't have to. I already had an injury coming into MMA. My knee was fucked. I fucked my knee up in college, but I haven't had too much.
What'd you do with your knee in college?
Man, my teammates, half of my teammates wasn't coming to practice, and the coach was like, since you guys not getting your teammates here, you got to work out for them. So they used to pair us up in groups of twos and make us do 15 push-ups. Other guy do 15 reps. And then you go all the way down to 5, right? And after 2 weeks of that, we got so strong. We was bottoming out on everything, right? So I'm wrestling one of my teammates, and he tried to get a single leg on me. And this is right when I was getting better at wrestling. I was getting good. It was hard to take me down and everything. I was in junior college, and the wrestlers there, they was like the rejects, but they was all good. They had to come there first, then they went to D1 schools, right? And I'm wrestling this guy, and he's still my friend to this day. He get mad when I tell the story. And he's going in for a single, and I wasn't giving it up because everybody was talking shit to me. I was the runt on the team. I was the worst wrestler there, and I think I took him down, and he wanted to get his takedown back, and he took my leg and he bent it sideways and went pop. And I think he tore my meniscus or some shit. And they didn't even take me to I don't even know what happened. They never got me MRI. They just threw me away.
Really?
Yeah. I just let I let it heal up on its own.
And it never got 100%?
No, it never was the same.
Wow.
And then I think that was my meniscus. I don't know. But I injured my meniscus when I was training for Ryan Bader. I had like a little partial trainer. The doctor told me, no, you don't want to fight because you can rip it all the way. And it's another fight in Japan. It's hard for me to pull out in Japan. That's why I think it's a good idea for me to go over there and make some babies.
Well, it's amazing what they can do with stem cells now, because I had a tear in my right knee and I got stem cells on it. I had a couple of different cycles of stem cells. Now it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, I'm going to have to get it done on my right knee too, because I had my left knee part of my meniscus removed. Because it was a bucket handle tear, so it would lock out.
Yeah.
So it would lock straight, like pop, and then you can't bend your knee. And you're like, oh my god, and then it's painful as fuck.
Yeah, they used to have Rico Rodriguez. I used to corner him one time in his fight, and that was my job. In each round to pull his leg out.
Yeah, Rico didn't have an ACL.
Yeah.
He fought at the highest level with no ACL.
Yeah.
He was the first guy I ever heard that did that. I'm like, that is crazy.
He didn't give a fuck.
Crazy.
It's crazy what fighters put up with.
I know. Well, there's fighters right now that are fighting with no ACLs. I know a couple of them.
Football players wouldn't do that shit.
No, you get it repaired.
I think we should get doctors like them. Like, you know how they have, like, what you call those, physios?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should have that on every team. Have like a set of physios and people that, because we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Even today, we don't know shit.
Well, that's why the UFC Performance Institute is so important. Because
they got
UFC,
that.
they have everything. Everything. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I thought Lee got all this shit.
Oh, the UFC Performance Institute is like one of the most high-level training environments in the world. People come and do their camp in Vegas. So like if they know they're going to fight in Vegas, they'll come to Vegas and bring their coaches, and everybody does their whole camp at the PI. PI is incredible.
I've never been there.
Oh my God, it's amazing. They videotape all the sparring sessions so you can watch it from multiple different angles. They have it up before you can review. Like, see, you do this, you drop your hands. See, you do this. You can't defend like that. You do this way, and you watch it all on high def videotape.
They charge you for camp?
No, you just go train there.
What the fuck?
Yeah, all the UFC athletes can go train there. They have nutrition. They feed you. Yeah,
for free.
Oh yeah, they'll set you up with meals. Yeah,
for free.
Not only that, it's all nutritionally balanced for like they work with a nutritionist for your weight cut, for everything. Yeah,
I didn't
healthy foods.
I got more respect for the UFC now.
Oh, it's incredible. The place is amazing. I did a tour of it. It was amazing. It's amazing. I mean, they have sauna, cold plunge, like you name it. Every modality, red light, anything that can help you heal, anything that helps you get better.
It's for free for the fighters.
For free. All the strength and conditioning equipment, anything you need, bags, everything you need.
You just got to be on the UFC roster to use it.
If you're on the UFC roster, you go there and train.
Say what you want about Uncle Dana, but he did a lot for this sport.
Oh my God! Without him, this wouldn't be possible. Like you see what happens with these other organizations with regular dudes running it. They all fold up. They fall apart. Yeah. You know, like the UFC had the name in the beginning, but they ran with it after that. Like, because Pride had a name too, man. Pride, people don't know, Pride was bigger in Japan than the UFC was in America. Yeah. At the time, Pride, way before the UFC could ever do this, Pride was selling out 90,000 seat stadiums.
Yeah, I remember it. Pride was like almost at the level of NBA is here in Japan. Like I remember fighting. Then the next day, my cornerman, they would go and get a Japanese newspaper, and I'd be on the front page of the fucking newspaper.
Wow.
Yeah, like you never see that shit here.
No, but well, you kind of do now.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, see
now
newspapers.
You see what newspapers don't really exist anymore. But like when it comes to like news coverage, like my news feed was overwhelmed with Alex Pereira's knockout.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, there was so many pictures of it because it was, it was a giant.
ESPN though, it's on ESPN.
Yeah. But all these different websites were covering it because it's just, first of all, like when you got a guy that's that dominant, that's what people love. They love a Mike Tyson. They love some dude who's just fucking everybody up. Like you can't wait to watch him fight people because you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You know he's going to fuck people up.
Yeah. What fucked up Pride was they lost the contract with Fuji TV.
It's crazy that it could be so big in Japan and then dwindle away to almost nothing. So you see events from Japan now, it's like a shadow of what it was.
Yeah, Risen, you would think that Risen would do what Pride did.
Right. You would think Rising would it would fill in the gap. Like if the UFC went away, the PFL will probably take up the slack. If something happened, the UFC decided, you know what? We found Jesus. We're not, no more fights. Everybody, good luck. Take care. We're going to close shop for some crazy reason. So, those guys would go somewhere, and everyone has a name. Right now, the only way an organization could benefit, like PFL signed Francis. That's probably the only way the PFL is going to get people to pay attention. Like you have to have someone like Francis.
But who is he going to fight though?
This is wild Brazilian dude over there who's fucking dangerous.
That big guy that beat up Ryan Bader?
Yes, that guy's fucking dangerous.
He's huge.
He's huge, and he can strike.
But that's the only guy.
That's the only guy. I mean, maybe if the PFL gets some heat behind it because of this, maybe if they have the money, like I know there's some other countries that are involved, like the Saudis, if they get involved and they start throwing money away, maybe.
You think he'll go back to boxing?
Yeah, because he's made so much money, But, like after the Joshua fight, it's going to be different, right? Yeah. So the Francis Ngannou fight, it was, he's fighting one of the greatest heavyweight boxers of all time and drops him in the second round. And everybody's like, what? And then he beat him up in the 8th round, too.
I thought he won that fight.
I thought he won that fight, too. Yeah, I thought he won that fight, too. But, if they're setting up that Usyk fight, they were not going to. Yeah. It just seemed like the Fritz was in a little, but it was close enough that they could pull it off. You can go, okay, maybe you could see him winning that, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I thought Francis won it. A lot of people thought Francis won it. Yeah.
Oh, there's that big guy, huh?
This dude. What is his name?
Ferreira.
Renan Ferreira. He's big, too. He's like 6'7". Yeah, look at that knee. 6'8", 260. Yeah, bro.
I think Francis can get him though.
Oh yeah, man. Well, look, Francis can get anyone alive. Anyone alive, if that guy hits you, can put you asleep.
Man, Francis surprised me when he knocked out Alistair Overeem. That's when he gave me my radar. I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
Bro, that was to this day one of the scariest left hooks of all time. Because his head snapped so far back, it was like he was looking at his feet. Like he was looking at his ankles behind himself. Like it was crazy.
Yeah. I never saw that.
And then when he knocked out Stipe, good Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, with the little gloves on, like, and leg kicks and shit, there's not a whole lot like that one. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That kind of power?
Yeah.
Francis, man.
Dude, I took a picture with Francis in Saudi Arabia. That motherfucker's twice my size.
He's huge.
He's big.
He's huge. I'm happy that he went and got paid. I'm happy that he got that money for the Tyson Fury fight because everybody was dismissing it. Dana was dismissing it. And then he drops Tyson Fury, and a lot of people's eyes won the fight. Like, fuck yeah. And then he gets a big payday against Joshua. I'm happy that he made money, but I wish he would have made that money in the UFC. My dream fight was at heavyweight, John Jones and Francis. And I still think there was actually an article that I read this morning that with the Saudis, the UFC is now doing shows in Saudi Arabia, that Dana is not opposed to the possibility of a joint promotion with John Jones versus Francis.
Wow, that would be huge. Huge. With all due respect, I think John Jones is a smart enough fighter to not fight Francis fight on that one, though.
Really?
Man, John Jones, he ain't no dummy.
Yeah.
He's a smart fighter. I always say John Jones is Neo.
Neo from the Matrix.
Yeah. The kid, his mind is so strong. I think that he would desperately try to get Francis down and submit him. He won't be dumb enough to stand.
No, he won't stand with him. No. John, as good as he is, has never been like a one-punch knockout guy.
No.
He beats guys up and strangles them and beats them up on the ground. But
does he have any knockouts?
From one shot? I mean, he head kicked Daniel Cormier. Yeah, and dropped him with that, and then beat him up on the ground and stopped him.
Yeah, but
most of the time he just mauls people on the ground.
Yeah, when he punched me, it was like I was more worried about the eye pokes than the punch.
Does a lot of that. What do you think about that, man? Like the gloves that they have, I think to this day, I know the UFC changed their gloves and they got new gloves now, and I think the new gloves are definitely better than the old gloves. But Trevor Whitman has the best gloves ever. You ever see his gloves?
No. But I heard that when the UFC gloves was coming out, new gloves, I heard that somebody invented gloves that keep your hand that kind
curled.
Of,
yes, Trevor Whitman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but they didn't go with that one.
No, apparently Trevor wanted some crazy amount of money for the gloves
for the
UFC.
For the pad?
I don't know what, like, to sell his design, his product, whatever. And he wanted a lot of money. Apparently, and the UFC wasn't willing to. They were trying to make a deal with him, and I was telling Dana, get his gloves, man. They're way better. And excuse me. And his gloves are curved. They're curved, so that your hand sits like this always. So that's his boxing gloves there. But what about his bag or his MMA gloves? Does it show the Onyx? Onyx is his company, ONX MMA glove. That's the sparring glove. But there it is. I'm wearing it. Okay. That's it. That's when Justin did my podcast, and I put his glove on. See how it's curved?
Yeah.
Like that's not even me making a fist. That's just putting it on. You put it on. It's curved.
That makes sense. But why he didn't just back off on the price a little bit? Like that's
he should have for sure. Here's my thought, and tell me what you think about this. The UFC gloves, the way they are right now, why don't they cover the fingers? Why don't you have a glove where you have the padding on the knuckle, but that you just have a layer of leather that goes over the fingers and goes behind the hand like this? That way, even if you do have your hands open, you'll be running into it like this.
Like a mitt? You're talking about like a mitt almost?
Yeah, like a mitt.
Almost like pride gloves a little bit, but over the fingers?
But covering the fingertips.
I think the grapplers would get upset about that.
Why? Because you never do this. You never interlace your fingers together, right? That's Hayabusa.
Yeah, but I know, but like that.
No, I mean covering the tips of the fingers. The tips are still going to be there. The problem is the tips. The problem is the fingertips going into the eyes. Like every time you see a poke, it's like one finger going into the eyeball. But if you have it covered up, at least it would be different. It wouldn't be one poke going straight through. It'd be a layer that's covering a layer of leather that covers over the tip.
I need to see those. But I'll tell you this: I've been fighting for 25 years. I've never poked anybody in the eye, not even in training.
Really?
Yeah, I never. Because why you got to do this shit?
You shouldn't do that.
Exactly.
Ever. John is a master.
Bro, I was begging the referee.
Yeah.
I was begging the referee. I'm like, look, I never do that in fights. I never take my attention off my opponent. Yeah. But I was going to that fight. I was thinking about wearing goggles out, walking out, because I knew he was going to poke me in the eye.
Yeah.
I got poked in the eye in training camp trying to train that shit.
Oh wow!
And I had like a little red spot in there. And when we did the stare down, I know he saw that shit. I'm like, damn, giving him a fucking target.
He's really good at those leg kicks too. Those oblique kicks to the knee.
I think that should be illegal, bro.
You think so?
Yeah. See, I'm thinking about starting my own MMA league, like Rampage style. You know what I'm saying? My own, what I think MMA should be like, right? And I'm going to make that shit illegal. That one thing.
That one side kick to the knee?
Oh, that oblique kick. Fuck that shit.
Did you see the one Khalil Roundtree landed?
Oh my God, I got on him about that shit. Oh my God.
Did you get on him about it?
Hell yeah.
What did he say?
He'd be like, man, fuck that. It's a fucking technique.
It is a technique.
But that guy got some scary Muay Thai skills.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I want to go where the fuck he went and train.
Yeah, well, I don't know which camp he went to.
Oh my God. I can't even watch that shit.
No, it's horrible. He tore his knee apart. Bukakis was out for like a solid year after that. Look at that side kick right to the knee.
Bro, that should be illegal, bro.
Oh man, full power.
No, I can't even watch that shit.
Just tears his knee apart. That's horrible.
Bro, John bent mine backwards. My knee haven't been the same, but when I went and got stem cells, thank God. Bro, that shit changed my life. I took my knee braces out. I could wrestle without my knee braces and shit after that. But before that, it was hard for me getting in and out of my cars and everything. And I bumped into John Jones one day. We was at a nightclub or something. And you know how I am. I cussed him out. He was like, oh, man, I'm sorry. Man, he was like, come on over here with me. We was going to go somewhere else. And we had to walk up on some couches and shit. And I tried to get up there. I couldn't because this was before I went and got stem cells. I couldn't get up there because of my fucking knee. I laid it on thick like the Jewish guilt, you know what I'm talking about? I laid it on thick on it. He felt bad, and that for me that was good enough. I forgave him after that because he did feel bad. But my thing about fighting, I feel like we all Conrads, and and that's how we make our living. So right. I never tried to really hurt nobody besides Rona. He made me lose my temper. That's why I did that with him. But nobody else. I never really tried to hurt anybody so they can continue to keep making money. So I just have honor when I fight, and I want everybody to understand, like, look, this is just a sport. I'm not trying to I'm trying to knock you out and stuff like that, but I'm not going to try to maim you, you know.
Thiago Santos, he ruined both his knees. John did. Yeah, both his knees after that fight, he had to get surgery on. He tore both of them apart. He sidekicked the fuck out of his knees. Yeah. He does the oblique kick to the thigh too. He does it everywhere.
So think about this. You're a promoter, and you got this fighter that sells a lot of tickets. So you want to give him at least 2 fights a year, 3 fights a year. But you got a guy like John Jones fucking your fighters up, man. Now they fucking injured, and you be lucky they come back in 2 years or something like that. It's not good for business.
It's definitely not good for business, but it's still legal. It's legal right now, so it's like it's hard to say. I see the point that you shouldn't be able to allowed to target the knees. But then someone would say, okay, but you could roundhouse kick the knees, but you just can't side kick it. You can't hyperextend it. Can you front kick it? No, you can't front kick it.
Right.
Darren Till does it too. He was doing it a lot. He fucked up Wonder Boy's knee that way.
Yeah, it's like the elbows. Like you're allowed to elbow somebody, but not in the back of the head.
Right.
But you remember John spin elbow?
Mm-hmm.
Where did it land most of the time?
Back of the head. Well, how about wheel kicks and roundhouse kicks? A lot of times they land in the back of the head too.
Yeah.
You go over the top of the shoulder, bang, so at the back of the head.
Yeah, but those don't come off that often. There's
a lot of roundhouse kicks land in the back of the head.
They come off a lot?
Yeah, because especially if you, like, say if a person is standing orthodox and you're standing orthodox and you throw a high kick and you go over a shoulder, you're hitting them right here, right behind the head.
You know how to do that kick?
Yeah.
I saw you kicking the bag. I was like, damn. I knew you was good at jiu-jitsu. I didn't know you could kick like that.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. I was a taekwondo guy. That's how I started.
I call it take your dough.
Take your dough? Yeah, it's not good for – it's good for learning how to kick. That's what it's good for. It's not good for learning how to fight.
You don't think it's good for MMA?
It's good if you know all the other things.
Yeah,
but you have to know all the other things. Like, there's no one from Taekwondo that's just going to go into MMA and dominate.
Well, I think Anthony Pettis.
Right, but he knows he's got great jiu-jitsu, great boxing.
I think he did Muay Thai with it.
Kicks.
Did he do Muay Thai with it?
Pettis can do anything. He does everything.
That guy's a beast, too.
He's a beast. That Showtime kick where he fought Henderson and bounced off the cage to this day.
Bro.
Highlight reels forever.
Bro, that's like MMA. That's like some Tekken shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what my dream was? I was training for one time, but I never had the balls to pull it off. I always wanted to do the jump uppercut. I was training for that shit and called him like, man, sit your ass down.
That's hilarious.
I was going to pull it off in pride one day, but when the fight came, I just didn't have the balls. So that's why I get jealous of guys that can do that shit, that can pull it off in fight. They could be themselves. Because when I fight, I'm not myself. I'm not the same person that trained. If you come see me train, even when I was champion, best in the world. At one time, I was best in the world. I was fucking the first unified champion of fucking MMA.
Right.
Before Anderson Silva did it. And in my mind, I was the best in the fucking universe. And when I train, you come to the gym, I look like shit, getting the dog shit kicked out of me all over the fucking gym.
Really?
Yeah.
How come?
I think when I fight, I think Rampage come out. It's just my alter ego or something. It's just, but sometimes he don't show up, John. It's the weirdest thing. Nah, it's me out there fighting. You know me. I like to joke around, and laugh. I like to say I'm a comedian, pretending to be a fighter. So I'm out there, and one time I noticed I wasn't howling before the fight, and the guy that's walking me out to the fight, he dropped something, and I bent down to help him pick it up. I'm like, Rampage would never do that. That's when I knew it was like, I'm like he is not here. I hope he show up when I get in the fucking cage.
Roy Jones Jr. said he had something like that too. He called it RJ. He goes, this is Roy Jones. He goes, but when RJ comes out, everybody's in trouble.
Yeah, and he was on the next level too.
Oh man,
I don't know what that is though. I don't know what happens. Like I know in my locker room, I'm joking and stuff up to 5 minutes before the fight, and then when I start howling and stuff, oh shit, Rampage is here. My team, they knew it. They used to always say, oh, there you go. I remember hearing them say it.
It must be crazy for them to watch you spar and lose in the gym and not look good, but know that you're just working hard. As long as you're in shape, once you get in there, the real Rampage comes out.
Yeah, and one of my coaches said that. He said he knows people that's really good in the gym, but then when they get under the lights and with the pressure, they don't perform.
It's way better to be the other way.
Yeah.
Look bad in the gym, good in the fights. Yeah. I mean, and there's also like people put themselves in positions in the gym because they want to work hard, so they put themselves in bad positions all the time.
Yeah,
that you would never allow yourself to get into.
Yeah,
in a fight.
I do that with jiu-jitsu because I never really liked jiu-jitsu a whole lot. And it was like my worst thing. So I used to just start rolling with myself in guillotine chokes or get put in bad positions.
Just to fight out of things all the time?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't tell my sparring partner what I was doing.
Oh, you just let them get you in there?
Yeah, I just let them get me and stuff, and I try to work my way out. That's why I only been submitted like 2 times with rear naked chokes. Those are my kryptonite. Sakuraba got me.
Who else got you other than Sakuraba?
And John Jones.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't train with tall jiu-jitsu guys for him. I had a tall guy to spar with, but I didn't have anybody long and lanky like that. And I didn't think they would make a difference. But after the fight, I was like, fuck yeah.
It makes a difference on the ground for sure because they can secure chokes in places that you just can't get to.
Yeah, training for that guy was like the hardest training camp. It was the hardest thing. I remember my coaches. I just listened to my coach. I don't watch the fight. They was like, if he turns southpaw, he's gonna throw this kick. If he do this, he's gonna do that. Had to train for the oblique kick, for the spinning elbows. That was the hardest motherfucking training camp. Before him, it was I'm having a brain fart. The Brazilian guy, the karate kid.
Yoda?
Oh my God, that training camp was so hard too. Training for a karate guy. He's southpaw too.
Oh, he was so good too. In his prime, Yoda Machida was a beast, man. Oof.
Yeah. Bro, I had to bring in like karate guys. We brought in this karate coach, and I'm bad with names, and he was in that movie League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
And he was a karate guy, and I was with those managers from the UK, so they knew him. And
the Wolf Slayer.
Yeah, and they brought that guy in, and he was getting mad when I was beating up the karate guys. I was like, this is supposed to be my coach, but you know what I'm saying? He getting mad when he brought his karate guy. And then the first day was fucking me up, but then I learned and I started fucking up the karate guys. he was getting mad. And I'm like, man, you my coach.
That's crazy. Why was he getting mad?
I think because it was his
loyal to karate.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's crazy how
that's not a good coach.
Bro, martial artists have big egos,
They
bro.
do. Huge egos.
Yeah.
And they get real loyal to their particular style. You know, like one of the things that would drive me crazy when I'd watch young guys is like there was this guy that we were working with back in the day that was a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and he had this Muay Thai coach. And his Muay Thai coach had him convinced that he's a dangerous Muay Thai fighter. Just dangerous. You're gonna fight. You're gonna stand up. And I remember they were asking him before the fight, "Is he ready? How's he feeling?" He goes, "He's Bangkok ready." Bangkok ready. Like, this motherfucker better shoot for doubles and take people down and strangle them. Like, stop all this kickboxing. You're not a kickboxer. I watched the dude hit the bag, and I'd go, please take that guy down. You don't have any power. Don't listen to this guy, man. You're fighting guys that are real strikers. Like, you can't be striking with a real striker. You thinking you're striking because you're striking in the gym with guys and you're doing okay. Real strikers are different, man.
Yeah.
These guys in the gym are not trying to kill you.
Right. Sometimes they let you, they don't want to, especially if they're getting paid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they're also sparring. They're not fighting.
Yeah.
There's just a fucking giant difference, man, when someone's setting something up and they just look at it drop and you don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
There's so many guys that get delusional because they're good at one thing. You know, they're good at one thing and they think that they know how to fight. One of Eddie Bravo's black belts was going to do MMA. He said, I'm thinking of doing MMA. I go, how much training are you doing striking? Like, not much. I'm just going to take him to the ground. I go, listen to me. I go, you know how good you are on the ground? There's guys that are that good at stand-up. You know how you can just play with some dude who's a white belt on the ground? There's dudes that they get in front of you. You can't do a damn thing about it, and they're going to be hitting you. That's the difference. The difference is if you take a guy down, you get him in an armbar, he's taps, and that's the end of it. This is not that. This is you getting separated from your fucking consciousness and getting punted in the head by a leg. A leg. I mean, you're fighting Muay Thai guys. He went up getting fucked up. And that was his only fight. And I was telling him, like, don't do that again. You can't disrespect that. Like, you can't think that just because you're good at this one thing, you're going to be good at everything. But guys think that way, which is like one of the things I'm sure you've seen this. Like, a lot of like real good kickboxers, they don't like to roll.
Yeah.
They don't like to roll because they don't do good at rolling.
Yeah.
They want to spar because they want to hit the mitts. They want to hit the pads. They feel good. They throw those. They look good. Hit those pads. Like, yeah.
But you got to do what you got to do what you shit at, though.
Exactly.
You got to do it.
But that's the difference in you, who became a champion, and some guys who just have big egos and they're fragile because you were willing to look like shit in training. Yeah. You were just training. It's just training. And then once you fought great. But it's just like you got to be able to look like shit in training.
Yeah.
And if you're going to get good at jiu-jitsu, guess what? There's only one way. You got to roll with guys who know how to strangle you because you're going to figure out how to defend yourself.
Right.
If you don't do that, you're never going to learn.
Right.
And there's guys that were like real good fighters. They just never learned that aspect of the game, and they just always were limited. They always had a ceiling on how far they could progress.
Yeah. I surprised a lot of people with my jiu-jitsu. People that, because I didn't like it and I didn't never show it. People thought I didn't know it. But when I fought Dan Henderson, it kind of showed a little bit. But what helped me out is, Mayhem Miller.
Mm-hmm.
He was my buddy. We was like brothers.
Mayhem was good.
Yeah, he was good. He was my training partner.
Yeah.
And he went to train with Dan Henderson for that fight.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, and so Dan Henderson ground game was like Mayhem's. And Mayhem used to dominate me on the ground. So Dan Henderson was fighting like, I'm like, I've seen this before. And he's not as good as Mayhem at it. So that helped me. My buddy going training.
Mayhem was fucking good on the ground, man. I remember Mayhem's finest performance was against Sakuraba. When Mayhem, he beat the shit out of Sakuraba. And I remember watching that fight go, and I had a phone call with him. We talked on the phone. I was like, dude, you're on it right now. Like, you are right now, you're world class. Like, just keep your shit together. And you could be like an elite fighter, like a world championship caliber. See if you can find Jason Mayhem Miller versus Sakuraba.
I don't think I ever saw. Maybe I saw it years ago. But that guy, his jiu-jitsu was next level.
Next level, very high level, very high level. But he was just whatever. Just couldn't put it all together in the best fights. The Michael Bisping fight, George St. Pierre. There was guys that beat him. But this was Mayhem, focused, in shape, training. like full skill set.
And this was when Sakuraba was at the top. He was beating the Gracies and stuff.
Oh, dude, Sakuraba was still very good. I mean, he was a little past that now. Like, I think he'd already got KO'd by a couple of guys. But he was still Sakuraba. This is not an old Sakuraba. I mean, he had his legs taped up like a mummy by then.
Yeah. I saw Sakuraba a couple of weeks ago in Japan.
Yeah, he was Sakuraba in his day. Man, I remember when he knocked where he submitted Conan Silveira, and everybody's like, "What? He submitted a jiu-jitsu black belt?"
Yeah, he's good. He's tricky. He don't stop. He goes from one submission to the next. That's how he got me.
So this is Jason. Like, Sakuraba's going for a leg lock. Jason defends. Jason was so good on the ground. Like, good luck catching him with something.
He won't tap anyway. Jason won't tap. Even if he got a fight in a week, you give him an armbar, he won't tap. Break his arm. He don't give a fuck.
Jesus. Like, he was a wild dude, man. He was a wild dude. And this is like a dominant performance over a legend. Look at the camera. Gives a peace sign to the fucking camera. Once he got that wrist tie.
This was in Pride?
Yeah, man.
I don't know why I didn't see this one.
Oh, no, it was Dream. That's what it was.
That's what it was.
Yeah, so this is post-Pride.
Yeah.
What year was this? Does it say?
Man, he's fucking Sakuraba.
Oh, he fucked him up, dude. It was a complete domination. 2010. Yeah, so this is like Sakuraba had already been beaten up by a bunch of guys, and then he gets him an arm triangle. Bro.
This is it right here?
Yep.
In the first round?
Yep. Look at that. Tapping. Mayhem.
I couldn't believe Sakuraba tapped.
Yep.
I thought he would go to sleep.
I think he did go to sleep.
Did you know Sakuraba is a fucking chain smoker?
I heard. Isn't it crazy?
Crazy, bro.
How?
I don't know how he. I don't know how he has the fucking cardio he has.
Imagine the cardio he have if he didn't chain smoke.
Do you remember that fight when what was that? Was it Horse Gracie?
Mm-hmm.
And they took the time limit out?
Yeah.
That's because they knew he was a smoker.
Really? So they just wanted to drag it out?
Yeah, because they thought that he's going to get tired.
Or he's going to want a cigarette.
Man, I did a movie with him in Japan, and he had to take a smoke break every 5 minutes.
Wow.
Every 5 minutes, bro.
Wow.
Every 5 minutes. I'm not over exaggerating.
Was this like when he was in training?
Yeah.
Back then, he smoked that much?
Yeah, it was like a couple years after I fought him, maybe like a year or two after I fought him.
How does he not fuck his lungs up?
Bro, I think it's mental. I think a lot of things is mental. I believe in the power of the mind. I used to have a really strong mind back in the day. Like, remember I told you about the Forrest kicking me, the calf kick?
Yeah.
Bro, my mind was so strong back then. I healed my leg up in between rounds. My shit was in pain. But I was mentally strong, and I also think that's why I lost that fight, because I had the manager at the time that I didn't trust him anymore. And I remember him saying, like, if Rampage loses this fight, I'm gonna retire. And I had been trying to fire him a couple times, but he got pulled on the heartstrings every time. So I was thinking, I think subconsciously in the back of my mind, I lost that fight.
You think maybe if I lose this fight, I can get rid of this guy?
In the back of my mind, but I really wanted to win because I was champion.
But you were torn.
Yeah, but in the back of my mind. But my mind was strong enough to heal my leg up where I could go. I couldn't feel pain. It was really, my leg was really fucked. And that fight, I still think I won that fight when I went back and watched it. I think I lost 2 rounds and I won 3. And I lost my belt.
I'd have to watch it again.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was a very close fight. I remember that.
I remember it being a close fight, but I remember I slammed him. I think I dropped him a couple times, and I think the only thing he did was really like hurt my leg. It was like the first round and the second round, but I think I won the last 3. But I remember watching it again because I'm honest about it. When I fought Ninja at the time, I thought he won. And I told him right then and there, I was like, "Oh, bro, I thought he won. I thought I got my ass kicked, but they gave me the decision." I'm honest about that shit.
So you said that Ninja got hurt in training?
Yeah, this is what the word around the campfire, because shoebox they spar hard. And you haven't heard about him fighting in a long time. He retired a long time.
I heard he had some sort of brain bleed.
Yeah, they get knocked out a lot in sparring.
Yeah.
I heard some other people was training there with them. So they go.
I heard that Shogun and Vanderlei, they fought for a puppy because Shogun had some pit bull puppies and Vanderlei wanted one, and he was offering to sell it to him. He said, "Let's fight for it," and Vanderlei KO'd him and took the puppy.
I believe it.
I believe it too.
I believe it.
Because those guys knocked each other out a lot.
They're like savages of MMA, bro.
I think they just didn't understand that it's like a punch card. You only have so many holes you can punch in that card, and then that's it. And if you're sparring like that, you're KOing each other, and then you're back in the gym on Monday, like that's nuts.
Yeah, because normally when you get knocked out, well, you got to take 30 days off.
You should take a long time off.
More than 30 days?
Yeah, a long time. Like Justin Gaethje said he's going to take 6 months off and not do anything for 6 months after that Max Holloway fight.
He's not even going to train?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's probably training, working out a little bit, but he's not going to do any sparring.
Bro, I think that's the most iconic knockout in MMA.
Ever. 1 second to go in a 5-round fight that he was dominating, and a 5-round fight where a lot of people thought Max was outgunned.
I thought Max was winning that fight.
He was winning, but I mean, outgunned, like going into the fight. Like Justin Gaethje is a big KO artist. He just got done head kicking Dustin Poirier. He's a 55er. Max had lost a few times at 45 to Volkanovski, and everybody was thinking he was past his prime. And then Max just puts on a fucking performance of a lifetime.
Man, but I always knew Max boxing was the next level, though.
Next level. Well, his heart and mind is next level too. And people also forget Max is only 32. He's just been in the UFC for so long. His first fight in the UFC, he was 20 years old.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know he was that young.
I think his first fight was Conor McGregor.
Was it?
Yes, I think so. So we go to Max Holloway's career record.
Did he beat Conor?
No, he lost a decision. He was the only guy to survive in the early days of Conor, when Conor was just flatlining everybody. This is 145 Conor. No?
First fight was against Dustin Poirier.
Oh, that's right. He got armbarred against Dustin. Yeah, Dustin got him in an armbar. And then the second fight was Conor, correct?
No, that was like his 6th fight, actually.
Really? No shit. Wow. And then, wow, he had so many fights, man. Isn't that crazy? So he lost to Dustin Poirier. That's 2012. And then Pat Schilling, he wins. Justin Lawrence wins. Leonard Garcia, I forgot about Leonard. Shout out to Leonard. And then he loses Dennis Bermudez. I forgot about Dennis, too. And then he lost to Conor. That kid was 20 years old at that time, which is wild, man.
Yeah.
Way back in 2013. And then he goes on a run. And then his run, like, look at his win streak after that Conor McGregor fight. Man, that is a crazy win streak. Charles Oliveira, Anthony Pettis, Jose Aldo, twice, Ortega. Fucking crazy. And then he fought Dustin again at lightweight. He tried to fight for the interim UFC lightweight title, but he didn't really gain weight the correct way. He talked about that. He said he had like a little muffin top on the top of his shorts, and so then loses to Volkanovski a couple of times, beats Arnold Allen, who's really fucking good, and a lot of people still like, Then he knocks out the Korean Zombie, and people are like, maybe. And then the Justin Gaethje one, people are like, oh shit, we forgot. Man, Max is the man. And he's such a nice guy.
Nice guy. Great
the
dude.
Nicest guy.
Great dude.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, who do you think is the most well-rounded in MMA right now? Like, is good at like 3 or more.
That's a good question. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Might be Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley's not the best wrestler, but damn, his takedown defense is fucking good because he survived against Aljamain. Aljamain couldn't take him down. He can knock anybody out with one shot.
Yeah.
He submitted Takanori Gomi in a jiu-jitsu match. His jiu-jitsu is real. Like, Sean can do everything. And he's just relentless, tireless worker.
He's a star.
Superstar.
Hey, have you seen those posts that, what's his name? How you say his name? Mohab? What's his name? How you say his name?
Which one?
The guy, I thought he was Mexican. Marab? Yeah, Marab.
Marab Davishvili?
Yeah, I thought he was Mexican when I first met him. You see his post he do about Sean O'Malley?
No, he's trying to get him to fight him.
Yeah, but have you seen his posts?
Is it recent ones?
Man, he got somebody that looks like Sean O'Malley. He be doing crazy shit to that motherfucker, bro. That dude's funny, bro. I like funny shit, man.
Yeah. Marab's funny.
Yeah.
Marab is an animal, man. What he did to Henry Cejudo, I was like, I can't even believe this is happening.
I was there.
When he carried him, when he picked him up, and then he's like stuck his tongue out, and he walked over towards where the UFC people were, and then slammed Henry Cejudo, Olympic gold medalist. Who the fuck does that?
Bro, I'm conflicted for that fight because F3 sponsors
Look at that.
Henry, right?
That is crazy.
So
we brought him over to Zuckerberg. That's right,
bro.
I think that was that at the Apex?
No, that was in Anaheim.
That's right, Anaheim.
I was there in the crowd.
I mean, then he had him in a 10-finger guillotine. Dude, Merab is a scary character because that motherfucker never gets tired,
bro.
And his heart is crazy. Did you ever see his fight with Marlon Moraes?
No.
Marlon Moraes had him dead to rights. He had him out. I mean, he was battering him. And Marlon is the best guy who never won a title in the UFC. He was so good, but he would fold. Something would happen, he would fold up. And when he started getting KO'd a few times, it all went away. And he fell apart. He's a cop now in Florida. But Marlon, in that fight, he had Merab in all kinds of trouble. And Merab just wouldn't stop.
He got a big heart, huh?
Oh, his heart is enormous, man. He's unstoppable. His mind is unstoppable. I mean, you could beat him. Ray Borg submitted him, way back in the day. Got him in the guillotine. But guys, he just keeps getting better, too. Merab, every time he fights, he gets better.
You think he's going to beat him? You think he's going to beat him?
He's the worst matchup for Sean. The worst matchup on paper for Sean in that division is Merab. Because if you have a chance to beat Sean, how would you beat him? You have to take him down, right? I would imagine. I don't think there's anybody in that 135-pound division that can deal with that height, that length, KO power, footwork, and movement. What he did to Cheeto, I was shocked. Because the first fight, Cheeto beat him. He kicked his leg and fucked him up and got him down. But in the second fight, Cheeto didn't have a chance.
And Cheeto's a beast.
He's a beast. And he hurt him real bad in the last couple seconds of the fight. He hit him with a liver punch. Cheeto hit him with a nasty left hook to the liver. And man, if you landed that punch early in the fight, who knows? But Sean is so good everywhere. He's so good, and you can't corner that guy. He's just moving. You can't corral him. He's just constantly and the consequences of moving in, and what Aljamain did, he just got a little rushed. He rushed in on him. With that right hand.
Yeah.
You can't rush on that guy.
I wonder what Aljamain was thinking. And he said he kicked himself after that.
I think he just rushed it. He just tried to close the gap. He wanted to get a hold of him, and he just tried to rush in. I think Aljamain's better at 145 anyway. I think Aljamain's so big. I was always shocked that he could make 135. He's another guy, right? He would walk around 176, 175 pounds. How are you losing 40 fucking pounds?
I don't know how they doing that shit.
Killing themselves. That's how. Killing themselves. But when he rehydrated at 35, it was just ripped. Just jacked, big muscles, strong as shit, and his back control is better than anybody's, man. Yeah. When he took Corey Sandhagen down and strangled him, I was like, oh my God. Corey's good, man.
You think Aljamain gonna make a comeback?
Yes. Yeah, I think he's gonna make a comeback at 45. Yeah.
Who's the champion at 45 right now?
Ilia Topuria. Yeah.
I don't know a lot of these new fighters.
Ilia Topuria is a monster. He's a monster. That dude's good. He got knocked out Volkanovski.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that was the same night that Henry and what's called fought, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ilia Topuria is a bad man.
That's him right there?
Mm-hmm. He's a bad man. He's very, very, very good. But I want to see Sean O'Malley versus Corey Sandhagen. That's an interesting fight to me. If he can get past Merab.
That's his next fight, Merab.
Mm-hmm.
When is that? They already got it set?
I don't know when that is. I heard rumors that was going to be at the Sphere, which is in September. But I've also heard rumors of other fights at the Sphere.
That one's going to sell out right away.
Fuck yeah. That one's going to be nuts. You got to go to that.
I want to go. I heard Dana said that he only going to do one and done there.
Yeah, you got to go to that one.
I would love to go to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to sell out right away. I've been trying to ask Tiki to get me tickets sometimes to, help me out.
I got you.
You got me?
I got you for that. Let's go.
Come on,
Rabbi. You got to be there for that.
I'd love to be there for that.
Yeah, man. You got to be there for that. UFC doesn't hook you up for tickets?
No,
That's ridiculous. You're a former champion. You should get tickets for the rest of your fucking life. If I was running the UFC, no offense to the people that are champions, you get tickets. Forever.
I fucked up my relationship with the UFC by doing that fucking movie over that Rothschild fight.
What was the movie?
18.
Oh, that's right.
That's when I fucked up my relationship with Dana and everybody. But it was the hardest decision of my life. I lost money doing the movie, but I'm not really fueled by money. I'm not, I don't love money, but I always wanted to do a movie. It just came at a bad time.
The thing about doing a movie, though, is that if that takes off, then you're The Rock. You know, who fucking knows? You're John Cena. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that have become action movie stars. Look at Randy. He did The Expendables with Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
Crazy. Like, you can get a real career in the movies.
You can't fight forever.
Right, exactly. And some certain things like that. But, you know, the UFC, they're a business.
Yeah.
The business is making fights.
I understand. You know, I understand. I understand Dana's point. You know, because I didn't sign the bout agreement. That's the only thing that saved me. But you know, it's supposed to be in my hometown. It was big. We just come up there, Ultimate Fighter. You know, the episode, that season broke records.
Yeah.
So I understand, but it was just so hard for me to turn down that movie. And I try to keep my word. When I give my word that I'm going to do something, and I was already dedicated to that project, even when John Singleton was attached to it. And I was like, you know, this is what I'm going to do.
Yeah. It's a tough call.
Yeah.
When you were on the Ultimate Fighter with Rashad and you broke that door, I was like, they need to get new contractors. That's the cheapest fucking door I've ever seen in my life,
bro. Whether you know it or not, most doors inside your house look like that.
Yeah, they're bullshit.
They're bullshit. I had no idea, but I was glad it was. Because my dumb ass, I lost my temper and I headbutted it. Bro, I'm still embarrassed about that.
Oh, really?
That's one of my most embarrassing TV moments.
Just because you lost your temper?
Yeah, I hate to lose my temper, bro. I hate, and it's so embarrassing. I sever like relationships, friendships when I lose it. I just get embarrassed, and that's why I never post that shit on my social media. That shit is embarrassing, but fans love that shit.
They love you tearing apart a door.
Yeah,
and they love you and Rashad. Like, you a bitch, treat me like a bitch. You a bitch, treat me like a bitch.
Bro, I hated him, bro. I hated Rashad. I hate her. Like when you talking about earlier, the mushrooms, it changed. He's a totally different person.
He's a different human being.
He's likable now.
He's very likable. He's a sweetheart.
I still want to knock him out, though.
Who do you want to knock out more, him or Shannon?
Shannon.
Yeah. He keeps calling you a pie.
Yeah.
Who calls people pies?
Something wrong with that guy.
He's fun, man.
Bro, he
I love that dude.
He put my
Let's go,
face,
champ.
Yeah, he put my face over fat women's bodies, and he keep fat shaming me, and he's fatter than me right now. Like, I'm like, what? Why are you so delusional, bro? You should not rip no more.
Did you ever see where he was on a boat and Vladimir Klitschko was out there paddleboarding? He went and fuck with him when he was on the boat and made him fall off the paddleboard.
He's a fucking troll. He's a fucking troll, man.
He showed up while he was eating and poured water in his face, started eating his food. When you eat, we eat. Yeah. So look at Shannon. Let's go. Everywhere you go, I go. Yeah, you think it's funny? You think it's funny now? You think it's funny? Now you see me, I'm everywhere, baby.
Klitschko just don't seem like a guy to joke around like that, though.
No. Well, find the one where he finds him eating. Because there's, like, he was doing everything he could to get that fight. Because he fought his brother, right? His brother stopped Shannon, I think.
Oh, did these two ever, they didn't fight?
So he sits down while he's eating. What you eat, I eat, champ. Started eating his food.
Eating his food.
He's helping him eat.
Here's
some food. Here, have a glass of water. Then he pours the water on his head.
He's like, he can sell a fight though, that motherfucker.
Oh yeah, well that shit sold fights, man. Look, and Shannon in his day was a dangerous boxer. He was a very, very good heavyweight boxer in his day. He showed up at the gym when Klitschko was sparring. He showed up everywhere. I mean, he was the bane of Klitschko's existence.
Yeah.
Kind of amazing that fight never happened.
I didn't know which one it was. I thought it was that fight. It was his brother.
Right.
I didn't know.
Shannon fought Lennox Lewis and had a great showing too. Like, he hurt Lennox at one point in time in that fight.
Lennox sent his ass to the hospital.
He did. He beat him bad. He beat him bad in that fight.
Yeah.
Lennox was a monster.
Yeah.
In his time, man, Lennox was one of the greatest of all time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to see Lennox against any of these guys today.
Man, I was in Saudi Arabia for that Tyson Ngannou fight. And we was meeting with the what's his name? Turk, the Prince, whatever. Yes. And he asked, he had all the fighters that they invited that had us all in the room, and they were talking about doing like the Legends boxing. And he asked who wanted to fight Lennox Lewis. Nobody said nothing. I raised my motherfucking hand. And I was like, yeah, I'll fight him. And Lennox came over there, came to me and like checked me out and looked at me and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, shit, they paying big money. I want to box. I've been asking to box for years. Nobody wanted to fight him, so I thought they was going to put it together. And then Shannon said, Saudi Arabia want us to fight. They never put their fight together.
I know that they were talking about having Lennox fight Mike Tyson. It was right around the time after Mike Tyson fought Roy Jones Jr. And they were talking about making that, but it didn't come to fruition.
I think Lennox really don't want to fight.
Yeah.
That's the feeling that I got. But I think Lennox would have fought me. It'd be a good fight for him.
Well, that's a thing. Like, you'd have to wonder, is Lennox working out at all?
He looked like he was in good shape. He didn't look like overweight or anything.
Right, he's not overweight. But is he working out? Like, I don't even know. You know, at least before Mike Tyson fought Roy Jones, you got to see all that footage of him training. Like, okay, Mike looks good. Like, you could sell that. But if you don't, you just decide to start working out again at 50, whatever he is. How old is he?
I don't know how old he is.
Lennox is older than me. I'm 56. I think Lennox is like 58.
You 56?
I'm 56.
You 10 years older than me.
10 years older than me.
Damn. And he's older than you.
Yep.
He should be fighting. You don't think they should be fighting past 55 or something like that?
I think a person, again, just like I think you should be able to do slap fighting, you should be able to ride bulls, do whatever the fuck you want.
But over like Mike Tyson fighting.
I don't think you should be able to stop a person from doing it. I think if they pass medicals, if they want, look, fighting's bad for everybody. It's bad for 20-year-olds. It's bad for 58-year-olds. You know, I just feel like you should be able to do whatever you want to do. I mean, look, riding bulls is always bad. It's always bad. But yet bull riding's legal, you know?
Yeah.
Those BMX flips, those dudes do those flips, they paralyze themselves all the time. Skateboarders, they fall down, break every fucking bone in their body, get horrible head trauma. That's legal. I feel like you should be able to fight. If you're an adult human being and you make a decision and you pass the medicals, they look at you, they say, yeah, he doesn't have brain problems, he doesn't have heart problems, let him fight.
But they should fight people closer to their same age, though.
Yeah, that's the Jake Paul thing is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
You know, Mike is 50. He just turned 58 yesterday.
Yeah.
So Mike is going to be 58. Jake is going to be 28. Jake's active. You know, I mean, you see Mike run. It doesn't look like his knees are in good shape.
Oh, for real? I haven't seen
it doesn't look good.
I've seen him hitting pads.
He's done some sprints and stuff, and people look at him and go,
Like, I'm going to tell you something. With all due respect, Mike Tyson just looked like his body type is awkward anyway.
Yeah.
The way he moves. So that might just be him. Have you ever seen him dance?
Yeah, he does it awkward.
Yeah. So I assume that maybe part of him running like that is just his body mechanics. He's just like an awkward dude.
Perhaps. But he's also 58, you know, and then all the punishment of all those years. You know, I know he's had back problems and neck problems. I believe he's had neck surgery. You know, it's 58, it's 58. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. But then again, he's doing stem cells, peptides. I would assume they let him do hormones, everything he wants. I mean, there's no way they're going to ask him to be clean at 58 years old.
That's a dream fight to fight Mike Tyson, though.
This is what Lennox Lewis said after the Usyk.
He says, do hucksters still try to entice Lewis back to the ring? He says, yeah, they do. But as my friend says, I ain't no fool. Hopefully that means a rejection of any stunt of a comeback for an undisputed championship as significant as Lewis. Undisputed champion, rather, as significant as Lewis. He laughs. I was seeing if I could catch you out there. For me, money talks, bullshit walks. Does that mean that he would consider an astronomical offer to make a return? That's what I'm saying. I'd 100% consider it. Lewis is still smiling when I ask if he works out regularly. Yes, I do. I ran 5 miles this morning. I swam a couple lengths, 100 meters. Then I woke up and took a shower. Oh, I'm joking.
He looked like he still trains, though, when I saw him.
Yeah.
I didn't see him with his shirt off or anything, but he, you know,
He's definitely not fat.
And I fucked up. I'm so sorry.
You messed the time up. You want to do it now?
Absolutely.
All right, well, give homie. He's playing a Fortnite game.
Take all the time you need.
Chill for a little bit until he finishes this game.
Absolutely.
Sound good, Rabbi?
Sounds amazing. I apologize.
No, I'm gonna tell him in the chat.
Beautiful.
Yo, Rabbi. gets ready now. After this game, join the Discord call. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I can listen to him and you. What up, dog?
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are you?
Oh, sorry. All right. Got my voice now.
Excellent. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are you, Banj?
Man, but is every day? I don't think every day. If everything is a holiday, then it'll feel special, man. But if every meal's a feast, it's not special. You gotta have feasts. You gotta have bullshit meals that you eat that are a piece of bread, dog. That's all I'm saying.
I understand. I get you.
That's all I'm saying. A feast is a feast, but every meal, I'd like it if it was a feast, but it's truly just sustenance. Is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. That makes sense. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
I know you slept through it. I figured it was just because you were in a different time zone. Like, it was like 4:37 there, or it was like 4 o'clock when it started.
Yeah, so you said Eastern time, and I just had in my head Pacific time. So, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
No, it's my fault. No. It wasn't your fault at all. No, you're good. You're absolutely good. So, no worries. Do you know who the streamer CJB69 or CLB69 is?
Last time we had a video call, you said his name, but I don't know who that is.
That's okay.
Let me go CLB69.
Yeah. I did a podcast interview with him earlier today.
Badass. You've done other, you've been firing it up, man.
You got it, sir.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Alex might be popping in now. I saw him, he just quit the game. He's probably about to pop in, okay?
Excellent.
You might be immediately live, so that's all I'm letting you know, because I can see it. And it's a couple seconds, he's going to join in here, because we were just chilling.
Beautiful.
And I was
Welcome. Alex, how are you? My apologies. Take your time.
I gotta go grab more beers too, man.
Hell yeah. It's gonna be a good time. What are you drinking?
Michelob Ultras.
Hell yeah. 96 calories or something like that?
Yeah, less than a hundo.
Hell yeah. That's free. That means nothing. That means they don't count.
Well, that's bullshit that you tell yourself.
Hey, you never know.
How many? 95. Yeah, you were really close. You said 96. I'm gonna go piss, get a drink, and then. But anyways, all right, y'all. I'm Banjo, and I introduced you guys because Father Johnson and I were in a Rabbi chat, and we thought he was cool because he had 4 different cameras, and he was doing like a weird kind of kick, and was like, "Who does this?" So we're like, yo. And finally got his attention, on one of the channels. It was really cool. He's actually a genuine fellow. So, we hung out with him, and we did our thing with Rabbi, and then he shrugged me, fucking you. In like 9 to 10 seconds, he's like, I can join it. And he was so cool. But anyways, I gotta go pee and get some beers. But Alex, you can introduce yourself, and then Rabbi, you can introduce yourself.
Most certainly. Hello, how are you? I'm well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Alex. I'm just a kick streamer. Mainly play like video games, some IRL stuff.
Phenomenal.
I've seen your name come through. I through my chat a few times in the IRL, hit me with the links around my Rothschild. I was like, all right, so it kind of got me just curious, and I see a lot of people on Twitter, trying to talk to you and find you like a couple weeks ago or whatever, just to hear a story on Kick or whatever. And I was like, that'd be pretty cool if I could ever link up and get to talk to him. And talking to Banjo, he let me know. I was like, all right, see if he wants to do a little interview, just a little questionnaire with us.
Excellent.
Just some things I've seen around, just some questions I've seen floating around the internet, and some of our own.
Most certainly.
We'll wait for Banjo to get back, but if you want to introduce yourself, you want to welcome, I'm interested to hear about yourself.
Absolutely. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I am a streamer. I stream my life 24/7, particularly on YouTube. I'm also live on Twitch, Twitter, Odo Live, Bilibili, Africa TV, D Live, really some esoteric platforms. And I do my best to be essentially multi-streaming all the time. So I'm live on 33 different platforms at any given time. And the reason why I'm multi-stream is I want redundant streams, and I also want streams essentially from different angles. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history, more than 3 years, 24/7, from 8 different streams. And essentially, it's a time capsule for the world. It is a project that goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. It's very simple. This project gives me a platform to discuss world peace, to discuss pacifism, and to hopefully be able to eradicate things like world hunger. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream to eradicate world hunger that are really mind-changing ideas are things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, seawater greenhouses. We have cloud seeding. We have perhaps hydroponics, and we have vertical farming. These are all amazing opportunities that the world has that it didn't have 100 years ago, and I look forward to helping to inject this discussion into the global discussion. In addition, I would like to help World Thirst through the digging of wells in Africa, through life straws, and through desalination plants, where you take water from the Earth's oceans and pump it through a machine that makes it drinkable. These are all really great technologies that aren't, I feel, being utilized enough in society. And so, alongside my pledge for world peace, I want to help with world hunger and world thirst as well. And that's a little bit about me as my introduction. Absolutely.
So how long in total have you been like streaming just overall?
More than 3 years.
More than 3 years, all right. Like you started streaming 3 years ago?
Yeah, so the way that it happened was I was not someone who did social media. I am a certified project management professional by trade. I'm also a rabbi. Rabbi means teacher. And if you know anything about our lives generally as rabbis, we are generally pretty private, and so I wasn't so out there on the internet. But what it was during the pandemic, many of our classes were online for our synagogue, and so everything was moving to virtual. And with that being the way that it was, it freed me with a little bit of time. Since our classes were virtual, I could play a little bit of golf in the evenings, since it was a little easier for me to be able to travel. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I'm a member at Tiger Woods' golf course in Orange County, California, and I would go after work and hit golf balls. And some of the shtick that I was saying on camera, some of my jokes that I was making about my golf swing were pretty funny, I thought. So, hey, you know what? Maybe my family in the future might one day want to see what their father's golf swing looked like, and potentially want to see what their father and grandfather, great-grandfather someday, how he made fun of himself and didn't take things too seriously, and just to see what I was like as a young person before they were even a glimmer in my eye. And so I began streaming on cameras, basically iPhones, and then I expanded that quickly to live streaming on YouTube. And I figured if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it better than any person ever. So I quickly bought 6 Chromebooks, put them all around my room in 360 degrees, so you can watch me from the front, from the back, from the sides, from the ceiling.
Rabbi,
huge deal.
Rabbi, can you do this? Can you do this though? Just because
most certainly.
Yeah. Does it have?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
No problem.
so much better. It looks so much better on the screen. That's
Absolutely.
all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
So
So we got one question from the chat here. Who wants to know your favorite, least favorite cheese? It's a big question among my community and everyone else's.
Great question. My favorite is probably mozzarella. Likely my least favorite is probably Limburger.
Yes, good answer. Good answer, dog.
Good answers on that one.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So with streaming and all that, I know you're saying you want to help out with like different projects among world, different countries. Like, are you looking to like expand into more of like maybe the IRL journey of that, or are you just how are you going to do that just from a stationary perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, I do some IRL content. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Disneyland, you name it. I've done a lot of IRL content that's mostly on
Right now,
Instagram.
you don't have a SIM card, right? You don't have a data. You can't do it.
Yeah,
right?
I have just one phone line when previously I had 4 phone lines, and my data plan isn't such that I can do just like really great unlimited amounts of streaming like I once did. So while I can do like perhaps a little bit of IRL streaming, which I have done, the connectivity isn't always that great. And so I go where my internet's the best, and I have strong Wi-Fi. So I, for the time being, since I do IRL content, but I've had to stay closer to my house. In recent times, I have not done as much IRL, but that doesn't mean in the future the plan isn't to live my entire life on camera IRL, so that people can see me do all kinds of
shit like just strap to your
absolutely,
forehead, dude.
absolutely.
Like, yeah.
So I've done that in the past. I've had first-person cameras where I just have a camera on me all day, almost like a police officer. And so a lot of my footage is just based on that POV footage. And then what I also do is I normally try to have at least 3 cameras when I'm going IRL, just so that in case one goes down, I've got backups. That's the key about this, having redundant streams. I run into all kinds of issues where the app crashes on me. I don't have connectivity.
That's the science. The science is broken.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, dog. We've been trying to learn too.
You're 100% right. Batteries go down. All the things that happen. Word, absolutely. Yeah, that's a big one, especially when you're outside and, it might be like 85 degrees, but if that camera gets in the sun, you can expect that message that, at least on an iPhone, that says that the temperature is too high and you have to let it calm down. Yeah, so I've got...
This thing will say it's overheated to him. Yeah, it overheated. And I was like, I never had mine overheat. But I have this little...
my phones that I use for modems overheat first.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the modems are the first thing.
So I have a lot of power banks that I use. And then additionally, I do have GoPros, or at least generic versions of GoPros. The thing that I really need, I don't think GoPro makes, I don't think anybody makes this yet, is a 360-degree camera that just basically is always uploading. That's what I want. I want to put a 360 degree.
Like a webcam 360.
Exactly. I want to put it. I don't either. But I want to put it on my head and then have it always be transmitting, basically. So that's the goal. And I'm someone who's obviously really into technology. They make this new kind of safety equipment that I think will allow me to be able to give the world views that it didn't perhaps before have. What do I mean by that? Like normally, something like being on a motorcycle at a very high speed is something that would be very dangerous to me. I don't know necessarily in the past if I would have done it as much as in the future, where they make a type of inflatable air vest that basically will protect you if you fall off of the motorcycle. So how does it work? It's basically has a gyroscope in it. Exactly.
No, I've seen videos of that actually being used with the person.
Right. Exactly. And so there.
It's like an airbag you wear on yourself.
Exactly. And so this type of technology will likely be more common in the future for people who do base jump making, who do motorcycling, all kinds of really fun, action-packed extreme sports. And I want to give the world basically your average Joe's view of all of that, because I don't have an issue putting on.
Let me get a couple questions, Rabbi and
Sure.
Alex.
Absolutely.
All right. Why are you viral, bro?
Well, that's the goal, essentially, to have everyone in the world know about me at a given time.
All right. How much data do you use every month?
Oh, that's
Do you know?
That's a great question. It's perhaps like a petabyte.
1,000 terabytes.
Yeah.
Man, I one time rented a server where I had a gigabit per second, and I could only do about 350 to 450 terabytes per month.
I haven't seen that.
I don't know, man. That's crazy. Well, you're restreaming also, right?
Yeah.
So you're not really sending. Other people are doing it on your behalf.
That's
so
exactly right.
Maybe that's true. Yeah, maybe that's true.
Well,
all right.
I'm on 33 different platforms, and just with the sheer multiplication of them, that certainly could be the case. It's an excellent question.
So is it like every Chromebook has its own restream on a restream?
Exactly. So I use Rumble Studio.
Are they like high-end Chromebooks, or are those things not cooking?
Yeah, actually, some of them are high-end Chromebooks. Some of them are standard. So I have both. And the way that it works is essentially Rumble Studio has unlimited multi-streaming capabilities for free. If it's free, it's for me. Normally, you have to pay for this stuff, or at least you get like 2 restreams. And if you want more, exactly, 100%. But
We're using it right now.
Rumble Studio is amazing because they also have programs that they'll pay you as well, just like KCIP, and you don't have to be exclusive with them. So you can use their multi-streaming software, still get paid, and you can multi-stream to all different kinds of places. And they don't have a limit. So as of right now, I use 33 different RTMP keys, the real-time messaging protocol keys. And then I
we do all about RTMP around here.
Absolutely. So you guys know, once you get your hands on one, it's like, all right, I got another one locked in. I can restream. I can multi-stream. You know, it's the key to be able to do this. So what I did one day was I went to ChatGPT and said, what are 100 different services that offer RTMP restreaming? Essentially, I went to every single one that offered it. I researched it, and so I'm on a lot of Asian and like Russian, Asian, particularly China.
Restreaming services that you can utilize.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, some of them do 13, and I just rock all 13 on that one.
Exactly, and so essentially, once the world finds out about this, it will be like a huge treasure hunt of where Rabbi has been on the internet.
Well, you're sharing a little bit now, but honestly, not everyone's going to learn about it from here. All right, I got a couple more.
Sure.
All right, this is about, could you talk a little about funding? How do you fund this? How do you fund your endeavor, dog?
Great question. So, as I said, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Additionally, I've had contracts, 6-figure contracts with Fortune 500s. So, what I've been able to do is pack away some savings, and then whenever I get low, I fortunately can utilize my project management professional training and pick up freelance projects of like 4 to 5 figures and work on those for a month or two to be able to regenerate income and keep the stream going.
When was the last time you had to do one of these project management jobs, though?
Great question. May.
All right, so that's not that far ago. You're like, I need some funds, okay?
Yeah.
So now we know how you fund this. That's amazing, man. So with streaming, though, have you ever made any income? I know you probably haven't. I never have. I don't want to make any income from streaming. But have you ever made income? Is the point making income?
No. I know that in the future, data has great value, particularly human data. If you know, essentially, that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and The Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data is its number one resource, more valuable than food, than water, than gold, than beer, than wine, than it overtook oil. So essentially, data has made itself the most important resource on
Watch
Earth.
your other videos. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I got you, dog.
Excellent. So I think I'll be able to monetize that perhaps in the future, perhaps through endorsements in particular. Essentially, being the most famous person on earth will allow me to endorse just about any product and be able to do so at a high price. So I'm not worried about being able to fund this once it goes viral. I know that that'll take care of itself.
All right. Last question, Alex, and then I'm gonna stop. Do you actually have a Guinness World Record? I can't seem to find it in the book or anywhere online except news blurbs that were probably written by you without any links to actually being from GuinnessWorldRecords.com.
Yeah, so
Are you actually a holder?
So I contacted them 2 years ago about this topic. It's $5,000 to get the actual award. It's kind of a gimmick that they do. Most people think that it's free or maybe just a nominal fee. It's $5,000. So I've actually had people who have tried to crowdfund this for me. The issue with Guinness is that you have to put up the $5,000 before they'll formally recognize your title, and it just always seemed like a huge task for me a huge investment essentially for perhaps not that much payoff. So,
I agree, but is that a lie to say you're a Guinness Records holder?
Well, I don't feel.
You're like, nah, I know I beat them, but I just can't afford the 5K.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. I know once this goes viral, the first thing I can do is pay that $5,000 and get it formally verified by Guinness, and thus I can formally have the title.
All right. I'm done, Alex. You got it.
So, I'm going to kind of go a couple more questions. So, like, within the last few months that I have seen you come through with different accounts and different chats, like, how do you operate?
Love it.
Absolutely. Let's see the box, right?
And then, just with the fact, I guess.
Let's show you the box.
Tactic? Is this, this is just how you're trying to get the
why are you doing this?
Well, I do it for world peace.
I'm just curious. It's all curiosity,
Absolutely. That's why we're here. I do it for world peace. And so, if you'd like, I'll show you my bots and what they do. They are, I have 4.
Chromebooks? Are they still Chromebooks?
No, these are different. These are generally either like HP laptops or
Windows?
They're Lenovo's, yeah. And so, what this does, you're going to see, is it follows the person. It creates a clip of their channel. It types.
Which only the streamer can delete. That's elite. I'm just saying, you told me about that.
Yes.
And that's the most elite thing I've ever heard. All right, continue.
You're 100% right. It is. It allows me to live rent free in basically not just the moderator's minds, but the streamer themselves. So as you see,
the moderator can't do anything about it.
Exactly. It just published a clip. What it's going to do here is the spamming element. And it spams.
Spam message, trying to get in as many times as it can within the 10 seconds.
Exactly. And then what it's going to do is, once it spams 13 times, it is going to close. 13 times, yep. It's going to close this window. And you can see the pointer here. And then
you already got banned. Does it move to another one?
Yep. And so what you're going to see it do is now open a new window. It's very, very smart. It has image recognition technology. So wherever the follow button is on a screen, you're going to see, this is so key. You see the pointer there, and you see the follow button.
Yeah, the purple. Yeah, the Johnson. Yeah, that's an AI cursor.
Exactly.
Come on, AI cursor.
So there's the follow button.
It's doing it on your behalf. It's bad.
Exactly. So then it's going to come over here. And you're going to see it create a clip.
What the fuck is it doing here? What the fuck is this?
It creates the clip.
It's back.
It creates the clip. And then it puts my name in there. And it puts the link to my Discord.
Slowly, which which is how you can directly connect. It immediately goes to your video call. When I connected to it, I was like, holy shit, that's actually Rabbi.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And it's pretty simple, but it's pretty genius. I got 4 of these going at any given time. And the only time that...
Are you only doing kick?
I am only doing kick, and here's why. I want to be able to preserve my reputation on all of the other platforms, which I think is smart. Exactly. So exactly. So I use it as my punching bag, essentially. And I know they can't touch me. They can't get me off of YouTube. They can't get me off of Twitch. They can't get me off of TikTok or Twitter or any of that other stuff. So essentially, I'm untouchable to them.
Yeah, you got thousands of accounts. We already know. We read your AMA. We don't want to hear a whole lot about. All right, I got some more questions too.
Excellent.
All right, let me get one. This one's all right. This one's a little spicy. Okay.
Okay.
It might upset you. I found this site, BottleRabbi.com, which is supposed to belong to you, but it looks like it's just a landing page for someone that squatted the domain.
That's
what
right.
happened with that? Did you forget to renew the domain?
No, I didn't forget to renew the domain.
What?
I didn't have it at one time. I had four different SIM cards. I had a website. I had a lot of services, and I had to cut that back. No one was going to my website, and I really felt like I could just give that up if needed. Once this gets big, somebody can say, look, we want $1 million for this website, and I'm easily going to pay them $1 million to get it back. So I'm not too worried about that.
But people, I mean, you span that, so I would want to hold on to that for $5 to $9 a year. And you didn't. You're like, no, there's too much shit. I can't hold on to Power Rabbi no more.
No, it was. I mean, I would have loved to. It was the point. At that point, my money was really, really tight, and another. No, you're okay. It only makes sense to have wanted to hold on to it, because that is what I stream. I'm also Rabbi Rothschild as well. So I had a few different websites that I was using, and it just became pretty costly for all the security for them and everything, and no one was going to them. So because of that, they were going to my social media, but then they go to my website, and my website was just basically a landing page for me to explain what I was doing, but the key was me getting them to YouTube. And so if I started pushing them on my YouTube stream, it was easier for me to be able to connect with them. There were things to do there. And so, yeah, in the future, I know that I'll be able to buy those websites back without an issue.
All right, last point I got. All right, I know I said that multiple times, Alex. What is your relationship?
Sorry.
All right, let's let him have one. Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, who's some of your inspirations for all of this?
I'm my own inspiration. Additionally, the movie The Truman Show from the 1990s starring Jim Carrey is an inspiration to me. Essentially, the idea of one person's life on camera to be able to be studied by the world, that's an inspiration. The movie Big Brother is an inspiration, or the television show Big Brother is an inspiration to me. Overall, another inspiration to me, people like Dick Clark and Regis Philbin, because when I compare myself to people of who has the most amount of footage, they're up there. Like Regis Philbin has the record of 20,000 hours on television. Now I have over 400,000 hours on the internet. To give you an idea, basically, I have 20 times more footage of myself on camera than the most popular celebrity who's ever been on television. You could say, arguably, Dick Clark, Regis Philbin, we have 20 times more footage than they do, and at this point, perhaps 20 times more than they do combined. So they were inspirations to me, though, just simply from the fact that they were on camera for so much. When you're on camera so much, there's a certain comfort that you have to have around it. It almost becomes like a friend, that you know it's there, that you essentially orient yourself to it, and perhaps ensure that you know that the camera's going, but after that you just basically have to act naturally. And I think that those people were able to act naturally on camera, and I do my best to do the same. I see that you're muted.
No, I was just talking to chat, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
No one. He was talking to Chad. Didn't hear it. What? No, it's okay.
No, I did hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna address something like that.
You okay?
All right, here's my question now. Alex, you back off. Rabbi, what's your relation with ChatGPT or the AI chat, etc. things?
Oh.
Why do you use it so much? Because
I love it.
It looked like it was created with that.
I love it. I love ChatGPT. It makes my life so much easier to be able to be able to generate 100 different essays. Oh, I love it. It's very smart. I mean, I can ask it 100 different ways to solve world hunger, or I can ask it 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light.
That's what your AMA. Yeah, I read all the responses, and then it's like you're asking yourself that, and I was like, that's great, but I don't want to travel faster than the speed of light. I don't want to travel through time.
You may not want to, but it's good to know the ways. And so,
there's no ways.
And so,
right, anyways, I'm gonna grab 2 beers. I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. Sorry, Rabbi.
You're good. Under normal circumstances, when we think that perhaps traveling faster than the speed of light is impossible, I want to see if it is possible in another way. Perhaps in our scientific grasp hasn't perhaps reached there yet. Maybe it's a possibility in the future.
All right, moving along. Alex, you got some questions? I know you do. Yours one, I did the hard-hitting ones already, and I've been drinking a little bit, Rabbi.
Hell yeah.
So I appreciate you. You're always a gentleman and always a scholar.
You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much.
So are you? So I don't want to say it in a. Do you being involved with any of this stuff like say with the space and the time travel and stuff? Do you do like? Have you done like any psychedelics or anything like that?
Yeah, hell yeah, I love psychedelics. LSD might be my favorite drug. Yeah,
a lot of people do get a lot of inspiration from tripping and stuff. So I was just curious.
Definitely, I'm a huge fan of drug decriminalization. I'm a huge fan of of really all kinds of psychedelics. I consider myself a little bit of a I think if you call yourself a psychonaut or something like that, where you do tripping and
you enjoy your tripping balls.
Exactly, yeah. So anything from like morning glories to psilocybin to LSD, those are all things.
ChatGPT, baby.
And yeah, let's just say I overdose on ChatGPT. People have told me you should be a ChatGPT salesperson, and I agree. I talk about it all the time. People come to me often with no job, especially from developing countries. And what I do is I get them started with a Fiverr account and an Upwork account. I teach them how to use ChatGPT to be able to at least make it sound like you're coming from a Western country. And we get people started with their own careers that way.
They're fake careers, though.
Well, I mean, these people don't have any money, and so they're begging people.
Those fake careers are real.
So they're begging people for money on the internet, and I want to get them away from doing that and provide them with a way for them to be able to provide for themselves. So the tasks that we set them up with are very minor. They might be like setting up a Snapchat account, setting up an Imager account, setting up a Reddit account, setting up a TikTok account, whatever, for $5. It's a way for them to be able to provide for themselves and also provide a small task for another individual. So it's win-win.
Sure. All right, I'm gonna ask this one throw into the questions. What is your content, Rabbi? What the fuck is your content?
Absolutely, it depends.
What the hell? What are you even doing? You already told us a little bit. But what is your content, man? You're just there, David.
I call it a live stream. It is more than just a live stream.
Kind of was like live stream. I understand.
Exactly. So it's similar. It's essentially a time capsule for the world. And if you want to know over the course of a day, like what is my content? Well, today would have been 2 podcasts that I hosted. It would have been some essays that I published. We watch every major podcast that's out there. Additionally, I watch every major motion picture, listen to every major audiobook, watch every major television show, and
You're programmed, bro. You're programmed by everything. Any programming that's been there, you're programmed, dog.
Exactly. Here's what I want. In the future, if needed, someone could watch my stream and basically get the world's art and the world's media if needed. It's a compilation of the world's art and media. So
how do you not get hit with like DMC?
Great.
Like copyright shit?
Exactly. I do all the time. So what I do is I have redundant streams, and I also use one of my 100 different YouTube accounts that if I ever get a copyright strike, I will just use one of my other accounts until the copyright strike on the original account falls off after 90 days.
You can have up to 2. If you have
Yeah.
a third, is when it gets deleted.
You're
So,
right.
Yeah.
But I don't like to mess with fate, particularly because some of these accounts have like thousands of videos.
I have a YouTube account that it has a burger video, and it has like 70,000 views in the last like month, and it's just crazy. I didn't even make the burger video, but it just keeps blowing up, and people are like follow me. I was like, when I get to 500, I'm gonna capitalize. You know, I'm gonna make money on some other guy's burger video. I'm gonna scam you, George Motz. I'm gonna scam you. No, not really. I'll put it to a charity or whatever if I can actually make money, which it's coming.
Yeah,
I'll
it is.
give it 2 months.
All right.
So do you not stream on Kick then at all?
I got banned from doing it. I got banned.
100% banned.
Yeah, well, not really.
Like a hard IP ban? Like, I mean, if you got...
Yeah, but...
in terms of you got, like, bots and you can finagle your way around things, like, how are you not...
He is Russian restreaming sites thing.
I guess how is there no way that you're...
Yeah.
How is there a way that you're able to hit the chats but not stream?
And I could stream if I wanted to, but they would probably terminate the account after several hours, somebody blowing the whistle on me. I use different IP addresses, and these IP addresses essentially are randomized, so they don't know if, like, they've IP banned me. That's fine. So you're IP banning a bunch of VPNs. It doesn't really do anything. And then when it comes to the creation of account, it's all automated. And once the account is made, then it starts the following, it starts the creating of the clips, and it starts the spamming. I was streaming on Kick, as you may be aware, and I know that Banjo is aware.
You had 4 angles.
I had 4.
I love those.
Absolutely. So I was.
How did you get banned from that?
Well, you know,
What did you do?
as you see, I would only had like 1 or 2 people, like most new Kick streamers. And I'm somebody who wanted to kick it up a notch and really diversify myself on the platform. So what I thought was this. All right, if I just have those accounts going and don't touch them, then who's to say I can't create more accounts and use those to spam? So I used the new accounts to spam, and eventually Kick was like, look, we're not going to let you use your new accounts nor your old accounts. And they took them all down, which, normally would break a person. But it doesn't matter at all to me because I know that I'm able to stream on all these other platforms. Exactly. And that was when I somewhat declared war on Kick and said, you know what? In my own way, I'm going to use this thing as a punching bag where I can just squeeze out of it as many followers as I need. And I know that they're not able to touch me on the other platforms. So I can basically say whatever I want on here now. And I thought to myself, you know what? I've never known anybody who's had such a strategy where they know that they're untouchable on the other platforms. So they utilize one platform or essentially advantage themselves. Yeah, exactly. I've never known anybody to use that.
I'm just saying, like the clip thing.
Dude.
So here's my thing. So why haven't you take like the clip thing and all the work that you do in coding these bots and programming these bots? Why not monetize that? Why not make content videos of you doing just that too? I mean, I guess if you're kind of releasing the world's evil and maybe your secrets, but...
Well, I am streaming these, so you can literally watch these bots going 24/7. All these bots do are just monotonous tasks of a human. So if I did have those, and like there are ways to use these bots to just click something that gives you Bitcoin. And that's fine. And maybe I could have made over the course of the past few months a little bit in Bitcoin, but I feel like the long term, yeah, exactly. The long term payoff of this project is so much bigger that to use these bots to get people's attention is in my best interest. I'm essentially a celebrity on the Kick website, and I haven't.
Everyone knows you.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone,
It's
like, yo, Rabbi, he wants to do a call. Like, yo, anyone have any questions for Rabbi? And then no one says it.
That's okay. But essentially, it's made me a mini celebrity on the website, and so everyone knows me. And the beautiful thing about Kick is they allow you to feature banned users. So this is all okay according to their policies. Exactly. So
Yeah. So we weren't worried about that at all.
Oh,
like, yeah.
So basically, it's in all the better.
You have to like put like a little circle in front
Exactly.
of your
I'm not
face,
blurred.
Yeah.
I'm not blurred or in a darkened room or something. Yeah. So what makes it beautiful is that I can still essentially tell my story, and the streamers don't have to suffer any repercussions, and I still get the word out. It's a win-win-win for everybody.
So, I guess with like a common problem with different streamers and viewbotting, that's not something you do yourself with any of your bots?
No, so viewbotting, at least in my opinion, is kind of difficult. I know how to do it. I've read, well, hold on. I've done that where you just straight up pay for it. But I don't like doing that because it's expensive. So I learned how to make totally. So I learned how to make viewbots on my own as well, using like what's called headless browsers. And
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Excellent. So that's the way to do it. But it's a wild game that you're playing. Kick is a very interesting website where you have like Aiden Ross, who's like the biggest, has the most amount of followers, at least that I've seen. He has like 1.54 million followers. Yet their biggest streamers, aside from like the ones with the full-time contracts, only have like 4,000 viewers or 4,000 followers. So there are some definite inconsistencies in their numbers, and then the view botting on Kick is just absolutely ridiculous. It has become just an arms race for people to outdo each other with how many view bots people have, and at least the people with whom I've been talking to recently, it's really wearing on them because it's just as if
Who's botting tonight? We're not botting. Yeah, who's botting here?
If you have really great content, you have 5 or 10 people watching you, it's very difficult to be seen. Yet you could have the exact same content and you get a view botter with 200 people and you'll be on the front
Smile,
page.
do you have any questions? Smile, do you have any questions for Rabbi? Because he's listening right now and he wants to hear your
Absolutely. Hit me with whatever you have.
Everyone's more willing to,
anyone in the chat? Yeah, Rabbi is ready right now. We probably got him for another 20,
Absolutely.
30.
Whatever you need.
Most.
Whatever you need.
Rabbi's the boy, though. And he don't care. And that's the coolest thing about Kick. Even though he got banned, like, he can be a featured thing on it. And that's kind of ideal.
Yeah, but I don't think too many people know that you're 100% banned from Kick. I don't think people, as far as I'm concerned, and that I've heard, roamed around on Twitter with a lot of people talking about it. There's, not too many people even that they don't know anything. Like, people don't know, like, with the automation system, I guess people didn't even think that you were real.
Yeah, no, a lot of people don't.
To bring you on was awesome.
Excellent. Yes.
All right, Rabbi, we got some questions from the chat now.
Excellent.
All right, before you say, all right, do you eat pork?
We have bacon or sausage first.
Do you eat pork?
Oh, do I eat pork? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a question. No, I do my best to avoid it. And the question regarding bacon, I like beef bacon and turkey bacon.
So never pork.
I do my best to avoid it. And then also, I've been getting more into the impossible foods and that kind of stuff, and I can't really tell the difference of it. At least
protein shit.
exactly. At least in their sausage. So,
sausage is very good. It's coming from the breakfast guy. You get that Johnsonville sausage. So good, dude. That's what he's seeing. Oh no. He says all laws that you don't eat pork at all. You only eat beef sausage. You only eat beef sausage. It's okay. Maybe you're because of the laws that you follow. I'm not. But you will not eat pork, or you will eat pork?
No, I don't want to. I do my best to stay out of anything pork related. Even things that use like pork fat as a soap, I do my best to avoid that. But there are great replacements. If you've ever had beef bacon, I've heard it's very similar to pork bacon, and then turkey bacon is pretty good to me.
Turkey bacon is ass, dude. Don't even let you say that. We've all eaten that.
That's okay.
It's not good.
That's okay. Have you had beef bacon? I think if you're a bacon connoisseur, it's something you should definitely try.
What kind of bacon was that, Rabbi?
Beef bacon.
Beef bacon. All right, we're going to do that. All right, we're moving right along to the next question is... I don't think I have any. I already asked them all. Yeah, I think I pretty much asked all my questions too. Yeah, man, Rabbi, you're the man. Thank you for appreciate you talking with us. And even I know that you were sleeping, and our schedules didn't align, but we lined up somehow.
Absolutely.
Don't worry. He's gonna go to midnight. We'll be here.
You're absolutely right.
Fire, dude.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. If I may have just a couple closing remarks, I do stream my life for world peace. There are a lot of really interesting topics that we discussed that I would like to inject into the global zeitgeist. One in particular is known as life extension technology, where we essentially can perhaps extend the normal life of a person from age 80 to 100 to perhaps 200 to 400 to 500, and then moving that into what's known as digital immortality, where you are able to essentially upload your mind into a computer for later download into a computer for later downloaded as a cybernetic being, as a robot, as an ethereal being, as exactly as an avatar, as even a clone of yourself. And with that, it's essentially a world of digital immortality. And what I want to say is that at least with you, Alex, and with Banjo, and anyone else who's a creator out there, you're going to be able to support yourself in the future, particularly with the content you create. And the idea of digital immortality may not be that far-fetched. So be ready for it, people. It's a new world out there, and I'm excited to help usher it in with everyone else.
Appreciate your time.
Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Take care. Thank you for the opportunity. Oh boy, I fucked that up with this fucking phone. I gotta take a shit. Where's this alarm? I knew when I awoke, I was like, man, I'm pretty fucking fresh. I probably mailed this fucking thing. But you recovered. Very cool.
I was like, how does this have anything to do with the boycott of Starbucks and McDonald's and Sirhan? Like, what? Some rabbit hole shit I didn't know about? Is that possible?
Sirhan, his house was in Pasadena, which was close to where I used to live.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't. One day, my wife was like, "Yeah, the Sirhan lives over here." I'm like, "Get out of here!"
Have you ever read into the MK Ultra connection between Sirhan, Jack Ruby, and Jolly West?
So, no, I haven't. But I'm working with Kurt Metzger, and he knows all that shit.
he knows too much.
I'm like, well, he can just go
ruined him. You've ruined him. because I don't think he's aware of so many legitimate actual conspiracies, meaning like where governments and corporations conspire against the American people, lie, twist facts, distort things. But Kurt is one of those guys that once he finds out something, because he grew up in a cult, right?
Yeah.
So he's in a Jehovah's Witness cult when he was young.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses. And then becomes a comedian, and he's so averse to bullshit. He's like, oh no. Because you fucking ruined my childhood. I know what this is. I've seen this before. I've seen this in another form.
Mm-hmm.
I know what this is.
Yeah, that's his superpower because he's been through it.
You ruined him. His show, you ruined him. He's so crazy now. He's so mad now.
Do you see him get upset on the show? He gets legit angry.
Here it is. Other controversial cases West was assigned to, including evaluating Sirhan, who assassinated Robert F. Kennedy at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, June 5th, 1968. West claims Sirhan was the subject of psychic driving, a mind-altering technique involving hypnosis or paralytic drugs. Psychiatrists often use barbiturates for this. Settle the fuck down. You used acid. Stop lying. What is this? Oh, maybe possibly barbiturates or something legal. No, they were using acid.
Who's this West guy?
Jolly West was the head of MK Ultra. He was the guy that they chronicle extensively in Thomas O'Neill's book Chaos about the Manson case.
Oh, so yeah, my wife is reading that right now.
God damn, that's a good book.
And she has it on audiobook, so I'll walk to the house and I'll hear like, what the.
You know how crazy that book is? Tom was Greg Fitzsimmons' roommate in New York. And then also, neighbor. He was his neighbor in New York. And then also his neighbor in Venice, California. He moved, so they were near each other. For 20 years, this guy's been working on this. He started working on it as an article, right? So he writes it as an article, but then once he starts getting into the information, it's so extensive, it's so crazy, that he can't finish the article because the article is just an anniversary of the Manson assassinations, the Manson killings. So then 20 years later, he finally puts out this book and he's got enough information for another fucking book. And it's wild. It's all a CIA plot. The Manson family Manson was visited in prison by Jolly West. They trained him, allegedly, in hypnosis techniques using LSD, how to mind control people. He would not do the acid, but he would give the acid to the people, which is something also that apparently the MK Ultra people trained him. And he would get them to commit evil acts. And the whole thing was to discredit the anti-war movement. That's the whole thing, was the hippies. Yeah, so they turned hippies into something fucking terrifying. So hippies used to be like, oh, she's a flower child. Yeah. Oh, they're peace and love. Cute, nice stuff. But then they turned hippies into fucking psychotic murderers who cut babies out of movie stars' bellies and paint on the wall, pig, that kind of shit.
Kurt was also telling me about that. That's the perfect way to discredit the anti-war movement.
Yes. Well, that's also why the Psychedelics Act of 1970 was passed.
Oh, really?
Yes, the Psychedelic Act of 1970 was passed to go after the Black Panthers and to go after the civil rights leaders and to go after the anti-war movement. Because those people were all taking drugs. So they're eating mushrooms and trying to come to some sort of an understanding of our place in the universe. And they said, okay, we're going to take all of these psychedelic compounds that are literally creating a cultural revolution. So you go from the 1950s, you get... let's say music is the best representation of that, and comedy as well, but really music. If you look at Buddy Holly, great music, great stuff, and then Jimi Hendrix is 10 years later. What the fuck is that? Right. That's a revolution, out of nowhere. Something is insanely different. It's not even from this earth. Yeah. Not even from this earth. That's all psychedelics.
And we've never had a leap like that since.
Nope.
Isn't that weird? You can listen to music from the 80s and a lot of it sounds like it could be made today.
It's Coke music. The 80s, they were all doing Coke. They were watching Miami Vice. They were doing Coke, wearing no socks with loafers.
But remember, whenever I hear a Prince song, I'm like, oh, that could be made today. That could have been from right now.
Yeah, well, Prince was the most versatile, right? Because he could do anything. If you go to his early stuff, it was this real sweet music about fucking.
Yes, he was all about
Head.
fucking.
You ever heard that song Head? From his first album, or I think his second album? God, he was good. He was so good.
I love that he had that. There was that band of Morris Day and the Time.
Yes.
I like them almost more than Prince. I just like them.
Oh, he's got this one song that's on our, I think it's on the playlist. I hope it's on the playlist. It's called, if it's not, I'm going to put it on there right now. It's called Cool, because I'm cool.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm down in San Francisco. Dance all night and round.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. Morris Day was the shit.
Yeah. Maurice, bring me by. I love that. I thought that Morris Day was going to be bigger than.
I know. Well, I didn't think he was ever going to be bigger than Prince. I think Prince is a legitimate genius.
Oh yeah, he was.
And he's another guy that we lost because of fucking bullshit, because of fentanyl.
Yeah, you think that's what?
That's what happened to him.
What do you think about? So now people are revisiting the mic.
It wasn't in the playlist. It is now.
Oh, it is.
I had to put it in the Mothership playlist. So like, how's that not?
He has a song called "Walk Everybody, Walk Your Body, Everybody Walk Your Body."
Yeah.
I'm about to walk a hole in my Stacy.
He was just so cool.
And so then I would go out and buy Stacey Adams shoes. I would. And so we would. There was this place. There was a very derogatory. It was Maxwell Street in Chicago. And they used to call it, I can't say it, but because it's anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would go down there and you could walk in. There are all these clothes stores and you could bargain with them. And I never experienced that before. Like you walk in and usually the price was the price. You go to the mall, the prices, you can't bargain, but you could bargain. So it was like an exciting thing to do. Me and my brothers would all go down there and you'd go into all these stores and you'd like put all these clothes together, like when we'd start bartering, like, okay, how about this? How about that? It was fun. I miss those days. That's where in the Blues Brothers, remember they go down to get the black guy who's the clarinet player and you better think. So that whatever that's where that took place.
Oh wow!
And but I think that's all gone now. I think they got rid of that, and they I don't know what they put.
Probably an Applebee's.
Right. I think the University of Illinois Chicago may be expanded into there.
Oh, interesting.
But those were the days. I missed the Morris Day and the Time. I missed those days.
These are the best days.
But then
these days right now, these are the best days.
You think?
Yeah, by far.
Well, they are for me.
By far for everybody, because we get all the other stuff from those other eras. We still can listen to that too. We can still watch that too. But we have a bizarre time where the world is waking up, where people are so much more aware of the corruption. And the just the way the world works it's more highlighted than it's ever been before, and I think it's more fun. It's like some of the things that are stupid are so stupid. Like when you see Biden, we need Medicare, and they go, "Thank you, Mr. President," and they smash cut. Like, how the fuck is that real? How is that real? The guy like locks up like Windows 95, stammers for 15 seconds, and then he says, "We beat Medicare."
I was doing a show the other night at the Hotel Cafe in Hollywood, and I do a joke about Joe Biden, like wanted to get his dog to leave him off stage, and the people in the crowd, like they're all like 20-something Hollywood people, and they go, oh, and I was like, what? I go, I have friends like you. I know what that it's.
Listen, they've done a good job. They've done a really good job of pretending that they're compassionate.
Joe Biden. I've always loved Joe. No one's ever fucking loved Joe Biden.
Yeah.
He's always been a joke and a punchline. And this idea that somehow it's Joe Biden's integrity and truth telling against Donald Trump. He lied. The first time Joe Biden ran for president, he had to drop out because he got exposed for being a pathological liar. He said he graduated at the top of his class. He graduated at the bottom. He said he had 3 majors. He said he was chosen the most outstanding political. No, it was all lies. And then he got caught plagiarizing. Someone else, not only this, their speeches, but like their life story. It was like, who does that? And so he's been a joke, always was a joke. And this idea, the reason why black and brown I had to, tell this to Cornel West when he came on my show. Hey, the reason why black and brown people are locked up at way higher rates than their population is because of Joe Biden, not because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually did the step back, right? Which is probably why he's getting 20% of the black vote right now. All their narratives are falling away. People are waking up, and not only in America, but I do. Not to get. I do miss the time before cell phones and the internet. And it was like more of an innocent time. I do miss that time.
I'm glad we went through it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also.
But I don't miss it.
Okay, but I was just in Europe, right? I went on a 11-day tour or whatever, and I didn't know if I was going to have, everybody's going to show up. They did, and it's like the same shit. That people, they're upset at the media, they're upset at the control, they're upset at the censorship, and I didn't know. Like Jeff Bezos, I was in Norway, and they're like, yeah, Jeff Bezos owns freaking media here too. I'm like, what? I didn't know. I never thought about it like that. Of course they would. Of
course.
And so, and everybody's going through the same shit. London, Sweden, Denmark, Norway. They're all fucking pissed off, like I am, and they're like all sick of being lied to, and they're all hate their media, and they all feel controlled.
That's what's good about today, because before the media used to do exactly what they're doing now, but they didn't. It wasn't transparent.
Right.
Nobody knew. Right.
Well, there used to be 50 giant media companies. So there used to be more truth that could get out. But now, because of Bill Clinton and the Telecommunications Act of 1996, we went from 50 giant media companies down to 6, meaning that every TV show, every newspaper, every magazine, every radio show, it's all comes from one of the 6 companies, right? And that's why journalism sucks so much right now, because journalists used to come from blue-collar backgrounds like me, but now they know they all have to work for one of the 6 billionaire-owned companies. Right. And so the billionaires handpick those people from Ivy League schools now, and they're all going to be class loyal. And so that's why the whole thing is, it's a great time, but also we're pitted against each other now by the media like never before, right? Like no matter what the story is, they have their minions in the press report it in a way that makes you hate your neighbor and blame your neighbor and not the guys doing it, right? Like, so the oligarchy keeps us fighting amongst each other, and that's real. That's not made up. I mean, look at how they lied about the biggest story, the Kyle Rittenhouse story, right? Now, I hated that kid because the corporate media told me he was a white supremacist who didn't live in that community. He traveled across state lines with guns to shoot 3 black people at a Black Lives Matter rally, and I hated him. And then I watched the trial, and it turns out he did live in that community. He was a lifeguard in that community. He was asked to protect a car dealership by immigrants of color because the cops wouldn't. And he didn't travel across state lines with guns, and he didn't shoot 3 black people. He shot 3 white people. And I was like,
I think he only shot 2 guys.
Maybe you're right.
It?
Maybe. Well,
he killed 1.
He definitely
did he shoot 3,
and then he shot the other guy
through the arm.
Yeah. And they're all 3 criminals. That's another part they leave out.
They're all 3 criminals, terrible people. This is the thing about riots, right? When riots are too much like a war, like anytime there's a gathering, protests, when people get angry and they're marching, I think that ignites in us the same feelings of war, and people start doing wild, crazy shit. They went after that dude with a skateboard and tried to hit him with a skateboard. He ran away from them before he shot him.
So he shot the first guy who was the pedophile, right? And we know that guy had threatened to.
So he shot and killed 2 men, wounded another man.
So 3.
So he killed 2 and wounded 1.
So the first guy he shot had threatened to kill him all day long, and we know that he attacked him because his fingerprints are on the gun barrel.
It even says it right there in Wikipedia. Stop. Go back.
Yeah, grab the barrel of his rifle. Right. There it is.
But it says, look at this. Race was a major theme in the U.S. media commentary, although Rittenhouse and those he shot were white.
White.
Isn't that wild?
Yes.
Most people didn't know, including people that met Kyle Rittenhouse. Like David Lucas, the stand-up comedian, he knows Kyle Rittenhouse. He brought Kyle Rittenhouse to the mothership. And guys who were there, who met him, the guys you shot were white?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, what?
Yeah.
And then you have to tell them, not only were they white, like these guys were like career criminals. One guy was a pedophile.
The one guy pulled a gun on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
the media just fucked that kid, and he won. And he got exonerated, and now. Go ahead.
No, people say to me, they go, Jimmy, why are you defending Kyle Rittenhouse? I go, I'm not defending Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm defending the truth. And why aren't you pissed off that the corporate media lied about a 16-year-old kid to divide the country? Because that's what that was about.
Yeah, and you're just going to polarize that kid even more. I mean, that kid's going to lean so far right now.
Of course.
Of course. They're the only people that stood by him, and everybody else lied about him. The media lied about him. And so many people had this. So there's surface narratives, right? And surface narratives are the best. The media is the best at propagating surface narratives. They're best at headlines, even if they're misleading.
Safe and effective.
Yeah, but these surface narratives are the ones that get into people's heads that are the least informed. And that's the general population.
People still think Russiagate's real.
Oh, yeah.
Look at people like Bill Maher.
Oh, yeah.
That was shocking to me. I'm like, I thought he just hated Trump. But
he
it's
doesn't
like,
even know what the WEF is all
he
about.
didn't even. Did you see Roseanne had to tell him?
Yeah,
he didn't even know what MK Ultra was.
That's crazy.
He does,
that's crazy.
And then he got the balls to tell Bill Burr, this isn't your lane. It's not your lane either, Bill. Yeah. You don't know fucking anything.
Bro, Bill chewed him up. That was wild.
That was
you can't go tat-tat-tat like that with Bill, because he does that to himself all day. All day. He's like battling out in his own mind, having arguments. Well, look at you, fucking Bill. Look at you. You fucking stupid sneakers on. You're 55 years old, dressing like a teenager. What the fuck are you doing?
What'd you ever do? Why should people listen to you? You're fucking
pasty retard.
You're not a general. You never did anything.
Exactly. Exactly.
But that's the the biggest shocker to me is like the bubble that people live in, right? And it's like, it's just like with the debate. Like, do you think that the lies that the media has been telling them? I've been saying Joe Biden's been a demented walking death rattle since 2019. And it's because it's been obvious that he's suffering from something.
Well, there's a decline, right? If you just saw him in 2019, it wouldn't be as obvious. But if you saw him from like when he was running for president in 1988, which I did, did I ever tell you about Joe Biden night that we used to have at Stitches?
No.
Stitches Comedy Club in 1988, we had Joe Biden night.
And what is that?
That would mean I would go on stage and do your act. And you would go on stage and do my act.
Because he's a plagiarist.
Exactly. So we would call it Joe Biden night. And all the comics would go up and do each other's acts.
That sounds like fun.
It was fun. It was so fun. Because just like some guys, you watch a guy like Jimmy Tingle or, back in those days, Steve Sweeney. You could go up and do their act.
Fitzy.
And the guys you work with all the time, where you got to see their set all the time, you go up and do their act. We had a great time. But it was open mockery that he was a known plagiarist. In 88?
In 88. I know that's why this rehabilitation, it's all because of Trump derangement syndrome, that they have to pretend like Joe Biden's some kind of guy with integrity and dignity instead of, the horrible criminal anti-worker guy that he's been his whole life. He's been anti-student, anti-worker, and he crushed a goddamn railroad strike. And everybody just memory holds that happened. Like if Trump did that, it would be on billboards forever. And it's what Joe? Why do you think that because my whole life the establishment loved Donald Trump, right?
Well, because the only option is if you don't go with Biden, then you're not with the Democrats. And the Democrats view themselves as a team. They view themselves as a team as much as patriots think of America first. It's like that team is Democrats first. And that's the only representation they have right now. Like, apparently, now I don't know if this is true, but someone was were you telling me about this, Jamie? About the live streaming of, was it you or was it someone else? Of Rob Reiner and all these people.
Oh, they were earlier too. Like, I'll find the story.
They were all live streaming the debate and freaking out.
Barbara Streisand's crying.
These people are deranged. These people are no different than the Manson family in that they are in a cult.
Yeah.
They're locked into this ideology. It's not as bad as the Manson family, but it's clearly a cult. It's an ideological cult where you're not willing to go against any of the doctrines of the cult. And one of the
you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have. You have to practice groupthink, and that's it.
And Bill Maher's a heretic, even though he's very much a liberal. He's a heretic because he says.
Because every once in a while he'll tell the truth.
A lot of times, he's not as informed as I'd like him to be about some of the stuff, like MK Ultra, the WEF,
or Ukraine.
Well, I don't know what he knows about Ukraine, but he hates Donald Trump. But I think I couldn't figure it out on the podcast. Like, he wouldn't even have a rational discussion as to why he hates him. He's crazy.
Yeah.
But the thing I found out that he was sued by Donald Trump.
Yes. So that's
probably it.
Because when he said that Donald Trump, he was an orangutan. And so he sued him.
Hollywood's debate watch party with Rob Reiner. Jake Fonda ended in shouts and tears. That should have been fuck keeping up with the Kardashians.
Yeah,
that should be the fucking the real.
And that's what you
reality
get. And
show.
I say good for you. That's what you get for fucking lying. They've all lied. I think the media took just as big a hit as Joe Biden did that night.
Yes.
Because now, I mean, just a few weeks ago, there's that Joe Scarborough, that mental case on Morning Joe on MSNBC, and he was saying, let me tell you something, and if you don't believe it, F you. He says this on 6 in the morning. This is what he's telling his audience. F you. This is the best version of Joe Biden I've ever seen. He saw that, correct, right? This is the best version. And then
let's play it because it's amazing.
It is amazing.
Wasn't he a Republican
and they
at one point in time?
And they say that Trump is the liar. It's like they are right now in the middle of telling the biggest lie and it's ever been told in politics. This is bigger than FDR can walk. This is bigger than that.
Hampton real estate is not cheap. And you got to do some things maybe you don't want to do if you want to buy that sweet house and just drink your champagne by the lake. Just looking, or the bay rather, just looking over in the ocean going, I fucking made it, baby. Yeah. I'm here in the Hamptons.
And it's.
I'm about to go to dinner with Rob Reiner.
Hey, I've always said, hey, I don't know if I'm better or worse than those people, but I've never had it. No one ever made an offer to buy me out, so I don't know how I would react.
I don't think it's a buyout or a sellout thing. That's a thing that people think. I think what happens is you get locked into a cult. And then I think also you get invited to things with important people. And that 100% will shape the way you talk about stuff. If you get invited to a dinner with Bill Gates and some very important people, when their name comes up, you're going to defend them.
Well, Barack Obama talked about how just being in the room with the donor class changes you. Just being in the room,
of course.
Them. And Chris Hayes wrote a book called The Twilight of the Elite about how that happens. And then he became the thing he wrote about. It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know much about that.
Don't you think it's amazing how they fired the Arab reporters and the Muslim reporters at MSNBC because they were telling a little bit of the truth about what's happening, or they were confronting people over it. And
you have to have one narrative,
and that's it. And then, but none of the they're supposed to stand up for these. Why didn't Rachel Maddow say something? Why didn't Chris Hayes? None of them said anything. None of them, fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell. None of them said anything. They just keep your head down and keep taking it. Rachel Maddow gets paid $100,000 a day. Like, to me, I don't know. That's a lot of money.
Good for her.
That's a good.
You buy a lot of man suits with that money. Do you have a good Joe Scarborough video?
When she was being interviewed by Ben, what's his name? Ben. The guy who did Tropic Thunder, Ben. Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller.
They were in the exact same suit.
Of course. That's one way that, for whatever reason, hardcore lesbians, when they want to be taken seriously, they dress like a man, and they dress like a man in a business outfit.
Yeah,
like Hannah Gatsby.
Oh, okay.
Look how she dresses. She puts a suit jacket on.
She's fantastic.
I'm serious. I'm here for the meeting. I'm here to explain things to you people.
Kurt can't
look at Joe Scarborough. What does he say?
Is this the one you're looking for?
Yeah. Let me hear it.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. F you if you can't handle it.
It's 6 in the morning. It's 6 in the morning. F you.
This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second. I've known him
Not a close second.
The Brzezinskis have known him for 50 years.
And we're all fucking liars.
I wouldn't say it.
And these people say that Trump's a liar. Trump's a huge bullshitter for sure. But
we're in a Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. And so, can you imagine the people? I don't know how many people watch that show, but
45 people.
Could you imagine still tuning in after that?
Yes. I'd fucking wake and bake and let's go. Tell me about the world, Joe.
Well, I used to watch. Before I went to sleep, I used to be a night owl when I was just a comedian before my show. And so I would wait till 3 a.m. I'd be up late. I'm like, I can wait. I can watch Joe Scarborough before I go to bed, Morning Joe. So and the joke I used to do is I watch it before I go to bed because I like to go to bed angry. And I don't know how anybody could watch that again after that. How could you and have any self-respect unless it's you're high and you're enjoying it? So
you have to be high and enjoying it, and then it becomes high comedy. I mean, because it's so good. That was so good. That was so good. If you put that in a movie, people wouldn't buy it.
I know.
They would go, "Come on, no, that's not real. No one would do that. This is stupid. I've lost my disbelief."
F you. He's going to tell his own audience, F you, if you don't believe Joe Biden's not the
Yeah, if I was in a movie theater, my suspension of disbelief would go, "Oh, come on. This is."
That's why I was confused when I was looking. There's other videos I'm seeing. That might have been a different time. And
No. That was just a few weeks ago.
But this is saying right here, post a debate, and he's saying like they should replace.
After the debate, he changed his tune. That's part of the thing.
So that was right before the. That was like weeks before. No, that was weeks before the debate. He's saying that. I'm like, can you believe the balls on these
crazy
people?
Balls? And so then after the debate, he does this 180, and there's all these videos that show him before and after. So the greatest 180 turnaround of all time.
So if you go to the one up there with the black and white Joe, and then
that's the one.
Show that. It's only 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Watch this.
But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. Cogent. He's far beyond cogent.
Oh, In
fact, I think he's better than he's ever been. This is a battle for the future of American democracy. And now is a good time. In June, thank God. In June, and not October, in June, this is the last chance for Democrats to decide whether this man we've known and loved for a very long time is up to the task.
So that's just a matter of weeks in between those two Joes.
Yeah.
F you. And I wouldn't say it if it wasn't the truth. Okay, now we can, thank God we can replace them. Well, I have a theory about this, by the way.
Okay.
So they've never done the presidential debates this early in the election season before, right? And so my theory is that his own team sabotaged him. They knew this. So they wanted to get Joe Biden through the primary because now all the delegates are beholden to Joe Biden, means they're beholden to the Democratic Party donor class, right?
Yes.
So there isn't no 50% Bernie Sanders delegates out there, right? They're not going to have any trouble getting them to all coalesce at the convention and pick a new person. So they wanted to get Joe Biden to go through, and then as soon as he got through the thing, they're like, oh, let's have a debate. And then they knew he would look like this, so then they can have enough time to get rid of him. That seems pretty plausible that's what's going to happen. And guess what's going to happen now? So they're going to have a person at the top of the ticket who nobody voted for because they're going to choose them at the convention, and nobody voted for this person, and they're saying democracy's on the ballot. That's the irony.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but what did they do to keep RFK Jr. out of the primaries to the point where he had to go independent?
So yeah, they were making it impossible for him to get on ballots. They were. How did they do that? You know what? He told me, but I can't remember. But they were making it. Well, when I remember the first time I had him on my show, it was like a joke. I'm like, dude, you're running as a Democrat. I go, why do you think they have super delegates? They have super delegates for people like you. It's not going to happen. I can't get excited about your candidacy. And so anything he said, I just didn't get into it, right? I was appreciative of the stuff he was saying around COVID and things like that. But it was just, I told him it's a fool's errand, right? And he's like, oh, I'm a Democrat. I've always been a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. And I'm like, yeah, the Democrats are going to screw you. And they did. And so I don't know exactly how, but it got so untenable that he couldn't run inside it because they would have these different rules that they were just making up just to screw him. So
now, they do this once there's an incumbent, right? Once there's a president in place, do they do this because there's so many jobs that are completely dependent upon that guy being in office? Not just the Democratic Party, but that guy. So if a new guy comes in, like if RFK Jr. comes in, if he wins, then everyone's out of a job.
Oh, yeah. Well,
the whole machine's out of a job. So it's very clear watching Joe Biden talk, very clear, that he's not making all his decisions, and someone writes his stuff down. We've seen the cue cards that he has. They tell him what to say. We see him read teleprompters and say, end of quote. He says things like that. He just did it again. Does it all the time. We know that there's no fucking way he's the man behind the machine. So that means there's a bunch of people that work for him that are essentially running the country.
Right.
And those people don't want to lose that position, including his wife. His wife apparently, by all takes, and she did an interview afterwards where she said he's smarter than he's ever been, and I know him, I see him buying clothes. She doesn't want him to stop.
Pure evil.
What is that? What do you think?
That's just pure evil. I
But
mean,
do you think it's just like a power thing? She's in power. She doesn't want to not be the first lady anymore. Like, what is it?
yeah, of course. That's what I think it is. Well, how could you not have compassion for your own freaking husband? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, he should have had his keys taken away years ago.
Yeah.
And here she is trying. And you did a good job. You answered all the
That was
questions.
crazy.
That's how you talk to a 3-year-old. He answered all the questions. I could see answering 1 or 2, but all of
If
them.
my wife talked to me like that, I would just start laughing because I'd think, oh, she's fucking with me. I wouldn't just stand there.
Yeah,
and
but you
like,
would be saying,
yes, I did. It's a wild video. Play that video. Play that video of Jill saying that to Joe because I saved
And by
it.
the way, I listened to the debate again on the plane.
Why? You didn't get the pertinent information round 1. You're like, I need to go over this with a fine-tooth comb.
Because they kept saying that, because the line now is that Joe might not have answered the questions, quickly or loudly, but he was telling the truth. But his first answer, he lied 3 times. Joe Biden. He lied about the Medicare. So it's $2,000. He said it was $200. He lied about the diabetes, and he lied about Trump saying the bleach thing. Trump never said the bleach thing. He was talking about ultraviolet irradiation, which is a real thing that actually works.
It actually works, and not only that, they've used it for decades.
And
there was talk about using it for respiratory diseases and shining light into the lungs.
I've talked to a doctor who told me that that worked well. And so the people like the medical association, they came to him and they go, hey, you have to sell this technology to us. And he said no. And they said, well, if you don't, we're going to have a bullshit study that says this doesn't work. And that's exactly what they did.
Wow.
And they do that to everything.
Let's play this real quick.
You did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
Bro.
And let me ask the crowd.
Look at him standing there.
What did Trump do? Why?
Oh, bro, he looks so baffled. First of all, if I was in his corner, first thing I would have done is given him a hairpiece. Let's go, bro. I wish you can't compete with Trump's wacky hair. You need fake hair. You need fully fake hair. I think they'll buy it. Don't even sweat it. We're gonna glue a nice piece on you. You're gonna have a distinguished head of hair. Second of all, whoever the fuck is giving you Botox, back off a little. Let the guy move the forehead a little bit. This is ridiculous. You're not tricking me into thinking he's young. I know exactly how old he is.
Go to the watch how she. Oh no, that's not it.
When she helps him off the
yes,
stage.
this is it. Watch it. She has to walk him down the steps.
Yeah.
Are they going to show it? Show it.
Well, yeah, he's got some bad knees.
Show it.
Cold War injuries, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was defending the Girl Scouts from the Taliban.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I know, it's crazy. He has to go sideways.
And if you don't think that's the best version, fuck you, Joe.
F you.
F you.
I love that guy because he's the tough guy Democrat.
Yeah.
He's our
But he's a
bulldog.
Republican.
But no, he's a Democrat. He's on TV.
Oh,
on
yeah.
CNBC.
MSNBC.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to show you that there's no difference between the parties. And I remember when Donnie Deutsch accidentally let it slip out on Joe Scarborough's show.
Is Joe Scarborough actually a Republican?
He was a Republican congressman.
But does he consider himself one now?
I think so.
For real?
I mean,
just like a never Trump
Republican. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Donnie Deutsch said that I remember if Bernie Sanders wins this was back in 2020. If Bernie Sanders wins, I'll have to vote for Trump. And Joe Scarborough was like, "Oh, do you hear what you're saying?" And Donnie was like, "Oh yeah. I don't know why I said that. I know why you said that because you fucking would. That's why they scared of Bernie people who Bernie Sanders presents as being. Turns out Bernie Sanders isn't that guy. Bernie Sanders is a lapdog to power.
But he just seem to become that as of recently.
Yeah, I mean, I think he always was. He was
tired.
When you go back in time, and he didn't. He stopped talking to Ralph Nader. He stopped talking to Michael Parente. He was for the bombing of Kosovo. He's always been a little bitch for the military-industrial complex, and it's disgusting. And so, if you really look, I got so excited about Bernie Sanders, right? I mean, I've never been more excited about a politician in my life. And I've never been more let down by a politician in my life. They lied about the CARES Act, and he lied about putting, we had to do it for the unemployment. Like, that was just the largest, that was the largest upward transfer of wealth in human history was the CARES Act. And that's nobody talks about that.
Explain the CARES Act.
So that was right when COVID hit, and they passed that $5 trillion bill, $5 trillion, just out of nowhere. They didn't go tax people for it. They just fucking printed it. $5 trillion, and that was considered the largest upward trend. So that's, remember, and none of them, there was no money in there for pay people's salaries. Remember, like that's what other countries did.
What did the $5 trillion go towards?
Went towards the 1,000 richest motherfuckers in the country, basically. That's what, that's where you got if you had a business, you could apply for some kind of PPE loan and stuff like that. And
a lot of people scam those loans.
A lot of people.
I've seen so many arrests of people that bought Lamborghinis and shit. You got one of them?
I was like, fuck, everybody else is getting one. I better get one.
Wow.
And I was like, I told
pay your staff and everything like that.
Yeah, I told my wife, I go, we don't know what's going to happen. So I said, hey, apply, see what happens. They gave it to us. I was like, what? I couldn't fucking believe it.
So you have to pay it back? Is that what it is?
No,
it's just free money.
No, if you don't lay off anybody, like for a certain amount of time, then you get to keep it. But if you did, yes,
you just get free money.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes,
That's
everybody
crazy.
got. It was $5 trillion they gave out. Joe, yeah,
and they gave it out probably to companies that didn't lose profit.
I bet, yeah,
right. So they didn't fire companies and it didn't stop operations.
I wonder if somebody should look into how much an Amazon gets. Did they get money? Did they get that kind of money? Even though
they're smart, they got paid.
Yeah,
there's a dirty, corrupt system. They're a part of it. Let's go. Let's party. I think we can bust this move out. Everybody's sick.
But don't you think
it's called the CARES Act?
It's called the CARES Act,
like the Patriot Act. What? Aren't you a patriot?
And they say, yeah.
Are you a patriot, Jimmy?
You don't care about America?
Why do you care about America? No.
Why do you hate freedom?
Yeah. Why do you hate freedom? You won't sign the Patriot Act.
It's called the Patriot Act. The most Nazi-like thing ever. The government can now spy on you.
That's the Patriot Act too.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking of the Patriot Act too.
Okay. Electric Boogaloo,
or the National Defense Authorization Act.
Oh yeah,
those ones that passed through.
In the 2011 NDAA, Section 1021, Barack Obama got rid of habeas corpus.
That's not important. What's really important is that we get these trillionaires all their money for COVID.
Got rid of habeas corpus, Joe. So now, habeas corpus was in the Magna Carta.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're operating on a liberty view from somewhere around the 1100s. And people don't. And democracy's on the ballot. You fucking democracy hasn't been on the ballot for decades and decades. You don't live in a democracy. You live in an oligarchy, which was proven by a Princeton study over 10 years ago. And when are you going to get pissed off about that? No, because the TV guy says, no, it's the Joe Biden's democracy and Trump isn't. And don't you love all that shit about how, he'll never leave office? I didn't know that was an option. I didn't know a president could just decide to not. So every president has left office just because they're good people, just because they decided to. Oh, he's going to be a dictator. I didn't know a president. I thought we had co-equal branches of government. How is this all shit? They just say this shit, and none of it's true. And they all just make it up. He was already president one time. He left office.
Thing. Yeah, we
already lived through it.
Everybody's pretending that if he gets into office, he's going to be the horrible thing that they predicted that didn't take place when he was in office for 4 years.
Why would he?
What evidence are you basing this on? The evidence that when he was when he was actually the president, and he was for 4 fucking years,
right?
Like he did none of those things. He didn't prosecute his political rivals. He didn't go after Hillary Clinton.
He didn't lock her up. Even though she's a super criminal. Remember the FBI, the Comey guy came out and he said. Yeah, this is going to sound crazy in a couple of different ways, but yes, we found hundreds of high-level documents, secret classified documents on her server, but, we're not going to prosecute her. I know this is going to sound weird. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Somebody made a hilarious video out of it. They put it to music.
It was weird at the beginning because a lot of people, myself included, saw him firing Comey. I'm like, whoa, you're going to fire the head of the FBI because he doesn't like you? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. And
Comey's a piece of shit.
Well, because of that, what I was going to say is because of that happening, it caused so many people to start going, what has the FBI done? Like, what are they doing? And then you start reading stories and you start understanding the history of it. And you're like, oh, what? What did they do? What have they been involved in?
I know what.
Good things. A lot of good things. There's a few, but like within any kind of large organization, there's a lot of competitive people trying to rise to the top. You're going to get unscrupulous fellas.
Sociopaths. Rise to the top.
Yeah, and they're going to do some things. And if they're in high positions of power and they can manipulate everyone around them to go with it, that's what you get. You get in every human situation.
Yeah,
where
you
people are in
know what you
control.
get? You get January 6th. That's what you get. You get Russiagate. I know that the FBI lied to the FISA court 17 times so they could get a tap on Donald Trump's phones. That happened. They lied to the FISA court 17 times. Nobody talks about that. Nobody pays a price for that. They did it to the goddamn. You know. I'm sure you saw the video of when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, and he says, well, talking about Trump, that he's being really dumb to criticize the intelligence community, meaning the CIA and the FBI. And Rachel Maddow says, why? And he says, because they've got 6 ways to Sunday to mess with you back. So what he really was saying there, that was the leading Democrat in the Senate, the leader of the party. He was telling people into a camera that the president, that the CIA and the FBI doesn't work for the president, that he has to worry about them. And if they don't work for the president, who the fuck do they work for, Joe?
Right. Exactly.
And of course, Rachel Maddow never asked that question. She's never going to do that because, she's a lapdog of the military-industrial complex, Wall Street, Big Pharma, all of them. They're all the same.
It's a natural thing that takes place when any organization gets extreme power. And that was supposed to be mitigated, right? And this is like the problem that Kennedy had with secret societies. This is the problem that Kennedy had with the CIA and what Kennedy had with the NSA. Whenever you get people that are above everything, like this concept of the deep state, you put your tinfoil hat on when you just say the word deep state. Everybody who is not paying attention, people that are just reading mainstream news, you say deep state, like, oh God, it's a QAnon guy. I gotta get out of here. The deep state's real, and it's 100%. It's real. It's the intelligence community.
And Chuck Schumer said they don't work for the president. Okay, well, what?
They don't.
And they don't.
They don't.
And so they would even brag about it when Trump first became president. They would go on, Comey and other people would go on interviews and they would say, Mr. President, we're going to be here a lot. We were here before you. We're going to be here after you.
Yeah.
So they don't give a shit about the press. I mean, they're just saying it out loud. They would say it out loud. And so, so people are conditioned.
But isn't that just what happens when you have competitive human beings locked into these organizations that have extreme power? It's just you're always going to have that with human beings. These are like human behavior patterns that they always follow. It's that
just like our country is ending the way all empires end. We overextend ourselves militarily, which brings me to what is that you're smoking?
It's a cigar.
Oh, really?
When I don't want a full cigar, I smoke one of these little tiny Monte Cristos. It's a little baby cigar. Want a cigar?
No.
I'll smoke a real one with you.
No, I did that once, and because I used to smoke cigarettes. And I'm like, everybody started smoking cigars at one time when I first moved to Los Angeles. So I was like, I could smoke cigars.
These are the nice ones because Ron White turned me onto these.
It woke up the beast and I started smoking cigarettes again. Yeah, no good. So I can't do it. I even quit smoking pot recently last September.
I heard.
You did?
Yeah, I watched that video.
It makes
people really interesting.
Oh, it makes people sad when I say it on stage.
That's silly. That's silly.
People go, it makes them upset. And I'm like, it really woke me up to a lot of things. I don't know. People go, why? Why'd you quit? I don't even know why I quit. Like, I feel like it was, I think it came from a higher power.
Yeah, I know you were saying that too. I'm going to get a cigar while we're talking.
You're going to get a real cigar? Oh, okay. What made you go from the, I want a little one to a big one just now? Oh, okay. God damn it, it smells. Well, the thing why I stopped is because it smells so fucking good.
But I see what your point is, though. And I see what you're saying. And there's a thing that can happen with marijuana or with anything that alters your state of consciousness, including coffee, cigarettes, alcohol, everything, is you're using that to sort of cope and exist. And you're not really being present. You're always being present under the influence of these things. And I've been guilty of that myself. Just sometimes you just want to catch a buzz. Don't want to be here. I just want to have a couple of whiskeys. I don't want to be here. I want to be here, but just be, it's like sometimes the world's overwhelming. And I think you miss a lot if you live in that state. You miss a lot. Like one of the things that happens with people that have drug problems when they're young is they don't really mature properly. Because they spent, 15, 16, 17 doing meth, doing coke, partying.
Oh, yeah.
And then by the time they get clean and sober, like they're grown-up babies.
Yes, they say that. They say that when your addiction starts, you get locked into that level of maturity that you're at until your addiction ends.
Yes, and then you start growing, but now you're growing in a confused state. Mm-hmm. And you've also got this anxiety it's sometimes crippling, because if you wasted a giant chunk of your life and not made any progress, and here you are, a beginner at 35 years old, and you're out here in the world trying to like get a regular job at 35, and nobody wants to hire you because you've been in 15 rehabilitation centers and you got locked up for stealing hubcaps, catalytic converters, or whatever. It's like the thing that it does to you is it separates you from normal reality. And that could be a positive or a negative. If you have discipline and control and you're present and you really spend a lot of time thinking alone by yourself and meditating, you can use things to alter your state of consciousness to achieve new thoughts. You tap into new ideas.
Pot helped me a lot comedically. It helped me.
It's comedy steroids.
Yeah, it was a big deal for me. It took me from being, I was a very narrow and rigid comedian, and then it opened me up and it made me a much better comedian, is all I can say. And it worked for a long time. And it didn't like take away my discipline. Like I still had lots of discipline comedically. And then when I started my podcast in 2008 or 9, and then my radio show, and then I was always.
You're OG 2008 or 9.
Yeah.
You're up there with me then. We were like at the same time.
Yep.
Wow.
I started with Todd Glass. I started a show called Comedy and Everything Else, and we would interview comedians. And then I did like 152 episodes of that. I just got tired of it. And then I started doing the Jimmy Dore show because I got a radio show on KPFK in Los Angeles, which is a public radio show. So it was all politics and comedy, And so I just shifted over to that. And it was a pretty popular, still is the podcast. I mean, it would get like 50 to 60,000 downloads per episode. But I never sold tickets. It's the weirdest thing. And when I went on YouTube, that was immediately I started selling tickets. Immediately. No, and that's as you know, that changes your whole life.
Yeah, the YouTube thing's that's a different world. Everybody has it. It's on every phone. It's on everybody. If you have Apple TV, I watch YouTube more than I watch Netflix.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, because if I watch Netflix, it's like I want to watch Peaky Blinders. I sit down and watch it. But if YouTube's like, let me just fuck around, see what's going on in the world of ancient archaeology. Let me watch a professional pool match.
Amazing.
Let me see this new muscle car build. I get lost for hours. If I want to zone out, if I'm exhausted and I just want to zone out, I did everything that I have to do. I just want to just chill. YouTube. I go right to YouTube.
Yeah.
So, hey, Jimmy Dore, what's he talking about? Oh, I didn't know that. And then I'm watching you yell at Cornel West or some other fucking person. And I'm like, this is amazing. Jimmy's a mad dog.
I love how mad. I love having Kurt on the show because he gets upset, in some play. And then I get to be amused by it instead of me getting upset.
Yes. Oh, it's a perfect balance.
Kurt's sitting there going, everything's a fucking psyop. And everything, your whole life, everything in the world, okay? Everything. That's like at the 2.5 hour mark of the show. Everything, every fucking thing. Everything. I just, it gives me joy.
So you were saying before I interrupted you that you think that it was a higher calling, that like quitting pot.
So I started, and when COVID happened, I started getting into Carl Jung and my unconscious and analyzing my dreams, and then I realized that that there is what Carl Jung calls God is a transpersonal self. And that he's the one who kind of figured out we have a collective unconscious, that we're all, so there only is one conscious. I mean, you've done DMT and all shit, so you get all that, but he was able to give himself like a mushroom trip when he was conscious without taking mushrooms, right? And he would call it active imagination. So he could go into his unconscious and confront all these things that like archetypes and God that lives in your unconscious, and he had to have a person that was there to make sure he didn't go crazy. And so he did this for like 4 years, from like 1913 to 1917, and he wrote it down in a thing called the Red Book, which he would not allow to be published for 50 years after he died. Whoa. Because he knew if people read it, it would discredit his work in psychology, because it sounds crazy, all the shit. It's like he had mushroom trips and he would write it down, right? But it was real. And so what he did, so during those 4 years, he then spent the rest of his life trying to explain to people what he had learned in those 4 years in ways that they could understand it. And so that's what the rest of his life was about. And they asked him, I remember they asked him, do you believe in God? He said, I don't believe in God, I know. And I was like, that's badass. And you can say shit like that. And so anyway, I started to get into this. And so he figured out that we have a collective unconscious because he would see these symbols in his dreams. And he knew that they were like meaningful, but he didn't know what they meant. And then he started to study alchemy, which alchemy isn't what you think it is. Alchemy was about turning a psychological lead into psychological gold. And they were onto a lot of shit. And they had to keep it secret because of the church, I guess. And so they had to speak in code, kind of. And so he started to read alchemy, and he started to see these symbols that were in his dreams that they had written about, and they had already figured out what it meant. And he was like, well, how the fuck could I have a dream about something I didn't know I never read this book before. I don't know and that's how he started to figure that out. And so that shit has happened to me. I'll see symbols in my dreams. This happened. So I was, this is going to sound crazy. So I'm in the jungle in a clearing, and this creature comes over to me. It looks like a big ape. His body's like a big gorilla, but his head is like half of a lion, half human. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he puts his hand out, and I'm like, oh, he's going to crush me. But I put my hand in his hand, and he took my hand gently, and he walked me into the jungle. And I was like, what the? So I tell this to I have an analyst Jungian analyst who helps me decipher what my dreams mean. And he said, that's an archetypal God, and that was them telling you it's time for you to go into the jungle of your unconscious, but you'll be safe if you long. And I was like, oh, so then like a month later, I'm reading this book, and there's that fucking thing, the ape with the lion. I'm like, I'm like, what? That's the thing I saw in my dream. Like, how did that show up in my dream before I ever saw it before or knew? So I'm having the exact same.
Is there a drawing of this in Young's book, or is it just description in Young's book?
It's called a Mithraic god. That's what I come to know. I was like, that's the fucking thing that was in my dream. So there's also another thing called the old man. So Carl Jung talked about this a lot. Like he would meet the old man in his dream, which was like a transpersonal self of God. Yeah, like that's that. It. Wow. Yeah.
So that's an like, archetypal character.
Yeah. And I'm like, how the fuck did that?
And you had no idea, and that thing showed up in your dream.
It. Yeah.
Wow. So that's depicted all throughout history, it looks like.
I had no idea. So
how bizarre.
I had this big decision to make in my life. And it was so what Carl Jung says is that your unconscious, your transpersonal self, will create a scenario for you where there's no way out. There's no matter which way you go, you lose. So I was in one of those, and I had a dream, and I'm standing in line at a Starbucks at an airport, and this guy taps me, and I see a shortcut. So whenever there's a shortcut, I'm gonna because it's a long line, and so I figured out I can go over here and I can sneak and get in and get my coffee first, And so I'm like doing that, and all of a sudden this taps, and it's the old man with gray hair that Carl Jung had talked about. I didn't know it at the time, and I just thought this old man, he didn't say anything to me. It's like he just grabs my hand and he points to the end of the long line, and I go, "Fuck you, old man! Get away from me! What the fuck do you know?" And whoa, yeah. Well, now I eventually did take the long line in my not in the dream, but in my life, and as soon as I did, so Carl Jung has another saying. He says, the biggest problems in your life can never be solved. They can only be outgrown. And so I outgrew that. I was like, oh, so it happened. And so I've had these experiences of.
So, but you didn't finish that thought. Like, what was wrong with the back of the line? Like, what did you realize by going to the back of the line?
It's like I don't want it's a little personal. So okay. Like about the situation in my waking life, but I just knew that what I had to do then, right? Once I realized that the old man, that was my transpersonal self telling me you got to do this, and so I had an awakening. I outgrew this problem. Because it was like my Jungian analyst refers to it as you're on a crucifix right now, and the only thing you can do is hold, maintain, don't make a decision, don't do one thing or the other, just hold, and then something will appear. And that's what appeared. It was in my dream. It coincided with the synchronicity and me reading a book about what I was supposed to do. I'm like, holy fuck.
What do you think dreams are?
So I think it's a mistake to dismiss them. I think dreams are the same consciousness that creates this waking life creates your dream life, right? And they're important. And if the more attention you pay to them, the more you'll get out of them, and the more it'll rise up to meet you. And so I keep a dream journal. I write down every dream I have, and you'll start to see patterns. And I've had. So I was reading this book called The Undiscovered Self by Carl Jung, and it's amazing how it fits what's happening right now today, right? And I tried to get Bobby Kennedy to read it with me, but he says in there, you know how during COVID, how comedians flipped and all of a sudden you weren't allowed to question. You know, I did that bit about that you quoted before, and you're not allowed to question and think for yourself. And
it used to be called reading.
Yeah, it used to be called reading. Don't do your own research. It's just reading. So now they're shaming me for reading, right? So Carl Jung talks about that you have a need. You have a psychological need to have an experience of the divine and a deity and all that stuff. And if you don't have that, you're going to create it. And so that's how those people, when I'm reading this book, I'm like, oh, that's what they did with COVID. They turned Fauci into a god. They turned science into a religion.
Right.
That you can't question it, right?
They're archetypes, right?
So that I'm like, what? So they just projected. So Carl Jung's all about projection, that we're projecting all the time, and that's how we get to know ourselves, right? So like when you fall in love with someone, that's his big one is that you have a feminine side inside of you, and it's called your anima if you're a guy, and if you're a female, you have a male, and that's called your animus. And when you fall in love with someone, like, oh, you know that thing, like, oh my God, I can't live without this person. This is the thing that I've been looking for. That's when you project that part of yourself, it's in your unconscious, onto that person. And so that's a real religious experience because you're rejoining, religion meaning to rejoin. You're joining your conscious self with your unconscious self. And that's why it feels like you're being stimulated from the inside, because you are. And you feel this oneness and this wholeness. And if I lose this person, I'll die. Right. And so that is what most people, that's why guys in their, it happens to guys in their 50s. And that's why a lot of guys leave their wife and they go for, it's fucking amazing how that happens, right? So that's all projection. And then eventually the projection falls off and then people get divorced, right? Yeah.
Interesting. So the religious experience is the combining of the two souls.
The combining of your conscious self and your unconscious self, right?
In someone else.
And yeah, so you experience it by projecting it on someone else. So, and that's the phenomena, and nobody knows it. That's the phenomena of love, of romantic love, right? And there's this whole book. There's this old myth about Tristan and Isolde, and I read this whole book by this Jungian scholar that explains what it's all about. And you have to give up. So, by the way, I meet my anima in my dreams all the time, and it's unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
So they have different people's.
How often do you remember your dreams?
Every day. Real, yeah. And so, like, to the point where if I'm going to have a session with my Jungian analysis, I'll take a nap, and I know I'll have a dream or two, and I'll wake up and we talk about it. I'm a good dreamer, especially when you quit smoking pot.
And is that when the dream started, or did you have dreams while you were smoking pot?
I had dreams while I was smoking pot.
But they're just more intense now?
Then they got, after you quit smoking pot, your dreams become vivid and intense and over the top almost too much, you know? But now it's gone back to a normal level.
So let me ask you this again. What do you think dreams are?
I think dreams are spiritual, whatever is in your spirit, whatever is, it's God, for lack of a better term, trying to communicate with you and talk to you through symbols.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think. I mean, I'm not an expert on this stuff. I just been into it for like the last 4 years, and I just know my experience. And so
it is very strange.
And so if you don't have an experience of the divine, you are going to create it. And that's what people did during COVID with science and Fauci and all that shit. They projected it onto that. And luckily enough, I've been having experiences of the divine through my dreams and my dream analysis. And then I also see it when you see synchronicities, and how Carl Jung talked about synchronicities. which are coincidences that have meaning. They're not just coincidences, right? So, and and once you start to look for them, you see, it's like when you buy a new car, you see that car everywhere. It's like once you start to look for synchronicities, they start to happen. So then it's like I'm constantly in communication with God. That's how I, for lack of a better word, that's how I feel about it, right? And so everything that happens in my dreams and in my waking life comes from the same consciousness. Carl Jung said that the future can be set up by your unconscious long in advance, which is why it can be guessed at by clairvoyance. So anyway, so this book, the Red Book, that he wrote down his experiences for those 4 years where he could give himself like a mushroom trip, and it finally got published in 2010. And I'm not even able to read it. I just look at it, it's just like super confusing, and it looks like crazy talk. So what I do is I read books that he wrote up, after he had that experience, and I read books by other Jungian scholars explaining shit, because he's dense, man. He puts a lot of info in a little bit of, it took me a week I was reading a book called the Mysterium Canoncho that he wrote, and it took me like a week, just the opening paragraph, just to keep going. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I tried reading his book on flying saucers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What is Carl Jung's book on flying saucers called? But he had this concept about flying saucers. He thinks they're constructs of the mind, but not necessarily that they're not real. It's a very strange flying saucer. It's a modern myth. If you go to the back, go back to where a modern myth of things seen in the sky.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've heard about this.
See if you could find just a synopsis. What did Carl Jung believe about UFOs? See, does it say here? Okay, what does it say? Late 50s, the height of the popular fascination with UFOs. Flying saucers is the great psychologist's brilliant, prescient meditation on the phenomenon that gripped the world. A self-confessed skeptic in such matters, Jung was nevertheless intrigued not so much by their reality or unreality, but by their psychic aspect. He saw flying saucers as a modern myth in the making to be passed down the generations, just as we have received such myths from our ancestors. In this wonderful and enlightening book, Jung sees UFOs as visionary rumors, the center of a quasi-religious cult, and carriers of our technological and salvationist fantasies. 40 years later, with entire religions based on the writings of science fiction authors, it is remarkable to see just how right he has proved to be.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll have to read that book.
Yeah.
I think the best book to start with Carl Jung is Memories, Dreams, Reflections, which is his biography, and he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
And that he let you in on a little, because he was more than a psychologist. He was a mystic.
Right.
And it's made all the difference in my life. I was I considered myself a Sam Harris atheist. I used to call myself, and that was mostly a reaction to me being brought up Catholic, and so I was rejecting religion, but at the same time I was also rejecting spirituality, and I didn't realize it. But now, because of this experience, I realize, oh no, that it's just terminology. God is real. There is your ego doesn't control things. Your ego once you can make your ego subservient to the transpersonal self and your unconscious, that's the key to life, to realizing that you're just, the way I describe it to people is that, we're all part of consciousness. Consciousness is an ocean, and then there's a huge wave. The part of the consciousness we see is the wave, right? And all I can do is surf that wave. I can't create that wave. I can't control it. All I can do is try to surf it as best I can. And by making yourself, your ego subservient and keeping your eye on the transpersonal center, this is what Carl Jung talks about. That's kind of the key. It's unless you experience it, it's hard to understand. It's even hard for me to explain it.
But it does make sense.
It's like trying to explain a DMT trip, I'm guessing. I've never done DMT.
It does make sense that a person like that is trying to understand how the human mind works would have to take into account all sorts of bizarre things like UFO sightings, psychic experiences, dream states, endogenous psychedelic experiences through, there's a bunch of different ways you can reliably achieve psychedelic states without any drugs. one of them that I've done recently even is holotropic breathing. And if you do holotropic breathing, you have what's like almost like a mushroom trip.
What is that?
It's Google holotropic breathing so you can get I don't butcher the definition of it, but also a lot of people do breathing exercises in sensory deprivation tanks, which provides very vivid psychedelic experiences with no drugs at all.
I did my first breathing exercise ever this morning.
This is just talking about the study of it. There's a way to do, maybe I said the wrong word. So breathing to induce psychedelic states. Just write breathing to induce psychedelic states. I might have used the wrong word. All right, here we go. Breathing their way to an altered state.
Oh, that's from the, look at it. It's in the,
yes,
right there in Fast
New York Times, January 10th, so you know it's a lie. Okay, what does it say here? So do they call it holotropic breathing, or am I using the wrong terminology? Okay, there it is. Vigorous modality known as holotropic breath work is offered at the end of an 8-month training, 8 months before they get you the holotropic breathing, to provide a lawful taste of the therapeutic potential and pitfalls of altered states of consciousness. So Dr. J.J. Purcell, a naturopathic doctor from Oregon, was amongst the trainees that walked into the early October session skeptical that a couple hours of intense breathing could induce anything close to a psychedelic trip, but she was stunned. The depth of what I experienced was so similar to psilocybin, Dr. Purcell marveled, referring to the psychoactive compound in magic mushrooms. It was trippy.
So you did that?
Yeah, I've done that a bunch of times.
And does it work?
Yeah, it definitely works. Especially works in a tank or when you're lying in bed, when you're quiet.
So you just did a certain kind of breathing for hours?
Yeah, Google like what is the protocol for for holotropic breathing. There's just like a specific way you're supposed to do it. But I can achieve some reasonable form of a psychedelic state by just concentrating on breath. I have this thing that I do, and I do it when I can't sleep. My mind is racing, right? So I force my mind to concentrate on one thing, and that's in with the good, out with the bad. Those are the only words I allow in my head. So as I breathe in, I go in, I lose track. I start thinking about, oh, I forgot to call that guy back. I start thinking, but then I get back to it. In with the good, out with the bad. In with the good, out with the bad. In long breaths, like, when I'm doing that, I'm only allowing those words in my head. The other ones are getting in there, but I'm pushing them out. Get out of the door. I'm the bouncer. And then eventually I can achieve this very strange state. This very strange state that with your eyes closed, you start seeing patterns. You see this like weird sort of like matrix, like for lack of a better term, almost like a geometric grid of the world. And you just keep, and usually I fall asleep when I'm doing that. But I can stay awake and it takes a while. You might take 15, 20 minutes doing that, but you get in there. And I know that people that do Kundalini yoga, I have a friend who did Kundalini yoga, and he said, and he has also done TMT, he said, it is the exact same place. You can absolutely get there. You just have to be rigorous. You have to practice it for a long time, but they have a specific type of like a nodding and bobbing they do with intense breath work that gets you to this endogenous dump of psychedelic chemicals. So one of the reasons why it's so insane that sweeping 1970s psychedelic drug act took place is not just that they used it to target civil rights leaders and anti-war movement people and the Black Panthers and anybody that was inconvenient, but also that it stopped us from being able to explore what these things are. So one of the terms that psychedelics use, that people, when they talk about psychedelics, it's one of the more lofty terms, is entheogen. And what entheogen means, essentially, it's like this is something that connects you to God. Like, what is the term entheogen? What's the literal translation of entheogen? But that this is what they think. Here it is: a chemical substance, typically of plant origins, that is ingested to produce a non-ordinary state of consciousness for religious or spiritual purposes. I think that's what most religions are based on. I think they're based on either an understanding of how to achieve psychedelic states endogenously, or people coming into contact with psilocybin, Amanita muscaria. There's a variety of different things that they probably came in contact with. There's scholars out of Jerusalem now that believe that the interpretation from Moses in the burning bush, that burning bush was probably the acacia tree. And the acacia tree is rich in DMT. Now, it just completely makes sense that burning a bush that is rich in DMT would connect Moses to God, and God would give Moses these commandments for how mankind should live. That completely makes sense. Well, it's probably a psychedelic experience, and there's probably a bunch of different ways to get them. I think that's what monks are doing when they're spending the entire day isolated and meditating. I think they're achieving I think that's why they're willing to keep doing it. I think that's why they're willing to stay. Everybody's like, oh, those poor bastards. Look at them. No pussy. Dressed like a retard. Like, look at them. This stupid fucking orange robe. But those people, I think, are connecting to something, some other state that is more exciting than this one that we're kind of trapped in.
Well, I've had the experience of, I've only done mild doses of mushrooms in my life, maybe 5 or 6 times. And the last time I did it, I remember when I would close my eyes, it would seem more real than when I opened my eyes. It was like, oh, everything seemed flat and uninteresting. And when I closed my eyes, I was like, this is the real thing. Mm-hmm. I'd like to stay here longer. So it's got to be what you said. That's why people are willing to sit in the cave and meditate every day, because it's more real. It's a more like a rich experience.
I think we operate under the biological dimension. That's where our thing moves around, under the biological dimension, and all of our senses are tuned into the biological dimension because it involves injury and death and illness and crime and injustice and all these different things that can get you all ramped up in the biological dimension. But we're also connected to something else. And you can define that thing. You can call it things. You can call it heaven, the well of souls. You can call it a bunch of different things. I think calling it anything is a problem because we don't know what the fuck it is. But whatever it is, I think there's a bunch of different ones. And Terrence McKenna described it as a mandala. Like that there's like a mandala of different psychedelic experiences that the human body and the human mind is capable of experiencing, and that there's all sorts of different ones. You're going to a different neighborhood, and that these chemical gateways that get you into these states, that's what these psychedelic drugs are. We're looking at it like, oh, he's just escaping reality. I think they're chemical gateways. I think they're chemical gateways into other dimensions, into some other realm that you cannot get there with this thing that's worried about, oh, I'm getting a belly. Because I have to do this. Yeah, ego. And just the reality of having to pay your bills and keep the lights on. There's just like too much weird shit here that distracts you. Joe Biden's fine. He's the best version of Joe Biden ever seen. You're driving to work going, I'm in the upside down world. This is like fucking Stranger Things. What is happening here? This is and you're losing your fucking mind. And that all this does, all this chaos, this is like if the devil and God were real. This is chaos. This is hell. The hell is this confusion and this constant lack of peace. Everyone's filled with anxiety.
Well, Jesus said, there's a quote, that the kingdom of my Father is laid upon the earth, but the eyes of men don't see it. So, so we're creating our own hell, right? And it's, I think, over-identification with the ego mind, which is different than, you got a big ego. That's different. The ego mind is like what you're conscious of, your idea of who you are. Mm-hmm. And then the things that you don't like, according to Jung, you split them off and you put them into your unconscious. So when people who hate Trump, like when you see people who have Trump derangement syndrome, that's because they're projecting that part of themselves that is like Trump onto him. Mm-hmm. And so then they can hate that. And that when you have a big reaction to something external, whether it's you love something intensely or you hate something intensely, that tells you it's about you. Mm-hmm. That's about so like I never hated Trump. I hated the system that got us Trump. But that's I tried to keep my focus on. It was because Barack Obama bailed out the banks and kicked 5.1 million families out of their homes, and then went on to give us a right-wing fucking healthcare plan. It was a giveaway to big pharma and insurance company, and he didn't really help. That's what laid the groundwork for people to go for someone like Trump. That always does.
Yeah.
So that's what when people hate, the people who hate Trump the most are people who have split off that part of themselves that is Trump and put it in their unconscious, and then they're experiencing themselves as they project it onto him. You know those people.
I know a lot of those people.
You know, like Rob Reiner. You know, like Bill Maher. Like there's lots of those people everywhere.
Yeah.
And they, then they just tell these fantasies about him. He's never going to leave. Oh, Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
Now Kurt's convinced that Robert De Niro's on some kind of Epstein list or some kind of thing like that, and then he's afraid that if Trump does get power, he's going to expose him, and he is actually going to come at him.
Of course, Kurt thinks
That's
that.
what Kurt thinks that.
Kurt thinks that about every fucking thing that happens in the world.
I think Robert De Niro's just got Trump derangement syndrome.
I think he's old too. There's a thing about old men,
and
they want to yell at everybody.
And he's completely. Did you see when he went and gave that speech outside of the trial? That was bizarre.
Told him that was a good idea.
And then he starts yelling at regular people. He's like, "Fuck you! You're a gangster! Fuck you!"
Like, it's crazy that's the guy from Taxi Driver.
Yeah.
You know what? Also, I think those guys have no friends. I think the only friends they have are Hollywood phonies. And so you're in this weird world where everybody you talk to is a phony, and you become a phony, and everyone's a phony, and your grasp on reality is very slippery, and your eyes are going, right? Mm-hmm. So your vision of the world, your actual vision of the world, your ability to read a phone. You ever see old people's text messages? The fucking text on their phone is like as big as my hand.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And so your vision of the world is blurring, literally and figuratively, and then you're getting old. And when old people are tired and cranky, they just want everyone to listen to them, and they don't have time to have a calm conversation. And you state out your opinion, I'll state my opinion. Let's see where we have common ground. Hey, get off my lawn! And that's what he's doing. He's being this old grumpy man that is so lost that he thinks it's a good idea to stand in front of a bunch of people on the street and give a speech on camera about how bad Donald Trump is. With all the shit that's going in the world.
That I know.
All the craziness of the world.
Right now, the guy you're voting for, a lot of people consider is funding a genocide, right? So you don't think that's horrible? Look again, if he knew what was happening in Ukraine, more people are being slaughtered in Ukraine for what?
And we just signed another 10 years of that.
Yeah.
Signed on for another 10 years. Worth what, $800 billion?
So this is all money funneling operation. That's what Afghanistan was, and as Julian Assange taught us, that these wars aren't meant to be won; they're meant to be ongoing. They had a peace agreement, you know that. They had a peace agreement almost immediately after the invasion. Russia invaded. They had a peace agreement, and that Ukraine agreed to it. Zelensky agreed to it, and they flew Boris Johnson out there and said, "Don't you can't do this, or we're going to kill you." And so that's why he can't do it. And so that's why this war is ongoing, and they have to rip people off corners and put them in vans to go fight in this fucking war. The average age of the Ukraine military is over 40 years old.
Have you seen the videos of guys getting kidnapped?
Yes, I can't even watch it.
Guys with their families. They grab a guy.
They just grab him.
And people are screaming. They're throwing him in a van. You're going to go fight in a war.
I think you lost the war when you already did. So they did. So, and then of course nobody knows how this war started. You've had Dave Smith on; he explained it.
Yeah.
Nobody still to this day knows about the Maidan coup that the United States got in bed with right-wing Nazis in Ukraine to overthrow a democratically elected government, and then they started bombing the people in the east of Ukraine, called the Donbass, and they wouldn't stop. They had two peace agreements called the Minsk Accords. Guess who violated that? That Ukraine. It wasn't that, and so. I've heard people say that, and then of course it was the expansion of NATO, right? The threat of putting NATO on the border of Russia, which everybody from Kissinger to Chomsky and everybody in between said, that's a mistake, don't do that. But that's of course what they're doing. And so what's the point of NATO anymore? And then this whole idea, they're doing the domino theory again. Oh, well, if we allow him to do this to Ukraine, he's going to go to Poland next. And it's the same fucking shit they said all the time. It's the domino theory. And Again, the world's terrorists are the United States. Look what we did to Iraq. Look what we did to Libya. Libya, the most successful country in all of Africa. The guy created the 8th wonder of the world with the way how he delivered water and turned deserts into farmland. And everybody had a house and everybody had education and healthcare. And we turned it into a failed state run by terrorists with open slave markets. Who did that? Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton did that. And they'll never have to pay a price for that. Barack Obama, the most they'll do is go, yep, that was a mistake. Yep,
but why did they get rid of Gaddafi?
Because he was going to start a currency of Africa just for that was going to compete with the U.S. dollar and the euro, and they can't have that because the way the United States controls the world is because the United States dollar is the reserve currency of the world. So that's why they can put sanctions on all these countries. And so what they're doing, which they shouldn't do, they're weaponizing the U.S. dollar. And so like when countries want to trade with each other, they have to go take their currency, change it into U.S. dollars so they can trade. And it was a lot of it was based on the petrodollar, which, by the way, Saudi Arabia just quit. They didn't renew it. I don't know if you heard about that.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
So, and all of a sudden, CBS News is starting to do news stories about how Saudi Arabia was involved in 9/11. All of a sudden, 24 years later, all of a sudden, oh, you know what? Turns out there was something happened. And they're like, you mean 2 weeks after they decided to not renew the fucking petrodollar? Now CBS News is allowed to talk about that and investigate it, which when I talked about it, got demonetized. But anyway, so that's why, because Gaddafi was doing that. Mm-hmm. He was going to set up a currency for all of Africa, and it was going to be based on have a gold standard. And so they're like, no, you're not. You're not fucking doing that. And they made up a bullshit thing like, we got to save the people. Whatever. You guys, they don't give a fuck about the people in America. They got veterans and everybody else living under every goddamn bridge in this country. You think if they gave a shit about those people, don't you think they'd start helping the people right outside the front door? Right. Instead of, no, I gotta go help people in Libya, and we gotta help people. It's about helping people in Ukraine, and it's about helping people in Taiwan, and it's about this is all about an upward transfer of money. This is about balkanizing countries and turning it over to BlackRock and Vanguard. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
That's a good rant. That's a solid rant. Biden is sending $61 billion to Ukraine. Much of it will pass through the U.S. economy first.
You mean in weapons manufacturing and things like that? By the way, there's no oversight.
Isn't it better to just say the U.S. economy? Why do you have to look at the bad side of things?
But this is how they sell it to us. Like, no, we're actually investing in our own country. If you want to invest in our own country, why wouldn't you build fucking bullet trains? Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you build affordable housing for people? Because people can't afford now. The new generation can't afford fucking houses. Why wouldn't you do things for people? Why wouldn't you give people healthcare that doesn't bankrupt them, or an education that doesn't bankrupt them? We're ending.
Excuse me, I don't think you read that our military aid to Ukraine is revitalizing manufacturing communities across the United States.
The most inefficient way to stimulate economy is military spending. Now, I've known that for a long time. It's the lowest return on your dollar.
It is a crazy spin.
Because yes. That's how they're doing it. Now that's how they're doing it. Well, you saw Lindsey Graham. I don't know if you saw this. He said that there's $15 trillion in natural in rare earth minerals in Ukraine, and if we don't get it, China's going to get it, and Russia's going to get it. We can't. So now 3 years into this war, you're telling me it's about. Why can't we just do regular economic shit and try to outcompete people? Because that's all this is. These are economic wars that they turn into. Well, Fred Hampton said that politics is war without violence. War is politics with violence.
Yeah.
And so that's what these wars are. None of them are real. They're not what you think they're for. That's all made up. And we keep falling. I can't believe people still fall for the Ukraine war.
They went into that so quick. They got rid of the.
Well, Russiagate set it up. And when I was at the Young Turks, I would tell those people, those knuckleheads at the Young Turks, when they were Russiagating, I go, they're going to use this for a war. And that's exactly what they knew they were doing that. They knew that they were getting people mentally ready for a war with Russia. And right now, it's a proxy war with Russia. That's what this is. And of course they did it. And of course, if you say something, they call you a Putin puppet, just like you were an Assad toady. If you said something, the truth about Syria, like Tulsi Gabbard was saying,
right.
Or if you said the truth, remember? I mean, if you said there weren't weapons of mass destruction, you were called a traitor. Right. The whole thing, it's the fucking never end. It's the same playbook, and people fall for it every time. And it's because we are the most propagandized country in the world. You think China is? You know, when people in China watch the news, they know it's propaganda. In the old Soviet Union, people knew that was propaganda. The difference between that and now is people in America, they think they're watching the news when they turn on Fox, CNN, MSNBC. And isn't it weird? It never clicks to anybody that when Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity are telling you the same thing about Ukraine, doesn't that someone will go over? My spidey sense is like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. Yes, it is. Yes, when they're telling you the same thing about COVID or vaccines or lockdown, doesn't your spidey senses go up that this has got to be bullshit? So they all agree, again, just like the Republicans and Democrats, they all agree on the worst of things, right? They all agree on war. They all agree on screwing workers. They all agree on keeping us having the most expensive healthcare in the world. They all agree on not doing anything to fix homelessness and not investing in our own infrastructure. But so they agree on all the worst things. It's like having two divorced parents, but they both agree on sending you to military school.
Yeah, it's a conundrum for sure. But don't you think that more people are aware that it's bullshit than ever before?
I hope so. I think a lot. I think COVID woke up a lot of people.
I think it did too, and I think shows like yours and these shows that are online now that aren't beholden to a corporation, that are independent shows that can actually connect the dots with knowledgeable people that actually understand the history behind everything. It's just a different world now.
You know, even with YouTube, Joe, it's amazing how many people told the company line. They told the company around Ukraine war. They told the establishment line around COVID and vaccines and shamed anybody for. It was just amazing. I'm like, what the fuck is going? So there's only maybe a couple of places that you can get reliable news, even in independent news, right?
Yeah.
The Gray Zone had to debunk. They debunk everything, and
the Gray Zone.
Yeah, it's Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate.
Okay.
Yeah, and they helped debunk Russiagate. They helped debunk the Syria gas attacks. Aaron Mate did extensive work on that. I was first, but I'm a dumb guy. I have to take credit where I can, you know. And but how
did you debunk that?
I knew because Robert Fisk had done reporting on the ground. He was one of the most decorated war reporters in Europe, and it didn't make any sense on its face that Assad, who was winning the war at the time, would do the one thing Barack Obama said if he crossed that red line and used chemical weapons. He would then go do it, and they only killed like 50 people at a time with a chemical weapon. So why the fuck would he do that? Of course, that was a false flag done by, and then the OPCW. Whistleblower. So the OPCW, which is the Organization for the Prevention of Chemical Weapons, right? And so they used to be considered, you know, nonpartisan and non-captured, and they would go in and if there was a chemical weapon used, they would go in and they would do a report. Well, of course they got captured, right, by NATO and the billionaire class, and so they go in, they do their report, and they're like, oh yeah, it was Assad, he did it. But then the whistleblowers came out and said, no, that's not what happened. They suppressed the engineer's report. They suppressed this report. These canisters were laid there. This wasn't dropped from a helicopter. So it was all bullshit, right? So of course Assad didn't do that, right? And so I was onto that first, and then Aaron Mate came back and he did meticulous reporting on it. He's written at least 10 articles on it, which nobody will ever debunk. Nobody, because they can't, right? And and Russiagate, I knew immediately Russiagate was bullshit because I brought on Bill Binney, who was the NSA's #1 code breaker for decades and decades, and he came on and he explained to me that they didn't hack into that DNC server that was downloaded locally, right? And now we know that. How much shit they wrote a smear piece about me in the Washington Post because I was asking logical questions about what happened with Seth Rich.
Yeah.
Hey, where was he from the time he left the bar to the time he got home?
You're not allowed to ask ethical questions about a guy that WikiLeaks said leaked them information that right. DNC was conspiring to keep Bernie Sanders out of the primary. You're not allowed to.
I remember that Jeff Bezos hired a guy at the Washington Post to smear me over that, right? And they did.
I don't know if Jeff personally was involved.
And
I think Jeff's busy. I mean, it was his paper, but I mean, how much time do you think he's spending at his paper? Realistic.
Why do you think he bought that paper? You think he bought that paper because he wants to inform people about what the billionaire class is up to, Joe?
It's super profitable.
It's not. It's not.
It makes billions of dollars a year.
No, in fact,
no, it does really well. It only tells the truth.
In fact, the head of the Washington Post went into the editorial, went into the newsroom. This is like a month ago, and I don't know how it got leaked out that he said, "Hey, nobody's reading your shit anymore. People are done with the corporate news. Hopefully, right? They're fine." Well, that's why you saw that. I can't think of her name. That idiot for the Washington Post who covers social media. She's the
Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah, the 40-year-old teenager.
Yeah.
And she did a TikTok about how I don't know people. You don't know what the people don't understand what the country's going to look like without these corporate journalists, because they just fired like 10,000 of them. And I go, I know what the country's going to look like. I'm going to wake up every morning and an animated bluebird is going to land on my shoulder, and we're all going to break out into song. Okay, yeah, because corporate news is fucking nothing but bullshit propaganda. We've known this forever,
right? And
but people keep falling for it.
I think people don't think that independent news can replace it, but I 100% think it can, and I think it has a more of a likelihood of doing that, because if you can get independent journalists that now they can develop Substacks and podcasts, and they can go and do things on their own, and they get funded. They don't need anyone else anymore. So then they can tell the truth, right? So they're not beholden to some enormous corporation. If a podcast had a building like CNN's building in Atlanta, I'd start getting nervous. I'd be like, hey, how much overhead is this?
Yeah.
How are you guys paying the bills? Right. You got so many people working here, and your show sucks. You have nobody watching, and there's so many people. This is a fucking disaster. Like, what are you guys doing? They just closed their Atlanta building.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, of course they did. How do they have another building open? How do they have any buildings open?
I don't know how.
Imagine a show that gets a podcast that gets that few views, but has who knows how many hundreds of employees, giant buildings. They're on an airport, so we get 0 views. Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, it's a crazy business model.
And you look, and Don Lemon started his own YouTube channel, and
it's wonderful.
Nobody's watching.
It's wonderful.
So I got invited on that show.
Joe Scarborough talking.
So I got invited on that show, and I turned it down a few times, and my assistant was like, hey, look, they really want you to do the show. Yeah. And so I was talking to my friend Jackson Hinkle, and I said, yeah, Don Lemon keeps inviting me on the show. He goes, you got to go. And I'm like, it would just be me trying to insult him. You know, it would just be me saying how shitty he is and how he's the, because I had just gotten done doing a rant about Chris Cuomo talking about ivermectin, but still lying about it. And he goes, yeah, that would be fun to watch you do that. And I go, okay, I'll do it. So I told my assistant, I could tell him I'll do the show. So we set it up. And I go, just me. I go, I'm not going on with anyone else. I'm not having a debate with another asshole and Don Lemon. I go, I'll just go on with Don Lemon. And they agreed to it. And so the morning we were supposed to do the show, an hour show, just me, they canceled.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so
why.
And I maybe because Don Lemon's like, oh, who am I interviewing today? And then he Googled me. He's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. And that was right when I did a video, calling out Chris Cuomo for being a lying piece of shit. That went kind of viral. And so,
all right, so Chris Cuomo probably called up. They probably talked. They're probably homies.
He probably saw that video.
Yeah.
He probably went to put in Jimmy Dore on Twitter, and that comes up.
Well, he should be if he wants to become successful. Being an independent person, he's going to have to engage in conversations with people he disagrees with.
He still calls the truth about COVID conspiracy theories.
Yeah, he's a fool.
He's a fool.
He's a genuine fool.
He's one of those guys. Ivermectin's horse paste.
Mm-hmm.
He's the lab theory is racist against Chinese people.
Mm-hmm. So not only that, he had a whole episode with Sanjay Gupta after Gupta came on
admitted that they were lying about ivermectin, and then they tried to pretend that they weren't.
But it is horse medicine. It was used for human beings for 12 fucking years
before they ever used it for
veteran medicine. Don Lemon, you fucking moron. It's just so the idea that these talking heads who they had on CNN should be some sort of a moral compass and an ethical compass for the rest of us is so fucking stupid and so insulting, especially when you see these people on their own. So when you see these people on their own, like when you see Dave Smith debating Chris Cuomo and just fucking nuking him, and then you see Don Lemon doing his show, and you go, okay, this is who you guys are, for real.
Yeah.
This is the real for real. When you see fucking Brian Stelter doing that WEF thing, hiking up his skirt for those lizard people. The whole thing is like, this is who you really were. This is you guys. And you surviving on your own in this independent platform. Good luck, because this platform is transparent. They're going to see you for who you are. No producers, no fucking scripts that you're going to read off of. That shit won't even work in this realm. It doesn't work.
So I have this dream to produce a show that would compete with Bill Maher. Because I don't know if you've ever seen, I do live shows, right, with a panel and a live audience, right? So it's kind of like Bill Maher, but it's funny and it's accurate, you know. So it's so that's why I've been pitching it to Rumble. You know what Rumble is, right?
Sure.
And so thank God for Rumble, because I don't have to ever worry about being censored. It's
Right.
Like
Rumble's great.
They've been out in front on the free, like, we're not going to censor you, whatever the fuck you want. That's up to
I
you.
think they're great.
It's up to you and your audience.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God. And so I travel around the country and nobody's fucking heard of Rumble. I mean, except
more people have now than ever before.
People are starting, and so I tried to talk them in. They're like, "Hey, why don't you finance a show and a soundstage for me, and we could compete with Bill Maher, and instead of real time, we'll call it Rumble Time, and we'll put a billboard up in Times Square right across the street from where Bill does his fucking show, and this is to be like a
good idea."
And they were on board, and but I guess there was too much money. I don't know how much money they have. It wasn't that much. It's like not. I got it down to like 90,000 an episode for like a real thing that would look exactly as good as Bill Maher, which that costs a couple $2 million an episode.
And would you do it in front of an audience?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. I've
like
got
your
the
shows,
studio.
like your stand-up shows.
Yeah. So I do those. I travel with that show. I do a video show hooked up to my computer, and it's kind of a mixture of the Daily Show and Bill Maher show. I have a panel and and we have the comedy, and it's
I've seen it. It's very funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That one thing about the Rachel Maddow lying 35 times.
Yeah, I love that, man.
Yeah. So I do that and I tour. I'm gonna the next time I'm doing it is in Chicago in August, right before the convention. I got press credentials.
Oh my God.
I can't. Well, I shouldn't say anything. But
yeah, we probably shouldn't have told anybody.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Well, you're a real journalist. You should get press credentials.
I was there in 2016. Of course, they didn't have any conventions in 2020 because of COVID, right?
Mhm.
So, but 2016, I went to the Republican and the Democrat, and that's where I met Alex Jones.
That's hilarious. That video's hilarious.
It's hilarious in retrospect. It was, I guess, at the time too. But yeah, it's nice that we've made up and.
Yeah, the Alex Jones thing is strange.
It's amazing how right he is about shit. How
he's right about.
He's way more
accurate.
He's way more accurate than corporate news. That's for sure.
But he got that one thing wrong.
The one thing wrong.
Well, he's gotten other things wrong, but that one thing was a big one.
And
that
they set him
thing
up.
Changed. Maybe they did. I mean, it could have been that they did. I mean, I do think that is something that does happen. One of the things when something happens is people, and then I don't know if it's human beings or if it's groups, or if it's foreign groups, they will concoct a fake narrative and try to get people to share it. Like they'll try to fool people into sharing a fake version of some real thing that happened. And I think they do that to undermine people that are conspiracy theorists that are occasionally correct. So if you can get a conspiracy theorist who's occasionally correct and get them a bunch of bad information, foolish information, and convince them on a website, polls, get a bunch of people involved that also believe it. I think that's where Flat Earth got started. And you get all these people like sharing things and believing things. And then if they take the bait and they'll go, this is what we're hearing. We're hearing this is a false flag. And then next thing you know, like, we got him. We got him. And if you're a guy like Alex Jones, who at the time was legitimately experiencing what you would call like a psychotic break. He was breaking. The guy was drinking like crazy. And, when you're uncovering real conspiracies all day long, every day, which is what he does.
Nothing seems crazy.
Everything seems off the wall. The whole fucking world seems topsy-turvy. Nothing makes sense. He fucked up. But he's right so often. If you look at what CNN is fucked up on, how come they're not in trouble for the weapons of mass destruction? How come they're not in trouble for Russiagate? How come they're not in trouble for so many?
Which fuck up do you think is bigger? The one that Hillary and Barack Obama did in Libya?
Yeah.
or Alex Jones? Which one do you think is bigger and worse?
Yeah, one of them seems bigger.
Yeah.
But it's like the news. The news, when they were lying about certain things, how much damage did they do? Well, I've always said this, that imagine if the news people were skeptical about the vaccine. The news people were skeptical about not being able to use off-label medications at a doctor's discretion, especially ones that have been actually shown to stop viral replication in vitro. And there's a history of success in using these things in other countries. like Uttar Pradesh in India. There's a bunch of different things that were going on simultaneously, and yet they're still being stopped. Wouldn't the real news, imagine if the real news is like, hold on, it seems like there's special interests involved here, and there's a financial incentive to push this one thing, which is what they have to do in order to get the Emergency Use Authorization Act. There can't be any valid pharmaceutical drugs that are available currently that we could prescribe. That's the only way you can get some new thing to pass through. Imagine if that was the news, and podcasters were like, it's safe and effective. It's safe. If you get it, you won't get sick. If you get it, you won't share it to anybody else. The virus stops with you. And then there's none, all this talk about side effects. It's not true. It's not true. I've never seen a single person that had a bad reaction to this new experimental gene therapy. Imagine if it was the podcasters. We would all be in the news. Yeah. We would all be getting sued. They would use it to shut us down. That would be the misinformation that they would feed us to get us to say stupid shit, so that we would endanger people's lives and ruin people's health, and they would shut us down.
100%. I just, how are they not suspect of an industry that has immunity from lawsuits if their product harms people? Like they're in the history of the humanity, that's the only one.
Yeah.
And you go, well, why did they pass a law that? Well, because they're safe. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
That's not true.
If they were safe, you wouldn't need to fucking pass that law that gave them immunity from lawsuits.
Well, literally, when they were trying to figure out why they needed this, and they were saying, why don't you make vaccines safe? The literal explanation was, it is impossible to make them entirely safe.
So what you're saying is, they're not entirely safe.
Well,
you're going to injure some people.
Almost all medications.
Of course.
If you give them to enough people, you're going to have side effects. And then when you have a new one, and then when you understand how they're allowed to do studies and how they're allowed to throw out all the studies that show it does harm or it doesn't work or it's not effective, and then you fucking finagle the numbers in a way that you can push it, I think we're going to see a real improvement here. Like, okay, run with it, go! And then the money starts rolling in.
But of course, yeah, and that's how they captured the news, because Bill Clinton let them in 1997. I think they passed a law to let big pharma. Now, most of the funding for news comes from
brought to you by
Pfizer, right? And so, of course, they get to. So they're not. So what I like to say is that when you see Boeing advertising on Meet the Press or Pfizer advertising on CNN, they're not funding the news organization's investigation. They're funding their non-investigation, right? They're like, but this is money so you don't fucking investigate us. That's exactly. And the people who do, like my friend Anita Krishna in Canada, she worked for I forget the name of the Global News or a big news network in Canada, and so she started to ask just regular questions that she got fired, and she videotaped her session where they fire her, like why are you, she's like, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? We're a news organization. Aren't we supposed to be asking the questions why there's all these miscarriages that are happening at the hospital? Aren't we supposed to be asking about the explosion of care? Aren't we supposed to be asking these questions? Isn't that what we do as a news organization? And she got fired for that, of course. Yeah. And so here's the latest thing.
But don't you think that this craziness is good for us?
But, yeah. Well, I wouldn't have a show if CNN and MSNBC,
not just us, but us as a population, because it's so stupid that we get through it and then more people wake up.
I hope so. I
think it's the only way we are going to really know who's pulling the strings.
I keep bumping into, I go to comedy clubs, and
you live in LA, and that's the problem. You got to get out. God. Texas is a different world.
Is it really?
100%. Wait till you
the
come
comedy
to the show
community
tonight.
Here.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You just wait, sir.
Really?
Yeah, you're in for a time of your life tonight. Yeah, it's wild out here.
All right, that's
it's wild.
I did a
world.
I did a set, like I said, I did a set in Hollywood just last week, and the comedian after me called me an anti-vaxxer. I was like, you're fucking kidding me.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
You're kidding.
What does that even mean? It's such a dumb.
I took the fucking vax, asshole.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Anyway, but there's this new thing, Joe. So I found out. So when I quit smoking pot, I couldn't sleep, and I thought I was going to die. It was, but for some reason, I didn't go back, because if you don't get sleep, it's the worst thing in the world. I would sleep for 2 hours. I would fall asleep and wake up.
Whoa!
And I was like, and so I was told about this thing called
HCG.
No, HGB. I guess it came to America in the 90s. I just did a video about it, and It's the ultimate sleep medicine. So the problem with the sleep medicines now is that they don't give you restorative sleep. They just kind of knock you out like an anesthetic, right? So when you wake up, you're still fucking groggy and tired, and you don't have all the shit that sleep does for you, right? That's the problem. But this wasn't patented, and it was easily made. You can compound it easily at compounding pharmacies, and bodybuilders used to use it.
Oh, yeah.
And then they said it was a date rape drug.
Yeah, GHB.
GHB, that's it.
They use it as treatment for narcolepsy.
Yes, so that's the only thing it's approved for now. You have to only certain doctors can prescribe it. So this is what they did. So not only did it help you with sleep, restorative sleep, but it helped you with human growth hormone as you got older. It helped you with bone. It's almost like a miracle drug, kind of like ivermectin, right? And it's the same thing. In fact, I just read this.
It's very potent, right? So if you take too much of it, you get bonked out, right?
Well, I guess hey, if you drink a keg of whiskey, it'll do the same thing. I would say take the right dose.
Yeah,
people said that to me. They go, if you take an overdose of it, it's bad. Well, then I would not take an overdose.
I think people drugged women with this before.
So
this is a date rape drug.
This is the propaganda, Joe. So I just read this article. There's this guy called the Midwestern Doctor. He's got this Substack. He's fucking awesome. Pierre Corey tweets him out all the time. And I don't know if it's a guy or a girl, actually. It's just called the Midwestern Doctor. And he did deep dive into GHB, that stuff. And that's how I know all about it.
Right.
And they did the same thing. In fact, in one of the subtitles of his article, it says they did the same thing to ivermectin. What they did to ivermectin, they did to this. And so they all got together and said, hey, this is a rape drug. Even though Rohypnol was the rape drug. It wasn't GHB. Yeah, so Roofie. And guess which one got banned? This one, because it actually works.
So you can't get GHB?
You can still get the roofies because the people that made it lobbied the government to not get it made illegal. Isn't that fucking ironic? Yes.
What is Rufinol for?
Who knows?
Legitimate use.
But I don't know. But that's what I read in that Midwestern Doctor's article, and he explains it all. It is mind blowing. And so I was trying to get some of this, right? You can only get it underground, right? So there's certain doctors that make it in certain parts of the country, and they give it to soldiers who have PTSD, and they do it. But if they get caught, they're in trouble because they made it a Schedule I drug.
Wow.
Yeah, well, cocaine's Schedule II, right? So it's even worse. So, and I've asked my doctor for it. Like, I can't do that.
Wow.
I can't even tell you where to get it because I'll get in trouble. And so I found a guy who said he could get it for me, but I had to set up a Proton mail, then I had to get Bitcoin, and I had to do this. And by the time all that kind of came together, my sleep had come back. So now, I don't. But the gay guys would use it.
It says it's illegal. Rufinol.
It is.
Rufinol is illegal.
Oh, is it? It's sold in some countries as
I'm saying it wrong. It's Rohypnol.
Rohypnol, yeah.
It's sold in some countries as a sleeping pill, but it's illegal in the United States because it can cause extreme drowsiness or blackouts, often used in date rapes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's illegal.
It's sold under the brand name Rohypnol.
Benzodiazepine. It's a benzo. Okay. And so this GHB, bodybuilders use it because it helps them recover. Is that the idea?
And it creates growth hormone.
Makes sense.
It's great for people who are aging, and so now you can't get it. And because they couldn't.
These motherfuckers.
Same thing with.
Someone needs to give that to Biden. Maybe it'll help them.
Don't you love that? Don't you love the bullshit they would say about like Chris Cuomo said this when he was talking to Dave. He goes, well, the people who make ivermectin, they say it doesn't treat COVID. You know why? Because it's off patent, you fucking asshole. And they can't make money off it. So now anybody can make it, and it's pennies.
Yeah.
That's why. You don't know that, newsman?
Yeah. How the fuck did Dave Smith? No, I guess Dave Smith didn't know, but sitting next to that guy, how did he keep his cool? Dave Smith was he's so level-headed while that was going on. I was like, how the fuck did Dave Smith not lose his fucking mind? Talking to that guy.
It's good that there was a live audience there.
Yeah, but in the live audience, it's like bullshit, bullshit, dude.
Yes.
And when you see him say, "I didn't do it, I didn't say that," and then there's a video clip of him saying
it.
How does he not know that?
And then he goes, "Well, he says that this was the information that we were being given." Yeah, and you're supposed to go out there and debunk the information you're being given by the government and Big Pharma. You're not just supposed to fucking repeat it.
If you just did one Google search of what is ivermectin.
Anyone do that?
That's all you had to do.
It doesn't take 5 minutes. It takes 30 seconds.
And you're like, oh, it won a Nobel Prize
for human medicine? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. It's one of the safest drug profiles ever observed. Oh.
Ever.
ever.
Safer than Tylenol.
How crazy was it when Rolling Stone had that article about people
Rolling Stone's the worst.
waiting in line at the emergency room for gunshot wounds because so many people were overdosing on horse medication.
And they were all wearing coats in August in Kentucky.
How are those people not in trouble? How are they not in trouble for that? Because how many people
just like
could have gotten ivermectin and gotten over COVID and didn't get it?
Well,
I'm not even saying that it works. Let's just saying some people think it works. Some people that are fucking doctors, like Pierre Corey.
It certainly works.
87 different. I mean, there's like a bunch of different randomized controlled trials that shows efficacy.
And that's another thing I learned is that they, the people who do the test, so the medical journals are also corrupted by big pharma.
Yeah.
And so what they'll do is, we're going to do a study on ivermectin. Turns out it doesn't work. Well, you look, they do the study, they set it up to fail, right? They give it to a person a week after they already got sick. You're supposed to give it to them right away. They give it to them in way smaller doses than they're supposed to. And then they did one where they gave them to way higher doses.
That was
they were toxic.
hydroxychloroquine, right?
And so if they were doing with all, so that's what. It's a fucking scam. So the medical field is just as bought by the same people as your corporate news is. So we're all walking around in a big propaganda fucking machine, and nobody knows it. They think they know, and they get so righteous, and they come. You know, the
crazy thing is doctors buying into it, and when you realize that you can't trust them for medical advice, you're like, wait, what? When you have a doctor telling you that you should get vaccinated after you just got over being sick, and you were only sick for a couple of days, and you have two people that you know that had strokes from the vaccine, and you're like, wait, what?
Who gets vaccinated for a virus they already had and got over?
Nobody.
That's in the history of ever, right?
Yeah, nobody. My parents. But nobody else.
I know people. I know comedians, and that to me.
Oh, I know a bunch of comedians.
That was the heartbreak. The heartbreak. I was always so proud to be part of the comedy community or the brotherhood, whatever. You know, we it's a certain kind of thing, right? We talk in dark terms to each other. We say the most inappropriate shit to each other. But it just all flipped. I mean, some of my favorite comedians, some of my best friends, they just fucking went mental, and then they attacked me.
Yeah. But they're not really your friends anymore. They're a bunch of narcissists that all live in this stupid bubble where they're trying to get validation from people by virtue signaling. That's all those people were, a bunch of cowards and weirdos, and they all turned on everybody. And they generally turned on people that are more successful than them. That's what that's what it's really all about, the heart of it. It's signaling to your tribe that you are compliant, you're a part of the group think, and then attacking the people that are above you, that are doing more successfully, that are more successful with their career than you. That's all it was. And all the people that did it are all terrible comedians. They're all mediocre, sad, narcissists that wish they got more attention than they got. They think they didn't get what they deserve. They think they should be getting more. They're angry at people that are getting attention. They don't understand success of other people. And they get, he's an anti-vaxxer. He's an anti-vaxxer. Oh, that's what's going on? That's why he's got millions of views? Is that what it is? Is really that what it is?
Isn't it amazing that every day there's a new study? There's a new study from South Korea that just came out that said the vax there's a link between the vax, the COVID vax, and Alzheimer's, right? So, and nobody will talk about it. Where are the comedians coming out with the same people who always were debunking the COVID narrative are still there's no one's jumping on board.
It's just, I'm telling you, brother, it's just LA.
Is it?
Yeah, you come to Texas, that green room's lit. We talk about everything.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there's no political correctness died here. It's dead.
Really?
It's dead.
I thought it would
Doesn't
be red
exist.
hot in Austin.
Mm-mm. No, Austin, like my friend Brian Simpson has a brilliant joke about it, and I'm not going to quote it, but it's what he's essentially saying that it appears that this is a liberal city because you're surrounded by red Texas. But the liberal here is regular liberal. It's like what we are, what you and I are, like regular, reasonable people who are kind. Not like crazy, like
narrative enforcing.
Yeah, babies should be trans, you know, all that shit. That's not here. It's like this is a different version because it's so tempered. Like one of the things I always say about Austin is keep Austin weird and surrounded. So when people say weird is okay, but keep it weird and surrounded. You're surrounded by ranchers with guns. You know, it's fucking hardworking people that aren't buying any bullshit because they get up at 5:30 in the morning to take care of their cows. Like they're not fucking around here, man. These are there's a different kind of people, and they're nice and they're informed. And that's the thing about this town that's different. It's like they're much more informed. You're gonna get your liberal loonies here. You get your people walking on the street with masks on. You get a lot of crazy shit here. You get your Free Palestine marches, and you get a lot of nutty people, but it's a more tempered environment. Like people are more reasonable. And
How about so there are comedians in Los Angeles who wear a mask into the green room.
Mm-hmm.
And then they take it off when they go on stage.
Right. They're all terrible. They're all terrible.
Do you think the coronavirus is respectful of stage time?
It is. No, it is. It's the lights. Those lights that kill the virus.
So here's the one good thing of I'm talking about my dreams. Is so I've had this happen more than once. I'll have a dream where one of my biggest haters, someone who attacks me on public and social media and stuff like that, I'll meet them in my dream. And I don't have any animosity, but what I can see in them is where their hatred for me comes from, and it comes from their pain and their insecurity, and a lot of time it's jealousy, like you were saying, and I can see it. And so I don't have any animosity towards them in my dream, and I have compassion for them. Having compassion for someone who hates you, I have that.
Yeah.
And then when I wake up, it doesn't go away. It stays with me. And it's like this gift from my unconscious, my transpersonal self, God. It's a gift.
Yeah.
And so it's like
that is a gift too. It really is.
That where I literally have compassion for the people who hate me the most. What a fucking gift!
It's beautiful
because it'll eat you up. It still. I'm not 100. You know me. I'm not 100%. It still bothers me sometimes.
Yeah.
But I've had a dream about that guy.
Yeah.
That guy I had a dream about him.
Yeah. That guy.
And
I'd give him a hug if I saw him. Despite he said awful things about me, he's just a sad man, just a sad, pathetic man, and that's okay. That's your burden in this life. You're gonna go to the grave as that guy, and everyone's gonna know. And you're this irritant that's in the air. You're a fart that's in a locker room. You're a problem. This is your choice. You've decided to be this very unpleasant, very anxiety-ridden, very mediocre artist who's out there yelling and screaming into the abyss on Twitter. Well, that's your burden. This is what you're going to have to go through your life with. And I don't envy you. And I'm not even mad at that guy. I feel sad.
Yeah,
they wear that mask, bro. It's a fucking MAGA hat. That's a MAGA hat for Democrats.
It's unbelievable. And then you see people. I'll still see people today that choose to wear a mask and then they wear it under their nose.
That's my favorite.
You gotta be fucking.
It doesn't work anyway. If you want to be anti-science, wear a mask. That shit does not work, especially a surgical mask. Get the fuck out of here, you moron. It's so
surgical
stupid.
Mask.
It's so stupid. You don't even know what a surgical mask is for. It's to keep particulates from people's mouths from dropping into wounds.
That's what it's for.
Yeah, it doesn't stop anything from respiratory, like a respiratory virus from going in.
I've had people say, "Oh, why don't you go tell the doctors?" Because all the doctors wear masks. I go, "Yeah, in the operating room, so shit doesn't fall out of their mouth into an open wound." You know, when they come over before you go into the operating room, the doctor comes over to talk to you. He takes his mask off and he talks to you. Remember that? They don't fucking have it on when they're. It's
so stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's like it's so childish, but yet it became official doctrine. Just like the 6 foot distance thing.
Just made up. And so, I want to say, we've seen Fauci lie to Rand Paul twice about funding the gain of function research, right?
Yeah.
Up and down the chain, people are saying, "Fuck, you mean the people you hired?"
Yeah.
And so he lied to Congress twice at least about that, right? And then everything else he just lied about. But there will be no consequence. That's the thing that's unsatisfying. It's good just to watch them confront him, the congressmen that were confronting him. Isn't it interesting, though, that the same thing happened to him with AIDS, right? So people forget. There's that movie called The Dallas Buyers Club.
Yes.
And Matthew McConaughey won the goddamn Oscar for that movie.
Yes.
And the bad guy in that movie, Dr. fucking Fauci.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, Matthew McConaughey knows that.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he say something?
I think he wants to keep working.
That's exactly it.
Yeah,
that's exactly it. You got to keep your head down. You can't go.
Yeah, if you go Woody Harrelson, people they automatically write hit pieces on him.
I love that guy.
I love that guy too. When he did that thing on Saturday Night Live, they started writing hit pieces on him immediately. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're little lapdogs. But also, nobody believes those hit pieces. The people that read it, that hate Woody Harrelson, they already hated him. It's like you're not going to get those people back. You're going to have a certain amount of people that don't like you no matter what. So those hit pieces don't really work anymore. They just inform your haters that, oh, I'm on the right track. I knew he was a retard. That's all it is. It's just it's not real. The whole thing's not real, and everyone knows it's not real. When a guy goes on Saturday Night Live and has a funny monologue that's essentially realistic, and it's about
that was so perfectly said.
Amazing.
Too.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Of course they attacked him, but that's just all that does really is show you where the demons are. Like who's attacking him for that? Who are the people that have sold their soul? Who are the people that are willing to go after this guy for saying something that we all know to be true? You're going to go after him for that? Remember when they went after Eric Clapton? Oh my God. They went after him so hard. And Eric Clapton, who was vaccinated.
Yes.
Those vaccinated had a horrible reaction to the vaccine.
He's a racist. They found some black guy who worked with him 20 years ago and said he was a racist. He's a racist. He's a racist.
Everything. They went after him. Anti-vaxxer, racist, responsible for the death of millions with his poor choice of words, describing his personal illness. But that's how transparent everything is. Obviously I experienced it. It's fascinating to watch it happen when they turn on you. It's weird. Because for me, the weirdest thing about it was like the play was so stupid because I was obviously okay. I was obviously healthy really quickly.
Well, you did look green.
I should have filmed it because I worked out 6 days later. I did 10 rounds on the heavy bag because I wanted to find out if I felt good. And I felt fine. Wouldn't you be more interested in how someone got better if you really wanted the world to be a healthier place? You'd be like, what did that guy do that's different? He's just telling you what he did, and he got better, and he wasn't vaccinated. So what did he do that's different? And wouldn't that be what the news wants? But no, when the news is controlled by giant corporations, that is an uncomfortable truth. That is a real problem, having that narrative out there that there's someone out there that can get healthy without taking this thing that we're telling everybody they have to take. But if it worked, why would you care if I took it if you took it? Right? You can't get it. So you just let me get sick. Let me be a dummy that just gets sick and recovers, which most people did. And that's the other thing. They wanted to pretend that like 10% of the people were dying and the hospitals were overrun. No, it's like 99.7% of the people survived. And the people that didn't survive had a
3 comorbidities.
Four comorbidities. 4.
So, and then as soon as Bill Gates cashed in his stock,
he starts talking shit.
He starts shitting on the vax. Well, we didn't know that it had a low fatality rate. The virus had a low fatality rate, and that the vaccine, it wasn't long lasting, and it didn't block transmission or contraction. And so we got to do better. We've got this new thing. It's a nasal thing. He literally does it. We got this new thing, and this actually works better. I look into it. He's fucking funding that nasal thing.
Of course he is. I mean,
and now he's buying up all the farmland.
He's smart.
He's a megalomaniac.
He's also a guy that people don't realize at one point in time was very hated. He was hated
in the 90s because he was
antitrust.
Because he was a monopolist and he knew how to crush people who had innovation and so they throw pies in his face.
Yep.
And then he got smart and he was like, "Oh, I'm going to buy the media."
Yeah,
that's exactly.
Spent hundreds of millions of dollars buying media corporations off.
And so, like when you see PBS NewsHour do a thing on vaccines, it's being funded by Bill Gates.
Yeah.
And it's about a vaccine that he's invested in. And so he's funding the vaccine, he's funding the NGOs that's going to distribute it, he's funding the funding the media coverage of the thing. It's like every which way he's got it. And so because he wears a crew neck and he looks like a nerd, people think nerds wouldn't lie.
Yeah.
That's why people think Chris Hayes on MSNBC. He's a nerd. He wouldn't lie. Rachel Maddow's are homosexuals. They don't lie. They're naturally good people.
Especially she's wearing a business suit. She's so serious.
Well,
she's a no-nonsense business.
I like to say she wears those fake Megyn Kelly eyelashes, and she wears.
Does she?
Yes, and then she wears jeans that are 3 times too big for her. Talk about someone in conflict.
Oh, does she really?
Oh, yeah. She wears the man jeans that are gigantic, and then she wears the Megyn Kelly eyelashes.
Interesting. The man jeans is an interesting choice.
Yes.
I wonder what that's saying.
That's someone in deep conflict with themselves. Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's nice. But $100,000 a day smooths that over, I guess.
That's a lot of money. You could spend that in all sorts of fun ways. $100,000 a day? I think you can buy a Porsche a day.
And that was her reward.
How about that?
That was, wow.
1 Porsche a day. Have a 911 for every day of the week. It's worth lying. Go around corner sideways, and listen to good tunes. Rod Stewart, Wake Up Maggie. Let's go.
So
driving down the Malibu coast. Sorry.
So that's the example. So they put Julian Assange in prison, right, in Belmarsh, and Rachel Maddow does Russiagate, lies about Ukraine, lies about Libya, lies about Syria, and she gets $100,000 a day.
I'm glad you brought up Julian Assange, because what did he have to do to get free?
So he had to admit that he committed one felony.
But didn't he have to delete things?
Oh, he did. Turns out I didn't know. Yeah, it turns out they did delete some shit. It's like 20,000 documents or something.
Oh, that's only 20,000.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
But man, oh man,
what was it about?
Man, oh man, that guy. I mean, what a hero!
Yeah.
What an unbelievable, absolute hero.
I thought he was going to die.
I thought he was going to die in that prison too.
What do you think happens to him now?
And it looks like they knew they were going to let him out, because when they let him out, he had a little bit of weight on him. It looked like he wasn't as frail as he once was.
Oh, like they think they're feeding him good?
They looked like, hey, start sending him 3 meals a day, get him all the steak and everything. So when we let him go, he doesn't look horrible.
Oh, was he eating poorly before
Well,
that?
he was. I mean, I saw pictures of him. He looked horrible.
Yeah, well, he's not getting any vitamin D, right?
Right.
He's indoors
Right.
all day long for 10 years. Like, how
Right.
long was he in jail for? Or locked up?
So he was in that prison for 6 years, but he was in that embassy for, I think, 8 years before that or something like that.
God damn.
Yeah.
He was in prison for 6 years?
I'm pretty sure 6 years. So no,
Jamie will find out.
Didn't he go in? Was it 2019? 7.5.
7.5 years of self-imposed confinement and then 5 years of enforced detention.
Okay, so 5 years in Belmar, 7.5 years in that Ecuadorian embassy.
Jesus Christ!
Where
that guy, how did he not go crazy?
I don't know how he didn't go crazy. And then they made him pay for his flight home.
$500,000.
$500,000.
Flew private though. Probably had champagne, strawberries.
Don't you think, why wouldn't someone like Mark Cuban, who brags about he loves his jet collection? Like, why wouldn't he just send a jet over there to take care of him?
He's busy arguing with people on Twitter.
Oh, see, he's another fucking maniac.
Yeah, he likes arguing on Twitter.
Yeah,
it's interesting to watch.
And he's wrong about almost everything.
He's wrong about quite a bit. Ravavora is this young kid who's a journalist who's really good, and he's gone back and forth with them to point. Mark Cuban has to step out of the chat. He just gets clowned. It's just weird that a person that busy would choose to engage with people in the one of the poorest ways to communicate, like to go back and forth in argument with people on Twitter. If you want to post things, and you have something that you feel like is on your mind, like I'll post that. But you start arguing with people on Twitter. Like I go, how much time do you have?
No kidding.
How do you have the time?
Don't you own 85 million companies that you have to run?
It's like a sign of mental illness to be arguing with people all day on Twitter, in my opinion. I think when I see people arguing with people on Twitter, I'm like, oh, that's a person that's racked with anxiety. That's like a truly unhealthy person. There's no way you can't be. You're going back and forth with people. You feel it. You're a human being. If you're in conflict, you're trying to get one up on the person. Every fucking tweet, you're checking your Twitter every 5 minutes to see who's responded and how it's doing. Did you get ratioed? Oh my God, I got ratioed. Fuck! And then your wife's upset. Your kid's, Daddy, can we play? Hold on. You're in the middle of tweeting. It's manic stuff. It's not good for you. It's bad for you. It's a bad way to communicate. The best way to communicate is civilly in front of a person. That's the best way. Even if you're yelling and screaming at the person right in front of you, that feels bad too. You should be able to, as a grown adult, have a civil conversation with people where you could even really disagree with something, but just keep like a professional, polite tone.
But there's this. You know what's interesting? As I just interviewed this woman called Blair White. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I've had Blair on.
So I told her, I said, when
right-wing trans person.
Yeah.
What are the odds?
Right. So I have trans fans come to the show, right? Kurt Fuchs would agree with, but
how dare you?
Depending how they look, and they have guns. Like I've had a couple of trans fans come up there and they're like, "Hey, you want to see my gun?" And I was like,
hilarious.
"No kidding."
That's hilarious.
So, but anyway, when I was talking to her, I was like, I feel like you're a woman. Like I get the energy of a female from you. And whereas Dylan Mulvaney seems like a gay guy doing an unbelievable caricature of a woman.
Right.
And
agreed.
And she agreed, and she said, "Yeah, he has gay boy energy."
Yeah.
And so she went to these LGBTQ the pride parades, right? And she would ask people, "How many genders do you think there are, and when do you think kids should be allowed to have gender affirming care and have hormones and stuff. So she's asking these questions, right, which we're all talking about,
right?
And she's doing it in a polite way. And the fucking way people turn, they had security following her. She basically got kicked out of the Pride Fest, and people are like, "Fuck you!" Like they found out that she says to one guy, what do you think about Donald Trump? He was the first president in the United States to go into the White House supporting gay marriage, and like I never thought of it like that. Yeah. And they're like, "Oh, you're a Trump supporter. Fuck you!" I'm like, I always thought that the gay pride movement was about tolerance and diversity and let me be my thing and you can do your thing. Now it's like, no, you're only allowed to have one opinion. You're only allowed to have one political view. And if you step out, it's like, it's fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it? That's the opposite of what I thought the gay movement was all about.
Well, it's the opposite of what the progressive movement's supposed to be all about. The progressive movement is also supposed to be about intelligent, well-educated, compassionate people that have a better perspective of how things are and what causes people to live in unfortunate circumstances and the inefficiencies of so many government organizations and the importance of the working class community. That's what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about being kind and helping people and supporting workers and rights and all those things. That's what it originally was. But the problem is with any ideology, if you have to have a rigid adherence to whatever the ideology states, whatever the doctrine is, that can shift it to the point where it's no longer even a progressive value and you call yourself a progressive, yet you support all these ideas. Like you support the war in Ukraine, you support all these different things.
Censorship.
Fucking insane. Censorship.
So,
yeah. The FBI.
The hallmark of authoritarian dictators is censorship.
Yes.
And they got people who consider themselves progressive to be for. So like I say, I've never changed. I'm for bodily autonomy, my body, my choice, which you don't hear people say anymore. But they'll say, I'm pro-abortion.
No, you say I'm a woman's right to choose. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, that's what people like to say the most.
Okay, I've heard people start saying they're pro-abortion. No one's pro-abortion.
Well,
but anyway, so I've stayed my body, my choice, bodily autonomy. I'm anti-war. I'm pro-worker, and I'm anti-censorship for free speech. Those are all considered right-wing positions, though.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
But it just shows you that what we're talking about, it's just the ideology. It's just a cult. When there's two cults in this country, there's the right-wing cult and the left-wing cult. And there's a bunch of people that are centrists. There's a bunch of people that have like a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and they're kind of in the middle. And they're kind of like a left-leaning conservative or a right-leaning progressive, and they're confused, and they don't know what to think. And I think the majority of people are kind of really, if you isolated them and get them out of their tribal thinking, the way they look at the world, if it could be explained to them in a kind way, most people are in the center. Most people. I generally think most people are. But the people on the far left are so fucking crazy, and the people that are on the far right are so fucking crazy that if you're on the left, you see the people on the far right, well, I'm not that fucking person, so I must be on the left. And then if you're on the right and you go, yeah, but I'm kind of like pretty open-minded when it comes to a lot of social issues. But then you see Antifa, you go, well, what the fuck? I'm not with those people. I must be right-wing. And then you have this chaos that we have currently.
The whole left, I don't call them, people, the far left. I just call them Democrats, right? Because that's not left if you're for war. It's not left if you're for censorship. It's not left if you're for mandating experimental medical treatments.
Right.
There's nothing left about that, right? You just vote Democrat. And these are two bullshit constructs, being left, right. I don't think it matters that much. I've got way more in common with people who are considered right-wing than I do with Joe fucking Biden.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the thing is that people don't realize that when they say I told you this before, when people say, we have to organize along class lines, that means organizing with Trumpers, the workers. That's what Christian Smalls did on Staten Island when he organized the first union in Amazon, right? He didn't go down there and go, hey, who here is for LGBTQ? Hey, who here is a gun nut? You're out. Who's not? Who's for freedom of speech? You're out. He just went, Who's here to get together? We have an economic interest to oppose the man. You with me? That's how you fucking organize. You come around, and you don't have all these things that exclude. It's all about excluding people. And by the way, I found out that all this trans stuff, it's all come from the top down. It doesn't come from the bottom up. I figured this out when I saw that Larry Fink, the head of BlackRock, talk about enforcing ESG and DEI. And so that's because those companies are the ones who are raping the planet and screwing everybody. But then they stick a gay pride flag on what they're doing so they can wrap themselves in a patina of virtue. And that's all that is. And that's coming. And it's also great because it keeps us divided. So if we're fighting over bathrooms and people competing in sports and swimming and all that, then we're not, our eyes off the ball. Right. Our eyes off the $200 or $600 billion they're sending to the military-industrial complex in an upward transfer of wealth. We're not talking about the CARES Act, the largest. We're not talking about things that actually matter. That people are still living under bridges. People don't have health care that doesn't bankrupt them. People can't go bankrupt just trying to go to college. People don't have a decent. 80% of workers living paycheck to paycheck. Half the country can't afford a $500 emergency. All that shit. We're not talking about any of that stuff if we're talking about all that other stuff.
Exactly. And that's part of the playbook. The playbook is keeping people distracted and divided. That's always been the playbook. And then while we're in the middle of these international conflicts that are baffling to everybody involved, and you're wondering how they have all this money to do that, but they don't have any money to address all the problems that we have. How about the people in Maui? Imagine being a person in Maui that lost your home. They give you $700, and then you still can't rebuild. It's a year later, nothing's been built.
And at the blink of an eye, they give $100 billion to Zelensky. And
well, even worse, they accidentally sent Ukraine $6 billion. They said an accidental $6 billion. So then we looked up, like, how much would it cost to rebuild every house that got destroyed in the fire? $5 billion. So they could have done that.
Why wouldn't they do that?
Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they do that? I don't understand. Those people are devastated. And then there's all this talk about taking over that land. And
well, you go to Maui. I was in Maui. And you see people have put graffiti on the side of buildings saying this is a land grab.
Yeah.
You see that a lot.
It is a land grab. It's a pretty transparent land grab.
Right?
It's happening in front of our eyes. And no one's doing anything about it because it's 5 hours in a jet across the ocean. And we're watching this shit take place where these people, and first of all, just horrible mismanagement of water rights, horrible mismanagement of power lines. The fact that they have horrible winds, crazy winds there, and they've had these fucking power lines that are above ground. When I lived in California, my fucking lines were underground. They figured it out there. How come they didn't figure it out in Hawaii? You know how much money could have been saved? They just put the power lines underground.
It was so unfortunate that their alarm system malfunctioned.
Yeah, how about that?
And that the water got turned off, so the firefighters.
They wouldn't let them turn the water on.
It was
people. The water's a very valuable commodity there. The whole thing is fucking insane.
And that the cops are turning people back into the fire. It's just
the whole thing is insane.
These are all just unfortunate. It's unfortunate things.
Well, how about that mayor who goes on TV like what, 2 weeks after the fires, talks about how they're gonna like try to figure out how to turn it into a monument?
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't see
you ever
that.
see that speech?
No.
Was it the mayor or the governor? I forget which guy it was. But he was talking about how they're talking about erecting a monument. And like turning it into a park or something. Like it's super valuable land where these people are.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yes.
That everybody recognizes these people have these modest homes on this super valuable piece of land. And if something should happen, whoopsies. If that whoopsies happens, and then they can figure out a way to take it.
You know, have you ever seen a fire that melted the wheels off cars? And
it does. I mean, fires do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Extreme heat is fucking insane what it does to cars, and also cars are filled with oil and gasoline. The kind of heat that you get off of a burning vehicle is extraordinary. You know, when you're like, fires are one thing, like a wood fire, but a fire of a car that's filled with 30 gallons of gas and has rubber tires, like that heat is fucking extraordinary. Yeah. Extraordinary. I mean, fire can do wild things, man. It really can, but the real problem is how they handled everything. It's so poorly done. By the way, they've had wildfires there commonly because of the fact that they have, like, see, there's liquid aluminum, so the wheels melt. So that's all liquid aluminum.
Oh,
that's the
really?
wheels melting. Yeah.
All right,
fire,
so now I believe you.
Yeah, fire from gasoline and everything in a car is made out of plastic. Think about if you have vinyl seats and plastic grommets and all these different plastic pieces that are on your sides, your A columns and all this, all that's plastic. The fucking steering wheel's plastic. The dashboard's plastic. All that shit goes up, and bro, you better get the fuck out of the way. And 30 gallons of gasoline, like that's heat, man. That melts everything. Melts mufflers, melts everything. Anything aluminum is fucked.
So there's no way to vote our way out of these problems. It doesn't seem like in America that we're at this.
What do you think we could do? What do you think is the real solution to try to get us on the right path? What is the thing that can be done?
I think there has to be like you say, there's an awakening of people realizing that they're being screwed over by a billionaire class. It's international, right? Like, so the border being open. So that's not only happening in America, that's also happening in Europe, right? You've seen that, and you see what's happening to London, France, what they're doing in Scotland, places like that. And Poland said no, right? They closed their border. But I think this is some kind of bigger plan to, and so I think if people wake up to that, which I think they are starting to, it's going to look, it looks something like the trucker protest in Canada, eh?
You want to say A Canada every time?
Yes.
It's like the tick.
I think it's going to look like something like that. That we have to have a way to we got to make, like January 6th, which was a freaking instigated by the FBI. We know that. Did you see the guy who was the congressman? He was interviewing the head, Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, and he said, "Did you have any FBI assets inside the Capitol before the breach dressed up like MAGA people?" And he says, "I can't answer that." And the congressman goes, "The answer should be no. It should be no." So what? So again, and so that was an attempt to criminalize Trump and criminalize his political movement. The same grand jury, the same RICO statute that they used to indict Donald Trump in Atlanta, they used to also, same RICO statute, same grand jury to indict the Stop Cop City protesters. And, when I made that case to Cornel West, I go, do you see the game that's being played now? Because they're not only criminalizing their political opponents in the United States, they're doing that all around the world. They did that in Pakistan. So Imran Khan, the guy who stood up and said, people of Pakistan do not want to go along with NATO's wars anymore, he immediately threw him in jail. Now he's a criminal. They did the same thing they did in Brazil. They didn't want Lula to be president, so they threw him in jail, right? And so they thought the center-right guy was going to win. But then the far-right guy, Bolsonaro, won, the Trump of Brazil. They're like, oh, fuck, what do we do? So they had to let Lula back out of prison because he's the only one who could beat him. And then once they beat him, they then made it illegal for Bolsonaro to ever run for president again. And it's the same shit they're doing.
How did they make it illegal for Bolsonaro to not run for president?
It's like they're trying to do to Trump right now. Give the 4 different 92 felony, so they bullshit charges against him. I don't know the ins and outs. I know they did that. So that's what. So I think people need to wake up to that. And wake up to if anybody catches on fire and that it is a problem for the establishment, they criminalize. Look what they did to the goddamn Russell Brand, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
So immediately, if you get a voice and you become a problem for the establishment, that's the new game. They just criminalize you now, and everybody goes along with it. Can you believe how people go along with they say that what they are currently doing to Donald Trump, they say he's going to do that to us.
Yeah.
But you're already fucking doing it. We've already, this whole idea that somehow isn't that kind of mind blowing? How do people not, Andrew Cuomo was on the Bill Maher show and he admitted that they should have never brought that case and that if he was the attorney general, he would have never did it. And the only reason that case was ever brought was because it was Donald Trump was the center of it.
This is how dumb they are. They went after that guy, Andrew Cuomo, which if you were going to be strategic about who is your tough guy Democrat that could be president.
Why would they?
It's that guy.
Yeah.
Andrew Cuomo.
They gave him an Emmy for his bullshit coverage of COVID.
Yeah, hilarious.
Then they took it away.
But listen, he's not a virologist. He's acting on a bunch of different experts who are telling him what to do, including letting people that have COVID back in the nursing homes, which turns out to be devastating. And then also the use of ventilators, which they thought was important. We thought we needed a bunch of them. Turns out it killed people. It killed some bizarre number, like 80% of the people they put on ventilators wound up dying.
Yeah.
So
and then they would give you drugs that slowed down your breathing.
But my point is, if that doesn't happen, that guy's your guy against Trump.
Yeah.
That guy's your guy. I mean, that's a big, tough guy who speaks well. He's charismatic. This big Italian guy who's going to lay it. I mean, great speaker. You heard him on Bill Maher. I'm like, boy, if it wasn't for this one scandal of him liking to hug ladies.
We just, I'm Italian.
He is.
I like the, we play little grab ass.
Yeah,
it was a big deal.
Listen,
Come on.
Bo, Joe Biden has been, is that your phone that keeps dinging? Joe Biden has been sniffing kids and hugging people forever. Maybe it's me.
No, it's me.
Is it? He's a fucking weird guy. And they just decided for whatever reason that they were going to take Cuomo out. And I never understood that strategic move. It must have been some sort of an inside power grab play. But then they replaced him with that Rothschild lady who's out of her fucking mind. God has brought us this vaccine. This vaccine's brought by God. Like, what are you even fucking talking about?
And then she fired 100,000 healthcare workers.
How about when she said that black people don't know what a computer is? How crazy is that?
Yeah.
How crazy is that to even say?
Imagine anyone else. So that's how you know how corrupt the media is, because they didn't make a big deal out of that.
No, everybody was like, "What the fuck did you just?" Did you see the memes or the videos that kids made?
No.
Oh my god, so many funny videos of black kids moving around a computer like confused, like a caveman. Like, look, they see the computer. Open it up.
Well, your phone is a computer.
Oh, dude, everyone knows what a fucking computer is. It's 2024.
That's like Joe Biden in the primary in 2020. Play the record player. They need to hear words. Turn on the TV.
The idea that poor black people don't have a laptop. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone's online, you moron. Everyone. Literally, the whole country's online.
Did you see the mayor of New York? He said that. So they're trying to get these immigrants jobs, and he's like, well, a lot of them are real good swimmers. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Oh yeah,
insane.
It's like when you
want
to
be lifeguards.
When you want to call them wetbacks, but you want to be politically correct. That's what that was.
It's so crazy. The whole thing is so crazy. It's so crazy to watch all the gaslighting and chaos. And
well, it's also amazing to see that the Democratic Party is now the establishment party.
Yeah,
and it used to be the other way. The Democratic Party used to be the party that represented workers and was against the billionaire class. But then Bill Clinton and Al Gore, no friend of the working man, they saw Reagan. They're like, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. And so they decided, like, hey, they said, Wall Street, we got it. Give us the money, military. Give it. They started a thing called the Democratic Leadership Council, the DLC. Do you know who was on the board of the DLC? Koch brothers. They were on the fucking board.
Well, they want the world to be a better place too.
And so and so they just want to help people. That's what it's about.
That's all.
They want to bring democracy.
That's what I've been saying. I'm glad you came around.
Thank you.
That's why I brought you here. I brought you here to educate you.
Yeah.
I'm an educator.
Breaking: President Biden says at a conference call he's staying in.
Yes. I'm running. I am the leader of the Democratic Party. No one is pushing me out. I've been knocked down before and counted out my whole life. When you get knocked down, you get back up.
I think I bet my phone was lighting up.
I like his moxie. I like it.
I've been told by I have a billionaire friend who's like a donor. They go, hey, they had a big donor meeting in Denver, like 40 of the top Democratic donors, and they said, who here wants to get rid of Joe Biden? And every hand went up. So I
think Jill Biden is a secret Trump fan. That's what I think. And I think she knows the way to get Trump back in the White House and straighten this country out is to keep her husband, Joe Biden, running. There's no way she thinks he's okay. So something's going on. What like conspiratorially, pretend to be Kurt Metzger for a moment. And what do you think? Like, if you had to say, why would she want him in? You would say, well, because she thinks maybe he can win, even though he's demented, and maybe she can stay in power, but also maybe he doesn't get prosecuted. So this is my question about the recent Supreme Court ruling about the presidential immunity. If I was in the Democratic Party and I looked at what's going on with Donald Trump, and I looked at the very real possibility that Donald Trump might get back into the White House, I would say, listen, all this Burisma stuff, all this is big time shit. There's a lot of evidence, not a little bit of evidence like the Trump thing, not 34 charges of felonies, which is just a misdemeanor. That's just 34 different checks he wrote for a porn star, which is what a cheap bastard. He paid her over 34 different times, like payments. I'll give you installments. I'll give her installments. A little bit here, a little bit there. She doesn't get it all in one lump.
Well, did you ever see the video of how Bill Clinton paid off Paula Jones back when he was running for president?
When she had a big She had the big check. Remember she had the big check that she won a game show?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was $850,000 he paid her off.
Right. And back then.
And they admitted it. They go, hey, okay, now this is over. We paid her off.
Yep.
How?
Well, the thing was like writing it down on a ledger.
Yeah.
That's that in normal cases, as Andrew Cuomo said on Bill Maher show, that's it.
You get a fine.
I'm telling you, they fucked up with that Cuomo guy. That guy could have been the president, and he'd probably be a good president. He was a good mayor. I mean, he's a good governor. Like, wasn't he? He's better than Rothschild, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Everybody loved him at the beginning of COVID.
They loved him.
You know, Chelsea Handler was saying she's Cuomo-sexual.
Yeah, remember that?
Remember that?
Sexual.
Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him because he was the stern, straightforward, practical.
He was the anti-Trump leader, right?
Yeah, he was a leader. He seemed like a leader. Big, handsome guy. He speaks very well. He also seems like a mob boss. You know, it's like, he'll take care of it. Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Cuomo's got it all under control. They fucked up like that. You have so few charismatic people that are experienced in politics that could have actually gone against Trump. That was the main guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I was hoping for it because the guy who does the voices on my show, Mike McCrae, he does an Andrew Cuomo.
Does he do a good one?
He does a very funny one. Yeah.
I like when you have people call in. It's the people. And a lot of people are like, what?
People think it's him.
Yeah, who do you have call in? Like, what different people?
Well, the first time I had Bill O'Reilly call in, people at KPSK were like, and they go, Bill O'Reilly just called someone a whore. And I'm like, no, So there's that. He did an amazing Mitt Romney. He was hoping for Mitt Romney to get elected.
Remember when Howard Stern had that guy that would call in as Letterman? It was dead on.
Oh, and I never listened to Howard Stern.
Oh, my God. Howard Stern used to have this Letterman guy would call in dead on.
Oh, really?
Dead on. Just saying wild shit. And he would say it was David Letterman. Oh, David Letterman's on the phone.
That's what I do. I just pretend. Oh, Mike also does Jeff Bridges.
Really?
Who does Jeff Bridges?
That's a weird one.
Hey, I can't do it.
Right.
I can't do it. He's like, far out, man.
Oh, he does Jeff Bridges as Lebowski?
Yeah. It's
one of the greatest movies of all time. All time.
And he does him. Who else does he do that nobody else does? He does a great Kevin Spacey.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's fucking everything he says is like that. That's right. Tell me about your lesbian niece. Anyway, it's so he does he's brilliant. So that was he was hoping for Mitt Romney because nobody else did Mitt Romney.
Did you see the contrast between the debate in 2012 with Barack Obama and Mitt Romney? And somebody put a side-by-side video. No. Just the way they spoke with each other. There's a video that shows the contrast between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama speaking so cordially and professionally and graciously to each other in 2012, and then 2024 with Trump and Biden going at each other. And he's like, "You're a sucker. You're a loser."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "He can't play golf. He's got no golf game. I'm 6 handicap."
He goes, I have a 6
handicap. But that's how wild that dude is. And then he changes it.
And he immediately goes, it was an 8. Like, you just switched it?
He's a bullshit artist.
And the worst. But I love when Trump says to you, let's not be children here. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Here, I'll break off with you, but you got to carry your own bags. Like, do you think you can carry your own bags? You can't walk down a fucking flight of stairs. This is crazy.
You can't even carry your own load in your pants.
It's just, what a wild time.
Do you think he shit himself? People were saying he shit himself when he was with Macron. Remember he bent over?
Perhaps. Maybe he's preventing himself. I've shit myself before. Things happen. Things go wrong.
That's what I say about Mitch McConnell. People go, you see him have a stroke? I go, no, he shit his pants. Look at his face. I know that face. I've made that face.
The Mitch McConnell one? I think he Windows 95.
Yeah.
I think he locked up.
Yeah, he clicked.
Someone need to control alt delete.
Yeah.
That poor guy. All those people. It's like you shouldn't,
we have the oldest fucking people. Why?
Well, because the young people are all, there's all a bunch of ex-girlfriends and ex-husbands out there that are talking shit about them, and they're terrified to run. And if they have real leadership qualities, they probably have a bunch of disgruntled former employees and a bunch of people they can call upon. They can make up stories. They can concoct narratives. If you're not chosen to be in that position, you want to buck the system. That's what we're seeing with Trump. They come for you. They come for you in very, very.
Look how they came for RFK Jr.
Yep.
Look at out, and they're still doing it. They just brought up a thing about a nanny from the late '90s. So, did you see that? It was
No,
like
I didn't
yesterday.
see it. No.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about RFK Jr. They don't think he can win right now. What does it say?
Up a Biden farting or shitting himself and found this story I never heard.
What does it say? Joe Biden or the new Mr. Trump. Camilla hasn't stopped talking about hearing the president break wind during the chat at COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow. So Biden farted himself?
It was a long
and
loud
impossible to
and
ignore.
impossible to ignore.
Camilla hasn't stopped talking about it. That Biden just farts.
Farted in the middle of the meeting, yeah.
And he produced a little natural gas of his own at the COP26 summit. It's audible enough to make the Duchess of Cornwall blush. But is this the Daily Mail? Yeah, they can just kind of say things, can't they?
Oh, okay.
Over there, they can just kind of say things. You know, that's why.
For Politico.
Oh, they say it too?
They were reporting.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe it is true. Let's go with it. Old people fart. It happens.
Yeah.
That guy's not in control of anything. You think he's in control of his farts?
So do you think someone messed up and gave Joe Biden the real vaccine?
I don't think that's what happened. I think he's dying. Okay. I mean, he had 2 brain surgeries.
Yeah.
He had a brain surgery where they literally cut the top of your head off. He had aneurysms. Like he had like.
But like I told you, the study from South Korea, like it helped.
Oh, the Alzheimer's thing.
Yeah, it spurs it on.
I mean, I don't think any of that stuff's going to help. I mean, but I think he was already in a deteriorating state.
He was, definitely.
Period.
So I saw this guy, Dr. John Campbell.
Sure.
So
yeah, he's great.
He says, although he pretends I don't exist, he won't respond to me.
What do you mean?
He won't come on my show. He won't talk to me anymore.
Wonder why?
I don't. He goes on everybody else's show, but including Russell Brand. He just the other day I saw a video. I tweeted it out that he says he thinks he has Lewy body disorder with that, which is what I think Robin Williams.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And he talks about all the different things that people will mistake it for Alzheimer's and they'll mistake it for Parkinson's but it's really this Lewy body disorder thing. So
he might be right. He's been right through the entire pandemic. Very reasonable and very right when he's talking about.
But once he realized that it was a lie.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he got duped.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all these people, like even like Pierre Corey's like, I didn't realize how corrupt the medical field is and how they control the medical journals and they can just make a study that will disprove a drug is good and they'll just do it wrong, say it's bad.
Yeah.
And he found this out through COVID too, that like, wow, the medical journals are all corrupt.
And we'll be saying that he thinks that Biden has Lewy body dementia.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just shocking that he can say that. I'm not going anywhere. You get knocked down, you get back up. Like, there's no one has the ability.
No one knocked you down.
But no one has the ability. That's what's crazy. No one has the ability in the Democratic Party to pull him aside and say it's over. Like, who would be that person? This is the question,
right?
Yeah,
Obama was the one who got everybody to drop out in the primary in 2020.
Right.
Except for Elizabeth Warren, so they could split the vote of Bernie.
Right.
So I think it's Obama.
So why wouldn't Obama have that power over him now? You think once he's president, he's like, I'm president.
I think he's getting replaced. I think he's getting replaced. I don't care what he says.
But do you think there's a possibility they would?
Of course there is.
Someone, I think. Possibly.
If they needed to.
You get assassinated with a balloon. I mean, you don't.
You get assassinated with a mosquito bite.
Yeah, you don't have to try hard.
Scary movie.
Kamala Harris overtakes Joe Biden as the favorite to be the Democratic candidate.
It's like a betting type, though. So, like, she became the top odds.
Well, bro, you want Trump to win. Again, I would have her run against Trump. What we know about what has been and what will be based on what we know about what has already existed. This time that we're living in time is time just passes by.
What can't be unburdened by what has been?
The crazy thing is, she said it more than once.
Yeah, she said it a million times.
She didn't even tighten it up.
And then she does it with like different takes. Like, okay, give me a different take. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like she'll still do it like you're doing a read, like you're doing a fucking audition. Like, what can be? What is it? And then she'll do it. And then she'll do it laughing. Give me one laughing.
Oh my god!
Give me when we were about to cry.
It really
give me when we were be overly sincere. Give me when we were just throw it away. Throw it away.
Have you watched Idiocracy recently?
I haven't watched it.
It's like a documentary.
It's
watch it now. And you're like, oh my god.
I just so wish that George Carlin was still alive.
Yeah, that would
because he was getting more cantankerous.
Oh yeah, he would have went crazy. They would have killed him. Maybe killed him anyway. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe we still have him. The government saw it coming. When did he die? 2018, I believe.
And how about I don't know, but how about how it's because the media is controlled that nobody cares that Jeffrey Epstein's
2008. Oh, it was off by 10 years. Wow.
He was only 71.
Yeah. See, they killed him. Told you.
Well, if you see that
shit, right?
If he well, he had a lot of heart attacks. He did a lot of coke.
He did a lot of pills too.
Yeah.
Remember, there was a few years back where even in his elder years, he went to rehab for pills.
71 does not seem that old, right? Especially now that
No.
Wow.
That's 14 years older than me.
Yeah, I can't do the math, but
yeah. Drinking 20 beers a day. In 1973, he says he was smoking joints before breakfast, drinking 20 beers a day, and sharing a heavy cocaine habit with Brenda, a freelance talent coordinator for Hollywood production companies.
Wow.
Yeah, he was going hard. So he blew his ticker out.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of the greats that way.
And if you see, I saw the one person show his daughter did about him.
Yeah.
And she talks about how his last special, when she walked into the green room and he turned around, it was like he had aged 10 years from the last time she'd seen him. And he looked like this old man, and he was shorter, and he was bent over. And yeah, he did seem like Biden, how Biden aged like that. It seemed like that happened with him.
Well, everybody that I know that did heavy coke in the 70s, by the time the 90s rolled around, they were fucked.
Yeah?
They were fucked. Yeah. Mitzi, allegedly, God rest her soul.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she used to like to party. And, so many others. Richard Pryor, of course, loved cocaine. And, by the end, he was...
I saw him right at the end. He used to go up at the Comedy Store.
I worked with him.
Yeah?
If you saw him at the Comedy Store, you probably saw me open for him. Excuse me going after him, rather. I used to have the bomb going after him. He also weathered serious tax problems, a heart attack, and 2 open heart surgeries. Jesus Christ. His health problems cost him 5 years of productivity between 77 and 82. Oh, wow. Even back then.
No kidding.
He was having a heart attack in 77? Though he had been able to taper his cocaine use on his own, he said he continued to abuse alcohol and also became addicted to Vicodin.
Oh, that's hard.
2004, he entered a rehabilitation center.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was...
So if he died, that was 4 years before he died.
Yeah.
He went into rehab for Vicodin.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's probably in bad shape.
Wow.
Sucks that so many of those greats just get hooked on these.
I was so lucky to dodge that bullet. When I was sick and I was going through my bone disease, I used to have to take a handful of Vicodin just to get out of bed. Oof. I'd have to set my alarm for like a half hour before I had to get out of bed, and then take them and then wait for them to kick in so I could get out of bed. It was tough, but I didn't get addicted. And then the only thing I ever got addicted to was cigarettes.
Wow, that's crazy.
And when I was younger, before I became a comedian, I used to drink gin. Oh. It was just drinking. We'd finish off a bottle, it was crazy. I can't believe I didn't become an alcoholic. I mean, maybe people would say you were back then, but I just drank on the weekends.
And then you just stopped.
And then, when I became a comedian, I was like, I pretty much stopped because I didn't want to go on stage drunk.
Right.
And whereas now, I like to have 1 or 2 drinks before I go on stage.
Loosening up a little bit.
I become a different... It takes away a little bit of a censor.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like I'll do 2 shows, and so the first show sober, and then the second show, I remember I was in Chicago doing a live show with the video, and the second show I was a little hammered, and it was a totally different show.
More fun, right?
It was more fun.
Yeah, there you go.
It was. I was like, wow.
Alcohol has its place. It just doesn't have its place for everybody, and it doesn't have its place if you're using it every day. It's just like everything else.
Yeah.
I got to wrap this up and bring it home. Jimmy, you're a fucking gem. You're a gem of a human being. I appreciate you very much, and I'm glad you're out there. I really am. I love your show. I love the courage you have and your ability to chase down stories and find the truth of it. And also, I think what's really important is you get it out there in a funny way. I think that it helps people accept it more.
Well, I'm flattered, Joe. I really appreciate you saying that.
I appreciate you.
And as always, I'm glad you have this show.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good to see you. We're going to have fun tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Bye, everybody.
One of these guys tagged or linked the accounts of his accomplice.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
As I was saying, you're one of the last of the Mohicans rocking that flip phone.
Yeah, that's right. I'm proud of it.
Do you text people?
Yeah, text.
Do you do the do where it takes a bunch of times to?
Well, it's something called T9. It's predictive texting, so it gives you a bunch of alternatives. You just have to do it all on a keypad with your thumb rather than with an iPhone with you have the full alphabet.
But I bet that battery lasts like a week.
I don't even travel with a charger, man.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, unless I'm gone for a week. But if I'm just gone for a couple of days and I don't have any long conversations planned, I don't even bother.
Wow.
Yeah.
All emailed, everything's handled at home.
Plus
all on the laptop, right?
Yeah, plus chicks they get banned.
They do? Wait, what kind of chicks are you hanging around with?
Yeah, right.
Savages.
No, at one point I was at CNN waiting for to go on, and these two young women kept looking at me. This is like 10 years ago, so I plausibly could say to myself, "Wow, maybe I still got it." Right? Like, who knew? Like, right? And then one of them noticed that I had noticed them looking at me, and she goes, "Oh, excuse me, sir. We can't believe that you have a flip phone." So I was like, "Well, that's the end of an era."
10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
10 years ago, there's a few people out there that were hanging out. My friend Ari still had a flip phone 10 years ago. Yeah. The only people I know now are you and David Tell. So you're in good company.
Yeah. That's right. It's cool. I'm telling you, it's cool. It's coming back. It's the next big thing.
Well, I know a lot of people, they switch to what's called, I think it's called a simple phone. Is that what it's called, Jamie? What's that thing called? What's that? No, the little the one it just gives you nothing but like text message. I think you can get music on it too. I think it's called a simple phone. It's like you ever do you read on a tablet? Like one of those Kindles.
I don't.
Well, the great thing about those is they have this white paper looking interface, so it doesn't look like a screen. It looks like paper.
Right. Yeah.
That's what this little phone looks like, and it's the same sort of. That's what it is. Light phone. Yeah, that thing. So it has basically the same thing as your phone, except you could text like a normal human, and it'll play music and has notes.
It gives you directions, right?
Yeah.
That's not bad. I mean, what I don't want is to get sucked into the algorithms of social media and all that garbage. Like,
you don't want to get into the algorithms on that. You don't want. No. I have seen more people fall off buildings, get hit by cars, get shot, get stabbed,
and just not participate in their life. Right.
Yeah.
Even if nothing bad happens, you're still. I mean, listen, man. I have young children. I have a 7-year-old girl and a 4-year-old girl. And we're at the playground, and I swear there are kids who fall, and I got to go. Kids I don't know. I got to go over and dust them off and comfort them because the mom or dad doesn't even know because they're on their phone.
Yeah.
Right. That's not parenting. I mean, what do you?
Especially playgrounds, man. Playgrounds are still a little sketchy. My daughter, when she was 6, she broke her arm at school on a playground.
Really?
Actually, she was a little older than 6. She might have been 8. But yeah, it's playgrounds are fucking scary, man.
Yeah.
You're swinging around and you're playing, and kids fall the wrong way, and
we're on the Lower East Side in New York City, so it's sketchy in some other ways too. Like you got to be awake, right? You got to be alert and just and not only that, but you had kids. Like, what do you do? Like, just enjoy this while you can, because right.
Is a TikTok video more interesting than the human that you made?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys made humans.
Yeah.
They're the right. I mean, it still freaks me out to this day, even when they're mad at me. I'm like, I just can't believe you made you.
I made you, and now you're mad at me. Like, well, how does that work? Like, yeah.
Right. I have all girls, so they're mad at you for stuff like doesn't even make sense. Like, you're like, okay.
How old are they?
The youngest right now is 14.
Oh wow! So I got 7 and 4. So. Right. So that thing's coming. Okay, got it.
Yeah. I got a 14 and 16 and then a grown one. I got a 27-year-old.
Because I've had girlfriends that were mad at me for things that I didn't think made sense. And I was like, okay, well, that's all right. That's because you're crazy and, whatever. but actually, like that might be in my future.
Yeah, they're just different. It's just women and girls are just different. And me, I think the universe did me a solid by giving me only daughters.
Yeah, me too.
Because you have a different perspective. Like if I had a son, I'd be like, I got to keep this fucking savage out of jail. I got to, because I'm passing my genes. That kid's got to go to the gym. I mean, I got to get you into a jiu-jitsu gym early.
Yeah.
Like you got to start doing challenging things early. And then also you have to deal with the fact that you have a successful father, and that puts a lot of pressure on a kid because they, a lot of kids, they try to measure up to their parents or compete with their fathers in some sort of strange way. So you have to mitigate that in advance and tell them that you're there for them. You're on their side. It's like, there's a lot with kids, but with girls, they're so different, man. I don't think I understood until I raised children. I just didn't understand how different they are.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. And I have 2 girls. I'm thrilled. I mean, it's the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. That and meeting my wife, like that, just incredible. And partly because they're girls and not boys. I have nothing to learn from boys. I already know what that's about. I am one, right? But girls is just like amazing. It just and it wakes up some part of you that was dormant and you didn't know was there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like it's an amazing feeling.
Dave Chappelle said to me once that not only did it change the amount of love I have, but it changed my capacity for love.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. It's just a completely different experience. And I have friends that are just avowed bachelors. I'm never getting married. I'm never having kids. Fuck that. And I'm like, I get it. I know if you've had a bunch of bad relationships, you have a bunch of people that are annoying and there's constant drama and dilemmas and all these different things. But man, you're missing out on a different phase of life, a different experience of life. That's just, it's so humbling.
But you got to meet the right person, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not with the right person, I imagine being on top of that, that's hard enough just on its own. On top of that, parenting with the wrong person must be a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, you fucking going to dinner with the wrong person's a nightmare.
A nightmare.
just dealing with nonsense.
Yeah,
especially if you're not the type of person that handles nonsense so well.
Yeah,
it's just.
Well, what I do, for a variety of family reasons, I flatline. Like if someone's coming at me with something that doesn't make sense and they're really upset, I just sort of emotionally flatline. I get super rational and just zero Kelvin, like nothing. Right? And which is a kind of a good place to be because it's not escalatory.
Yeah.
But I've come to find out that's also exceedingly provocative to do to someone who's upset.
Oh, so they try to like get a response out of you.
Yeah, and they think that your non-response means you don't care.
Ooh, that's a problem.
And then you're just so screwed.
That's also a problem with emotional manipulation, where you realize that this escalation of emotions is really just to incite a reaction. It's not the real feelings.
Right. That's right. That's
which is why it's so exaggerated.
And I think I'm doing the relationship a favor by, it was like, somebody's got to say sane in this room, right? Right? Or it's going to, the cops are getting, whatever. Like, I'm like, all right, I'm going to flatline. The only way to do this, because you're making me really angry right now, is to flatline and feel nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going to do us a favor by doing that. I'll be super rational and calm and blah, blah, blah. But I didn't realize, like, that's completely inflammatory also in a different way. So there really isn't a good choice until that person figures out how to emotionally regulate.
Yeah, the good choice is get the fuck out of Dodge. That's
right.
a good choice.
That's right.
Stay rational and calm as you can until you can abandon that relationship.
Yeah.
Unless that person has just a complete understanding of what went wrong and apologizes and realizes like, oh, I'm being fucking crazy.
I knew a guy who was, I won't name him, his older brother. They're both sort of pretty well-known writers, and his older brother was in a bad relationship of that sort, and they were walking through, I think it was Paris. They were visiting Paris, and all their stuff was at the hotel. This is before smart cell phones. This is in the early 90s, late 80s, something like that. And they're walking through Paris, and they stopped to look. She stopped to look at some clothing in a shop front, through the window. And it took him some steps to realize that she had stopped and he had kept going. And he looked at her and he looked down the street. He was like, this is my chance. And he just started sprinting.
Oh, my God.
And he sprinted all the way to the hotel, paid the bill,
left $500 on the bed, threw his stuff in his suitcase, out of there, straight to the airport. And that was the last time they ever saw each other.
Wow.
That's
it was
intense.
that bad?
It was that bad.
The pressure that he must have been feeling that allowed him to make that decision. Like, he must have just been in hell.
I don't think he was just a dick. He might have also been a dick, but I think one of the things that was going on, because I've been in relationships that were pretty tough, is that you can't even have the breakup conversation because it goes full nuclear. Right? So you don't know what to do.
Right.
And
you gotta flee. I support him. I support him. That if he's a rational guy and he's never done that before, that seems like if that's his move, that maybe you're maybe it's you.
And then he met the right gal, and they had a family, and he's a great dad, blah blah blah. So it's not like he was just a congenital asshole, right? Like, but that was his move in a split second. I'm out of here.
Crazy.
And no cell phones, of course. So there's not like now you just get you'd be getting speed dialed over and over and over again, right?
Wow. So he never saw her again?
No.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that's wild. Boy, that must have been a mess.
I love that moment where he looked back like, she's in front of the store.
And he just ran.
I have a 20-yard head start.
That is so crazy. That's such a I don't support it, but I get it.
Yeah.
It's like I've never been that bad of a situation, but I've known people that have. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta do what you have to do to stay alive. Yeah. Right. Like literally. Because like bad relationships and bad friendships and bad jobs and bad a lot of things they'll rob you of your peace. They create anxiety, which creates like physical problems. Your body's under stress. Your cortisol levels get jacked up. That fucks with your sleep, which fucks with your health. Like you're literally robbing your life.
I have a couple of buddies who I love, who are bipolar, and I lost one of them. He killed himself. Tragic, but the other guy is okay. And they're bipolar, and having a relationship with someone who's bipolar is almost impossible. No matter how much you love them, like it really presents a complicated challenge. And if you're having a romantic relationship with someone who's bipolar, which I've done, it's like it's 1,000 times harder from like a buddy, right? And that was, I've had a couple of those, and it is really in some ways the most painful experiences of my life. Like, and I've. So that was the, sort of sprinting from the shop front window. I didn't do quite that, but close. Like, because that if someone's bipolar, that's like it's also volatile. That's sometimes your only choice.
Yeah, the bipolar thing is wild because if your mind works well, you think, well, tell that person to get it together. But
makes no sense, right? You're not making sense on it. Right. It doesn't make sense. But it's like,
but you don't understand. Like their brains, it's like. The chemicals in their brain are all fucked up. Everything's all fucked up. They can't. It's almost impossible to get it together. It's like you being on fire and someone saying, stay calm. Like, how the fuck are you going to stay calm while you're on fire?
Exactly right. With lithium.
Is that it? Is that the move?
That's it.
Is there anything else that works for those folks?
It saved two people that I know of that I really loved. I'm really close to. One guy and a woman that I dated who I later found out she stabilized on lithium.
What is the downside of taking the lithium?
Oh, I don't know. You're emotionally flat. You put on weight. All kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff that's better than suicide. But,
that's true.
It's not good. And bipolar. It destroys relationships. I mean, it's like it's a very, very tough deal.
Yeah.
And often the result of trauma, right? I mean, in both cases of these people that I care about, they were traumatized as children, and so it often produces that terrible behavior that then just fulfills itself your whole life. It's absolutely tragic.
The crazy thing is they don't even know, like some people, it's not even trauma. They just get it.
So there's some neurochemical stuff, but trauma is a known prudent correlate to like bipolar as an adult. Like
the crazy thing about mental illness is that it's just no one can really tell what's going on in your head, and it's up to you to talk to your psychiatrist or whatever and try to explain it, and they have to try to like make a map of the territory, but no one knows how you think about things other than you.
And are you an honest reporter on your own experience?
Right.
So if you're telling your shrink about the fight you had with your wife the other night, are you really being an honest?
Right.
And what bipolar people do they are so, I think, on some level, so fearful and defended, psychologically defended, that they have a very hard time saying, "Yeah, my wife's mad at me," but on the other hand, I was kind of a dick, and
Right.
You can't do that. It's all sort of victim centered, and the strength doesn't. Hopefully, they see through this stuff, but they don't necessarily know that that's not true.
Right? Well, there's just so many medications that get prescribed to people based on the person reporting a feeling that you can't see in a test. Like if someone says, if you have, some sort of a disease, they say, "Oh, we found that you're sick with, syphilis, whatever it is, and we're gonna give you this medicine, and we've got this figured out. We tested you, we know what it is."
Right.
With your mind, if someone says they're depressed, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? There's no measurement. There's nothing, so they have to say, okay, let's try a little of this or try a little of that and try to figure out what it is. And
there are some things that are legit bad, really, really tough things to have, like borderline. And my buddy, he was my closest friend. He was my brother, right? And he's the best man at my first wedding. And we were in war. We were in Bosnia together during the Civil War, and just brothers, right? And amazing, brilliant, funny man. And but he was a lifelong depressive, and part of his brilliance was rooted in he says in his depression, it gave him a certain kind of mind, and he was finally diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. And one of the problems with schizoaffective is that they reject the diagnosis, right? They're saying, no, everyone has it wrong. I'm fine, and I have no problem. And it's you guys that don't understand what I'm up against, right? And so it's very hard to treat because they, like borderlines, they reject the idea. Narcissism disorder is another one. They reject the idea there's anything wrong with them. So it's really, really hard to treat.
It's crazy when someone's weakness is actually their strength in their career. Yeah. Which is a thing with some creative types. There's this guy, Richard Jenny. He's one of my all-time favorite comedians, and he killed himself. And everyone who didn't know him was baffled. They were like, that guy's at the top of his game. That guy's everything we all want to be. Right. He was so good that I went to this club in New York, in upstate New York, or in Long Island, rather, East Side Comedy Club. And this dude, Peter, who was the MC, was depressed because he worked with Richard Jenny all weekend. And he was he did a new hour every night. He did a new 2 hours Friday, 2 different hours, 2 different hours Saturday. For most of us, we have 1 hour.
You're right.
While we're on the road, we have 1 hour. We tone that thing down. We tighten it up. We edit it. We get it to it's like a rock in 1 hour. This motherfucker destroyed with 4 different hours on a weekend. And Peter was like, I should quit comedy. This is that's a real comedian. I'm a fucking poser. And that guy killed himself.
Yeah, well, my buddy, he wasn't a professional comedian, but he could have been, right? He had that sort of unbelievable brilliance and just devastating humor and just crazy. He could just sort of sit there and just riff, right? He just and he would go for an hour, and everyone would be pissing themselves on the floor, and he just on and on he went, right? Just this brilliant riff that had never been heard before, would never be heard again, and it just flowed through him. But he was as a teenager, he said, he said to his mom, he said, I know eventually I'm going to kill myself. He knew that as a teenager.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he held it off a long time. He had a family, two little girls, and he was
he killed himself while his girls were young.
Yeah. And, of course, it's hard not to say, John, what the fuck? Right? You kidding? And, but then I realized, no, that just shows how much pain he was in.
Yeah, they just can't take it at all.
They can't take it. And they're worried what they're going to do with that pain. Are they a threat to their family?
Right.
Can they trust themselves? Right? I think they start to worry about that. There's an amazing story, not that I know that this was where John was at, but it could have been. There's an amazing story from the Iliad and the Odyssey of Ajax, who threw himself on his sword, right? And the conventional understanding is that he was dishonored by Agamemnon and some way that I can't remember, and he couldn't, after the trauma of combat and the siege of Troy, and he lost his best friend, et cetera, he couldn't stand the dishonor. He had PTSD, right, in sort of contemporary terms, and he threw himself on his sword. And I sort of looked into the story a little bit because it didn't quite. I was like, wow, that's a lot of honor, right? I mean, that's like, he had a family, he had children. Why would you? So what it turned out was that he was walking on a hillside, and he, in his mind, he thought he was attacked by the enemy, and he drew his sword and he killed them all, and then he realized he had killed a herd of sheep. Whoa! In his trauma, he had mistaken sheep for the enemy. And I have no proof of this. I've never heard, whatever. Like I'll stand down if I'm wrong. But it occurred to me that what he thought at that moment was, if I can kill a herd of sheep because I think they're Trojans, my family's not safe.
No one's safe.
No one's safe, right? And I'm a warrior. I'm a protector. My job is to defend and protect. And if I think a herd of sheep are enemy warriors, like, I am not safe for my loved ones to be around. And he said to his half-brother, please take care of my family. And then he went down to the beach. He buried the handle of his sword in the sand at an angle, and then he ran and he threw himself on the sword and killed himself.
Oh, that's a rough way to go.
Yeah. But if you're worried you're going to kill the things that are most precious to you, how can you not?
Also, when you're talking about childhood trauma, imagine childhood trauma in a time where people fought with swords.
Oh my God.
What did you see?
Absolutely.
What did you see when you were a baby?
Yeah.
What did you see your whole life? People getting beheaded and gutted, and and then you're off at war.
And when you come back from war, you're not coming back from like landing rounds at 500 meters against the enemy position, right? You're coming back with, people's blood on you. I mean, covered in other men's blood, right? And entrails and whatever else.
Yeah.
I mean, the Iliad it's like a medical textbook. It's like, then he sliced his abdomen open and his entrails fell out, and he staggered away holding his entrails, and then this and then that. I mean, it's completely bloody, right? Visceral in the literal sense of viscera, right? Like completely bloody. If that's what combat was like, and I'm sure for the Native Americans, here as well, like, it must have been unbelievably traumatizing to the guys who did it.
Unbelievably. Yeah. I mean, one-on-one combat with swords must be so insane.
Yeah.
And arrows flying and cannonballs.
Yeah. Now, they were hunting cultures, like in, for example, in North America, they were hunting cultures, and they were used to, gutting animals and the guts spilling out, and beheading, whatever. Like, I mean, they were used to that, with animals, with hunting. They were used to blood and guts, literally blood and guts. So maybe the transition to warfare is less of a distance to cross than it is for a kid who grew up in a suburb of Boston and then suddenly is in Afghanistan, and it gets intimate and bloody. You can, the psychic distance that person has to travel is quite far, and maybe not quite doable.
That's a good way to put it. The psychic distance that one has to travel, right? Which is, I think, you get accustomed to what's normal, right? But I think every human being that existed back then was probably in this heightened state of urgency and fear because they had experienced sword fights.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
And also, no distractions. You're staring up at the stars every night. And you're waking up in the morning to sword fight again.
Yeah, that's right.
Jesus Christ.
That's right. No Instagram.
Nothing. Right. Stories are being told by the fire.
Everyone's on a flip phone.
You got a flip phone back then, man. You'd run everything. Like, look, I want to call the general.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now.
From the trench? Yeah. From the trench?
Yeah, what did kids do? I mean, these fucking kids are filming things now, which is really crazy. The footage that you get out of Ukraine right now is so nuts.
Oh, my God. It's insane.
It's so nuts because it's high resolution cell phone camera and GoPro video footage.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah.
As a person who's been there, like when you did Restrepo and, you've been to wars, what is it like for you to see these new ones emerge? And I mean, I've always hoped that there's going to become a time in our culture, in my life, where we're not going to be involved in this shit anymore.
We the human race or the U.S.?
We the human race, and particularly the U.S.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I have, I have some sort of like peace-oriented friends, pacifist friends. I mean, there's a sort of two different flavors, right? There's a sort of a conservative isolationism and a liberal pacifism, and they wind up, ironically, in sort of the same place. It's like, war is bad. We don't want any part of it. Like it's interesting. The convergence is sort of interesting politically, but the sort of left-wing people that I know are sort of Vietnam era pacifists, right? And so in my mind, I'm like, listen, if war is bad, avoiding it isn't the only. There is a moral case to be made for, say, in Bosnia, which was stopped by a very brief NATO intervention, and you can make a moral case for, drop a few bombs, the war stops, and then the human life is preserved. Yeah, you can make that case, but basically I think for Ukraine, peacefulness works, and it's a wonderful thing to aspire to, sort of as long as no one invades you, right?
Right.
And if you knew that no one would invade you and you're warlike anyway, you're an asshole, right?
Right.
But what you have to do, any society, from a group of like Comanche warriors in the hill country around Austin in 1840, or Ukraine or the U.S. or Israel or any nation, right? You have to figure out how to be a peace-loving society that can also defend itself. And that's really, and then if you're going to defend yourself, what is your obligation to defend your allies or your friends, or even just on a strategic level, countries where if they fall, that eventually the dominoes wind up with, and I don't know the answers to that, but that to me is like the strategic and moral question. It's like, where is that line where you have to defend something, because eventually you're going to end up defending yourselves.
Yeah, it's just, when does the human race ever get out of this cycle? It just, individuals as human beings are capable of coexisting in harmony, but when we get into groups, there's always something. It's like, it's unavoidable. And if you, I mean, we've talked about this a bunch of times, but if you ever ask people in your lifetime, do you think there'll be no war? No one says yes.
Right. Well, there's always the possibility of a bad actor that's like, you know what? I want those oil fields. I want those diamond mines. I want whatever. Like, there's all, and we've been that guy too sometimes, right? And you're a strong, jacked up guy who knows how to fight. And if the world contained only peaceful men, you wouldn't need to be. You might want to be, but you wouldn't need to be, right? But you walking down the street, in your mind, like, I can defend my family and myself with my hands, like, and I need to know that I can. I'm just reading into your mind, like, obviously I don't know how you think, but I'm guessing that somewhere in your mind you're like, I can take care of business if my family's threatened, and there's a security in that. And if you just knew for a fact that there were no predatory people out there, not one, you wouldn't need to be, right? But that's not, we're social primates, and that's not the world that we evolved in, and it's never going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Unless something changes, something really big.
Right. And it's not going to change overnight.
No.
Right. I mean, we have the DNA we have the cultural wiring that we have, so, all the democracies, which are, tend towards sort of fairness and peacefulness, because it's frankly good for business, right? I mean, war is not particularly good for the stock market.
Unless you are Raytheon.
Right. For some businesses, some businesses, absolutely. But for the array of economic enterprise in the world, like war doesn't do the economies much good overall. And so the question is, like, so democracies are invested in stability, in market stability. They're invested in it because they disproportionately benefit from it, right? Iraq under Hussein was not disproportionately benefiting from market stability because it was it's a dictatorship, right? And the economy sucked, and there was a ton of corruption, right? But democracies they really do benefit from stability. But all of those democracies are defended by really robust militaries, right? And if they weren't, right, they would get overrun like in half a generation.
Right. Well, that's what scares the shit out of me about today, because I think with AI and with weapons technology advancing in the same exponential rate as cell phone technology and computer technology is, we're getting to this really weird place where it's not just mutually assured destruction because of nuclear weapons. It's like, it's whoever presses the button first wins.
Right.
And so you have this, like, if you can completely disable a nation's army almost instantaneously,
right,
and then take over their cities or bomb their cities like instantaneously, it's just we're relying on good nature.
Right.
The understanding that this is a horrible thing to do to humanity, to pull that trigger first.
Right. Well, there's also this sort of what happens when the dog catches the tire, right?
Right.
So if Russia had, I mean, what the Ukrainians, I mean, all the politics and whatever aside, just on this, on a military level, what the Ukrainians were able to do, you know, quite outmatched by the Russians. What the Taliban were able to do with the U.S., the Mujahideen against the Russians, all of this, like what the Ukrainians were able to do against the Russians is quite extraordinary. The Russians really should have taken Ukraine in a few weeks, right? And had they, that would have been what everyone predicted. I didn't think that was going to happen, but that was what everyone predicted. Didn't happen. And the motivation to defend your home is always far greater than the motivation to invade someone else's home. Just for the 19-year-old male, like that, motivation is, as you know, I'm sure from MMA, is like super important in outcome, right? And but had the Russians done it, had they just blitzkrieged all the way through Ukraine, seized it, then what they would have had is the huge and costly problem of maintaining order in a nation of 40 million people, 40 million resentful people who did not want to be governed by outsiders. Like, don't try this at home, right? I mean, this is, and so I think, yeah, so you can take out, say you had a magic, electromagnetic pulse that took out everything I'm just bullshitting here, right? Took out everything that the U.S. military relies on to communicate and to function. You just zapped it out of existence and invaded, right? The Russians took the, east of the Mississippi, the Chinese took west of the Mississippi, or whatever it might be. Then you got to run this place. And that's when you really have a tactical problem, township by township, mountain by mountain. And then your electromagnetic pulse actually doesn't serve you that well. And the Afghans, the Taliban didn't defeat us. They just outlasted us until we got tired of being there and didn't want to pay the bill.
Yeah. So when I got reached out to about you was that you had gotten through a near-death experience. And I really didn't want to read into it at all. I just wanted to ask you about it.
Sure.
So something happened. You had an aneurysm that burst internally.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So, the short, the medical description is I had an undiagnosed aneurysm, which is a ballooning of an artery at a weak spot. Arteries can dilate to get more blood flow, but an aneurysm is like one specific spot that for one reason or another is weak, and it starts to sort of give way, and it'll bubble outwards. And as that bubble grows bigger, and this takes decades, it's a very slow process, right? I have a ligament in the wrong place, and that set in motion a sort of vascular problem that resulted in an aneurysm. And they don't hurt. There's no way to diagnose them. unless you scan someone's abdomen. I've always been super healthy. And so throughout my life, I just never had any reason for an abdominal scan, right? I'm a fit, healthy male, right? A fit, healthy person. And so I just never needed that look inside me. So no one saw the aneurysm growing, right? And so at some point, the artery wall gets stretched so far that it will rupture. It'll just burst. And now you have an arterial bleed. So what that, if someone shoots you in the femoral or stabs you in the abdomen and you have an arterial bleed, your life is measured in minutes or whatever, or hours. And if someone does you the favor of stabbing you in the abdomen and severing your pancreatic artery, which is the artery that ruptured on me. It's a little artery, this thickness of a number 2 pencil. It's not a big deal, but it's arterial blood, right? I mean, don't stop that shit, you're gonna die, right? And so if someone just like stabbed you in the abdomen, you rush to the hospital, the doc is no problem. The doc, if you're still alive, they'll transfuse you. The doctors know exactly where to sort of put their finger to plug the leak. It's no problem. The problem with an internal hemorrhage, an abdominal hemorrhage, is the doctors have no idea where it is. And your abdomen is basically a big bowl of spaghetti, right? Right? And it's filling up with blood.
They have to find where it's leaking.
Yeah, because the blood, if you're stabbed, the blood's going out of your body onto the kitchen floor. With an internal hemorrhage, it all stays in your abdomen. So it happened. It was during COVID, and we were in a remote area, an old house that we own at the end of a dead-end dirt road in Massachusetts. And it's so remote, there's no cell phone service, the phone lines are old and they short out when it rains. And my wife and I had a little bit of babysitting at the time, a 3-year-old and a 6-month-old. We had a little bit of babysitting from the teenage girls that lived down the road that we knew the family, and so they came over to give us a few hours. And my wife and I went out to this cabin that's even deeper in the woods, and paradise basically, right? And so we're out there, and in mid-sentence, I felt this sort of pain in my abdomen, like, ooh, what was that, right? Like, not kidney stone pain, but worse than indigestion, right? And so I sort of twisted and turned to see if I could work it out, and then nothing helped. And then I finally stood up. I was like, maybe I can walk it out. And as soon as I stood up, the floor just reeled away from me, and I almost fell over. But what was happening is my blood pressure was just like tanking because I was losing all my blood into my abdomen, and my body hadn't compensated yet. So I was just like my head was reeling, right? So I sat back down and I said, was something I never thought I'd ever have reason to say to my wife. I said, something's wrong, I'm gonna need help, right? And you don't want to ever have to say those words, right? And you're fit, I'm fit. It never crossed my mind that I would ever have to say that unless someone shoots me or something, right? Like, but not in my life. I stopped war reporting. I gave all that gambling with your life. I gave it all up. I had a family. We're in this beautiful spot. Like, are you kidding? It can come after you here too, right? Who knew, right? So, she dragged me through the woods. I had my arm around her shoulder, up, sort of like a stumbling drunk, right? And she's sort of dragging me through the woods, and she gets me to the car, and puts me in the passenger seat of the car, and we're a 1-hour transport to the hospital, right? And I'm bleeding. I'm losing a pint of blood every 10 or 15 minutes. My wife didn't know this, and thank God I didn't either. But I was literally a human hourglass, right? And she put me in the passenger seat of the car, and I'm lying there. Now I'm starting to go blind, right? Which is one of the things that happens when you lose too much blood is you go blind. She ran into the house. The sort of electric white just took over the world, and that's all I could see. Electric white. If you bleed out, that's the last thing you'll see. And then darkness, which is what I finally got to, was the darkness. But so she ran into the house, told the teenage girls. One of them ran out. The phone line didn't work, but one of them was able to get 1 bar of signal, like in one spot on the driveway, like 1 bar. And she called the ambulance, and the ambulance guys came, and you go into something called compensatory shock if you're bleeding out, and the body senses in its miraculous way. It senses that there's a 5-alarm fire going on here, and we gotta tighten our game, right? So it literally shuts down vascular, like, blood flow to parts of the body you don't need, like your legs and your arms, your skin, and it sort of hoards the blood in your chest, your abdomen, your chest, and your brain, around your heart, right? Those things go, you're dead. So it collects the blood around there and keeps it there through muscular tension, right? You don't know you're doing this, but what happens is your blood pressure goes back up, and suddenly you're sort of back in the world. And I was no longer going in and out of consciousness. I could see again. The ambulance guys get there, and they're like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Well, belly pain, but I don't want to be a complainer here. I'm feeling a little better, maybe blah, blah, blah." My wife, this is why there's a famous statistic, married men live longer. My wife is like, you know what? Because they were going to leave me. They were like, "Oh, it's a hot day. Drink some water. You probably just dehydrated."
Oh shit.
Yeah. My wife was like, "No, he's going to the hospital." I watched him. He was in and out of consciousness. He couldn't stand up. He was going blind. Like, what's it take?
Yeah.
Guys, what's it take to get a guy to the emergency room? So anyway, they took me. My body stayed in compensatory shock for that hour that it took. And but I was losing blood. And then I got to the hospital and my body couldn't hold compensatory shock anymore. And I went straight into end stage hemorrhagic shock, which is you're dead in 10 or 15 minutes, right? And I went off the fucking cliff right as we got to the hospital. And they estimate my blood pressure was 60/40, which is like rock bottom. They estimate I lost like 2/3 of my blood. If you lose more than 2/3, even if they transfuse you and top you off with, full complement of blood, they pump it into you. If you lose that much blood, there's complications that happen with coagulants and all kinds of things like that that will kill you. So people can die of blood loss with a full complement of blood that they've gotten from transfusions, just because this chemical process gets initiated and they can't reverse it, right? And that starts to happen when you've lost 2/3 of your blood, which is right where I was at, right? 10 minutes later, I'd have been dead. And so they rushed me into the trauma bay, and the doctors knew immediately what was going on. And one doctor had this sort of large gauge needle, and he started, and she asked my permission. I had no idea I was dying, right? And he asked my permission to stick it through my neck into my jugular, which didn't look like a lot of fun. And I was like, really? Is this totally necessary? Like, we really need to do this? It was like, why? Like, in case there's an emergency? And he was like, no, this is the emergency. Like, I had no idea, right? I'm 10 minutes from dead. I have no idea I'm dying. Zero, right? Thank God, because I would have been terrified, and I would have been thinking about my family, and I would, yeah, you don't want that, right? And so he said, this is the emergency. So I was like, well, if you say so, go ahead, have at it, right? So while he's working on prepping my neck, and it didn't hurt at all, right? So if you ever have to have this done, don't worry about it. But while I'm lying there and he's sort of working on my neck, it took long. It felt like it took longer than it probably actually did. But while I'm there, all of a sudden, and I have to stop and say, I'm an atheist. I'm a lifelong atheist. I'm a rationalist. I'm not spiritual. I'm not a mystic. I'm not woo-woo. I'm nothing, right? And my dad was an atheist and a physicist. I have to say all this because of what's coming. And I'm still an atheist, by the way. But so all of a sudden, I sensed below me and to my left this black pit open up, this black abyss, like this infinite black void. And I was getting pulled into it. And it's not like darkness had taken over the world. The world was here. I could see the doctors. I was talking to them, right? Here I am. But the darkness was contained in this hole that was underneath me, and I was getting pulled into it, right? I didn't know I was dying, but I had this instincts of like a wounded animal. Like, if I go into the pit, the infinitely dark pit, I'm not coming out, right? Like, I just sensed, like, don't go in there because you're not coming back, right? And I started to panic because I felt myself getting drawn in, right? And then my dead father, appeared above me and to my left. Now, there's a whole body of inquiry of NDEs, near-death experiences, and I didn't know anything about this stuff, right? I didn't know anything about it. It didn't interest me. I'm not culturally prepped for anything like that. I'm not Christian. I didn't see angels. Like, I'm a zero in that regard, right? There's my dead father above me, right? He's been dead 8 years. I love him. But I was not happy to see him, right? I was shocked. I mean, literally, I was, Dad, what are you doing here? Like, and there he was, and he communicated to me. And so what I see isn't quite the right verb, but I don't know if there doesn't exist the right verb. I sensed/saw him, and it was his essence, his energy, his presence. right? It's not like I see you, right? It's like, oh, there we are, right? It wasn't with that clarity. In some ways, it was with a deeper clarity because it was his essence, right? And there he was, his presence was right there. And above me and to my left, it was like quite specific. And he communicated to me, again, not with words, but with some manner that I understood, that I can't quite explain what it was. But basically, the idea was, you don't have to fight it. You can come with me. I'll take care of you. It's okay. It's okay. Don't be scared, right? I'll take care of you. I was horrified. I was appalled. I was offended. I was like, you're dead. Why would I want to go with you? You're dead. You're the opposite of what I am. Why would I possibly want to go with you and be dead with you? Because I'm alive with my family right now. Like, I'm not going anywhere with you. Like, get out of here. And I said to the doctor, you have to hurry. I'm going right now. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I was sort of outbound. And once that happened, there's no inbound. And I sensed that. I said, you got to hurry. You're losing me right now.
So what'd they do?
Well, they transfused me. They stabilized me with 3 units of blood. Eventually, I needed 10 units, which is a full complement of blood. And so let me just pause for a moment and say, please donate blood. Like everybody who's listening, I'm alive. My daughters have a father because 10 people who I'll never know donated their blood. And when you donate blood, you are literally allowing another person to live. And one day you might live because someone else donated blood. And doctors can't manufacture that shit. Like if you donate blood, it takes an hour. It doesn't hurt, and your body will replace it in a couple of weeks. It's the ultimate free lunch. And
I think it's quicker than a couple of weeks. I think it's pretty quick.
It's pretty quick. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to get up to 100%, I think it's a little long, but whatever. It doesn't matter, right? It's like we're talking about human life here, right. And if you want to be part of something greater than yourself, it's blah blah blah. Right. All these things that we all kind of want. Like, how do I participate? Nobody needs me. I'm not part of anything. I feel lonely. Give blood, man, and you'll be part of something amazing, right? And you might. So I give blood regularly. So at any rate, there's my pitch. But so they stuffed some blood in me through my jugular. I stabilized, and they brought me to the the cath lab, the interventional radiology suite. And what interventional radiology is, it's a freaking miracle, right? Like 20 years ago, I'd have been dead, right? I mean, even the advances are so fast and so miraculous. So what they do is they put you on something called a fluoroscope, which is basically sees into you with x-rays, but it's x-ray video, right? So they can see in real time what's going on in your body. And then they pop a hole into your femoral from your right groin, and they insert a catheter into it, which is a flexible rubber tube or wire. And because of the way the heads of these catheters are designed, they have little shepherd's crooks and little curves and all this stuff, and they can navigate through your venous system, through the twists and turns, and they can get that thing almost anywhere in your body. And then once they're there, they can pop a coil and plug a leak, or they can inflate and put in a stent, or whatever. They can do miraculous things. They can inject radioactive dye, and then they see where it goes, and they turn on the fluoroscope, and then they can see, the dye is leaking into the abdomen from here. Here's where the leak is. It's amazing what they can do, right? And so they popped the entry into my femoral, and then threaded a catheter up through my venous system. And because of this ligament that's in the wrong place, the arteries in my abdomen are very distorted. Right, and they're called tortuous. And they couldn't get the catheter through these twists and turns, right? And they couldn't get it to the site of the bleed, which they knew where it was, right? And they couldn't get the catheter there. The alternative, if you can't fix it with a catheter, is you pull your gear out and you send the guy to the OR, and you do this crazy, race against time, but you cut them open, and then one of the reasons the blood loss slows down is there's so much blood in your abdomen that there's back pressure, and it keeps it slows down the blood loss from your artery because now it's trying to flow into a full container,
Right.
and it doesn't leak as fast, right? So as soon as you open up the abdomen, you can imagine what happens. I mean, you geyser blood, and you got to like push the organs aside, and it's this desperate search for the bleed before you bleed out. And as you can probably guess, it doesn't go well very often, right? So it's not quite a death sentence, but if you go into the OR with an abdominal bleed, they bring your wife in to say goodbye to you, basically, before you do that. They don't tell you or her that, but that's what they're doing. And that's what they would have done with my wife, who got to the hospital. The ER doctor was like, you better come now. And so at one point, I'm in agonizing pain because I've got all this free-floating blood against my kidneys and my liver and my spleen, and just agony. It's like kidney stone, right? I'm in agony, and they can't sedate me because my vitals are too low, right? So I'm conscious through all this. And I'm watching the doctors. And at one point, I watched one of the doctors just sort of shake his head and shrug, and was basically like, well, we tried. This isn't working. And the other doctor nodded, and he's like, yeah, we tried. And it was the first moment where I realized, oh my God, I didn't realize we're playing for keeps right now. This might not turn out well. I might not be going home. I couldn't believe what I'd seen. And then the first doctor, who's this brilliant interventional radiologist named Dr. Phil Dombrowski, he saved my life. You have in your mind a special relationship with anyone who has saved your life. It's a very particular relationship, and I've never been in that position before. And so Dombrowski said, we can try one last thing. Let's try going through his left wrist. And so because of your vasculature, like the left wrist allows a different point of attack. You come down from above instead of coming up from below, and you don't have to go through all those twists and turns. And he had to get through a problematic spot in my celiac artery that was impeded by the ligament that's in the wrong place. Well, it was a lot of problems, right? And you had to be like a super high level IR guy to even think of this, much less do it. Like I was told, very, very few interventional radiologists would even think of doing this, right? But he was a genius, right? So the other doctor said, I like the way you think. And I watched them put a catheter into my left wrist. I no longer have a pulse in that wrist because it messes up the artery. And they did it. They got the thing to the place. Like they got the catheter to the bleed. They popped a coil in there. It blocked the artery, blocked the leak, and then they sent me to the ICU. They knocked me out, sent me to the ICU. I remember seeing my wife very briefly afterwards. I held her hand, and that set me off. And I woke up in the ICU the next morning.
And so the blood in your abdomen, do they drain it? Does your body absorb it?
No. I guess maybe they do sometimes. I know your body absorbs it. Yep. 6 pints of blood. And I could feel it in me. I mean, it didn't feel good, right? And you're sort of discolored. I mean, it's awful. Not a good look.
Right. Now, you keep saying you're an atheist. What exactly, everybody sort of defines that differently. I feel like a lot of atheists are actually agnostic more than they're atheists, because an atheist is someone who just doesn't believe. I don't believe. What do you think the experience with your father was, his presence?
Well, that's right, the billion-dollar question, right? So I'm an atheist in part because I respect the highest intentions of religion too much to take them lightly. Now, there's plenty of religious expression which is not at a very high level, which I find even offensive and destructive. But at its best, like journalism, like psychology, like everything, at its best, right? It's a very noble thing that helps people live with more dignity and less fear and blah, 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 right? I mean, I get it. So I take that stuff really literally. And so for me, believing in God is an active thing. right? And really, it's not like that you found God. It's God found you. Like, oh my God, suddenly God was in my life, right? And it's like when you fall in love, you can't choose to fall in love, right? It's an overwhelming feeling that you can't resist. And if it's not, you're not really in love, bro. You might have married Betty, but you're not in love with Betty, right? But when you have that experience of overwhelming love, like, oh my God, I'm in love with that person. I got to be with them. My life is with them. Like, that's love finding you. You didn't manufacture it, and you didn't make an executive decision. Well, I'm in love with Betty now, and we're getting married. I mean, people used to do that, and it just isn't love. It's a contract. It's a decision. It's an arrangement. No problem, right? And so what I can't do is make an executive. When people say, you got to find God, you got to find Jesus, I'd listen, man, even if I wanted to, which I don't, but even if I wanted to, it doesn't work that way, right? I can't just decide to love God. That's not a feeling that you can summon and dictate to yourself. So I'm an atheist because I don't make God as sort of part of my daily practice. It's not part of my life. It just isn't, right? And I can't just choose to make it be. I could fake it, and I can go to church every Sunday, but I respect religion in its best form too much to friggin' fake it, right? So, and I'm not an agnostic because, if I saw in my mind, agnostic is like a hung jury, right? It's like, you know what? I don't know. There could be a God. There might not be a God. I don't have an opinion on it, right? A hung jury. You might be innocent. I might be guilty. We can't, Your Honor, we can't decide either way, and we can make an argument for both. So, what? It's a hung jury. Like we don't know, right? In the legal system, that means he's innocent. If you can't come to a decision of guilt, then he's innocent, right? But so in the sort of agnostic sense, like there's evidence for, evidence against. I can't decide, so I'm an agnostic. But for me, there is no evidence that there is a God. I mean, there's belief, right, which is a beautiful thing. But I've never in my life actually seen something happen where I was like, oh my God, there went God. I just saw him. Holy shit. Like, are you kidding? Like, there he is. Like, now I believe there's a God. Had I, while I was dying, had God come to me, whatever that would even look like, right? Whatever that is, had God come to me afterwards, I'm like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe there is a God, right? Because I saw some strange shit. And that's the only explanation I can think of, is that there actually is a divine power in the world. I encountered it. It changed my life. Like, even if I'm not religious, I'm at least agnostic, but it's never happened to me, right? So I'm not an agnostic because I have no reason to think there is a God. It never happens, right? I'm an atheist, right? So I'm happy to stand corrected if someone offers up some proof, but thus far it hasn't happened. And when people say, you know what, the proof of God is that the universe exists. Who created the universe, motherfucker? Like, who do you think it has to be? God, right? And I'm like, well, not really, like, because if complex systems need a creator and that's your proof of God, clearly God is a complex system that's at least as complex as the universe he created. So who created God? Like, that will not get you, that doesn't prove anything, right? So that's the theology aside, like, what did I make of my Father appearing above me, right? So the next morning, to get in there, I have to sort of say what happened to me, right? And if I may, the next morning, I woke up in the ICU to the nurse saying, good morning, Mr. Younger. Congratulations. You made it. Like, it's a miracle. We almost lost you last night, and no one can quite believe you're alive. It's, welcome back to the world, basically. I cannot tell you how shocking it is to get news like that if you had no idea you were dying. I mean, I knew something was going on with me. Belly pain. Maybe I'm going to wake up to shitty news about a tumor, cancer in my, whatever. I mean, I was aware that this might not be a fun day tomorrow. I had no idea I was dying in that moment, right? So it's absolutely shocking. So that and particularly if you have children, right? And my little girl, I immediately thought about my little girls. And then I remembered my father. I'm like, oh my God, I saw my father last night. and the pit, right? It all came back to me. And I didn't know what to do with it. I was, Jesus, like, are you kidding? What was that? And so I'm left there with my thoughts. I'm throwing up blood. I'm a freaking mess, right? And then the nurse comes back later and says, how are you doing? Like, not that great, frankly. Like, thanks to you. What you told me is terrifying. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. And I almost died. And she said, try this. She had an awesome Boston accent. She was like one of these, she was sort of middle-aged lady, like heart of gold, straight shooter, tough as nails, buried 3 husbands, you know, whatever. She's one of those ICU nurses, right? I liked her enormously. And she was like, try this. Instead of thinking about it like something scary, try thinking about it like something sacred. She walked out. Like a hell of a thing to say to an atheist, right? So, you know, for me, all those wonderful words like blessing and sacred, they have beautiful secular meanings as well. So I feel entitled to interpret them in my own way. And for me, you know, saying something sacred is anything that allows, you know, as I was saying before, any work, any task, any knowledge, anything that allows people to live with more dignity, with less fear, more connection, more love, that just helps the human condition a little bit. Like that's sacred knowledge, right? You know, it could be a minister, right? It could be a shrink. It could be a journalist, right? It could be, you could be doing sacred work for people. I'm sure you are. And so, you know, the things that you say are helping people navigate their painful lives. Yeah, bro, absolutely. We're all capable of sacred work, right? That's what it means to me. So when she said that, I'm like, okay, I've been going to front lines my whole life and coming back with knowledge that, you know, in my most grandiose moments, right, I thought might help humanity. Like what's going on no, I wasn't in Ukraine, but right now, like what's going on in Ukraine? What knowledge can we come back with that will help the world and the United States make better decisions about how to preserve human dignity and human life? Like whatever that means, right? So that's at its best, that's sort of a sacred task, like many others are. And and now I'm not going to front lines anymore. I went to the ultimate front line. I went to my own mortality, the front line we're all headed to, and that most of us are scared of. Like, and I was allowed to look over the edge, and then I came back. I was allowed to come back. Did I come back with sacred knowledge? In other words, with knowledge that would be helpful to me and to other people lead their lives, and with less fear, more dignity, etc. And that was the challenge. And I set about doing it. At that moment, I just lay there. I was like, all right, what did I learn? What did I learn? And the big question that I had to answer for myself was, what the hell did I see with my father? Like, what was that? And does that mean that there's something, quote, more, right? Is there something after we die that we can sort of like look forward to and count on? Or is it just the dying brain hallucinating some shit because we're so friggin' scared and the synapses are shorting out and it's going haywire, and that's what you get. You see some weird stuff, right? Like, which is it? And so I started researching NDEs, near-death experiences, and there's a whole body of literature, a whole body of knowledge, and frankly, the whole cottage industry, somewhat shameless cottage industry around that, you know, proof of heaven, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, the flakiness aside, there's some legit, you know, it's very, very common. And the NDEs that people have had, thousands of cases of them from all over the world, different societies, different cultures, even different ages. There are historical accounts of this. And the interesting thing about them, you know, if you give a room full of people LSD, they'll have a wide variety of hallucinations. And we know how that works, right? We know what happens in the brain when you take LSD, no big mystery there. And they'll hallucinate a whole bunch of crazy stuff, right? With NDEs, what's sort of strange is that the experiences there aren't an infinite number of them, right? It's not like some people see ham sandwiches and other people see kangaroos, right? It's like they fall into some like 3 or 4 basic buckets, right? And that's across culture, throughout through history, and which sort of argues for a sort of seminal human experience rather than just a sort of function of brain chemistry and essentially